On a distant planet, a Saiyan was born, only to be abandoned due to a malfunctioning detector that registered a meager battle power of 1. Yet, this stroke of misfortune spared the child from the fate of her home planet, Vegeta, which met its untimely demise that by a twist of fate, she found herself on Earth, embarking on a series of unfortunate events marked by her frequent dismissal from her employer. Chapter 1. Abandonment and Farewell. Ugh, I never imagined I would give birth to a child with such a pitiful combat power. A woman with spiky hair and a tail commented disdainfully as she gazed at the infant in her arms. If she's so weak, we might as well discard her to save face. After all, she is the offspring of a mid-tier warrior. Having such a descendant is hardly worth it, a flat-headed man remarked, his expression mirroring the woman's contempt as he scrutinized the child with the device. Enough already. Don't you have your own child? Why must you use mine? The woman snapped impatiently at the man. The man shrugged nonchalantly, indicating that the device had been damaged during their recent battle, eliciting an exasperated glare from the woman. All right, it's time to return to Planet Vegeta. We've been gone too long, and if we don't report back soon, King Vegeta and Lord Frieza will surely be worried. After all, this mission has dragged on longer than anticipated. The man gestured for the woman to leave. Irritated, the woman placed the child on a stone slab, contemplated for a moment, and then tossed the device beside the child before preparing to follow the man. After taking a few steps, she turned back to glance at the little one, sighing, if only your battle power could reach 5. You don't even meet the standards of a lower-tier warrior. Oh well, as your mother, I shall feed you one last time. Minutes later, ultimately, the woman departed with a tinge of reluctance, uttering her final words, your fate, whether life or death, lies in your own hands. Your name shall be Alice. This is all I can bestow upon you as your mother. With that, she turned her back and left, while the little girl cried out, desperately trying to retain her mother, pleading for her not to abandon her. Yet, the child's cries could not sway her mother's resolve. Soon, 2 shooting stars streaked across the sky, signifying that the girl's mother had completely forsaken her. Wah! The little girl's wails grew more intense, and as her cries echoed, the ground trembled violently, and the numbers on the nearby device fluctuated wildly. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The numbers continued to ascend, climbing to over 40,000 before gradually slowing, ultimately hovering between 44,444 and 44445. The 2 digits seemed to be in a relentless tug of war, neither yielding to the other. During this tugging period, the device began to emit white smoke, and just before it completely shut down, the final reading settled at 44445, rather than the auspicious 44,444. A most curious outcome indeed. Had the woman lingered for just a few more moments, her expression might have been different, torn between disdain for the girl's battle power and a flicker of reluctance. However, disdain prevailed, from eternal love, albeit present, was scarce. Perhaps this was the survival principle of their race, ability above all else. Ahem, I digress. Let us return the focus to our protagonist, shall we, director? Quickly, cut back to the main character. What's so captivating about a girl with a tail compared to our protagonist? All right, onward with the narrative. Amidst the heart-wrenching cries of the little girl, the planet could no longer withstand the overwhelming energy and began to fracture like a glass orb, ultimately exploding. Yes, it truly exploded. Rather absurd, wouldn't you agree? The author, too, finds it quite ludicrous. Just as the planet was on the brink of total annihilation, the energy surrounding the girl cocooned her within, perhaps a subconscious self-protection mechanism, and thus she was propelled into the cosmos. Where was she headed, you ask? Who knows? She drifted aimlessly, gravitating toward whatever was nearby, seeking a caregiver, perhaps. After an indeterminate period, she descended like a meteor onto an unknown planet, where she was soon discovered by a peculiar-looking being drawn by curiosity to investigate the scene. Let's just say it was a being of sorts, for in all honesty, its appearance could be described as unique. Thus, the little girl successfully found her provider, happily chirping. When the girl was lifted, she was in a state of utter exhaustion, and the unusual-looking being retrieved an unfamiliar fruit from its pack. It examined the girl, then the fruit, scratching its head before fetching a porcelain vessel resembling a vase, placing the fruit inside, and gently shaking it. Subsequently, it produced a bowl and a spoon, pouring the now-juice concoction from the bottle. This concoction is purple. The being spoon-fed the girl, who obediently drank, for she was genuinely famished after drifting through space for so long. She had no room for pickiness. Food was food. Once satiated, the girl regained her vigor, chattering animatedly and moving about, prompting the being to helplessly place this exuberant little creature back in its pack. This plot feels oddly familiar, but let's pretend I can't recall. The little girl was thus carried back by the peculiar being. On the return journey, they encountered others who bore a striking resemblance to the being, watching curiously, much like spectators at a circus observing monkeys. Ahem. In a certain sense, perhaps there was not much distinction. After all, she too had a tail that But whatever, it felt like watching monkeys. Thankfully, the girl was still young, or she might have retaliated against them. With no mishaps, she was lovingly escorted back to her new home, where she was gently set down. The little girl curiously surveyed her surroundings, too engrossed to notice she was floating. Well, it hardly mattered. Even if she did, what could she do? After all, she was still a child, naive to the world. The being watched the little girl float about curiously, observing as she flitted joyfully around the room, choosing not to intervene, as long as she did not injure herself. Yet, it dawned on him that this little creature had fallen from the sky. If she survived such a height, he need not concern himself further. After all, he had his own duties to attend to, primarily gathering food, for when it comes to sustenance, nothing is more paramount. Thus, the little girl spent 5 years living on this planet. Yanaga, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? A petite girl, barely 4 feet tall, poked her head out from the room, her demeanor drooping as if she might perish if she didn't eat soon. Just a moment, little Alice, the being replied without turning that I know. Her words trailed off as an unsettling sensation washed over her, as if something were slipping away from her. She was unaware of the reasons behind her turmoil. Tears inexplicably welled up in her eyes. What was happening? How strange. Why do I suddenly feel so sad? I just want to cry. Alice murmured, wiping her tears in confusion. At that moment, Yanaga returned from outside, puzzlingly inquiring, What's the matter, Alice? Why are you crying? I don't know. It just happened all of a sudden. I feel so profoundly sad. I just want to cry, but I can't comprehend why. Alice replied, while dabbing at her tears. Yanaga fell silent for a moment, sensing something, then let it out. You may not have another chance to do so. What do you mean? It might be a connection that exists within your bloodline, giving rise to these feelings. Perhaps. Yanaga left his words hanging. As he understood, she would grasp the implication without further elaboration. Her parents, who had abandoned her, perhaps, had departed from her life, not in a manner of outright rejection. To say she hated them, that was indeed true. To express her desire to confront them for answers about why they had forsaken her, yet feeling lost on where to begin her search. The universe was vast and expansive, while her abilities seemed minuscule. The challenge of locating her biological parents was indeed formidable. But today, someone had claimed they were no longer present. Who could she turn to for solace? She longed for a place to cry her heart out. Once she had cried enough, she paused and gazed at Yanaga. Yanaga, I wish to find them. Even if, as she spoke, words failed her, for the person before her had nurtured her for 5 years, imparting numerous skills along the way. Though these skills were peculiar, such as teleportation, cloning, healing arts, and more, aside from these, she found herself incapable of grasping anything else. Wasn't it rather ungrateful of her? Yanaga chuckled helplessly. You know, no matter what, they are still your parents. When the time comes to seek them out, do so without hesitation. Yes, I understand, but how do I set forth? Alice inquired, feeling a sense of helplessness. Yanaga gestured towards a nearby building. Inside, there's a spacecraft. Although it is somewhat antiquated, it is still capable of carrying passengers. With that, he retreated inside to gather her belongings, emerging about an hour later with a substantial amount of supplies. Go on, and there's no need to rush back, he said before returning indoors. Alice felt overwhelmed with gratitude, sensing that Yanaga's hurried departure was to shield her from witnessing his sorrowful side. She gazed at his retreating figure, silently vowing to return promptly, and then she made her way towards the building Yanaga had indicated. Boom, boom, boom. The spacecraft gradually lifted off the ground, ascending into the clouds until it vanished from sight. Inside the house, Yanaga watched the girl depart, murmuring to himself, his tone brimming with barely contained exultation. Now that you've left, do not come back, you Violet. Girl, a glutton. For heaven's sake, you eat far too much for me to sustain. Farewell. Oh no, never to be seen again. I'm finally liberated, wah. Had the girl known that the Yanaga she assumed would miss her departure would feel such relief, she would undoubtedly have dealt him a severe blow, swearing on Yanaga's life. No. Mean. No. The girl sat inside the spacecraft, gazing into the depths of space. How beautiful, like a myriad of dazzling jewels. Thus, she was unaware of how long she drifted through the cosmos. She stared out the window. The girl remained silent. She mused, why does that asteroid ahead seem familiar, and not just once? 3,000 years later. Have I been here before? Why does it resemble this place so much? The girl was in utter despair. Alice expressed her frustration. The spacecraft was quite small, with merely a control room, a bedroom, which could only accommodate a bed, a small wardrobe, and a bathroom, and a storage room, nothing more. The control room was the most spacious area where she could move about freely. Currently, she had placed a sandbag there. You might wonder what it was for? Naturally, it served as an outlet for her emotions. Grr. I'm hungry. No, I must find a planet to land on and search for food. With determination, she began her quest for a nearby planet to descend upon, seeking sustenance and opportunities to vent her frustrations through conflict, maintaining this mode of existence, occasionally even hijacking spacecrafts. Thus, she continued to drift through the universe. When asked why she engaged in such antics, she would reply, "Isn't it rather entertaining? It's certainly not because I'm lost. Absolutely not." Alice would stake Yanaga's life on it. Yanaga suddenly felt a chill. Achoo. No, something's off. There's a murderous intent. Chapter 2. Lost on Earth. Alice now found herself in a state of intermittent hunger, her overall mental condition deteriorating. Although she had encountered numerous planets, not all their offerings were palatable. Some celestial cuisines were truly unappetizing, such as the explosive larvae or the salad of oversized insects. What am I even searching for? I deeply regret embarking on this quest for those wretched parents. Oh, how I long for your cooking, Yana. With a heavy heart, Alice lay languidly on the ground. Who could have imagined this wretched universe to be so vast, leaving her utterly lost, without any inkling of where to go? She was simply adrift, flying aimlessly until she could no longer find her way. Sigh. I suppose I must take things one step at a time, she mused, or rather, one flight at a time. Alice felt a deep sense of resignation, finding solace in the fact that she had amicably exchanged many items on the planet she had visited, most of which helped her vent her frustrations, such as punching bags and the like. Of course, she also acquired some skills for self-preservation, having engaged in numerous brawls along the way. Initially, she had fled in panic, but soon she became a force to be reckoned with, often obliterating entire planets when provoked, for she was no saint herself. Throughout her journey, she had heard many tales, notably about the merciless extraterrestrials in the cosmos. The most frequently mentioned was the infamous Frisia and his henchmen, alongside the Saiyan race, distinguished by their tails and ability to transform into colossal apes. Piecing together various clues and her own circumstances, she boldly deduced that she might belong to the Saiyan lineage they spoke of, only to later learn that this race had mysteriously perished over a decade ago. This realization coincided unsettlingly with her own episodes of emotional turmoil. So, what am I searching for? A caterpillar. It appears I'm the last one left. Alice lamented in frustration, her emotions spiraling out of control as she obliterated her last punching bag. Great. Now I've exhausted my final outlet for frustration. Perhaps I should obliterate an irritating planet instead. Otherwise, I might just implode. Resolute, Alice swiftly located the nearest asteroid, set her coordinates, and piloted her ship toward it. After more than an hour, Alice arrived at the ill-fated planet. Time to obliterate, she declared, extending her arm forward as a series of terrifying energy waves manifested, wreaking havoc across the planet's surface. Boom, boom, die, she screamed, unleashing her pent-up rage. As she unleashed her fury, ominous energy waves crackled around her, accompanied by vibrant arcs of electricity, though she remained oblivious to it all. Her pupils and hair shifted colors, constantly transforming. Yet, she eventually reigned in her overwhelming power. What a relief. I feel invigorated after that outburst, Alice thought as she boarded her ship to depart, inadvertently leaving behind an energy sphere capable of annihilating the planet. Little did she know she had narrowly escaped the fate of becoming the very Saiyan she had yearned to be. How peculiar fate can be. Unbeknownst to her, Alice had been adrift in this cosmic expanse for over a decade. She had lost track of time, as the universe offered no day or night, only the infinite solitude she had grown accustomed to. She had merely assumed that time had passed slowly, never suspecting how swiftly it had truly flown by. As she prepared to set course for her next destination, 3 small, baseball-like ships zipped past her at incredible speed, making her own vessel appear to crawl in comparison. Fortunately, the trio merely brushed past her. However, as they did, she felt a familiar energy pulse from deep within her soul, compelling her to turn around. Yet, by the time she looked back, the ships had vanished without a trace. Feeling foolish for her concerns, she continued on her way. The 3 ships, meanwhile, proceeded directly to the location of the planet Alice had just devastated. Prince Vegeta, the energy signatures here align with those we have collected over the years. A large bald man remarked to a slightly shorter figure, who was none other than Vegeta himself. TCH, were we too late? Vegeta replied, clearly displeased. Should we pursue? Nappa inquired. Forget it. We have a mission to attend to. There's no need to waste time chasing after this. It's not our priority. Let us go, Nappa, Raditz. Vegeta concluded before boarding his ship to depart, with Nappa and Raditz following suit. You may wonder how they could navigate space. Well, my friend, is the oxygen system in their ships merely for show? Of course they know how to use it. At this moment, our dear Alice remained oblivious to the fact that she had caught the attention of others, having obliterated numerous planets, which indirectly affected Frisia's planetary trade. In the eyes of these capitalists, disrupting their profits was akin to murder. Naturally, even if Frisia came after her, it mattered little. She was no hero, merely a fragile girl. Engaging in constant battles was hardly ideal, after all. Nothing compares to a hot bath after such a release, Alice mused contentedly. She then picked up a book and began to peruse it, filled with various gossip and character introductions from the universe. Frisia, with a battle power of 530,000. There must be some hidden depths to him. Otherwise, he could not possibly dominate this region. I'm quite curious, Alice murmured as she examined an illustration of Frisia in a baby carriage. After placing the book on the shelf, she approached a peculiar device and stepped inside. The top of the apparatus illuminated upon her entrance, exuding an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. As soon as she activated the device, an unseen force pressed down on her, rendering her unable to move. Damn it, I must have set it too high. Now, Alice was pinned to the ground, struggling to shift even a mere inch. Am I going to die? No, I can't allow that to happen, she thought, desperately attempting to inch toward the control panel. Come on, I must hold on. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. After a tremendous effort, she managed to shift a mere 3 centimeters. At that moment, she was bloodied and battered. Had it not been for her healing abilities, she would have perished long ago. During this ordeal, she fainted several times, each time wandering the halls of the underworld, only to be forcibly pulled back by her healing powers. Thus, she endured 6 grueling days under this relentless pressure, repeating the cycle of crawling, fainting, awakening, and healing. You may ask why it took so long. Well, Alice had collapsed initially. She needed to flip herself, then turn around, and finally crawl toward the control panel. Given her circumstances, that was exceptionally swift. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. After exerting herself for what felt like an eternity, Alice finally managed to prop herself up slightly, though it was only a fleeting moment before she succumbed once more. Though she had managed to reach beneath the control panel, attempting to lift herself and stand proved to be an arduous task. Were it not for her remarkably resilient physique, she would have succumbed on the very first day of her ordeal. Surviving until now was a testament to her fortitude. The most significant factor in her survival was undoubtedly her healing abilities, honed through numerous near-death experiences that had rendered this skill a passive capability. Had she not received timely treatment during her periods of unconsciousness, she likely would have perished. On the 10th day, she finally succeeded in standing, albeit with great difficulty. Once upright, she fixed her gaze upon the shutdown button and pitched herself forward, fortuitously pressing it just in time. Phew, that was close, Alice gasped, lying on the ground in relief. At this point, she had truly reached her limits. Had she delayed shutting down for even one more day, she would have been lost. The intense pressure of the past few days had shattered nearly every bone in her body, leaving her in a state of utter disrepair. After a brief respite, Alice began to inch her way outwards, pushing herself with her chin, leaving a trail of crimson behind her. Eventually, she maneuvered herself next to a table, bumping her head against its leg and knocking an item to the ground. With her mouth, she clutched a small bag filled with a vibrant green liquid, disregarding her dignity as she bit it open and drank greedily, spilling much of it in the process. After consuming one bag, she managed to sit up and quickly drank another, only finding the strength to stand after finishing a third. Finally alive again. I need to eat something and clean up, she declared. Approaching a nearby cabinet, she seized an unidentifiable piece of meat and devoured it raw. In her current dire circumstances, replenishing her energy took precedence. She cared little for its preparation, having grown accustomed to such improvised meals during her escapes. Often, when fleeing, she would snatch whatever edible items she encountered and consume them without hesitation. After all, who could afford to relish their food when every moment counted towards survival? Having emptied the cabinet, she felt only moderately sated, a testament to her extraordinary appetite. If not, she would not have been so eagerly pursued by Yanaga. The quantity she consumed would suffice for a normal individual for at least several days, and yet, she was still only a third full. Truly, she embodied the spirit of a warrior race. Time to tidy up and take a shower. It smells as if someone has perished here for a week, she remarked as she began to clean the chaos around her. Wow, is the gravity chamber really this brutal? No wonder I'm still alive after losing so much blood. Alice mused, feeling a sense of pride in her survival against such odds. After cleaning, she proceeded to bathe. The Scarlet King, she mused, finally resembling a human being once more. I do look rather beautiful, don't I? She chuckled, admiring her reflection in the mirror, noting her toned physique and the subtle definition of her abdominal muscles. How can such beauty exist in this world? She exclaimed, planting a playful kiss on her reflection and then examining herself from various angles. What's going through your mind? Are you contemplating waste? She teased, dismissing any notions that might arise. assuring herself that such thoughts were entirely unfounded. At that moment, Alice spotted a distant blue planet. Wow, it resembles a sapphire. Though it's quite far away. At my current pace, it would take at least 5 days to reach it. Never mind. First, I should gauge my combat strength. If I'm too weak, I might end up being bullied, she said, retrieving a device akin to those used by Vegeta and his comrades, and aimed it at herself. Beep, beep, beep. The numbers flashed rapidly before settling at 78,930,000. Encountering a formidable opponent should still be manageable, Alice thought, contemplating the overwhelming power of the planet beneath her. Earth, do you understand what you're saying? One slap from you could obliterate me, couldn't it? A laugh escaped her lips, but she quickly coughed to suppress it, feigning seriousness, though her brow twitched ominously. Meanwhile, on a small distant planet, a figure clad in King Kai's attire and sporting sunglasses sensed something unusual, pacing nervously in his yard. What a predicament! I have no idea what this terrifying being seeks here. This place lacks the powerful warriors found elsewhere, he fretted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. However, after a moment, the ominous aura dissipated as if it were merely a figment of his imagination. Could it have just been passing through? Ha ha ha. That must be it. I was worried for nothing. King Kai chuckled to himself, his laughter echoing as he rolled on the ground in amusement. Alice, of course, remained oblivious to these events. Even if she were aware, she would likely be indifferent, for who would entertain themselves with such trivialities? Days passed, and Alice finally reached Earth. Concealing her energy, she remained undetected. Now, she masked her presence to that of an infant's, or so she believed. Cautiously, she opened the spaceship hatch, tentatively extending a foot, mindful of the different gravitational forces on each planet. But in a moment of distraction, she tumbled from the ship, which conveniently closed its hatch behind her, as if she had been unceremoniously ejected. How utterly embarrassing. Wow, I'm utterly mesmerized, she exclaimed, taken aback by the beauty of her surroundings, so different from the desolate planets she had previously visited. Most of those worlds were barren rock or arid soil, and even the few beautiful ones paled in comparison to this. Alice explored her new environment with childlike wonder, touching and examining everything, her curiosity leading her further and further away. The spaceship seemed to lament its misplaced trust in her. Yet she found herself in a remote forest, where the only inhabitants were wild animals, posing no threat to her. What is this? A peculiar little orb, she exclaimed, picking up an amber-colored sphere containing a tiny red star. Intrigued, Alice examined the orb from every angle before retrieving a pearl necklace from her bag, dismantling it to string the orb onto it. After adorning herself with it, she wandered to a nearby pond to admire her reflection. Hee, it suits me perfectly. I truly am a natural beauty, she mused, reveling in her own charm before continuing her aimless exploration. Gore, I'm feeling a bit hungry. I should find something to eat, she decided, taking to the skies. Her flight did not go unnoticed. A green, somewhat elderly being emerged from a nearby house, sporting a pair of antennae-like protrusions on his forehead and clad in white attire emblazoned with the symbol of a deity. What a formidable energy signature. Is that Piccolo? No. Or perhaps Goku? No. This energy is greater than either of them, he mused. God, what is happening? A small black creature dressed in a vest and white hat approached the deity. Boo-boo, I sense a powerful energy wave, the deity replied. Is it Piccolo or Goku? Boo-boo inquired, puzzled. Neither. It's an unfamiliar presence, but its strength is undeniable, though it appeared for only an instant. I have a premonition that this energy surpasses any of us, the deity asserted gravely. Boo-boo felt a pang of anxiety. If even the deity acknowledged that this presence was stronger than theirs, it must indeed be formidable. One can only proceed step by step. At present, it appears that the owner of that aura harbors no ill intentions. Otherwise, the deity would have furrowed their brow in concern. Upon hearing this, Bobo felt a sense of relief, for the deity, in certain respects, surpassed her capabilities. Although she herself possessed greater power than the deity, she remained merely a servant. Few in a moment of excitement, she inadvertently let slip a slight trace of her aura. Surely, it went unnoticed. After all, an aura of such magnitude, even if sensed, would likely be misinterpreted as that of some wild beast. Alice reassured herself. Half an hour later, Alice sat contentedly on the ground, patting her little belly beside a colossal skeleton. Having indulged in a satisfying feast, she soared into the sky once more, heading towards the horizon. Oh, where's that Dragon Ball darting about? One moment it's here, the next it's there, and at such a rapid pace. A girl with blue-green hair exclaimed from within her flying vehicle. Bulma trailed after Alice, only to find that the Dragon Ball seemed to tease her, darting away at lightning speed whenever she drew near, only to halt at a considerable distance, as if waiting for her. This infuriated her to no end. I refuse to believe you can shake me off. Let us see who outlasts whom. Bulma resolutely navigated her vehicle in pursuit of the Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Alice descended in a deserted corner of the city, utterly astonished by the weakness of the inhabitants of this planet. Even when she suppressed her aura, she still found herself exponentially stronger than these beings, currently reducing her combat power to around 60. Sighing, she mused that her relentless evasion of pursuers had rendered her paranoid. But such vigilance had also spared her from a grim fate. After all, her strategy was to taunt those she could overpower while wearing down those slightly stronger, confident in her ultimate victory. However, if she provoked the wrong individual, well, that would be another tale altogether. Ahem, I digress. Wow, I absolutely adore this place. So many wonders I've never encountered before, Alice exclaimed, though her exuberant behavior drew curious glances from passers-by. Did she care about their opinions? Not in the slightest. Her only concern was how to appropriate these marvels for herself. Oh, how I wish I could take them all. But what justification could I possibly conjure? If one were to inquire why she entertained such thoughts, the answer lay in her nature. The currency across planets was not interchangeable, and what could be swifter than taking what one desired? Moreover, her previous encounters with others had often been with the unreasonable, providing ample justification for her pilfering inclinations. Just as she contemplated how to logically acquire these treasures, she was intercepted by an individual. Indeed, it was Bulma, who had chased the Dragon Ball to this very spot. Now breathless as she confronted Alice. Wait a moment, Alice said, puzzled by Bulma's interruption but patient, given that she was a woman. After catching her breath, Bulma introduced herself. Hello, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bulma. Alice tilted her head, regarding her with curiosity. What can I do for you? Bulma glanced at Alice, then at the Dragon Ball adorning her neck. May I inquire if you would be willing to sell that necklace you're wearing? Alice raised an eyebrow in confusion. Well, you see, that bead around your neck is something I have been searching for, so would you sell it to me? Bulma's cheeks flushed slightly, realizing how abrupt her request sounded, yet her desire for the Dragon Ball compelled her to muster the courage to ask. This one? Alice pointed to the Dragon Ball around her neck. Yes, precisely that. Can we discuss a price? Bulma nodded eagerly. I found this by a small river in the forest, so I'm not sure what it's worth. You decide, Alice replied, tossing the pricing dilemma back to Bulma. Bulma found herself in a quandary. After all, this item was not something commonly traded, lacking a standard price tag. This isn't the best place for negotiations. Would you like to continue our discussion somewhere else? She decided to invite Alice to her home, knowing that monetary matters could be addressed later. After all, as the daughter of Capsule Corporation, she was hardly in need of funds. Thus, Bulma led Alice to a more open area. During their journey, Bulma noted something amusing. The girl before her was akin to a curious child, touching and examining everything she encountered as though she had never seen such wonders before. However, Bulma refrained from voicing her observations in a crowded place. Instead, she retrieved a capsule from her pocket and casually tossed it. With a pop, a vehicle materialized before them, startling Alice, who instinctively assumed a defensive stance. Relax, this isn't a weapon. It's merely a mode of transportation, Bulma assured her, opening the door. Alice hesitantly climbed inside, still in awe, poking and prodding at her surroundings. How fascinating. Have you never seen anything like this? Bulma inquired. Never, Alice replied honestly. That is odd. While capsules may not be commonplace, surely you've encountered automobiles before? Bulma questioned, perplexed. I've never seen such primitive contraptions, aside from those capsules. Alice retorted candidly. After all, during her years of wandering the universe, she had encountered a myriad of extraordinary things, but this rudimentary technology was a first. Primitive? Bulma slammed on the brakes, incredulity etched across her face. Indeed, primitive, Alice confirmed. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, her mind reeling at the notion that someone could label her family's products as outdated. As Alice continued to speak, Bulma found herself lost in a haze, the word primitive echoing incessantly in her mind. Eventually, she could hardly recall how she managed to escort Alice back to Capsule Corporation. It was only when she regained her composure that she realized she and the girl were locked in a mutual stare. Ahem, I apologize. I seem to have lost my train of thought. I still don't know your name, Bulma remarked, feeling embarrassed after their extended conversation without learning about her companion. Alice. She replied succinctly. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Bulma Briefs, the second daughter of Capsule Corporation. You may simply call me Bulma, she said once more. I shall remember that, Bulma, Alice responded with a smile. Bulma found herself momentarily stunned, captivated by Alice's gentle smile, as she was rather fond of beauty. Miss Alice, shall we proceed inside to continue our discussion? With that, she ushered Alice into the building. Meanwhile, Alice was keenly observing her surroundings. As many things were genuinely appealing to her, she was already contemplating how to procure these items. Eventually, a bold idea took root in her mind. to claim this planet as her own, thereby making these treasures hers. She held no disdain for the planet's backwardness, for it aligned perfectly with her desires. However, a sudden realization struck her. Given the planet's splendid environment and its technological shortcomings, why had no one laid claim to it? Something felt amiss. Just as Alice was lost in contemplation, Bulma's voice jolted her back to reality. "Miss Alice, we can now discuss the price of this orb," Bulma stated, her demeanor shifting to a serious tone. Alice, slightly taken aback by Bulma's sudden change in attitude, responded in kind, "Just call me Alice. I found this orb. So since you, Bulma, are interested, why don't you make an offer? If the price is agreeable, we can conclude the transaction right away." Bulma slowly raised 2 fingers. Alice tilted her head in confusion. Observing her reaction, Bulma cautiously extended another finger, indicating 3. Alice frowned. Sensing Alice's dissatisfaction with the price, Bulma tentatively remarked, "If you are not satisfied with the price, we can certainly negotiate further." Alice, perplexed, replied, "What do you mean? I can't comprehend your gestures. Are we not discussing the price? Why are you signaling with your fingers? Don't underestimate my understanding." She concluded, "Let us just go with your proposed price. After all, I found this myself, so anything I sell is a profit, right? I'm truly clever." Alice silently commended herself. Upon hearing this, Bulma exhaled in relief. "So, our deal is settled. How shall we proceed with the payment? Will it be by check or bank transfer?" Alice, bewildered by this inquiry, thought, "I understand each word, yet their combination eludes me." Bulma, noticing Alice's confusion, gently asked, "You do have a bank account, don't you?" Alice, not fully grasping the concept, nodded nonetheless. Bulma regarded her with a complex expression. After inquiring about Alice's situation, she called her parents to assist Alice with her identification issues. Of course, the details she shared were fabricated, and thus, Alice found herself with an identification on Earth, albeit rather haphazardly. Alice, uninterested in the convolutions of this process, felt it was better than her previous life of wandering. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a stable existence? She removed the necklace from around her neck and handed it to Bulma, who accepted it and carefully removed the Dragon Ball from it. However, Bulma was also captivated by the pearls adorning the necklace, which were unlike any she had encountered before, drawing her into a moment of fascination. Seeing Bulma's interest, Alice decided to gift her the pearls. "No, I can't accept this. I only purchased the orb I wanted," Bulma quickly declined. Alice responded, "I have plenty of these. Consider them a gift for our meeting. But I do have a request." "What kind of request?" Bulma inquired, puzzled. "Could you help me find some books? The more, the better, as there's much I wish to learn." Alice directly expressed her wish. "Oh, is that all? I have plenty of books at home. You can come and browse them any time," Bulma replied, then continued, "By the way, Alice, have you trained in martial arts? I really had to exert myself to catch up with you the other day." "Well, a little," Alice admitted. "No wonder you were so quick," Bulma exclaimed. Chapter 4. Settling at Bulma's home, would you like to learn? Bulma asked. No, I can't handle that atmosphere. Are there many aliens like you around?" "Not really. I lack their strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fled to Earth." "Please keep this a secret, I beg you," Alice pleaded, adopting a charming tone. Bulma found it irresistible. How could someone so lovely plead so adorably? Realizing she had successfully diverted the conversation, Alice felt relieved. Being in an unfamiliar place, having someone to rely on was comforting. From their earlier discussions, she gathered that there were indeed formidable individuals on this planet, and Bulma, from her words, seemed rather powerful. Alice felt a surge of excitement, knowing that engaging with strong opponents could hasten her own growth, though she must remain cautious to avoid any embarrassing defeats. "By the way, Bulma, what year is it?" "Year 757 of the Age of the Dragon," Bulma replied. "Well, you see, I've been wandering ever since my home was destroyed, so I lost track of time." Alice feigned sadness. Bulma immediately embraced her for comfort, unable to bear seeing such a beautiful girl in distress. Little did Bulma know, Alice was secretly reveling in her clever manipulation. Some might wonder why Saiyans are typically depicted with tails. Bulma, however, was none the wiser, as Alice had cleverly concealed her tail around her waist, adorned with decorative items. Moreover, even without adornments, her tail would remain hidden beneath her clothing. Having heard the notorious reputation of Saiyans, she was keen to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. As a child, she had learned how to control the transformation triggered by the moon, a skill imparted by her mentor, Yanaka. By altering her magnetic field fluctuations, she could prevent the transformation altogether. Furthermore, even if she did transform, she would not lose her sanity. "Alice, if you have nowhere to go, you are welcome to stay at my home. It's quite spacious," Bulma suggested. "Is that really appropriate? Wouldn't it be too intrusive?" Alice hesitated, feeling somewhat guilty for having deceived Bulma. "Not at all. Besides, my home is filled with exciting things. Don't you want to come?" Bulma continued to entice her. "All right then, Alice relented, and upon her agreement, Bulma excitedly led her on a tour, ultimately capturing Alice's interest with her extensive library. Seeing Alice so engaged, Bulma permitted her to explore freely while she prepared a room for Alice and some delightful treats. Alice approached a bookshelf, took down a book, and settled into a nearby chair to read. Although it may seem impolite, she was utterly captivated by the book's content. When Bulma returned, she found Alice lost in her reading, illuminated by a beam of light, rendering her a vision. Reluctant to interrupt, Bulma eventually guided Alice to the room she had prepared. "Thank you, Bulma," Alice expressed. "Of course," Bulma replied, and after exchanging pleasantries, they returned to their respective tasks. The following morning, Bulma awoke to find Alice practicing her morning routine. "Good morning," Bulma greeted, rubbing her eyes. "Would you like to join me?" Alice offered. Bulma promptly declined, preferring to abstain from such activities. Thus, Alice resided at Bulma's home for 3 months. "What is wrong, Alice? You seem rather downcast," Bulma noted, observing Alice curled up on the sofa, a stark contrast to her usually carefree demeanor. "Well, Bulma, I was just fired from my job," Alice lamented, burying her face in Bulma's embrace. "That was my first job. Who would have imagined that the girl who sought to conquer Earth 3 months prior would find herself in such a state? Truly, fate has a peculiar way of unfolding. Don't cry, Alice. You're wonderful, and that boss is the one missing out. I'll prepare something delicious for you shortly," Bulma reassured the sobbing Alice. "I want vanilla pudding, pineapple buns, and milk," Alice whimpered, still nestled in Bulma's arms. All right, I'll make sure to prepare them for you." Upon concluding her discussion, Bulma set off to gather the items requested by Alice. The moment Bulma departed, Alice's demeanor shifted dramatically. She muttered through clenched teeth, "Just you wait. If I don't dismantle your pathetic company by tonight, I'm not a Saiyan." Thanks to Bulma's meticulous care, Alice eventually reverted to her usual self. "Why do I feel as though I'm the older one here? You're the one who is actually a year my senior," Bulma sighed in exasperation. "Humph. Others wish to take care of me, yet I haven't had the chance. If you can look after me, consider yourself fortunate," Alice replied ambiguously. "By the way, I've repaired this device for you. Would you like to take a look?" Bulma presented a gadget to Alice, the very detector that had been inadvertently damaged during her first visit to Earth. Eagerly, Alice accepted it, examining the device with interest. "What is this gadget for? It appears quite advanced, and it took considerable effort to repair," Bulma inquired curiously. "It's a detector. It can gauge a person's combat power," Alice explained, omitting the fact that it only measures surface-level abilities and cannot detect those capable of concealing their energy. "How fascinating. Let us see what mine is." "After 3 months of training with you, I must have improved significantly," Bulma said excitedly. "All right, let us find out," Alice replied, proceeding to skin Bulma. "Beep, beep, beep. 30. Just 30? Bulma expressed her disappointment, expecting a more impressive figure. Alice, with a hint of sympathy, reassured her, "You are significantly stronger than the average person now. You surpassed the vast majority by leaps and bounds." This was indeed true, as Bulma's initial combat power had been weaker than that of the dinosaur she had consumed. But now she could effortlessly slice it into pieces. "Really? Then why can't I master the flight technique you taught me?" Bulma lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened, wishing to soar through the skies like her friends. "No rush. Take your time," Alice consoled her, recognizing that everyone has their unique strengths. Her teachings were merely intended to equip Bulma with some self-defense skills, not to turn her into a powerhouse. "Let me see your combat power." "I'd rather not." "Come on, let me see." "No. Behave, let me have a look." "No way, Bulma. Just let me see," Bulma insisted, snatching the detector and replicating Alice's earlier procedure to scan her. "Beep, beep, beep. 303. How impressive," Bulma exclaimed, astonished. Given that Alice had just mentioned that her own power of 30 could easily overpower most individuals, the figure of 303 was indeed formidable, suggesting Alice possessed the capability to dominate the world. A thought struck Bulma. She wondered how Alice compared to Goku. "Alice, I must introduce you to a friend. He might be as powerful as you." Upon hearing this, Alice's interest piqued. After all, her own combat power had risen significantly, estimated to be around 80 million since arriving on Earth, thanks to her enhanced mindset. Bulma had mentioned that this friend was likely to possess similar strength, suggesting a power level of about 80 million as well. Of course, Alice selectively disregarded certain details. "Goku might be slightly stronger than your 303. Considering I haven't witnessed your combat abilities," Bulma added. Alice's interest waned instantly. "What? I was looking forward to it." Bulma, oblivious to Alice's disappointment, continued excitedly. "How about we visit Goku's house? We'll go once you master the flight technique." No. Before she could finish her protest, Alice had already dragged her to the training room. 3 days later. "Alice, I can't go on." "No, I believe you can." "I truly can't. I might become strange and malfunction. Just hang in there. We're almost there." Ultimately, Bulma could no longer bear it and fainted. Alice, helpless, carried the disheveled and sweaty Bulma to rest. Sigh. It hasn't even been long, and she is already unconscious, Alice muttered, heading to the training area to put away the equipment they had just used. By the way, did anyone else mind wander? If so, go reflect on it. After enduring Alice's grueling training, Bulma finally managed to master the flight technique. If she hadn't, Alice shuddered to think of the outrageous actions that might ensue. If there were anything more terrifying than that, it was the fact that in just these 3 short days, Alice had once again been dismissed from her job. With Bulma unconscious, Alice dropped any pretense and took a refreshing bath in the pool, taking a moment to pamper her poor tail. You've worked hard, dear tail. Let your sister indulge you today. After tending to her tail, Alice, with a flushed complexion, rested on the edge of the pool. As expected, no matter how much I practice, my tail remains quite sensitive. But why is it only my touch that elicits this response? Shrugging off the thought, she rose, dressed, and left the pool with grace. As she passed Bulma's room, a sudden thought struck her. She opened the door and gently placed her hand on Bulma's forehead. Her palm radiated a soft white light, and within minutes, Alice exited Bulma's room. Why do I feel like I've become dim-witted since coming to Earth? Why did I even mention the detector to her? Thankfully, I can modify memories. Otherwise, I'd be facing a slew of troublesome matters. But this method only allows for temporary alterations. Well, it suffices for now, Alice mumbled as she returned to her room. All she desired was a peaceful existence, free from trouble, yet unafraid of confrontation. If someone dared to provoke her, they could only pray for their own survival. Otherwise, they would surely meet their demise. That evening, Bulma awoke. Ugh, Alice is truly harsh, but what did I forget? Why am I working so hard to master the flight technique? Bulma scratched her head, feeling anxious but unable to recall the reason. Isn't it good that I've become stronger? Choosing not to dwell on it further, she resolved that if she couldn't remember, it was of little consequence. However, she was eager to test how long she could fly now. After all, flying in the air was nothing like piloting a craft. The moment this thought crossed her mind, she began her flight practice around the house. Yet, due to her inexperience, she inevitably bumped into things, much to her mother's concern. Alice observed from the side, watching Bulma as if she were a beloved toy, sharing the moment with her mother and eliciting laughter. This is quite delightful. Now I should find something to occupy my time. I can't rely on Bulma forever or I'll become lazy. With that, Alice left the house and drove to the marketplace, naturally seeking employment. As she drove and listened to music, she felt quite carefree, if only she weren't often dismissed from jobs. This time, amidst the crowd, Alice sensed an energy fluctuation significantly more potent than that of the others. She curiously slowed down and gazed in the direction of the aura, only to behold a man clad in work attire walking down the street with her wife and child. He appeared quite robust, if one were to overlook the substantial burden he carried in his hands. When Alice directed her gaze towards the child, she was astonished to discover that this little one possessed a tail, just like her. To her surprise, this planet also harbored descendants of Saiyans. Alice then shifted her attention to the man. He must also be a Saiyan. Yet why did he lack a tail? Had it been severed? Was it due to the negative implications associated with possessing one? And what of his wife? No, Saiyans could not possibly be so weak. They should be as formidable as this man. Was she human? Alice continued to scrutinize the Sun family, but her intense gaze made them acutely aware, prompting them to turn and look back at her. At that moment, Son Goku cast his eyes upon Alice. Although her aura was subdued, the instinct of a martial artist told him that this woman was a formidable opponent, likely as strong as, or even stronger than, himself. Oh, my apologies. I couldn't help but admire the adorable child. Alice fabricated a flimsy excuse. Chapter 5, Meeting the Sun Family. Kiki glanced at Alice. You are truly beautiful. Thank you. You are quite lovely as well. These two must be your husband and child. Your husband is quite handsome, and your child is exceedingly cute. Alice replied with a cheerful smile. Kiki blushed, covering her face with her hands. Beautiful, you say? At that moment, Son Goku addressed Alice. You must be a martial artist. Though I cannot sense your energy, I can feel your strength. Oh my, what a keen intuition. I almost forgot to introduce myself. My name is Alice. By your definition, I suppose I can consider myself a martial artist as well, Alice declared as she stepped out of the vehicle. Upon hearing that the other party was also a martial artist, Son Goku felt a surge of excitement, yet he was currently occupied with Kiki and Gohan shopping for supplies, which made it somewhat regrettable that he could not spar with her at that moment. Kiki, observing the sudden familiarity between the two, felt a twinge of jealousy and interjected. Goku, you're being somewhat rude. Miss Alice has introduced herself. Your behavior is rather disrespectful. She then turned to Alice and said, Hello, Miss Alice. I'm Kiki. You may call me Kiki. This is my husband, Son Goku, and this is my son, Son Gohan. Son Goku was taken aback by Kiki's sudden assertiveness, but said nothing in response. Please, just call me Alice. Honorifics feel somewhat awkward. So, Kiki, where are you headed? Alice inquired. Her curiosity piqued, for they appeared to be laden with more than mere household items. Kiki sighed. We are waiting for a bus. A bus? You didn't drive here? Alice questioned, her confusion evident, as she was unaware of the Sun family's financial constraints. Kiki felt a bit embarrassed by Alice's inquiry and hesitated, unsure of how to respond. After all, the financial burdens of their household largely rested on her shoulders. While Son Goku was infatuated with martial arts and unlikely to focus on a steady job, although she did not oppose Goku's training. She often envied others whose husbands earned a living and drove new cars. Now, she could only place her hopes on Gohan, wishing he would not follow in his father's footsteps. Noticing Kiki's discomfort, Alice swiftly offered, what if I give you a ride? After all, I've taken up enough of your time. Kiki felt slightly embarrassed but did not refuse, accepting the kind offer. Alice stored her current vehicle in a capsule and then switched to an off-road vehicle. After securing their belongings, they all climbed aboard. Where do you live? On Bowsy Mountain. Kiki replied, her cheeks reddening slightly. Alice said nothing, merely smiling as she drove, not looking down on them. After all, she too found herself dependent on others. The little one should be about a year old, right? No, he is only 6 months, Kiki corrected. Alice responded. Which child is the size of a 1 or 2-year-old at just 6 months? He must possess Saiyan blood. That has nothing to worry about. She was born not long ago and even destroyed a planet. Several hours later, Alice vowed that this was undoubtedly the longest drive she had ever undertaken. She decided not to involve Yanaga, as it seemed he had incurred enough debt with the King of Hell, likely owing numerous lives by now. As Alice observed the Sun family residing in such a modest abode, she fell into contemplation. Even Bulma had provided her with more spacious accommodations. However, before she could ponder further, Son Goku swiftly carried their belongings into the house and then leapt out of the window, landing directly in front of Alice. Alice, let us have a spar. Son Goku exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Goku, how can you act this way? Alice is our guest, Kiki began, but Alice waved her hand, indicating it was all right. It's perfectly fine, Kiki. I actually think Mr. Goku's demeanor suits a martial artist very well. Alice replied as she removed her jacket and placed it in the vehicle. She then produced 2 stacks of yen and a string of pearls, offering them to Kiki. Please don't rush to refuse. In a certain sense, I should have a connection to Mr. Son Goku. As for the specifics, allow me to keep a bit of suspense, Alice said, not giving Kiki a chance to decline, and then she soared into the sky. Kiki remained in a daze, processing what she had just heard. This newly acquainted Alice had a connection to Goku? What kind of connection could it be? It didn't seem to be that sort of relationship. Could they be relatives? But that didn't quite fit. She was well aware of Goku's circumstances and couldn't make sense of it, so she dismissed the thought. She then glanced at the yen in her hands, all in 10,000 yen bills. She hurried back inside to begin counting the money, 2 million yen in total. Kiki was overwhelmed by this sudden stroke of fortune. It wasn't that she was greedy, but she was considering Gohan's future. She was acutely aware of their household's financial situation and found it quite burdensome. Alice and Son Goku arrived at the ancestral battleground of the Dragon Ball world, a desolate and uninhabited outskirts. Here seems perfect, Mr. Goku, Alice declared as she halted. Son Goku began to warm up. Once adequately prepared, he assumed a combat stance, gazing at Alice with seriousness, though Alice made no moves. She exuded a pressure that was entirely different from what he felt with Piccolo. Son Goku initiated a tentative attack, delivering a whip kick aimed at Alice's face, only for her to effortlessly intercept it with just 2 fingers. Mr. Goku, I believe there is no need for such tentative strikes. Let us be straightforward, Alice stated. Her meaning unmistakable. She wanted Goku to unleash his full power. Upon hearing this, Son Goku leaped back to his original position. In that case, I shall be serious. With that, he began to gather energy. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying white energy surged around Son Goku. How intriguing, Alice observed with keen interest as she watched him. Here I come, Son Goku shouted, releasing his energy before launching himself towards Alice like an arrow, throwing out several energy blasts as a diversion. Decent attack, but it's ineffective against absolute strength, Alice thought as she instantaneously teleported behind Son Goku and delivered a powerful kick. Son Goku was sent flying a considerable distance, the blow causing him to cough up blood. Cough, cough, you are indeed formidable. Let us see how you handle this, Son Goku declared, squatting down with his knees bent, placing his hands by his right side. Kamehameha. A surge of energy erupted from the palms of Sun Wukong, aiming toward his opponent. It was a commendable attack, yet the preparation time was excessively lengthy. Alice, with a casual flick of her wrist, countered with an energy wave that effortlessly sent his attack back in his direction. One need not question the disparity. With a combat power exceeding 80 million against a mere few hundred, it was akin to deploying a nuclear bomb against a mosquito. Had she not moderated her strength, one might wonder if Sun Wukong would still be standing. Sun Wukong, witnessing his own attack being repelled with such overwhelming force, gritted his teeth, striving to withstand the onslaught. However, his efforts proved futile, and the energy ultimately detonated before him. Coughing and sputtering, he lamented, "I've lost. But I never anticipated you, Alice, to be so formidable." Alice fell silent, introspecting on how her encounter with Sun Wukong had altered her demeanor, leading her to openly acknowledge her martial prowess and even consent to his challenge. She couldn't help but sigh, accepting that one must face challenges as they come. "Are you all right?" Alice inquired, concerned for him, as it was her presence that had led to his predicament. As Sun Wukong was helped to his feet, he remarked, "I thought I was done for. But truly, you are remarkably strong. I didn't even last a single round." He scratched his head in bewilderment. "All those brushes with death have shaped me. If I weren't a bit stronger, I might have long since met my demise." Alice cast him a sidelong glance as she assisted him in flying back. Upon their return, Chi-Chi had prepared dinner. "Ah, you're back. Just in time. Dinner is ready. Go wash your hands," she called to them. At the mention of food, Sun Wukong sprang into action, dashing toward the dining table, eager to feast, only to be halted by a stern look from Chi-Chi, compelling him to obediently wash his hands first. Alice observed their dynamic with a sense of envy. Perhaps it was her solitary existence that made such warmth seem so desirable. Once seated at the table, she clasped her hands together in front of her chest and announced, "Let us begin." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong displayed no regard for etiquette and began devouring the meal with fervor, reminiscent of a famished soul reborn. The sight of his hearty appetite whetted Alice's own, though the fare before them was somewhat peculiar. Dishes such as lizard soup, fried scorpions, centipedes, and frogs, with fish being the only relatively normal option. Yet, to Alice, these were trivial. She had dined on far stranger cuisine from various planets. Chi-Chi noticed Alice's cautious eating and, filled with concern, apologized. "I'm sorry, Alice. This is all we have here." Familiarity might excuse such offerings, but considering Alice was a newcomer, it was understandable that she might find them unpalatable. Alice shook her head, smiling. "It's delicious. Chi-Chi, your cooking is excellent. My slow pace is merely to savor these unique flavors, as they are rare treats elsewhere." With that, she ladled herself a bowl of lizard soup and savored it slowly. Seeing Alice genuinely enjoy the meal eased Chi-Chi's worries, and she proceeded to serve rice and meat to Sun Wukong. Alice observed them, sighing inwardly, reflecting on the peculiar genetic traits of Saiyans, growing rapidly in childhood, halting at a certain height, only to experience another growth spurt around 20. Truly, they were remarkable beings. After feeding Goten, Chi-Chi settled next to Alice and inquired, "Alice, what do you mean when you say it relates to Wukong?" Unable to suppress her curiosity any longer, she pressed for clarification. Alice, adjusting her waist wrap, revealed her tail. "You must have guessed by now. A tail? You have a tail too?" Chi-Chi was taken aback. Sun Wukong, confused, glanced between them and hastily swallowed his food before racing to Alice's side. "Just like me when I was little, you have a tail. In a sense, we belong to the same race, and it's quite possible we are among the last of our kind, though I have yet to encounter any others besides you." Alice gently stroked her tail. "What do you mean?" "Literally speaking, I survived a genocide due to being abandoned in my infancy. As for your situation, I am uncertain," Alice replied nonchalantly. Chi-Chi's expression shifted to one of concern as she glanced at both Sun Wukong and Alice. Such topics were difficult for anyone to digest. "Ah, Chi-Chi, please don't wear such a worried expression. Our race, ice and tea well regarded. After all, the deeds of our kin have earned us a rather notorious reputation," Alice lamented, acknowledging the Saiyans' ill-famed legacy. Chi-Chi appeared bewildered, her expression one of shock and disbelief. Alice, however, chose not to delve deeper into explanations. It sufficed that they understood she harbored no malice. As for the rest, she felt a sense of helplessness, unable to alter their memories without fulfilling numerous conditions. Soon, they shifted topics, steering away from the uncomfortable discussion. That night, Alice lay on the grassy expanse, gazing at the stars. Just then, Sun Wukong appeared out of nowhere. "Alice, please teach me how to train." "Huh?" Alice was taken aback by his abrupt request. In the ensuing chapter, Alice found herself flabbergasted by Sun Wukong's earnestness. Teach him to train? The thought alone sent her into a frenzy, considering how overwhelming it was to instruct Bulma, let alone another. "Mr. Wukong, I'm not particularly adept at teaching. I can accompany you in training, but to instruct you seems beyond my capabilities." Sun Wukong, undeterred, bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Please, Alice." His fervent demeanor made Alice feel a twinge of embarrassment. Was she truly qualified to teach? Seeing her hesitance, Sun Wukong pressed again. Alice, please. With a heavy sigh, Alice resigned herself to the situation. Let us discuss this tomorrow. My training here isn't appropriate, and I need to consult with Chi-Chi, right? Thank you so much, Alice. Sun Wukong beamed, scratching his head with his signature goofy grin. As Alice contemplated her earlier intentions, she realized she had lost track of time since meeting this endearing fool. Do you have a phone at home, Mr. Wukong? A phone? Chi-Chi has one. I'll go get it. He darted back into the house. The commotion of his return was nothing short of chaotic, yet undeniably charming. Moments later, he emerged, clutching an antiquated phone. Alice couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia mixed with concern for Wukong's living situation. However, there was no need to be so frugal, after all. A mobile phone is not particularly expensive. Yet, Alice refrained from commenting, as she recalled the Scion's prodigious appetites. This seemed to make sense. She picked up the phone and directly dialed Bulma. Sun Wukong was quite astonished to learn that Alice was calling Bulma. Surprised that Alice not only knew Bulma, but also resided in her home. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Bulma, Alice returned the phone to Sun Wukong. Alice, you know Bulma? You even live with her? He queried, astonished. Well, we share a mentor-student relationship, Alice replied, placing a hand on her forehead. You even teach her martial arts? Wukong asked, genuinely surprised, given that Bulma had little interest in the martial arts. I've merely taught her some self-defense techniques and levitation skills. That's about all I can offer, as I'm not particularly adept at teaching, Alice admitted, feeling somewhat helpless, acknowledging her own limitations in instruction, although she was quite skilled at teasing. Is that so? Then could you enlighten me about our race? Wukong inquired, his curiosity piqued. On this matter? My knowledge is rather limited. As I mentioned earlier, all I know is that our race is called the Scions, and we resemble Earthlings almost entirely, save for the tail. However, I was abandoned as a child, so this is all I can share, Alice concluded, pondering her own propensity for verbosity on this day. Ah, I see, Wukong replied, his understanding vague. All right, it's time to rest. Tomorrow, I will take you to a place that should suit you well. With that, Alice tossed out a capsule. With a soft pop, a tent appeared on the open ground, and without a backward glance, Alice entered. After freshening up, she lay in her sleeping bag, contemplating her unusual verbosity that day. Thankfully, she had not divulged too much, which was a small blessing amidst her misfortune. Lost in thought, Alice eventually drifted off to sleep. The following day, Alice rose slowly, stretching her limbs. What splendid weather today, perfect for some mischief. After a brief period of movement, Alice packed up the tent and commenced her daily exercise routine. She began weight-bearing runs around the vicinity of Bun Mountain and soon encountered Sun Wukong. A mischievous idea sparked in Alice's mind. She suppressed her presence, stealthily approaching Wukong from behind, and began cackling eerily. Wukong, I'm feeling so lonely. Come play with me. Wukong shivered, turning stiffly to find Alice's pale visage, with blood tears glistening in her eyes. Oh, he had not expected such a fright. Upon turning, he was startled by Alice's close proximity, and upon closer inspection, he realized the ghostly figure was indeed Alice. Ha ha ha, how delightful. That expression of yours was simply too entertaining. Alice laughed heartily, mimicking his startled face, and soon found herself chuckling again at the memory. Stop laughing, Wukong exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. He had indeed been taken aback, after all. Who wouldn't be startled by such a sudden scare? After a fit of laughter, Alice finally managed to compose herself. All right, I won't laugh anymore. I just didn't expect to scare you, Mr. Wukong, she teased, casting him a playful glance. Wukong was puzzled by her sudden shifts in demeanor. Just yesterday, she had seemed quite normal. Today she had taken on such a mischievous character. Was it truly so enjoyable to frighten him? Alice paid no heed to Wukong's emotional fluctuations and proceeded to wash her face in a nearby stream. By the way, Mr. Wukong, have you informed Chi-Chi about your training plans? Wukong nodded vigorously, his eagerness to set off palpable. Alice could tell he had likely merely mentioned his intention. Without confirming it with Chi-Chi, it was obvious, despite their limited time together, she could still make such deductions. Though she thought this, Alice had no intention of meddling, as it was not her concern. Her sole responsibility was to take Wukong to her gravity chamber. Why fuss over unnecessary details? Well, as long as you mentioned it. It's now 7 in the morning. We'll depart in half an hour. If you need to grab anything, do so quickly. I lack the patience to wait, Alice said, glancing at the time. Okay, Wukong exclaimed, immediately summoning the Nimbus to carry him back. Alice watched him dash off to prepare, leaning against a nearby tree as she waited. Chapter 7. First experience in the gravity chamber. After a few minutes, Wukong returned, unburdened, clad only in a training outfit. Well, if you didn't bring food, that's that. It's not like I will be the one starving, Alice thought, reassured that she had only promised to aid him in training, the specifics of which were still up to her discretion. That said, she still advised Wukong to consider bringing some snacks. Wukong scratched his head and replied, "If I get hungry, I can just catch something. No need for all that hassle." Alice internally sighed, thinking, "Do you really believe I will grant you the luxury of time to hunt? Don't be absurd. You might not even manage to escape the gravity chamber." Nonetheless, she dismissed it. It was his choice not to bring supplies, and she would not be held accountable. With a glance at Wukong, Alice took off in a specific direction, toward a gravity chamber she had designated for training. This was not the gravity chamber from her ship, which she was not willing to dismantle. Rather, this was a supplementary gravity chamber, detachable and capable of generating a maximum of 1,000 times Earth's gravity. It was merely a transitional facility, but sufficient for Wukong at his current level. Whoosh! As they soared over a particular valley, a figure clad in purple training attire witnessed Wukong zipping past at an astonishing speed, turning green with envy. This irate figure was none other than Piccolo. However, upon noticing the woman flying ahead of Wukong, he momentarily lost focus, not from awe, but from sensing Alice's aura, which surpassed even Wukong's. Piccolo's intense gaze caught Alice's attention, prompting her to follow his line of sight. She overheard Piccolo mutter, "Interesting, I didn't expect there to be a Namekian on Earth." While surprised to encounter a Namekian, Alice did not dwell on it, having encountered a few during her cosmic wanderings. Unbeknownst to her, Piccolo overheard her musings, and far away, the Supreme Kai did as well. "A Namekian? Ah, so I am a Namekian. That explains why I feel so different from others," the Supreme Kai mused to himself. Half an hour later, Alice arrived at the gravity chamber's location, which was, in fact, a small house. However, she did not rush inside but instead turned to look back. "You've followed me this far. Aren't you going to reveal yourself?" Wukong also turned to see his old acquaintance, Piccolo. "Ah, it's Piccolo. Here to challenge me again?" Wukong said nonchalantly, as Piccolo was both a rival and a companion on their respective journeys of growth, one of the few who could match him. Piccolo, however, was not as carefree as Wukong. He scrutinized Alice warily. "Is this your ally, Wukong? I didn't expect you to enlist such a formidable companion to defeat me." Alice gazed at Piccolo in silence, wishing to express her indifference towards their ongoing feud. However, she chose to remain mute, not wanting to become the incessant answerer of questions. "Are you referring to Alice? She is not my hired help. Rather, she has been brought here to instruct me in my training. As for defeating you, I prefer to handle that myself," Son Goku declared, addressing Piccolo. "Humph," Piccolo scoffed at Goku's nonsensical bravado. "Let us have a contest, Son Goku. I wish to see if you have made any progress. If not, you shall meet your end at my hands." With that, he soared into the sky, with Goku swiftly following suit. Alice observed their aerial skirmish, which resembled a playful game to her, given that her combat prowess was not on par with theirs. She then leaped onto a tree trunk to watch the two engage in their battle, having somehow acquired a bucket of popcorn. "Left hook, right hook, oh my. That blow was devastating," she exclaimed, munching on popcorn while enjoying their clash. "Look at them go, especially Goku, who is starting to bite back." Ultimately, their fight ended in a draw, both of them collapsing on the ground, utterly exhausted. Noticing their cessation of combat, Alice felt a twinge of impatience. "You two should continue. Such a delightful spectacle is rare. Hurry up, I want to see rivers of blood." Alas, her wishes went unfulfilled as they lay panting on the ground. At that moment, Alice conceived an amusing idea, to have them train together and occasionally spar, claiming it was to assess their training progress. The more she contemplated it, the more feasible it seemed. Once her plan was settled, Alice approached the two and crouched beside them. "You're Piccolo, correct? Would you be interested in training here alongside Mr. Goku?" Piccolo remained silent, and Alice patiently awaited his response, inadvertently releasing a hint of her aura during the lull. Feeling the oppressive energy, Piccolo dared not breathe loudly, fearing this formidable presence might take his life. He valued his existence. However, if this person were to train him, it might not be such a bad deal, considering that even a fraction of her released energy suggested he would stand no chance against her. Thus, he reluctantly agreed. Seeing Piccolo acquiesce, Alice stood and casually cast healing spells on both Goku and Piccolo, mending their battle-worn injuries within minutes. "All right, follow me," she instructed, flying back to the gravity chamber, with Goku and Piccolo trailing behind. "Step inside. You shall reside here for an extended period," Alice said with a cheerful smile. Piccolo sensed an ominous premonition from her grin, while the oblivious Goku busily examined the array of unfamiliar equipment. Alice pointed to several oddly shaped garments, encouraging them to don them. "Fear not, these are merely training outfits. Now hurry and change," she urged, her smile unwavering. As they reached for the garments, they were astonished by their weight, at least 500 pounds. Thankfully, it was merely double the weight of their usual attire. Once they had changed, Alice watched with amusement as they stumbled awkwardly. "All right, handsome lads, it's time to warm up," she announced before ignoring them and exiting the gravity chamber to flip the electric switch, kindly shutting the door behind her. Alice initiated only double the gravity for their warm-up, ensuring it wasn't too overwhelming. Suddenly, Goku and Piccolo felt their bodies grow heavy, collapsing to the floor, struggling to rise, realizing they could barely exert their strength. "Do not even think about using your power," Alice's voice echoed through the chamber. "The training suits I provided have suppressed all your abilities. Now, you must rely solely on yourselves. Continue your warm-up. Once it concludes, things won't be so easy." After a few minutes, observing their improved mobility, Alice spoke into the microphone once more. "It appears your warm-up is nearly complete. Now, training commences." With that, she increased the gravity to 5 times. Caught off guard, the two collapsed again, struggling to raise their heads to see Alice outside, casually enjoying popcorn and teasing them. "Oh dear, Mr. Goku and Mr. Piccolo. Today's dinner consists of only one serving. What shall we do? It seems one of you will be going hungry tonight." Seeing their exhausted expressions filled Alice with a sense of delight. "Furthermore, I've decided that from now on, each meal will only be prepared for one. Only the victor shall dine, so you two best strive for success." As they stared at her in shock, Alice couldn't contain her laughter, finding the situation immensely entertaining. However, realizing they might not eat at all, she slightly lowered the bar. "Well, since it's your first experience here, I'll begrudgingly reduce the difficulty. Whoever reaches that machine first wins." She resumed munching on popcorn, watching them struggle, cheering them on, and occasionally sipping from a drink she produced from seemingly nowhere. Piccolo gritted his teeth, muttering, "That damned woman." Goku, witnessing Alice's antics, felt a strong sense of disapproval but kept it to himself, as speaking was an exhausting endeavor, especially with Piccolo nearly surpassing him in the race. After what felt like an eternity of crawling, Piccolo reached the endpoint first and shot a challenging glance at Goku. I can't believe I lost," Goku exclaimed. Upon the emergence of the victor, Alice switched off the gravity device, allowing them to exit. "Alas, Mr. Goku, you shall go hungry tonight. By the way, you cannot leave without my permission, so your hopes of finding food are dashed." Alice anticipated Goku's intentions, decisively cutting off their escape route. Allowing them free passage would eliminate the fun. Some might wonder why Alice's demeanor fluctuated so dramatically. For those inquiring, it is essential to recognize that this capricious nature is her true essence. The previous personas were mere facades. Furthermore, compared to the brutal temperament of Saiyans, this was a marked improvement. "Congratulations, Mr. Piccolo, on winning today's prize. Now, please enjoy the fruits of your victory." With that, Alice retrieved a food container from a nearby shelf and handed it to Piccolo. "Do not underestimate the quantity. This sustenance will suffice for your next training session. Now, I must prepare the meals for the coming time. Do not even think of sneaking out. Once you don those outfits, you can't remove them." With those final words, Alice exited. Piccolo glanced at the food, then at Goku, a smile creeping onto his face as he pondered something. "If you beg me, I might consider it." Before Piccolo could finish his thought, Goku scrambled over, utterly shameless. "Piccolo, share some with me. I promise to split my next meal with you, I swear." Piccolo found himself momentarily choked by the shameless demeanor of Sun Wukong. After all, such behavior was quite embarrassing. Nevertheless, Piccolo refrained from voicing his thoughts, realizing that he would have to train alongside this individual for a considerable time in the future. Upon emerging from their recent endeavor, he had noticed that spending merely half a day in that realm felt akin to enduring a month of arduous training. He pondered whether spending more time with someone named Alice would render him even stronger. With this contemplation in mind, Piccolo decided to share half of his food with Sun Wukong, acknowledging that it was due to this fellow that he had been brought along for training. However, witnessing Sun Wukong devour the food without hesitation caused Piccolo to feel a pang of urgency. "Hey, don't just snatch that. That's mine." Alice, observing their interaction from outside, left with a satisfied smile. Once they had finished their meal, they began to examine their surroundings, discovering numerous unfamiliar items, many of which they could hardly lift, requiring their combined strength. It was only then that they realized the food box was quite heavy. Initially, they had attributed its weight to their fatigue, but after resting, lifting it again revealed it to be at least 100 pounds. However, they did not dwell on this, as they often carried burdens exceeding 200 pounds. The following day, when they encountered Alice again, she appeared markedly different, donning a sleek black training outfit. Her tail was no longer adorned with embellishments, but was instead gracefully coiled around her waist. Bulma was taken aback upon seeing her tail, although she had glimpsed it before. Alice had previously chosen to keep it concealed, uncertain of the presence of enemies on Earth. Today, however, Alice was disinclined to maintain any pretense, finding it rather exhausting. All right, handsome lads, today we shall engage in something different. Different? The two queried in unison. Do you see that mountain ahead? Your objective today is to carry me to the summit. Quite simple, isn't it? Alice said with a beaming smile. Piccolo sensed the underlying complexity of this seemingly straightforward task, realizing that such simplicity often concealed challenges. Moreover, Alice's attire suggested she was not there merely to enjoy herself. Taking a seat in a palanquin, her intentions were unmistakable. She expected them to bear her weight. Your meals await you at the mountain's peak, she added. Piccolo thought to himself, I knew it, and noticed that Alice's weight had caused the palanquin to sink slightly. Just how heavy was she? Sun Wukong confidently asserted that he could carry Alice alone, yet after a considerable struggle, he had barely moved a meter. Piccolo was astonished. Under normal circumstances, Sun Wukong should not have faltered due to weight alone. Unless Alice cast a glance at Piccolo. It is precisely as you suspect, aside from your physical prowess. Your other abilities are currently sealed. Do you see that iron ring on my tail? It weighs 2 tons. Based on yesterday's gravity, you could just about manage to move under this weight. Both Piccolo and Sun Wukong were taken aback. Even without their powers, lifting 2 tons would be a tremendous challenge. The fact that Alice wore it with such ease, akin to carrying a mere leaf, was astounding. What is the matter, Mr. Wukong and Mr. Piccolo? Are you both unable to handle this? Or have you simply lost your edge? Alice teased, her gaze playful. Chapter 9, The Exhausted Duo. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Who are you calling weak? I am Piccolo the Great. Do you dare insinuate that I am incapable? His face grew an even deeper shade of green with frustration as he approached Sun Wukong. Step aside. Today I shall show this woman the origin of my name. With a mighty heave, Piccolo attempted to lift the palanquin. To his dismay, the effort only intensified his green visage. Who would have thought Piccolo the Great had such strength? Alice remarked lazily, leaning against the palanquin's armrest. However, Piccolo was too preoccupied to heed her mockery. He was truly caught in a predicament, forcing himself to continue. He managed to outpace Sun Wukong by a mere meter. Bravo, Piccolo the Great. You've managed to traverse 2 meters. Alice's condescending tone only fueled Piccolo's ire further. If looks could kill, she would have perished hundreds of times over. Still, Piccolo took pride in having covered more ground than Sun Wukong, albeit by sheer will. Unlike Sun Wukong, who had given up after a mere meter. After a brief respite, they resumed their arduous trek up the mountain, slowly and steadily. Eventually, they reached a point midway up the slope where they could carry no more and had to set down the palanquin to rest. Sun Wukong collapsed, gasping for breath, while Piccolo leaned against a nearby tree, equally out of breath. Sun Wukong sat up, glancing at the summit, then back at Piccolo, unable to suppress a chuckle. Who would have thought I would be this exhausted, not from a competition, but from a training session with you, Piccolo? Piccolo shot him an exasperated look. He would have preferred to rest than engage in idle chatter. He then noticed Alice, who, to his astonishment, was sipping red wine from the comfort of the palanquin. Great. Now it was even more unbearable. He was laboring to carry this insufferable woman while she leisurely enjoyed herself. Alice, too, felt a bit exasperated. Sitting in the palanquin was dreadfully dull, and at their current snail's pace, they wouldn't reach the summit until nightfall. After resting, they embarked on the arduous journey once more. Alice reveled in the gentle breeze, sipping her wine, appearing utterly at ease. At some point, she produced a book from seemingly nowhere and began to read. After a while, however, boredom crept in. The novelty of watching the two carry her had worn off, and she found herself drifting off to sleep. She was jolted awake by the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, only to find Sun Wukong and Piccolo sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. With a resigned sigh, Alice got up and surveyed her surroundings, realizing they had finally reached the summit. Judging by their condition, it was evident they had pushed themselves without pause. Alice took a capsule from her pocket and tossed it to the ground. With a pop, an array of food and drinks appeared on the open ground. Sun Wukong and Piccolo took a while to recover before diving into the feast with unabashed enthusiasm, tearing into meat and drinking from the pot. At times, their eagerness to share the same piece of meat nearly led to a scuffle, and it seemed they had found themselves in yet another culinary showdown. As they indulged, Alice quietly produced a large jar of extremely spicy chili sauce and poured it into their broth. After completing her mischievous deed, she distanced herself to observe. Moments later, she witnessed Sun Wukong, flames metaphorically spewing from his mouth, frantically searching for water, while Piccolo, equally confused, had unwittingly consumed the spicy soup. Alice couldn't help but burst into laughter, rolling on the ground while the two fire-breathing warriors, unable to retaliate, had no choice but to dash to a nearby small lake to quench their thirst. It took them quite a while to recover from the fiery ordeal, utterly bewildered by the intensity of the chili sauce. When they finally turned back, they discovered that Alice had been recording the entire spectacle. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, Alice commanded her companions to carry her down the mountain. The descent proved to be significantly quicker, as it did not demand the same physical exertion as the ascent, and the absence of the blazing sun made the journey considerably more pleasant. Alice, having witnessed the comical blunders of Sun Wukong and Piccolo, was in high spirits, humming a tune as they traveled. However, this lightheartedness became a trial for the pair tasked with her transport. Not only did their esteemed companion hum a melody, but she also swayed along to the rhythm. As Alice began to sing, her voice echoed, gradually drawn to you by your radiant smile. Together we shatter the endless darkness. Unperturbed by the pain. Hold my hand. When we first met, a cherished moment in the tapestry of memory, recalling the scene, such beauty, unforgettable to this day. A dance of light and shadow. Do you still remember him? A fleeting desire to look back, though such moments may arise. I remain steadfast, filled with love and courage, proudly fighting to the end, never yielding. As she sang, Alice sensed an unsettling silence enveloping them. Wasn't this the time for the usual banter between Sun Wukong and Piccolo? Casting a curious glance at them, she noted their unusual quietness. Certainly, they were up to mischief. Ah well, she mused, having tormented them all day, I shall spare them today. Tomorrow, we shall continue. Just then, Sun Wukong spoke up. Hey, Alice, what was that song you just sang? It was quite lovely. Alice teased. Oh, Mr. Wukong. So you appreciate music as well? How rare. I thought you only had a penchant for martial arts. Sun Wukong chuckled sheepishly. Well, Chi-Chi sings quite often. So I've heard a few. I never would have guessed, Mr. Wukong. Are you planning to take Chi-Chi to karaoke sometime? At this, Sun Wukong felt a tinge of embarrassment. He was rather inept when it came to earning money and had attempted various jobs, yet he could never focus long enough to succeed, often causing Chi-Chi to receive reprimands from her employers as a result. Now, his contributions were limited to farming and hunting to provide for the family, especially with a child now in the picture. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of guilt towards Chi-Chi, yet he could not abandon his martial prowess. Without his strength, he could not protect them, especially considering the many enemies he had made in the past. Observing this unfamiliar side of Sun Wukong, Alice felt a fleeting sense of strangeness, but it quickly dissipated as he reverted to his usual carefree demeanor. Well, if not for our shared experience of being abandoned by our parents, I might extend a bit more care, she thought. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Wukong, could you please lift properly? My apologies. Sun Wukong replied. 3 hours later, Sun Wukong and Piccolo lay on the ground like exhausted dogs, unresponsive even with food placed before them. They appeared utterly spent. But the thought of tomorrow's training brought a renewed sense of joy to Alice. Chapter 10, Alice's terrifying combat power. The following day, Alice awoke to find Sun Wukong and Piccolo looking rather wilted. What's the matter with you two? She questioned, perplexed. It's only the third day. How did it come to this? Piccolo and Sun Wukong exchanged complex glances. Could it be that we've only had 2 meals in the last 2 days? Alice facepalmed. She recalled that these two, while incredibly powerful, had insatiable appetites. The food she consumed was compressed, making it appear as though she ate less. Moreover, her own training had decreased, so her food consumption was minimal. Missing a meal or two was inconsequential for her, but for them, indeed, their energy expenditure had been considerable, and the previous day's meal had been spoiled by her antics. Very well then, let us adjust today's training. We shall postpone the gravity training for now. Instead, we shall engage in practical combat. Upon hearing practical combat, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Alice found it impossible to compare the current exuberance of Sun Wukong with his demeanor the previous day. It was truly a sight to behold. Are we going to fight you? Alice. All right, Piccolo, are you ready? Sun Wukong exclaimed enthusiastically. Piccolo regarded the exuberant Sun Wukong with a sense of embarrassment. He had felt Alice's immense pressure the other day. Yet, he was intrigued by the prospect. After all, she was technically his mentor, even if he scoffed at the notion of having a mentor. He had been alone since birth, learning everything through his own efforts, all in pursuit of defeating Sun Wukong. Having thought this through, Piccolo turned to Alice, his interest in her proposal evident. Fine, if you wish to fight me, you must be prepared for the possibility of being defeated. Although I won't teach you anything, the training I share will be what I have personally experienced, and it will surely enhance your skills. As Alice spoke, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Since you wish to challenge me, I shall not hold back, for the battlefield offers no mercy. So, my little ants, shed your burdens and come forth to amuse me. With that, Alice soared into the sky, flying toward a distant location, prompting Sun Wukong and Piccolo to remove their weighted clothing and follow her. After an indeterminate flight, Alice landed on a deserted island, awaiting their arrival. After a considerable wait, Sun Wukong and Piccolo finally caught up. Took your time, she remarked. raising her hand to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The energy blasts whizzed past Sun Wukong and Piccolo, exploding in midair. Both were startled by the sudden assault, but quickly regained their composure and landed swiftly. Here come the challengers, Alice observed, her expression inscrutable, though they appeared weak at present. She took this battle seriously. Sometimes, engaging with those less powerful could teach one valuable lessons, as the weaker opponents tended to be more cautious and capable of surprising maneuvers. While battling strong foes offered its own lessons, the insights gained were entirely different. As the saying goes, in adversity, tactics intertwine. In abundance, firepower prevails. Though the phrase may not fit perfectly, it encapsulated the essence. Thus, she would approach this battle earnestly. Seeing this serious side of Alice, Sun Wukong and Piccolo steeled themselves. Alice had previously mentioned fighting with the mindset of facing death, indicating that this would not be a mere playful skirmish. They exchanged determined glances and unleashed their energy, charging toward Alice in unison. As they approached her, they suddenly veered in different directions, attempting to attack from multiple angles. However, Alice perceived their intentions as too transparent. Do you think to exploit such trivial tactics to find a flaw? How naive, she declared, unleashing her own energy and sending them flying. Alice continued to exude her power, her battle strength exceeding 8 million. The ground and sea trembled in response to her escalating energy. Sun Wukong and Piccolo swallowed hard at the sight before them. What kind of monster is this? Is she even human? As Piccolo's pupils trembled, he felt a surge of fear in the chilling atmosphere. He cast a glance at Sun Wukong, who was equally drenched in cold sweat. Sun Wukong met his gaze and nodded in acknowledgement. The two then unleashed energy waves towards Alice, but before they could reach her, the formidable aura surrounding her dissipated their attacks effortlessly. Undeterred, they continued their assault on Alice, searching for a chink in her defenses. Alice's power escalated, and as crackling lightning surged around her, it seemed to reach a critical point before stabilizing. Let the second dance commence, my insignificant opponents. Delight me with your performance. Ha 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 ha. With remarkable speed, Alice lunged at Sun Wukong, delivering a seemingly ordinary punch to his abdomen that sent him flying far away. Blood spattered onto his clothes, and Alice clicked her tongue, turning her attention to Piccolo. Now it's your turn, she declared, raising her hand to grasp Piccolo from a distance and slamming him forcefully into the ground. Ugh, Piccolo coughed up blood. Don't underestimate me, you wretched fiend, he retorted, launching an energy wave at Alice. She deftly sidestepped, but Piccolo smiled, forming a gesture with his hand that directed the energy back at her at an odd angle. The energy struck Alice, yet it barely fazed her. Still, she found the control over energy intriguing. After all, she had never encountered an adversary capable of manipulating energy in such a manner. If wielded correctly, it could yield a surprising and elegant attack. Not a bad attempt, Alice remarked, instantaneously teleporting behind Piccolo, resting her head on his shoulder. But that's all it amounts to. That level of force is merely akin to a mosquito's bite. Quite feeble, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Piccolo? With that, she pressed her palm against his lower back and unleashed an energy wave that sent him hurtling away. In that fleeting moment, Sun Wukong, who had returned, executed a swift kick aimed at Alice's face. Alice sidestepped gracefully, seizing his leg and using the momentum to slam him down before launching another energy wave. However, this time Sun Wukong, having learned from his previous encounter, unleashed an energy wave beside him as he hit the ground, propelling himself away from Alice's impending attack. Yet Alice was not one to let him evade her strike so easily. She teleported above him, delivering a crushing kick downwards. Ugh! Sun Wukong spat blood once more. Chapter 11, Playtime. Alice hovered above Sun Wukong for a brief moment before descending heavily, repeating this action several times until she finally ceased. The ground where Sun Wukong lay was now a vast crater. Alice ascended, raising her hand to prepare another energy blast aimed at him. However, she was interrupted by Piccolo, who had approached her without her noticing. With a teasing glance, Alice remarked, "Is it your turn now? Well, it matters not. Even if you take multiple turns, you remain mere ants." She continued to hurl taunts at Piccolo. At that moment, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity while Alice was distracted, launching a swift kick at her. Boom. The kick connected, catching Alice off guard and sending her crashing to the ground. Piccolo, understanding Sun Wukong's intent, quickly followed up with his own attack against Alice. Cough. Cough. Not a bad strike, Alice murmured as she rose, leaning against a nearby rock, only to discover a trickle of blood on her face. Oh dear, I'm bleeding. Of course, this was intentional, for Alice wished to prolong the amusement. She raised her hand again, grasping Sun Wukong, and when Piccolo noticed, he rushed to attack Alice. In response, Alice raised her other hand, capturing Piccolo as well. A wicked smile crossed her face as she slammed their faces together, resulting in an absurd collision. Sun Wukong, turn away. But before he could react, their faces collided, lips brushing against one another. Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with rage. "Ah, you vile woman. How dare you force me to?" Though the words were garbled, the sentiment was unmistakably profane. "Ha ha ha ha, how delightful." Piccolo, in his fury, momentarily forgot about Alice's overwhelming power and recklessly charged at her. At that moment, Piccolo's strength surged dramatically, and Sun Wukong followed suit, launching an attack. Alice, however, was no longer inclined to engage in a serious battle. Her curiosity was piqued, and she sought to explore the limits of these two warriors, intending to tailor her future training accordingly. A small island, over 10 kilometers away from their battle, was rocked by the residual waves of their confrontation, causing its inhabitants to gaze in terror towards the source of the chaos. 3 immensely powerful auras clashed in the distance. 2 belonged to Sun Wukong and Piccolo, while the third was incomparably stronger, yet entirely unfamiliar. The turtle hermit observed solemnly, "Krylin, it appears Wukong and Piccolo are teaming up against that individual." Krylin, paralyzed with fear, sat on the ground. "Master Roshi, are Wukong and Piccolo truly confronting that person?" The turtle hermit nodded. "It seems so. However, the magnitude of that aura is extraordinary. If it desired, it could easily eliminate both Wukong and Piccolo." Krylin inquired, "So, Wukong and Piccolo know this individual and are merely sparring?" "Indeed," Roshi replied. "And it seems that the mysterious aura has weakened while Wukong and Piccolo's energies are steadily rising. I suspect that individual is currently providing them with instruction." Krylin sighed. "Master Roshi, perhaps it's best not to elaborate. It's disheartening." Alice was merely evading their attacks, occasionally retaliating, and both Sun Wukong and Piccolo recognized this pattern. After several minutes, boredom set in for Alice. After all, taunts and mockery held little effect on these two, since she had gleaned enough information. She saw no point in prolonging the encounter. Other than Piccolo's precise control of energy, which piqued her interest, there was little else to engage her. "All right, that should suffice for today," Alice declared, nonchalantly waving her hand and rendering them incapable of further combat. The two collapsed, gasping for breath. "Wow, Alice, you've changed entirely." Sun Wukong gasped between breaths. Piccolo nodded in agreement. "It's merely a side effect of my abilities," Alice remarked dismissively. "Is that so? But truly, you are incredibly strong. Had you not held back, neither Piccolo nor I would have laid a finger on you." "Strong? I wouldn't say so. In the vast universe, there are countless beings far mightier than I. I can barely manage to fend for myself." Alice's words rang true. After all, even the infamous Frisia, a cosmic tyrant, merely scratched the surface of true power. The genuine stronghold is not ostentatious like Frisia. Without the backing of a destroyer god, Frisia would have long been vanquished. "Well then, let us take a well-deserved rest today. The gravity training shall resume once your injuries have healed." With that, Alice took to the skies, not sparing a glance at Goku and his companion. This time, Alice acutely sensed her own limitations. According to the readings from her detector, her power could only ascend to a mere 90 million, and without discovering the key to breaking through this barrier, her potential would be forever stifled. She had only experienced that sensation of transcending limits once in the cosmos, but at the time, she had been too preoccupied with her temper to pay it due consideration. What precisely was that feeling? Alice felt as though she had overlooked something crucial. Shortly after Alice concluded her battle, Master Roshi and the others arrived at the location of Goku and his companion. "Goku, are you all right?" Master Roshi inquired with genuine concern. Krillin hurried over to support Goku, who, despite his exhaustion, reassured them he was fine and merely needed a brief respite. Piccolo, however, chose to ignore them and flew away, for his physiology allowed him to recover much more swiftly than Goku. He had no desire to squander time, especially since he had just sensed Goku's newfound strength, an undeniable increase. No less, he was compelled to admit that Alice's gravity training had proven remarkably effective. In just 2 days, he had achieved results that surpassed his years of training, with an improvement that was nothing short of significant. Thus, he resolved to seek Alice's guidance for his next phase of training and proceeded to follow the direction in which she had departed. Chapter 12. The trouble with gluttony. After flying for a while, Piccolo spotted Alice leaning against a tree trunk. He could sense that she was indeed awaiting his arrival. "You knew I would come?" he asked, eyeing her curiously. "Yes, I sensed the anxiety within you, particularly after our competition. That feeling became increasingly pronounced," Alice replied. Upon hearing her words, Piccolo fell into contemplation. Was his internal turmoil truly that evident? "Very well, follow me. As a reward for showcasing an intriguing ability during our battle, I have something to offer you." With that, Alice turned and ventured deeper into the forest. Piccolo promptly followed, refraining from questioning her destination, simply trusting her lead. He remained grateful to Goku. Had he not been curious back then, he would never have discovered Alice. After walking for a while, Piccolo beheld a colossal spaceship, an object that was undeniably not of earthly origin. To draw a comparison, Earth's creations were akin to a toddler just learning to walk, while this vessel represented a fully grown adult capable of running. However, Piccolo refrained from inquiring further. These matters were Alice's to divulge, and it would be unwise to pry into the secrets of someone exponentially more powerful than himself. Alice guided Piccolo to a peculiar pod. "What is this?" he asked. "This is a cultivation chamber. You will spend time within it to absorb its contents. I sense that your body is incomplete, as if you were a whole person forcibly divided into two halves, resulting in genetic deficiencies." "What do you mean?" Piccolo exclaimed in shock. "I mean it literally. The fluid contained within this chamber is something left behind by a Namekian. Once you absorb it, it should help rectify some of your deficiencies." Before Piccolo could respond, she unceremoniously tossed him inside and activated the apparatus. Thus, Piccolo found himself enveloped in the chamber, whereupon he noticed Alice initiating the device. He was connected to several tubes that began to infuse his body with a flow of green and purple liquid. "I am quite curious to see how you will evolve once you have compensated for some of your deficiencies," Alice mused with interest before commencing her own training. Alice activated the gravity chamber to its maximum setting, 5,000 times Earth's gravity. Once engaged, she lay prone on the floor, though unlike her initial attempts, she managed to struggle to her feet. "Phew, this is still quite challenging, but I can endure it," she remarked. Days passed, and when the cultivation chamber's door finally opened, Piccolo emerged, feeling significantly improved. According to Alice, this merely rectified part of his deficiencies. If he were to fully amend them, what might he become? As he pondered these thoughts, he realized Alice was nowhere to be seen. He surveyed the spaceship before heading in the direction where Alice had last been, ultimately arriving at the gravity chamber. Peering through the window, he caught sight of Alice within. Just as he intended to enter, she halted him. Had he stepped inside, he would likely have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, for the gravity within was a burden she had spent a decade acclimating to. Piccolo's current stature, barely able to withstand 5 times that gravity, was hardly suitable. After some time, Alice finally exited the chamber. "I prevented you from entering for your own safety. Had you entered, you would have likely met a grim fate," she explained, observing Piccolo's bewilderment. After taking a towel to wipe the sweat from her brow, she inquired, "How do you feel?" "I feel significantly stronger than before, perhaps more than double my previous state," Piccolo replied. "That's excellent. If you wish to continue training, you may return to the other area, as this place lacks appropriate training tools for you," Alice stated while wiping her brow and sipping from a blue liquid. "What about you?" he asked. "I'll head over in a couple of days." Their brief conversation concluded, Piccolo bid farewell to Alice and flew back to his training grounds. Days later, upon her return, Alice was met with the sight of a house engulfed in black smoke. "Can someone explain what has transpired here?" she demanded. Goku sheepishly scratched his head. "Well, during a spar with Piccolo, we accidentally redirected our attacks toward this area, resulting in this. You all are quite something. I leave for a mere few days, and you begin demolishing the place. Very commendable indeed." With that, Alice handed them new training outfits. "Today, you will frog jump up and down the mountain in these. You are not to stop without my permission." Piccolo averted his gaze, feeling somewhat ashamed. How humiliating. Who would have thought that I, the great Piccolo, would be lectured because of this fool? Nonetheless, he said nothing further, simply accepting the training outfit. However, upon receiving it, he noticed something peculiar. It felt lighter than the previous one, comparable to the weight of his usual training attire. Yet, once donned, it felt entirely different. While it restricted his power, he also felt as if he had become as frail as an ordinary person. Good heavens! Is this some sort of debilitating garment? Goku sensed the same peculiar sensation and turned to Alice, awaiting her explanation. "Indeed, what you are experiencing is accurate. This training outfit is crafted from the material of a peculiar race I encountered in the cosmos. It is designed to contain power and weaken the body's nervous system, rendering one nearly incapacitated. I found it fascinating and decided to repurpose it into a training outfit," Alice explained succinctly. Seeing their incredulous expressions, she added, "What are you staring at? Hurry and commence your training. Have you worn such a training outfit?" Goku persisted. "I wore it for a while, but eventually discovered that once one's power reaches a certain threshold, the material loses its efficacy." "Why do you inquire?" Alice replied, her patience wearing thin. Yet, witnessing Goku's relentless curiosity, she brandished a whip, chasing after the two of them. Now bound by the restrictive training outfits, they could only squeal in protest. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. "Ah, Alice, I have erred. Please cease your pursuit." "Oh dear, Piccolo, speak up." "Piccolo. Piccolo has declined to communicate and has blocked you. He indicates that he, too, is being relentlessly pursued, and that your actions in consuming her vanilla pudding have caused this predicament. Such a grievous burden. Son Goku, do not flee. I will not relent until I have delivered a proper thrashing to you both. Alice cries. In terror, Son Goku gazes at Alice, whose expression resembles that of a malevolent spirit, prompting him to accelerate his escape. Piccolo, witnessing Son Goku surpass him, grits his teeth and quickens his pace, overtaking Son Goku once more. As the adage goes, as long as I run faster than you, I shall remain safe. However, the sound of Son Goku's cries as he is struck fills him with cold sweat. When asked why they do not simply utilize their abilities to fly away, one must understand that the constraints of this cursed attire are no trifling matter. The fact that it was fashioned as prison garb speaks to its design, rendering them utterly powerless. Their current ability to run and evade is a result of the 2 years Son Goku has spent provoking Alice's ire, honing his skills in the process. And why does he often incite her wrath? It is, after all, due to Son Goku's insatiable appetite. Piccolo is quite vexed. Chapter 13. Farewell and Alice's thunderstruck moment. After a time, Alice ceased her pursuit and took a seat upon a stone. Observing the grinning Son Goku and the banter with Piccolo, a smile gracing her lips. This feeling is rather pleasant, yet it is not the life she desires. She has reached an impasse, her strength stagnant and only advancing at a glacial pace. Thus, anxiety has begun to gnaw at her, compelling her to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. Alice resolved to venture into the cosmos in search of the means to augment her power. With her determination set, she stood and shared her intentions with the two. I can impart no further knowledge to you. The path ahead is yours to navigate. Moreover, you have already fully acclimated to the pressures of the five-fold gravity chamber. I, too, must embark on my own journey. Son Goku interjected. Is there not a chamber with even greater multiples? The mere mention of this incensed Alice, and she unleashed a tirade upon Son Goku. How dare you bring that up? Have you forgotten who was responsible for damaging that gravity chamber? It would be better if you had never mentioned it at all. Why not seek Bulma to repair it? Son Goku scratched his head in confusion. With gritted teeth, Alice replied, First, the materials on Earth are inadequate for the required specifications. Second, the internal structures of that machine can only be repaired to accommodate five-fold gravity. Third, there exists a critical weak point in the machine, a fact you inadvertently struck. Son Goku's expression turned apologetic. Oh well, it is what it is. I shall take my leave. Who knows when we shall meet again? With that, Alice began to ascend into the sky, preparing to depart. Will you not bid farewell to Bulma? Son Goku asked. She is already aware. Thus, we part ways here. I hope that in the future, you will challenge me to a duel. With that, Alice soared into the heavens, her speed astonishing both Son Goku and Piccolo. She arrived at the location of her spacecraft, exclaiming, Oh dear, the exterior is adorned with an abundance of flora. It possesses a certain charm. Taking a deep breath, she activated the ship. The vessel began its gradual ascent, and as Alice watched the ground recede, her heart was filled with a bittersweet mix of emotions. As the ship ascended, she noticed familiar figures approaching, preparing to take flight towards her. They remained silent, merely gazing at the spacecraft as it rose. And Alice waved from the window in farewell. The onlookers, particularly Son Goku, who had spent the most time with Alice, felt a pang of nostalgia as they watched her enter the atmosphere. Not far from the gathering, Piccolo stood, silently bidding Alice farewell, staring at the now invisible spacecraft. He felt a twinge of emotion. Despite Son Goku's frequent provocations leading to Alice's pursuit, he could not deny that these were the happiest times of his life. Ignoring the others, he turned away once the ship was out of sight. After Piccolo departed, Son Goku glanced at his former position, surprised to see he had come. Bulma, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Goku, what are you mumbling about? Son Goku chuckled. Oh, nothing much, just feeling a bit hungry and thinking about food. Haha. Bulma wore an expression of knowing amusement. On the spacecraft, Alice sat in the cockpit, perusing a novel, her demeanor serious. What a dreadful story. How ungrateful these protagonists are towards their original worlds. Must they venture into others? These alternate realms have become a cliché. And what absurdity is this? They are reincarnated yet remain foolish. No wonder they met their demise in their past lives. They return as mere shadows of their former selves, devoid of intellect. Why must there be such romantic entanglements? Why not strive for strength first? Once one dominates the universe, what cannot be acquired? And why, with wealth and power, must one seek the favor of a heartless partner? Ultimately, they conspire with a paramour to rob him of all his riches and then slay him? How utterly infuriating. And then they reincarnate? What nonsense is this? Why do they cling to a marriage they wish to escape while pursuing other women, hoping to incite regret in their spouses? What convoluted logic? Even if divorce seems impossible now, there are legal avenues. It is maddening. And these villains, with wealth and power, are utterly clueless on how to capitalize on it. The more she read, the more frustrated she became. In exasperation, Alice tossed the novel aside, lamenting, "What is this nonsense? Though I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, I would never squander my training time on trivial romances. The thought of those protagonists sends shivers down my spine. My limited intellect cannot afford further degradation. I shall focus on strengthening myself instead." Alice envisioned herself vanquishing the strongest in the universe, claiming dominion over it, and a silly grin spread across her face. Yet, she remained oblivious to the identity of this formidable opponent, obscuring their visage with a mosaic inscribed with the words "Universe S Strongest." Oddly enough, this strongest figure bore a resemblance to a cat. Somewhere, a large cat stirred in its slumber. Enough of this. It is time to train. With that, Alice made her way to the gravity chamber. After some time, she emerged, feeling irritable for reasons unknown. Grabbing a game console, she began to play, only to cast it aside in frustration. How vexing. Alice paced back and forth within the spacecraft, her small hands clasped behind her back, sensing an ominous premonition of impending misfortune. Never mind. If I cannot discern the cause, I shall take a nap. It will be over a month before I reach my next destination. Unable to unravel her thoughts, she decided to rest. Dearly beloved, I have arrived. Peaceful. Thus, Alice wandered aimlessly aboard the ship for a week. Next time, I must procure a better vessel. This one lacks sufficient power for travel and is only suitable for getting lost. Alice reclined against her seat, gazing out. At that moment, the control panel began to emit alarms. Warning, warning, ahead, asteroid field. Chapter 14. Where exactly are you taking me? Alice found herself utterly bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of her misfortune. She had merely expressed her inexplicable irritability, foretelling that something significant was bound to transpire, and lo and behold, the event had arrived. With a resigned sigh, she relinquished the automatic piloting system in favor of manual control, muttering, "Let me take the reins." Frantically, Alice adjusted the myriad controls on the instrument panel. Alarms blared incessantly. A violent impact had struck the right side, inflicting 10% damage. Simultaneously, an unidentified magnetic field was causing a 30% decrease in energy. The cacophony of the alarms grated on her nerves. It was already unfortunate enough to be hurtling through space at high speeds only to contend with an inexplicable magnetic disturbance. To compound her woes, the ship had sustained various degrees of damage from the collision, truly a case of when it rains, it pours. With no other choice, Alice focused intently on maneuvering the ship to evade the onslaught of massive meteors. The density of the meteor field in this region was far too great for the ship's autopilot to navigate successfully. After enduring over 3 hours of relentless meteor bombardment, she dared to hope that they had finally emerged unscathed. What more could possibly go wrong? She lamented, her patience wearing thin. As she glanced ahead, her eyes fell upon a black hole in the distance. After cursing her circumstances, she swiftly altered the ship's trajectory, acutely aware that this was no trifling matter. The ship was being inexorably drawn towards the black hole's gravitational pull. We're doomed, she thought, realizing that escaping the black hole's grasp would be a formidable task. Her only option now was to board the escape pod and execute an emergency evacuation. In a flurry, Alice packed essential supplies into the capsule, appreciating its utility in this dire situation. Once inside the escape pod, she hastily pressed several buttons, the fear coursing through her nearly overwhelming. She had witnessed the terror of a black hole before, having seen a formidable adversary torn apart by its voracious maw. "Hurry, start up," she urged, feeling the ship being drawn rapidly towards the black hole. With the escape pod's door taking its time to open, at least 5 agonizing seconds, Alice hesitated to exit, acutely aware that venturing outside would mean being sucked into the void. The fear of suffocating in the vastness of space was far more terrifying than the prospect of being pulled into the black hole itself. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the door swung open completely, and Alice immediately thrust the pod's thrusters to maximum power. With a thunderous roar, the escape pod shot away from the ship, gradually distancing itself from the black hole's gravitational influence. After an arduous flight, she had finally evaded the specter of death, though the toll of her ordeal left her utterly exhausted, and she succumbed to sleep, drifting aimlessly through the cosmos. The escape pod initiated various life support systems, while Alice remained unconscious. As the name suggests, the escape pod was designed for emergency situations, but its energy reserves were dwindling, especially after the harrowing escape from the black hole. It could barely sustain minimal operational functions. Alice slumbered for an extended period, during which she experienced a vivid dream. In it, she beheld a powerful figure engaged in battle against numerous adversaries far stronger than herself. Initially, this figure fought with remarkable skill, but gradually succumbed to the relentless onslaught of their foes until, Ultimately, they were overwhelmed and perished. Yet, those who had vanquished them were not unscathed. Only 2 or 3 of them survived the encounter. Before the figure drew their last breath, they cast a glance towards Alice, uttering something she could not decipher. Just as she attempted to draw closer to hear, a violent tremor jolted her awake. Alice slowly opened her eyes, suddenly springing to her feet. "Ouch, that hurts," she exclaimed, clutching her head as she exited the escape pod. Before her lay an unfamiliar planet. "Wait, where am I?" she pondered, bewildered by her surroundings. Upon closer inspection, she noted that the air quality was reminiscent of Earth, and the environment was strikingly similar, though the vegetation appeared sparse. After observing for a moment, she glanced back at the escape pod, noting its considerable damage, which certainly could not have occurred in just a day or 2. "What a headache," she sighed, realizing she had only been unconscious for a brief time. Yet, the dream lingered in her mind, particularly the figure with golden hair and an aura of terrifying strength, evoking a sense of despair. Biting her finger in contemplation, Alice was convinced that the figure was undoubtedly a Saiyan. But why would they be pursued? Could it be related to the Saiyans? She mused, feeling overwhelmed by the implications. Enough of this. I can't afford to overthink things, she scolded herself. Departing the now-defunct escape pod, her priority was to locate a new spacecraft and ascertain how long she had been unconscious. With information scarce, she knew she needed to gather more details to plan her next steps. However, after only a few steps, fatigue washed over her, and she stumbled to the ground. "Damn it, how long was I out?" she cursed. Initially, Alice intended to retrieve her capsule, but after searching fruitlessly, she concluded it must have been lost during the escape or possibly damaged. Frustrated, she sighed, realizing that a series of unfortunate events had befallen her. Weak and disoriented from her prolonged reliance on the escape pod's energy, she resorted to eating grass, knowing it was digestible. After consuming a substantial amount, she felt slightly rejuvenated but recognized that subsisting solely on grass was unsustainable. To her dismay, there were no animals or even a lake in sight, let alone other food sources. Yet, fortune smiled upon her when she spotted a tree resembling a leaf, adorned with fruit the size of heads. Though this was a stroke of luck amidst her misfortune, Alice lamented her weakened state, realizing she lacked the strength to fly or even perform basic healing techniques. She could barely manage to walk. Resigned, Alice sat down to rest, waiting for her body to recover slowly. The prolonged use of the escape pod's energy had kept her alive, but had also left her nerves paralyzed. After all, escape pods were meant for dire circumstances, typically employed by those gravely injured, and the paralysis of nerves served to keep the injured calm during treatment. As Alice meditated in her wait for recovery, a shadow approached her from behind, steadily drawing near. Chapter 15. The Enthusiastic Namekian. Startled by the movement behind her, Alice turned to find a figure resembling a Namekian, much like Piccolo. A Namekian? She mused, relieved not to sense any malice emanating from them. Otherwise, she might have succumbed in her weakened state. "Are you all right? You seem to be in need of assistance," the Namekian inquired cautiously. Alice, exasperated, thought, "Do I look like I'm in good shape?" Yet, she responded with patience, "Yes, I could use a bit of help. Don't worry, I won't ask for your assistance without offering something in return." The Namekian carefully approached and knelt beside her, stating, "You appear quite weak. Let me help you recover. It may hurt a little." Alice gazed at the Namekian before her, who was emanating a gentle energy akin to her own healing technique, which she was currently unable to employ. Sighing softly, she lamented her unfortunate state of weakness, rendering her incapable of even the simplest healing spells. How peculiar it was that her body, though frail in every aspect, possessed an underlying strength. Such a contradiction. For reasons beyond her control, she was temporarily unable to harness her powers, leaving Alice feeling quite helpless. After undergoing the Namekian's treatment, Alice finally emerged from her near-lifeless condition. "Thank you, I am Alice." "And you are?" she inquired. "I am Dandy," he replied, beaming with joy at his self-introduction. Observing Dandy's unguarded demeanor, Alice felt a twinge of incredulity. Had she harbored any murderous intent, he would have long ceased to exist. Sensing her skepticism, Dandy explained, "I can perceive your aura. It is remarkably pure. Although there are hints of bloodshed within, I sense no malice from you at present." Alice regarded him with surprise, for such an ability was indeed impressive. Yet, she cautioned him, one should not place excessive trust in such abilities. After all, should you encounter someone adept at concealing their aura, your reliance on this skill could prove perilous. Demonstrating her point, she showcased her own prowess. Dandy stared at her in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Fortunately, you are encountering me now. Had it been 2 years ago, you would have likely been thoroughly robbed." After their enlightening exchange, Dandy enthusiastically led Alice to their village for a tour. Hesitant at first, Alice could not bring herself to refuse Dandy's exuberant invitation and ultimately acquiesced. Rising to her feet, she lifted Dandy and requested directions as she carried him toward their settlement. Upon their arrival, Dandy eagerly introduced her to various aspects of their community and presented her to his friends. The Namekians, upon hearing Dandy's introduction, greeted her warmly, some even offering her food. This delighted Alice, for her hunger was genuine, and mere grass would hardly suffice. As she ate, she observed the surrounding Namekians, reflecting on their simplicity and sincerity. However, upon noticing one named Neru, she was struck by how closely he resembled Piccolo. Neru, sensing her gaze, regarded her with curiosity. "What is it, Miss Alice?" he inquired. "Oh, I apologize. You bear an uncanny resemblance to someone I know, which compelled me to stare," Alice replied, slightly embarrassed. Neru, intrigued to learn that Alice had encountered others of their kind, asked, "Have you met other Namekians?" Alice nodded, affirming her experience. "Indeed, but among them, your aura is the most potent. The others I have met either remain unaware of their lineage or have joined other planets." Neru nodded in understanding, acknowledging the lore he had heard about their race's history. After engaging in light conversation, they were soon invited inside by the elder. Alice beheld the elder seated in his chair, appearing exceedingly frail, yet she could discern a former strength within him, one that perhaps rivaled her own, or even exceeded it. "I am deeply grateful for your bringing Dandy back. This child often sneaks off to play," the elder spoke kindly, expressing his gratitude, which caused Alice to blush. For she had initially intended to ignore the matter but was drawn in by Dandy's enthusiastic invitation. Nevertheless, she politely responded, "It is truly thanks to Dandy that I have recovered so swiftly." After conversing for a while, Alice grew more familiar with the elder. "Child, come here," he beckoned. As Alice approached, the elder gently lifted his hand to pat her head. During this gesture, a soft glow emanated from his palm, and after a moment, he withdrew his hand. "Child, you possess remarkable talent," he remarked with a smile. Alice, puzzled, asked, "Elder, what do you mean?" He cleared his throat and explained, "I merely helped unlock some of your potential. Your innate abilities are already exceptional, so my intervention was merely a supplementary enhancement. Do not be hasty in your rejection. My intentions are solely to foster goodwill. I have a feeling that one day, we may require your assistance." Feeling an immense surge of strength, approximately tenfold, Alice was overwhelmed, questioning if this was indeed a dream. Yet, the thought faded as she quickly responded to the elder, "Rest assured, should you ever require my strength, I will do everything in my power to assist." The elder smiled gently, saying, "If that day ever arrives, I shall ensure it is not burdensome for you. We would merely seek your protection or transport for a few Namekians to ensure the survival of our lineage. Rest easy, Elder, I shall fulfill that promise." With a respectful farewell, Alice exited, eager to test her newfound strength. Upon realizing her potential had been unlocked, she felt the shackles of limitation loosening, and the elevation of her power seemed far more attainable now. What a remarkable force, she mused. Though a hint of uncertainty lingered, could she truly safeguard them if the moment arose? Alice soared to an open space, scanning her surroundings to ensure there were no onlookers.
Fearing her unchecked power might inadvertently harm someone. Chapter 16. Transformation into Super Saiyan. Taking a deep breath, Alice prepared to unleash her energy.
Eager to ascertain the extent of her newfound powers, with a resounding boom, her energy erupted, causing the ground beneath her to tremble, while stones began to defy gravity and float into the air. Alice's energy surged, its terrifying aura palpable even to the distant Namekians. Indeed, she is a Saiyan. Such astonishing growth is truly awe-inspiring, the elder mused, slightly opening his eyes to gaze in her direction. "Dandy, is that Alice's energy?" he queried, astonished. Dandy, standing beside the elder, nodded in disbelief. "It's terrifying." The elder remained silent, calmly observing Alice, as if peering through layers of barriers to witness her current state. However, Alice remained oblivious to their watchful eyes. In that moment, Alice reveled in her burgeoning strength, the exhilarating sensation lifting her spirits. As she continued to elevate her energy, the ground began to crack under the pressure. This overwhelming power entranced her, compelling her to explore the limits of her newfound abilities. In her excitement, she inadvertently unlocked another layer of her potential, and her body crackled with electrical energy, her hair oscillating between shades of yellow and black. Alice could feel her power intensifying, her exhilaration reaching unprecedented heights. Ultimately, her hair transformed from black to a brilliant yellow-green hue, her aura adopting the same vibrant color. As she regained her composure, she marveled at her transformation, hastily conjuring an ice mirror to examine her reflection. "What is this? Why has my hair changed color? This resembles the state of that person from my dreams. Could it be a legacy?" Since Alice was abandoned as a child, she is unaware of the existence of Super Saiyans. Of course, even if she hadn't been abandoned, such knowledge would still be elusive, as only a select few are privy to it. As she reflects on her newfound power, an overwhelming sensation of invincibility washes over her. Why do I feel such a swell of confidence? Although I tend to become somewhat arrogant in battle, this inexplicable surge of self-assuredness leaves Alice somewhat dazed, as if it were an innate feeling. Yet, she quickly regains her composure, dismissing it with a resolve to remain vigilant in future confrontations. With that thought, Alice returns to her normal state. Though she is still puzzled by the sudden change in color, she has also grown stronger, has she not? Moreover, it seems this newfound power only manifests after the color change, and its consumption rate is significantly higher than usual. However, the trade-off is a remarkable amplification of strength, filling Alice with a delightful sense of joy. With this delightful feeling, she returns to where Dandy is located. The elder feels Alice's presence and sincerely congratulates her. Child, cough cough, congratulations on your newfound strength, cough cough. Observing the elder's increasingly frail condition, Alice feels a pang of discomfort, recalling that this venerable figure was not always so weak. It seems that after unlocking her potential, he began to deteriorate. Noticing Alice's guilt, the elder offers a comforting smile, saying, "Do not blame yourself, child. This condition is merely a sign that my life is nearing its end, a rite of passage all beings in the universe must undergo." "Thank you, elder." The elder, seeing Alice's concern, gently pats her head. Thus, Alice spends some time living here. "Little Dandy, look what your sister has brought for you." Alice bends forward, concealing her hands behind her back to surprise Dandy. "Is it candy?" Dandy guesses. Alas, little Dandy has become quite clever, hasn't he? Alice replies, feigning disappointment. "I can smell it." Dandy exclaims. Alice, resigned, acknowledges the little one's keen sense of smell. The candy is a result of Alice discovering several capsules where she stored her belongings, one of which contained these sweets. Fortunately, the most important items have not been lost. All that remains are trivialities. Yet, Alice laments the loss of food. The thought of it makes her nostalgic for Earth, specifically its cuisine. Although returning to Earth is merely a matter of instantaneous travel, she is not ready to return just yet. Now that she has learned that Dragon Balls exist here, and they possess greater power than those on Earth, Alice intends to explore whether the Namekian Dragon Balls can grant her the ability to breathe freely in space. After all, not being able to breathe in the cosmos is a fatal flaw. Though one can temporarily wrap oneself in energy to move, it is only a stopgap solution. This method, akin to holding one's breath, is merely a means of converting one's energy into oxygen. Once one's strength is depleted, it could be fatal. Thus, she hopes to wish for the ability to move freely in the universe, even if it is only for a limited time. Shaking her head, Alice resolves to put aside her worries. She now lives harmoniously with the simple Namekians, sharing meals and experiences. Though not in the literal sense of cohabitation, she has her own room here. During her time on Namek, Alice and Dandy have studied healing techniques. As Alice's own healing ability is only marginally effective, in the face of severe injuries, it falls short. However, she must commend little Dandy for her skill. To put it mildly, as long as one is not dead, Dandy can bring them back. Alice's healing has improved, allowing her to respond more comprehensively, albeit without any innate talent in this area. While Alice is engrossed in her studies, Neru arrives to seek her out. "Alice, the elder is looking for you." "All right, I'll be there shortly." After informing Dandy, Alice accompanies Neru to see the elder. On their way, Neru engages Alice in conversation about training. As Alice is the strongest individual he has encountered, "Alice, I wish I could be as strong as you. Then I could protect my people in times of danger." Initially, Neru believed himself to be quite strong, but now he realizes the vastness of power in the universe, learning that even Alice sometimes finds herself fleeing from formidable foes. Alice smiles at him, saying, "You possess something worth protecting, and that is truly wonderful. Honestly, I sometimes envy you, as you have things you care about and wish to safeguard, while I find myself uncertain about what matters to me. Wherever I go, I merely observe or witness. Perhaps this is the price for gaining such immense strength." After saying this, Alice hands Neru a necklace made of animal fangs, adorned with a green gemstone. "I stumbled upon this little trinket in the cosmos. It once brought me good fortune and saved me on several occasions. Now, I give it to you, hoping it brings you what you desire." Neru stares at the necklace in astonishment, yet he expresses his gratitude to Alice, recognizing the significance of such a gift. Now that she has bestowed it upon him, he vows to cherish it, for it symbolizes their friendship. "Thank you. I will take good care of it." Seeing Neru's sincerity, Alice smiles genuinely, saying, "Then it is settled, my friend." After this exchange, they share a comfortable silence until they arrive at the elder's location. "Child, you have arrived." Chapter 17. The Wish and the Transformation into White Hair. "Child, you have arrived." The elder speaks to Alice with a degree of seriousness. "Elder, has something happened?" Seeing the elder's grave demeanor, Alice senses that a significant matter is at hand. The elder instructs Neru to wait outside, indicating he wishes to speak with Alice privately. Following the elder's request, Neru steps out. Once alone with Alice, the elder observes her slight anxiety. Cough, cough. Child, there is no need to be nervous. I heard from Dandy that you wish to utilize our Namekian Dragon Balls. Alice is taken aback. Is this an interrogation? Nevertheless, she responds, yes. I would like to use the Namekian Dragon Balls to grant me a wish. What wish? The elder inquires, studying her. I wish to be able to survive in the universe, Alice replies, scratching her cheek in slight embarrassment. The elder chuckles at her bashfulness. There is no need to be anxious. I merely wish to confirm your intentions. However, your wish may come at a cost, the specifics of which I cannot ascertain. You must consider it carefully. Taken aback, Alice ponders for a moment, realizing she may soon be battling in the cosmos. She firmly affirms her desire. The elder, seeing that Alice has made her decision, refrains from further discussion. The reason he is willing to lend the Dragon Balls to Alice is twofold. She has no malicious intent in her use of the Dragon Balls, and she has consistently aided the Namekian people in their training, enhancing their ability to protect themselves. Although Alice had previously promised to safeguard the Namekian legacy in times of crisis, it would be of little consequence if she were absent during such an event. Furthermore, upon lending the Dragon Balls to Alice, she would undoubtedly invest greater effort into the warriors of Namek. After careful deliberation, the decision was made to entrust the Dragon Balls to her. Let us not speak of moral obligations. In the face of the tribe's safety, all else pales in significance. With that in mind, let Neru procure the Dragon Balls from the other villages while you wait here for a while. Alice expressed her profound gratitude. For once her wish was granted, it would bestow upon her a means of survival. She then joyfully summoned Neru, who, upon entering, was perplexed by her cheerful demeanor. The elder, upon seeing Neru, instructed him to fetch the Dragon Balls from the other villages. Without a word, Neru utilized the unique telepathic abilities of their Namekian race to communicate with the other villages. Do not inquire why the elder did not relay the message himself. Have you ever witnessed him personally conveying messages to the lower ranks? Moreover, the elder, being quite advanced in age, possesses limited energy. After approximately 10 minutes, the villagers returned with the Dragon Balls from various locations. Alice greeted them warmly, as she had been training their warriors during her stay. As she conversed with them, the sky darkened and thunder began to rumble. Alice swiftly turned to see Dandy summoning the eternal dragon, though something about this dragon felt off. It was difficult to articulate her feelings at that moment. All that mattered was the fulfillment of her wish. Speak your wish, whatever it may be. I can grant you 3 wishes, the Namekian dragon Purunga said, bowing down to Alice and the others. Of course, Alice could not comprehend his words, as most of the language spoken in her surroundings was earth-based. Thus, she turned to Dandy for assistance. Dandy explained the situation, and after understanding, Alice made her wish. Could you grant me the ability to survive in the cosmos? Dandy translated Alice's words to Purunga. This seemingly simple wish, however, came with a small price. Purunga responded. Dandy relayed the dragon's message, and without hesitation, Alice agreed. Upon hearing this, a flash of red light sparkled in Purunga's eyes. And then, silence fell. The dragon spoke again. Now, state your second wish. Dandy glanced at Alice, who shrugged, indicating she had no further wishes. Since your wish has been granted, farewell, Purunga declared, transforming into 7 Dragon Balls that soared back to their original village. Alice was astonished, for the Dragon Balls of Earth did not possess such a locating capability. After a brief moment, Alice felt an unusual change within her body and promptly inspected herself, discovering no abnormalities. It was only then that she realized her hair had turned white. Relieved to find that the cost of her wish was merely a change in hair color, she sighed in relief. Observing Alice's expression, Dandy approached to clarify. The cost of a wish is determined by its magnitude. Your previous wish merely altered a portion of your physical structure, hence the minimal cost. Alice sheepishly scratched her head, admitting, to be honest, the cost of the wish has been a source of concern for me, but knowing it is merely this brings me comfort. Neru, witnessing Alice's demeanor, found her somewhat endearing in her occasional clumsiness. Oh, don't look at me like that. It's rather embarrassing. After engaging in some playful banter with everyone, Alice bid farewell to the elder and the others, eager to admire her new appearance. As for mischief, she decided against it. Given the presence of others and their keen hearing, coughing, she redirected her thoughts. After enjoying her new look, Alice expressed her satisfaction. For who could resist the charm of white hair, especially when it was her own? With a smug smile, Alice ventured outside. You may wonder what Alice was up to next. Naturally, she intended to assign tasks to her fellow Namekians, for training remained paramount. Thus, these unfortunate Namekians found themselves once again enthusiastically enlisted by Alice for training. Sipping on Namekian fruit juice, Alice observed their exercises. occasionally perching herself atop a fortunate soul performing push-ups. Keep going. Just one more. You're almost there. When Dandy arrived, he beheld his fellow villagers being commanded by Alice. Not merely doing push-ups but laden with weights, causing the unfortunate individual beneath her to turn a shade of green. Though, to be fair, they were already green. Oh, little Dandy has arrived, Alice exclaimed, leaping off the Namekian and scooping up the small Dandy in her arms. Why aren't you with the elder today, but here with me? She inquired, affectionately nuzzling Dandy's cheek. Dandy's face flushed as he quickly hopped out of Alice's embrace. I came to find Neru. I have something to discuss with him. Upon hearing Dandy's words, Neru concluded his training, consulted with Alice, and departed with Dandy. Alice was left perplexed, as she was unaware of their telepathic communication. Yet, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, assuming it must be urgent. What are you looking at? Get back to training. Unless you wish to endure more exercises, she admonished, satisfied to see her comrades motivated by her presence. They were indeed quite perceptive. Chapter 18. You are quite brave. Alice, sipping her beverage and humming a tune, situated herself atop another fortunate individual, successfully adding to his burden. Approximately half an hour later, Alice departed the training ground, retreating to her small room, staring out the window in contemplation. She had been here for some time, though the exact duration eluded her, as Namek lacked nightfall. Sighing, she found herself longing for the delicacies of earth. Lost in thought, Alice eventually drifted into slumber, unaware of how long she slept, marking the continuation of her monotonous routine. Alice found the absence of night unbearable. The perpetual daylight was quite distressing. Thus, she resolved to embark on a journey through the cosmos for further training or travel. With this determination, she prepared to rise, only to sit back down, exclaiming, "How could I forget? My spaceship was destroyed." Regretting not wishing for a new one, she recalled that she could now breathe in space. Therefore, she only needed to gather provisions. With that in mind, Alice packed her belongings, food. Once prepared, she soared to the elder's location to bid farewell before setting off, fearing that lingering too long would lead to stagnation. In midair, she waved goodbye to Dandy and Neru before shooting into the sky. Dandy called out from below, "Alice, remember to visit us when you have time." Having breached the atmosphere, Alice found herself in the cosmos. I never imagined I would reach this point so swiftly. Here I come, universe, she exclaimed excitedly, propelling herself deeper into the celestial expanse. At that moment, her speed approached that of light, though she was not exerting her full power. Thus, Alice reveled in the joy of flight while observing the surrounding planets. For where there were planets, there was sustenance. With a smile, she laughed at the thought, and after what felt like an eternity, she finally spotted a planet that appeared somewhat dilapidated, seemingly embroiled in conflict. Oh dear, arriving early is not as fortunate as arriving just in time, is it? She mused. Seeing the war ignited a thrill within her. I must accelerate, otherwise, I might miss the action, she declared, speeding towards the planet. Boom. Alice made a grand entrance. Mwahaha. The harbinger of war has arrived. So, who might my adversaries be? Alice cast a disdainful glance around her before turning her gaze away in contempt. Indeed, the inhabitants of Earth possess a certain allure. Even the Mekians are more aesthetically pleasing than these wretched beings. With that, she casually hurled a few energy orbs into the fray. Boom. Observing the scene, Alice's excitement began to swell. Oh, what a delightful symphony of wails, truly splendid. Listening to the cries of the fallen soldiers, a peculiar flush crept across Alice's face. Yes, just like that, scream louder, you pathetic ants. With that, Alice tossed a few more energy orbs into the chaos. The sounds of terror, anger, and cowardice emanating from these people only heightened her exhilaration. Her tail swayed rhythmically, a clear indication of her exuberance. Lost in her revelry, Alice remained oblivious to the three figures, two tall and one short, who were observing her from a short distance away. Prince Vegeta remarked, "What is this unexpected interloper doing here?" Tragedy Tower, don't ask me, I have no idea. Raditz, commanded by Vegeta, inquired, assess that individual's combat data. Their arrogance is astonishing. Understood, Prince Vegeta, Raditz replied, activating his scouter to measure Alice's power level. Beep, beep, beep. Crash. The scouter exploded. Vegeta and his companions were taken aback, but Nappa, undeterred, conducted his own scan, which met the same explosive fate. This is impossible. If the scouter cannot detect her, then her power level must exceed its capabilities. Vegeta's expression darkened, seething with rage as he crushed the scouter in his hand. Humph. Those useless fools can only rely on such worthless devices. With that, he cast the shattered remnants aside and crossed his arms, surveying the battlefield. What about King Frieza? Raditz asked with concern. He glanced anxiously at Vegeta. After all, Vegeta's rebellious streak could provoke Frieza's wrath and the dwindling number of Saiyans, amounting to just 4. including himself and his brother, only exacerbated his worry. Raditz sighed in resignation. It was all too difficult. Nappa was a dim-witted brute, and Vegeta often fell victim to the mockery of Frisia's subordinates due to his temper, leaving Raditz to navigate the situation with a modicum of intelligence. Suddenly, Vegeta's eyes widened in astonishment as he spotted something, a tail. No, Saiyan hair isn't white. Vegeta was momentarily frozen, for the woman before him was likely a surviving Saiyan, and a precious female at that. The other two beside him remained unfazed, their thoughts consumed by how to report back. At this moment, our protagonist Alice finally noticed the trio. Aha, 3 little mice. They seem a tad stronger than this rabble. I hope you can provide me with some amusement, she mused, biting her finger, a peculiar glint in her eyes. Alice began to approach them, casually seizing an oddly shaped minion and forcefully tearing off its hand. Nodding in satisfaction at her trophy, the minion, horrified, beheld the demon before him as it mutilated him. Yet, he felt fortunate to be alive, after all. What was a hand compared to his life? However, his relief was short-lived as he saw an energy orb materializing before him. Boom. TSK. I had intended to finish you off, but your sigh of relief interrupted my enjoyment. With that, she continued her advance towards Vegeta and the others. As Alice drew closer, the oppressive aura surrounding her intensified, a sensation unlike the fear Frieza instilled. This presence signified utter annihilation. But as the proud Saiyan prince, how could Vegeta possibly retreat from an ambiguous threat? That was out of the question. Humph, let me see if you are as formidable as you appear. Do not be just a paper tiger. With that, Vegeta launched himself toward Alice. Roar, you dare to challenge me instead of fleeing? Very well, let us draw closer. Chapter 19, Speedy Tragedy Tower takes a beating. Alice transitioned from a leisurely walk to a sprint, ultimately soaring toward Vegeta. Since the little mouse wishes to challenge me, I shall oblige. Mwahaha. Alice's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she stood before Vegeta. Hello there, little mouse. With that, she delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ugh. Vegeta spat out blood and was sent hurtling back. Boom. Oh dear. Perhaps I was a bit too rough, but your cries are indeed delightful. Alice taunted, gazing at the cloud of smoke where Vegeta had landed. In an instant, Alice teleported to the spot where Vegeta had fallen, conjuring another energy sphere to strike him once more. Just as Vegeta was rising, he saw the energy orb approaching rapidly and quickly retaliated with a few energy blasts of his own. His attacks neutralized the orb. Panting heavily, Vegeta leaned against a nearby rock and looked up at Alice, grinning triumphantly. Unleash your full arsenal. If you don't, you may find yourself unable to do so later. In this brief skirmish, Vegeta felt she was slightly weaker than himself. Her initial strike had caught him off guard, but otherwise, he was confident. Vegeta, brimming with self-assurance, clenched his fist, thumb pointing to himself. You should feel honored. Your opponent is none other than Prince Vegeta of Planet Vegeta, a genius elite warrior of the Saiyan race. With that, he powered up and charged at Alice once again. Alice registered the crucial information, Planet Vegeta, Saiyans. In that fleeting moment of distraction, she was struck by a punch and slammed into the ground, still reeling from the realization that she had encountered a survivor of the Saiyan race. Aside from herself and Goku, this was intriguing indeed. Alice decided she would not conclude the battle so quickly. She wished to see which was more entertaining, this Saiyan named Vegeta or Goku, who was often rather simple-minded. With this thought, Alice slowly rose, an action that led Vegeta to believe she was injured, thus bolstering his confidence. Alice looked at Vegeta, who was hovering with his arms crossed, and a mischievous thought crossed her mind. Interesting, your name is Vegeta, I assenti it? Alice inquired, gazing at him. Vegeta remained silent, simply hovering there, a smirk of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth, as if to say, I knew this individual was merely a paper tiger. That initial aura was likely the result of slaughtering many. Well, if you choose not to speak, that is quite all right. Soon enough, you won't have the chance. With a gentle flick of her wrist, a whip formed from condensed energy materialized in her hand, which she then swung toward Vegeta. He dodged swiftly, but as he evaded one, another struck him directly. Alice had conjured a second whip simultaneously, targeting Vegeta's evasive trajectory. Vegeta cried out in pain. Vegeta glared at the woman before him, his teeth clenched in frustration. That whip nearly annihilated his entire race. Forgive me, she said, though her hands continued to strike relentlessly, betraying her words. Vegeta could only awkwardly evade her blows, and in the process, he caught sight of Alice's mocking and malicious grin, which only served to infuriate him further. Ultimately, Vegeta found himself ensnared by the whip, and Alice, observing this, unceremoniously slammed him into the ground, not once, but repeatedly. Lying there, trembling, Vegeta managed to lift his head and look at Alice. She, unfazed by his resilience, knew well the Saiyan's formidable vitality, akin to an indestructible cockroach. Leisurely, she approached Vegeta and raised her foot, bringing it down with a force that buried him into the earth. Just as she was about to continue her onslaught, a beam of light whizzed past her. Turning to investigate, she discovered it was the bald-headed Nappa attempting a sneak attack, albeit with poor aim. Meanwhile, Raditz also launched an assault in her direction. TSK, such a feeble attempt hardly warrants my attention, Alice remarked, before unleashing a flurry of crescent-shaped attacks towards Nappa and Raditz. The two hurriedly dodged, but Nappa, slow to react, was struck and consequently elevated in power. Raditz, filled with trepidation, watched Alice in horror and began to retreat. But she swiftly captured him, slamming him into the ground. Alice seized Raditz by the hair, her gaze fixed on his pale, terror-stricken face. "Ah, little mouse. How shall I deal with you? Who are you?" he stammered. "Me? Take a guess. A correct answer earns you a reward, but a wrong one," she threatened, her eyes narrowing wickedly. Raditz, now engulfed in fear, felt the impending threat of death loom ever larger. Finding Raditz's loss of combat ability rather dull, Alice dragged him over to Vegeta, grasping his hair as well. She observed Vegeta's defiant eyes, mixed with emotions she couldn't quite decipher. "Oh dear, our little mouse seems quite unwilling to accept his fate. My, that expression of barely concealed hatred is simply delightful," she laughed, before slamming Vegeta's head into the ground. Raising Raditz again, he, witnessing Vegeta's plight, mustered an unexpected surge of courage to unleash an energy sphere in such close proximity. Boom. Alice merely sighed, "What a mess." However, Raditz was oblivious to her complaint, having been knocked unconscious by the blast. Alice carelessly tossed him aside, only to hoist Vegeta up once more. "I didn't expect your subordinates to be quite so loyal, but alas, their combat prowess leaves much to be desired, Mr. Vegeta," she said with a smile that sent chills down his spine. Recognizing the malice behind her grin, Vegeta braced himself for the inevitable. In the next moment, Alice kicked him away, sending him crashing into a small hill. To her astonishment, Vegeta managed to stand again, a feat she had not anticipated. "Do not underestimate me, you wretched fiend. I am Vegeta, the brilliant warrior of the Saiyan race. How could I possibly be defeated by the likes of you?" With that declaration, he charged at Alice. She deftly evaded his attack and was taken aback to discover that he had grown stronger, nearly doubling his power from before. Realizing his strike had missed, Vegeta concentrated and hurled a massive energy sphere at her. Chapter 20. Preparing to return to Earth. Alice sighed. "This is quite dull, Mr. Vegeta. And you think that by addressing me with honorifics, you elevate your standing, do you?" With a swift motion, she batted the energy sphere away and quickly appeared beside him. Launching him into the air. Following suit, she soared above him and delivered a swift kick. "Ugh," Vegeta gasped, coughing. Alice paid no heed to his condition, instead floating serenely above him. Raising a hand, she began to gather energy for an attack, and Vegeta sensed that this assault would far surpass the previous one in intensity. Hastily, he raised both palms in defense, attempting to generate a protective barrier. Gallic Gun, Ultimate Flash. The two energy waves collided, resulting in an explosion that sent Vegeta flying. Alice, surprised that his attack had managed to neutralize hers, felt a flicker of astonishment, though she was merely toying with him. Otherwise, his meager assault would have crumbled in mere seconds. Now aware of the need to restrain herself, Alice reflected on her previous encounters with Goku and Piccolo. Had she maintained that same demeanor, Vegeta would have been utterly terrified. Presently, if Alice transformed into a Super Saiyan, her battle power would conservatively exceed 400 billion. Even without transformation, her base power hovered around 980 million. Watching Vegeta's downfall brought a hint of amusement to her expression. At that moment, an untimely sound interrupted her thoughts. Grr. Alice realized, somewhat sheepishly, that she had become so engrossed in the battle that she had neglected her original purpose, to find sustenance. Looking around, she noted that the area was nearly flattened, devoid of even a single alien to feast upon. Contemplating whether to return to Earth, she mused, Earth does not suffer from a lack of food. Perhaps I should go back? I do miss Bulma's cooking. With this thought, Alice resolved to deal with the three incapacitated foes before her departure. She dragged the three defeated warriors together, showing no interest in healing them, reasoning that they wouldn't perish anyway. Vegeta, powerless, could only watch as Alice pulled them along by their hair or tails. "You," he began. "What about me?" Alice replied impatiently. "I," he stammered. But she quickly silenced him. "Quiet now, or I might just decide to unleash my wrath upon you again." With no choice but to obey, Vegeta fell silent. After a moment, Alice inquired, "Are there any other Saiyans still alive aside from you three?" Vegeta turned his head away. "Why should I tell you?" At this, a flicker of sadness crossed his features, for the Saiyan race had dwindled to a mere 5 survivors. As for the woman before him, he remained uncertain of her true identity, hence he stated 5. Alice, sensing his reluctance, chose not to press further, recognizing that one could hardly remain composed after being battered. Well, since we're at an impasse, allow me to introduce myself. I am Alice, an abandoned Saiyan. Vegeta paused, taken aback. Did she just say Saiyan? While she shared the characteristic tale, her hair color was decidedly off. Saiyans did not possess white hair. After all, such a trait would be dominated by their powerful genetic lineage, resulting in black hair at the very least. Alice, noticing Vegeta's bewilderment, felt compelled to clarify. I imagine you are pondering the reason behind my hair being white, aren't you? Well, it is a result of a rather peculiar incident. It was once black. Given your attire, it appears you were serving under Frieza, correct? Vegeta fell silent upon hearing this. Do not be anxious. After all, it is a matter of survival, Alice teased. Vegeta turned to Alice and inquired, what is your current battle power? Alice somewhat modestly replied, oh dear, I am not that strong, merely over 90 billion. Vegeta expressed skepticism, as the oppressive aura he had just sensed hardly seemed to belong to someone with such a modest power level. However, it could very well be his own misperception. After all, he is Super Vegeta. How could he possibly be weaker than others? He cast another glance at Alice and conceded, well, perhaps you are indeed weaker. Vegeta acknowledged the reality. All right, we must take our leave now. I look forward to our next encounter not being as adversaries, Mr. Vegeta, Alice said before turning to depart. Indifferent to the others behind her. As she walked, Alice closed her eyes, searching for the familiar energy she recognized on Earth. She found it. Whoosh. Vegeta noted something peculiar. How did this person vanish so suddenly? Right beneath his very nose. He contemplated rising to investigate, but found himself too drained to muster the strength. Resigned to slowly recuperate where he lay. At that moment, the first to regain consciousness, Nappa, stirred and immediately sat up, vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. Nappa, don't concern yourself. That individual has long since departed, Vegeta remarked, exasperated by his subordinate's foolishness, even finding Nappa less competent than Raditz, who at least had the decency to resist before succumbing. Prince Vegeta, are you alright? Nappa hastily moved to support Vegeta. Vegeta brushed him off, declaring he merely needed a moment's rest, then instructed Nappa to clear the inhabitants of this planet. After all, it was their intended target, and Nappa's strength was sufficient to handle the weaklings here. With no other choice, Nappa complied with the assignment, opting not to rouse Raditz, as he felt confident in managing alone. Shortly after Nappa's departure, Raditz also regained consciousness and, like Nappa, began to scrutinize his surroundings. Vegeta clicked his tongue in discontent. Upon hearing the sound of Vegeta's displeasure, Raditz ceased his observations. After all, if Vegeta was unharmed, it implied that the mysterious individual had either been defeated by Vegeta or that Vegeta had somehow faltered, allowing this person to spare their group. With this realization, Raditz approached Vegeta. Chapter 21, Returning to Earth. On Earth, Bulma was indulging in pastries when Alice suddenly appeared before her. Hey Alice. Hey there, Bulma-chan. Did you miss me? Alice teased. Bulma, visibly irritated, rushed towards Alice and exclaimed through gritted teeth, Alice, you've been gone for over a year. You heartless wretch. I thought you had perished out there. Over a year, you say? That must mean it is now the year 760? Alice replied with a hint of resignation, patting Bulma's head for comfort, knowing well her own forgetfulness regarding such trivial matters. To be precise, it is June of the year 760, Bulma corrected. Yes, my dear Miss Bulma, Alice responded, somewhat exasperated by Bulma's penchant for remembering inconsequential details. Alice briefly sensed Bulma's energy and noted a slight increase in her strength, estimating it to be around 40. It seems you have been training during my absence? Bulma proudly stated, Of course. The instant transmission technique you taught me is incredibly useful, even if I'm not quite fast yet. She would never admit it was to avoid having her hairstyle blown out of place. Bulma, do you have any food? I feel like I'm starving. Alice lamented pitifully from within Bulma's embrace. Bulma, slightly exasperated, remarked, Are you back because you couldn't survive in space? Well, that is somewhat accurate, Alice admitted. But wait, what happened to your hair? Why is it white? Did you use some sort of dark magic? Let me check for any side effects. Bulma insisted, tugging Alice along for an examination. Alice wished to explain but held her tongue, recognizing Bulma's genuine concern. It was perhaps wiser to allow Bulma to finish her examination before elaborating, as that would yield better results. Thus, Alice was subjected to a series of tests that lasted half the day, leaving her utterly drained. Is it done yet? Bulma, I'm starving. Alice whined. Almost. Just one more blood test, Bulma replied without turning around. How long will that take? I'm famished. A maximum of 10 minutes. Afterward, Bulma analyzed Alice's blood, discovering its remarkable vitality and a unique factor within it, likely explaining the high activity level. However, she dismissed it, considering that Alice was not from Earth. 10 minutes later, Bulma finally concluded her torturous examination of Alice. At last, Alice was able to relish the food she had long craved. Bulma watched in amusement as Alice devoured her meal and asked, "Now, can you explain why your hair turned white?" Well, it's a long story," Alice replied between bites. Bulma sighed in disbelief, thinking how much Alice resembled Goku even in her eating habits. After swallowing a mouthful of meat, Alice recounted the events leading to her hair turning white, omitting the details about Namek and only mentioning the Dragon Balls. "So there are other races in the universe that possess Dragon Balls?" Bulma inquired. "What else would you expect? Do you think Dragon Balls are exclusive to Earth?" "While they are rare, they are not unique to our planet," Alice replied, bemused by Bulma's naive assumption. "The universe is vast and full of wonders. Just as Earthlings speculate about the existence of extraterrestrial life. My answer is a resounding yes. It's just that we haven't discovered where they reside. Even if we did, it would amount to little more than a discovery." Bulma nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed by her earlier assumptions. After that, Alice focused solely on her meal. Genuinely hungry after the earlier battle and the energy expended in instant transmission, Bulma couldn't help but admire Alice's ability to devour such quantities without gaining weight, a lifelong dream for any foodie. I'm full. It's been ages since I've enjoyed such delicious food. Earth's cuisine truly is exceptional," Alice exclaimed, patting her stomach as she slumped in her chair. Bulma stared incredulously at the mountain of dishes piled on the table, then glanced at Alice's stomach. This girl could eat even more than Goku. Was her stomach a black hole, or did it contain some dimensional space? The more Bulma thought about it, the more irritated she became, and she glared at Alice, who was lounging idly. "Get up. If you're going to lie down, do it somewhere else," Bulma scolded, tugging at Alice's ear and shooing her away. Confused, Alice scratched her head, wondering what had caused Bulma's ire. As she tenderly rubbed her abdomen, she ventured out to aid her digestion. During this process, she encountered the most vexing of characters, Bulma's mother, the effervescent Panchi Brief, affectionately referred to as Mrs. Brief by everyone. You might wonder why. Alice expressed that this woman was excessively enthusiastic. "Oh my, Alice has returned. Are you here to see your sister? What a delightful coincidence. I heard a new beauty salon has opened. Would you care to join me?" Mrs. Brief warmly invited. "Well, Alice hesitated, taking a step back. "Will you agree, Alice?" Mrs. Brief advanced, taking her hand. Alice, gazing at her captured hand, found herself at a loss on how to decline. After all, this woman would undoubtedly put on a performance if refused, and in the end, Alice would still be compelled to accompany her. "Shall we go? Shall we?" Mrs. Brief persisted. I'll go. Is that acceptable?" Alice relented. "Splendid," Mrs. Brief exclaimed, pulling Alice along. As they passed Dr. Brief, she exclaimed that she would be taking Alice to the beauty salon for some pampering. Dr. Brief merely observed as his wife led a somewhat familiar-looking Alice away. Chapter 22, Reluctant Shopping and Selfish Thoughts. Thus, Alice was whisked away by Mrs. Brief in a whirlwind of enthusiasm. Alice swore that Mrs. Brief was undoubtedly the most overwhelming person she had ever encountered, without exception. "Why am I the one driving again? Wasn't it you who invited me?" Alice silently grumbled. "By the way, Alice, where did you dye your hair? It suits you perfectly. Do share with your sister. She wishes to dye hers too." Alice could only deflect, claiming it was her own handiwork, for any further explanation would only lead to an avalanche of questions from Mrs. Brief, which would surely leave her in utter despair. As Alice navigated the vehicle while responding to Mrs. Brief's inquiries, her companion's eyes fixated on a clothing store, forcing Alice to pull over with resignation. She had anticipated this outcome and had tried to take a longer route, yet here they were. "You truly understand me, Alice. Let us browse a bit before heading to that salon," Mrs. Brief cheerfully proposed. Alice mused that by the time they finished browsing, Mrs. Brief would likely forget her initial intent. Eventually, Alice found a place to park, and just as she had settled the vehicle, Mrs. Brief eagerly dragged her into the clothing store. Alice, look, this dress would suit you perfectly. Go try it on." Mrs. Brief thrust a dress into Alice's arms and insisted she change, while she herself took a garment and retreated to another fitting room. Alice, feeling bashful, emerged from the fitting room, her cheeks flushed. After all, she had never worn a dress before. To her surprise, she saw Mrs. Brief emerge in a matching outfit, making them appear as a pair of sisters. Alice sighed, having predicted this would occur. Mrs. Brief, brimming with excitement, grabbed another outfit, this time a short-sleeve top and a pair of overalls, urging Alice to change again. Reluctantly, Alice complied. Just as she had finished changing, another ensemble was thrust into her hands, and thus, Alice found herself repeatedly entering and exiting the fitting room. After enduring over an hour of relentless torment within the store, she finally managed to try on several outfits, 2 sets of which were of the same size as hers. One of these sets is for the Capsule Corporation residential area. "Don't worry, someone will cover the expenses," Mrs. Brief said, dragging Alice to a different clothing store. Alice swallowed hard, sensing the underlying thread in Mrs. Brief's tone. Sister, didn't you just buy a plethora of items? Isn't that sufficient? Alice conceded, feeling overwhelmed. Is it too much? Look, if we acquire one outfit a day, it could easily amount to 2 or 3 pieces, which is hardly enough to last a month, Alice. Mrs. Brief continued to select clothing and accessories for her, regardless of Alice's willingness. Their shopping excursion extended into the evening. Burdened with an abundance of items, Alice returned home, her legs trembling from fatigue. Bulma, upon witnessing her sister's condition, inquired, "What happened to you?" Yet, before she could finish her question, Mrs. Brief interjected. "Ah, Bulma, you've finally emerged from your laboratory. How long has it been since you accompanied your mother on a shopping trip?" "Truly, only Alice understands my heart," Mrs. Brief said, gently caressing her face before pinching Alice's cheeks. "Indeed, Alice is the kind sister, willing to accompany me, unlike Bulma, who has left me quite heartbroken," she lamented, feigning tears. In a flurry, Alice rushed to console Mrs. Brief, fully aware of her act. "Sister, please don't be sad. If you wish to go again, just let me know." Upon hearing this, Mrs. Brief ceased her charade and clutched Alice's arm, ready to drag her back out for more shopping. Bulma quickly sought to intervene, having noted Alice's trembling legs. If they ventured out again, she feared her sister might have to crawl home. "Mother, dinner is almost ready. Let us eat first. Alice is likely hungry too." Alice nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, I'm starving. How about we eat first and continue tomorrow?" she suggested. Fearing for her well-being, Mrs. Brief's shopping prowess was overwhelming, even for a Saiyan like herself. The thought was disheartening. What a pity. But since Alice has said so, let us plan for next time, Mrs. Brief smiled. Relieved, Alice felt grateful that the ordeal had concluded. Watching Alice's relief, Bulma found it amusing. Who would have thought that such a powerful individual as Alice would dread shopping, specifically when compelled by her mother? Mrs. Brief paid no mind to their banter. Contentedly seated on the couch, admiring her latest purchases, Bulma could only shake her head in exasperation, bemused by her mother's exuberance, which seemed entirely out of place for someone her age. It was no exaggeration to say she resembled a youthful girl of 18, in stark contrast to her composed father. Yet, recalling her father made Bulma hesitate, for there were times when her father could be even less reliable than her whimsical mother. It seemed that in this household, reliability was a scarce commodity, Alice excluded. As silence enveloped the room, Alice sat on the opposite couch, massaging her legs, declaring that she must indulge in a hearty meal tonight. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to recover. While she was rubbing her legs, she felt a gentle tug. Looking up, she found Mrs. Brief before her. Alice gazed at her, puzzled about her intentions, and then watched as Mrs. Brief adorned her neck with a necklace. "It suits you splendidly. What do you think? I chose this one with great care." Mrs. Brief beamed at Alice, stroking her hair with gentle affection. For reasons unknown, Alice felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Her nose tingling, a lump in her throat threatening to spill over. In that moment, she envied Bulma, despite her mother's occasional eccentricities. She often provided a comforting sense of home. Indeed, the notion of home lingered in the air. What a distant notion it is. She has never laid eyes upon her parents, never felt their affection, nor experienced their tenderness. Even her own name is but a vague recollection, a whisper in her memory that tells her she is called Alice. In her childhood, she would incessantly inquire of Yanaga whether she had parents, why she had never encountered them, and similar questions. Yanaga would always reassure her, claiming her parents loved her dearly. Otherwise, why would they have brought her into the world? As she grew older and grasped certain truths, she came to understand that she had been abandoned, though the reasons remained a mystery. Perhaps this was simply her fate. In this moment, Alice closed her eyes, relishing in the gentle caress of Mrs. Brief, forgiving herself for the selfish act of envisioning Mrs. Brief as the mother she had never known. Just once, even if it were merely once, that would suffice. Regarding the embarrassing incidents that occur after drinking, Alice leaned softly against Mrs. Brief's thigh, eyes shut, luxuriating in the sensation. Unbeknownst to her, she drifted into slumber, nestled on Mrs. Brief's lap, still clutching her hand. Mrs. Brief, observing Alice in this vulnerable state, felt a tinge of bewilderment. Having never witnessed Alice so devoid of security, she gazed quietly at the sleeping girl, tenderly stroking Alice's little head. When Bulma entered, she found Alice peacefully resting on her mother's lap, and quietly suggested to Mrs. Brief, "Mom, let us carry her to bed. She might catch a chill." Mrs. Brief replied that it was fine to let her sleep a bit longer. About half an hour later, Alice awoke, slightly embarrassed at having dozed off inadvertently. She cast an apologetic glance at Mrs. Brief. "You were adorable just now, letting your sister see this side of you," Mrs. Brief teased, covering her mouth with a playful grin. Alice, feeling a bit haughty, turned her head away. All right, let us eat. Everyone is waiting for you, Mrs. Brief jested. Alice sprang to her feet and dashed outside. She truly is charming, Mrs. Brief mused, finding amusement in Alice's transformation from her formerly proud self to this endearing little girl. At the dining table, Bulma's family chuckled at Alice, who was ravenously devouring her meal, for there was no one to compete with her. Alice's return had infused their home with a vibrant spirit. After satisfying her hunger, Alice beamed at her full belly, drawing a hint of envy from the other three, especially the mother-daughter duo, who particularly admired Alice's enviable metabolism. She could eat endlessly without gaining weight. Dr. Brief envied Alice's hearty appetite. After a brief pause, Alice noticed Bulma tidying the table and considered helping, but Bulma playfully declined. No need. You've eaten quite enough today. With a blush, Alice acknowledged Bulma's teasing, recognizing her indulgence. However, she didn't linger and ventured out to digest her meal, deciding to drive to the city, having not returned in over a year. During her excursion, she spotted Bulma's boyfriend, Yamcha, and squinted at him, pondering how he could possibly be worthy of Bulma. Wasn't he her boyfriend? Why was he flirting with so many other girls? Contemplating this, a surge of frustration made her want to confront this notorious scoundrel on Bulma's behalf. Yet, she ultimately decided against it. It wasn't he worth her ire. She would inform Bulma and let her make her own decisions. At that very moment, Yamcha seemed to sense something amiss, glancing around as if he had detected a threatening aura. After a brief inspection, he dismissed the feeling as mere paranoia. Alice wandered until late, returning home to find everyone fast asleep. She retreated to her room and went through her evening rituals. Once in bed, she intended to sleep but found herself restless, tossing and turning, unable to find solace. Eventually, she resigned herself to sitting up, realizing it was the yearning for familial warmth that troubled her. Irritated, she descended to retrieve a few cans of beer, then ascended to the rooftop to drink away her sorrows. The sound of cans popping echoed in the night as she sipped, gazing at the moon. Wait, the moon? Oh dear. After observing it for a moment, she realized it had little effect on her. With that thought, she resumed her drinking, though inexplicably, the more she consumed, the more agitated she became. When one is idle, their mind tends to wander, and here she was, yearning for familial bonds, so unlike herself. Family? She scoffed at the notion, declaring herself a Saiyan, a Super Saiyan. With that, she downed another can of beer and cracked open another. Thus, Alice continued to drink, her cheeks flushed from the alcohol. After discarding the last empty can, she stumbled to her feet, tripping over the discarded containers in an embarrassing moment. Dazed, she looked at the pile of cans and kicked at them in frustration. You, a mere can, dare to bully me? She exclaimed, only to misjudge her footing and tumble again. You too? How dare you? After a brief pause, she rose unsteadily once more, fuming and preparing to kick the cans again. But the memory of her earlier clumsiness held her back. Drunken Alice floated about like a specter, oddly draping a white sheet over her head. In her current state, she would surely frighten anyone with a timid disposition. She drifted aimlessly, until the sounds of terrified gasps jolted her back to a sliver of awareness. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the chaos. Yes, Alice had been shot, yet she merely felt a tickle. In her inebriated state, she unleashed a gust of wind, toppling those around her, and hurled a pale blue energy ball into the open space before her. Then, she floated away, unaware that her antics would soon give rise to ghostly legends. Of course, that was a tale for another time. For now, those present fled in fear. The next day, Alice found herself bewildered by her surroundings. What on earth? Where am I? She murmured. She was surrounded by towering trees, ensconced in a sheet as if cocooned like a chrysalis, hanging from the highest and most conspicuous branch. Most importantly, before her stood someone she recognized all too well, none other than the mighty Piccolo. Alice felt utterly humiliated. Truly, I could die right now or at least find a crevice to hide in. Piccolo stifled a laugh, though his shoulders shook with suppressed mirth. If you wish to laugh, then do so, Alice surrendered, having given up on her struggle. After all, she had already embarrassed herself. She no longer cared. Let it all come crashing down. I'm weary. Thus, the laughter erupted. Vic ultimately could no longer contain himself, one hand clutching his belly while the other pointed at Alice, erupting into a fit of laughter. Chapter 24, House Purchase. Alice shattered the constraints binding her. Laugh. What a nuisance. Ahem. Vic also stifled his laughter and simply gazed at Alice. When did you return? Yesterday. Alice felt somewhat speechless. Indeed, alcohol was hardly a benevolent companion. Just look at the trouble it caused. She then scrutinized Vic, sensing that his strength had approximately doubled since her departure. Not bad, not bad. It seems you have been diligently training. You are significantly stronger than before I left. If one were to analyze his power numerically, it would approximate around 12 to 1300. If Sun Wukong had not been slacking, he would likely be at a similar level, given that their strengths were comparable. Bick, with a hint of pride, turned his head away. Alice found a piece of dead wood to sit upon, observing Bick's awkward demeanor, which she found rather amusing. You Namekians are truly intriguing. Even Nara shares your peculiar personality. She mused. Sometimes I feel you differ slightly from other Namekians. The ones I've encountered seem to have never eaten anything. Alice gazed at Bick in confusion. After all, she had rarely witnessed them consume food. At most, they drank water or nibbled on specially crafted items plucked from trees. Was it truly inconsequential for him to eat as he did in the past? I'm uncertain about that, Bick replied after glancing at his hands. However, I can assure you that I have a minimal need for sustenance. Whether I eat or not is irrelevant. A glass of water suffices. He continued. But if you have any inquiries regarding this matter, I would be more than willing to address them. Typically, I sustain myself by absorbing energy from the sun. Alice acknowledged this, realizing it wasn't about abstaining from food, but rather that it was unnecessary. Well, now I understand. After all, when I was on Namek, I forgot to inquire with Dandy and the others about this. Quite embarrassing, really. She sighed. Never mind, I won't dwell on it further. Pondering too much will only overcomplicate things. I shall not disturb your training any longer. I have matters to attend to back home. We can converse again at a later time. With that, Alice took flight, disregarding Bick's outstretched hand. As she soared through the air, she relished the feeling of the wind brushing against her face, a sensation of freedom. She reduced her speed, contemplating that this tranquility was indeed quite pleasant. Without the cacophony of noise or the annoyance of adversaries, she savored the gentle breeze and this hard-won peace. Alice, however, soon found her thoughts wandering. Upon returning to the Capsule Corporation, she spotted Bulma seated on the couch, intently staring at the entrance, exactly where Alice had just been. What is going on, Bulma? Alice inquired, puzzled, as it was her first time being scrutinized like this. You dare ask? What on earth did you do last night, our ghostly lady? Ghost? Alice felt even more bewildered. Did something occur after she had indulged in alcohol the previous night? Without further ado, Bulma presented Alice with the news of the events from the previous evening. The morning news reported, last night. The moment Alice heard the introduction, she promptly turned off the broadcast, for she had recognized the image displayed. An individual swathed in bedsheets was none other than herself. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. Mortified by the humiliating depiction, she suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to leave Earth for a while. She had embarrassed herself on a global scale. Let me die? I can't live like this. It's too shameful. Bulma, I want to disappear. With that, Alice threw herself into Bulma's embrace, feigning despair. Bulma observed Alice's antics with amusement. Now, tell me, why did you drink so much last night? Next time, do try not to overindulge. Otherwise, you might find yourself in a similar predicament again. Do you understand? Yes, I want to drink again. After saying this, she nestled closer to Bulma. If Bulma had looked down at that moment, she might have seen Alice's lips curling into a smile that nearly reached her ears. Bulma affectionately ruffled her hair, signaling her to emerge from her embrace. Alice complied, then turned to Bulma. Bulma, I want to have vanilla pudding. Bulma gazed at Alice with exasperation, pondering how she ended up with such a character. What could she do but indulge her? As Bulma headed to the kitchen, Alice perused other news articles, eventually discovering that a luxurious villa near the Capsule Corporation was being offered at a bargain price of 20 million. The owner claimed the price was low due to the presence of a ghost, which had lingered around the villa for quite some time before vanishing. Upon hearing this, Alice realized it was a consequence of her own actions the previous night and silently apologized to the villa's owner. She then examined the villa's decor and size, feeling an urge to purchase it. After all, it was rather inconvenient to live in Bulma's home perpetually. However, glancing in the direction Bulma had departed, she decided to visit the property first. It was likely Bulma would take some time to prepare. With this thought, Alice left a note and drove to the villa's location. 20 minutes later, Alice arrived at the villa, stepping out of her vehicle and entering. Is anyone here? She called, and almost immediately, a person rushed out. Yes. Are you here to view the house? Your agent must have briefed you on the details. Alice shook her head, indicating she had seen it in the news. After all, the owner was one of the affluent individuals of this generation, so selling the house naturally garnered media attention. The owner said no more and guided Alice through the villa. The property boasted 3 stories, complete with a private underground parking area and an outdoor swimming pool. The interior design was reminiscent of Bulma's luxurious estate. The first floor featured a kitchen, a living room, a gym, and several small rooms for storage. The second floor contained guest rooms and a reading area, while the third was designated for the villa's owner. After the owner elaborated on various aspects of the property, he eagerly awaited Alice's response. Many potential buyers had been deterred by the mention of a ghost, so he pinned his hopes on Alice. He had already reduced the price significantly, stating that the location was excellent, with convenient transportation and proximity to the bustling city center, making it an exceptionally good deal. After a brief inspection, Alice requested the property's related documents to review. Should everything be satisfactory, she would proceed with the purchase. Upon hearing this, the owner was overjoyed and promptly summoned his team. In less than half an hour, everything was arranged. The speed was indeed impressive. Truly, wealth facilitated swift resolutions to matters. However, as Alice reflected on this, she noticed that the previous owner had already vanished without a trace. Was that really so quick? Chapter 25, Encountering the Sun family again. Alice chose not to dwell on it further, taking a moment to explore the interior. Most of the furnishings required no replacement, except for the bed. After confirming what needed to be changed, she instantaneously teleported back. What to do about the car? This was a gift from Bulma, so it naturally belongs in our new home. From the time Alice departed until her return had only taken a little over an hour, a commendable efficiency indeed. When Alice returned, she found Bulma engrossed in a book, with a delectable vanilla pudding, her heart's desire, sitting temptingly on the table. Like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, Alice dashed forward, seized the pudding, and began to indulge. Bulma, would you care to have some as well? Alice inquired invitingly. I'll eat if you feed me, Bulma replied, glancing back at her. Upon hearing this, Alice scooped a spoonful of pudding and offered it to Bulma, who, showing no reluctance, opened her mouth and devoured it. Alice, are you truly considering buying a house? Isn't living here quite pleasant? Bulma asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Alice shook her head and began to elucidate. It's not quite like that, Bulma. While residing in your home is wonderful, it wouldn't be a sustainable long-term solution, would it? Besides, moving out doesn't mean we wouldn't return. Surely, you wouldn't miss me that much, would you? Surely not. Alice pretended to be astonished, covering her mouth with her hand. Just eat your pudding and ignore me, Bulma remarked, casting a dismissive glance at her. Well, fine. I suppose you'll need to replace the furniture over there, right? Bulma questioned again. Alice indicated that aside from clothing, there was no need for other changes. Bulma, upon hearing Alice's words, was left speechless. It's best not to use others' belongings. How about this? I'll have someone come to help you redecorate. Bulma, we adore you. I want to have your babies. Upon hearing this, Alice set down her pudding and leaped into Bulma's embrace, playfully. Bulma felt exasperated. Alice sometimes behaved like a child, constantly seeking to nestle in her arms. Yet, she found this endearing and cherished such moments. After a brief, playful tussle, Alice resumed her indulgence in the pudding. Bulma, we're likely heading out soon, so I'll leave the renovations to you, Alice said cheerfully. Of course. As a token of gratitude, I will present you with something you've never seen before. With that, Alice hurried back to her room to rummage through her belongings. Before long, Alice emerged with a box. What's this? Bulma inquired as she opened it, revealing a mineral the size of a basketball. Hee. This is a type of metal used in the construction of special spacecraft in the universe. Don't let its size fool you. This single piece is sufficient to fabricate a small spacecraft, Alice explained earnestly. Bulma, intrigued, recognized the potential of this mineral. If utilized wisely, it could lead to the creation of numerous items, and with thorough research, there was a strong possibility of discovering substitutes, albeit not achieving identical results. Excited, Bulma cradled the mineral and hurried to her laboratory, leaving Alice feeling somewhat resigned. After finishing her pudding, Alice retrieved a spacious vehicle from the garage and set off. Upon reaching the pedestrian street, she stored the car in a capsule and began her shopping, only to serendipitously encounter Goku and his family. Well, what a coincidence, Goku. And Chi-Chi, this little one, must be Goten. Alice greeted warmly. Chi-Chi, delighted to see Alice, engaged her in conversation, for Alice was indeed her confidant. Moreover, Goten had always shown great fondness for Alice, especially when she held him, eliciting joy-filled laughter from him. Goten, this is your Aunt Alice. And you used to cling to her quite a bit. Chi-Chi reminisced while introducing them. Alice, when did you return? Goku asked curiously. A few days ago. By the way, who is this little friend? Aren't you going to introduce him? Alice inquired, noticing the child beside Goku, who was Krillin. Being addressed as little friend did not offend Krillin. It was certainly preferable to being called Shorty or Baldy. Miss Alice, hello? I'm Krillin, a friend of Goku's, he responded shyly. My apologies. It was rude of me. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Krillin, Alice said with a sincere expression. It's all right. No need for the formalities. Just call me Krillin, please. The honorific feels a bit strange, he replied, scratching his bald head. Very well, Krillin. With that, she picked up Goten. My, how you've grown. You look so well behaved. Alice teased Goten, and together, they strolled down the street, shopping merrily. By the way, why not stay over today? I just bought a house, and it would be perfect to celebrate at my place. Alice suggested cheerfully. Chi-Chi, feeling a twinge of envy, hesitated, saying, "Wouldn't that be too much trouble?" "Not at all. Your presence would bring joy. Come on, Chi-Chi please," Alice urged. With little choice, Chi-Chi agreed, along with Krillin, who was also invited. "Me? Really?" Krillin exclaimed in surprise, as he had only just met Alice. "Absolutely. You and Goku are friends. My friend's friend is also my friend," Alice said with a beaming smile. This enthusiasm left Krillin feeling somewhat flustered, yet he nodded in agreement. However, he wondered how Goku could be acquainted with someone who appeared so ordinary, and why she seemed so familiar with Goku's family. He had visited Goku's home before, but had never encountered her. Noticing Krillin's confusion, Chi-Chi explained, "Krillin, don't be misled by Alice's appearance. She is practically Goku's mentor." Chi-Chi recalled the time Alice had taken Goku to plow the fields. Back then, she had wondered if Goku had been switched at birth, for he could not possibly be so diligent. Yet, after hearing Alice's explanation, Chi-Chi understood the backstory. Even now, Goku was still diligently plowing, which struck her as quite remarkable. At that moment, Krillin realized that the silver-haired woman before him was indeed Goku's mentor, which confirmed her strength. After all, Goku would never consider seeking mentorship from anyone unless they were formidable. It made sense why Goku's combat prowess had escalated so rapidly. Suddenly, Krillin recalled a terrifying aura from years ago. Surely not. If Alice were the source of that power, wouldn't it imply she was also a mentor to the Demon King? The thought left Krillin utterly bewildered. Chapter 26. Housewarming Feast. Alice cradled Goten, playfully teasing him while engaging in conversation with the others. Goten giggled uncontrollably. It was peculiar how Saiyans matured. They initially grew at an astonishing rate before their growth slowed, only to accelerate again at a certain age. This nuance intrigued Alice, as she wondered if this little one had inherited such traits. After purchasing various items, she led them to a clear area. Alice took out a capsule containing a vehicle and tossed it to the ground. With a pop, a car appeared before them. They placed their purchases in the trunk and climbed inside. Alice then drove to her newly acquired villa, only to find Bulma already there upon arrival. "Ah, Bulma, what brings you here?" Alice inquired as she stepped out of the car and approached Bulma. Bulma poked Alice's forehead playfully, feigning annoyance. "You ungrateful one. I'm here to help you replace furniture and add some new items. Honestly, I just finished up, and you return asking me why I'm here? Hee. I suppose I was mistaken, Bulma. Please forgive my ignorance," Alice said, quickly offering a shoulder massage as a gesture of goodwill. "By the way, I've purchased all the vacant land in this area as a housewarming gift for you," Bulma announced. Alice's eyes widened in disbelief. Had she truly heard that right? Was this the allure of wealth? The thought made her reconsider her own ambitions. "Bulma, I'll warm your bed and fight for you." Bulma was amused by the quirky antics of Alice. Krillin asked, "Bulma, do you know each other?" Bulma nodded, indicating their familiarity. Over the years, Krillin had been busy making a living, which was not unusual. He was not a wealthy heiress like Bulma, nor did he have a devoted wife like Goku. Reflecting on this, Krillin felt a twinge of disappointment, especially as those around him were either starting families or achieving great success. While he remained caught in a whirlwind of activity, he was still in the phase of secretly harboring feelings for someone he admired, too timid to express his emotions. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of failure. Just as he was lost in thought, Alice handed him a bottle of drink. "Have some. A little sweetness can lighten your mood," she said. Krillin, somewhat dazed, accepted the drink, while Alice paid no mind to his thoughts and carried Goten into the villa. After a brief moment of hesitation, Krillin followed her inside. Upon entering, Alice surveyed the contents and thought to herself, "Wow, everything here is exactly what I like. Bulma is so thoughtful. I wonder who will benefit from this in the future." The layout remained unchanged from when it was purchased, save for a transformation into her preferred style. After a few glances around, Alice headed into the kitchen to get busy, where she found not only herself, but also Chi-Chi and Bulma. Alice had intended to cook alone, as she was quite capable in the kitchen, but Chi-Chi felt that merely waiting for food was not enough and decided to lend a hand. Bulma, on the other hand, was simply roped in by Alice to help with the pastries, and thus found herself in the mix. After more than an hour, the meal was finally ready, and the table was heaped with food. Why was that? Because there were two voracious eaters present. It is well known that Saiyans possess hearty appetites. Though Alice exercised some restraint, that did not mean she did not eat significantly. As her strength increased, so too did her appetite. "Let us feast, everyone," Alice announced to the others. "I shall begin," they all replied, with Goku mimicking the sentiment, as he was not one to concern himself with table manners at home. As everyone savored their meal, Goku's style of eating was starkly different from that of the others. He devoured his food with a whirlwind ferocity. Bulma and Chi-Chi exchanged glances, noting how much more refined Alice's eating was, albeit not lacking in speed. The two women acknowledged a significant disparity. After all, Alice only ate with abandon when she was truly famished, unlike Goku. Curious about the women's reactions, Krillin asked, "What are you two looking at?" Chi-Chi replied, "Nothing. Just noticing how both of them are from the same race, yet their manners while eating are so different." Bulma nodded in agreement. Indeed, Alice only eats without regard to decorum when she is extremely hungry. Otherwise, she is quite graceful. Chi-Chi added, "Yes, yes." Krillin, somewhat perplexed, suddenly paused with his chopsticks. "What did you just say? Same race. What does that mean? Haven't you noticed? They both have tails," Chi-Chi inquired, which left Krillin bewildered. Bulma quickly explained, "You can think of it as them being from the same region." After hearing this, Krillin observed Alice more closely and indeed saw that she had a tail around her waist, though it was white, blending with her clothing, which was why he had not noticed it earlier. Even had it been a different color, he would have merely assumed it was a decorative belt. For Alice was not as casual as Goku. Krillin conceded that he had simply overlooked it. After this brief interlude, Krillin returned to his meal. As he was enjoying food, he would usually not allow himself to indulge in. Once satiated, he asked, "Alice, do you still have that thing you gave me last time?" "I have a few pieces left." "Why?" Alice replied, her excitement palpable, knowing that it was something unique to Earth, a rarity. "Would you sell it to me? Name your price, or I can purchase it at market value. If you want it, I'll give it to you, since that thing is." Before she could finish, Bulma quickly interrupted, No, we must adhere to proper exchanges. Money is not an issue for my family, but that item you possess is precious and rare. Do as you wish, it's in my room. Just go get it," Alice replied, no longer insisting on a price, as she trusted Bulma would not take advantage of her. With that, Bulma hurriedly departed. After exchanging pleasantries with Alice, the others also took their leave. Once everyone had left, Alice prepared to commence her training, for it had been some time since she last practiced. She left a note on the table in her villa and soared into the cosmos to train. For Earth could not withstand her rigorous efforts at the moment. Chapter 27. An unexpected time travel. Alice flew directly into space, landing on the moon to begin her formal training. She closed her eyes to meditate, allowing her thoughts to coalesce and then dissipate as she entered a profoundly relaxed state. At this moment, her spiritual energy began to expand and then retract. For reasons unknown, she felt that if she could maintain this state, her growth would be substantial. So Alice continued to hold on to it. Thus, no external factors could disturb her, and she felt remarkably well. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bulma was conducting experiments in her laboratory. Goku was tilling his fields, and Krillin was at work. Piccolo, as always, was training. They all continued to live their lives at their own pace. At that moment, Alice sensed something, a peculiar sensation, as if she were being drawn in. She quickly opened her eyes and turned around to see a vortex behind her. "Oh no," Alice exclaimed, hastily rising to flee, but it was of no use. She was sucked into the vortex. Family, who understands? I was training so diligently, and suddenly this strange vortex appears, and I get pulled in. In truth, it seemed intent on devouring her. And why can I not exert my strength once caught? After struggling for a few minutes, Alice eventually surrendered, realizing escape was futile. She resigned herself to her fate as she was engulfed. Once inside, Alice felt as if the world was spinning around her. Her body felt foreign as she tumbled through the vortex, the surrounding energy causing her to sustain injuries and bleed. All she could do was pray that she would not be pulled into some bizarre place. That would be truly terrifying. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, Alice finally lost consciousness. When she awoke, she observed her surroundings and found them eerily reminiscent of Earth. If it were Earth, what had transpired? The remnants of houses and skeletal remains surrounded her. What had happened here? Why was it so desolate? Alice cautiously scanned her surroundings, although she claimed not to be afraid. The strangeness of her environment and the bizarre vortex that had brought her here unnerved her. After tending to her wounds, she began to explore the area, finding nothing of use. Well, it seems as I suspected, but that's all right. I shall take my time. Suddenly, Alice sensed a battle occurring approximately 10 kilometers away, the combatants possessing a strength that surpassed the enemies she had previously encountered. This revelation stirred a sense of excitement within her. After all, engaging with formidable opponents, even to the point of vanquishing them or being defeated herself, was an exhilarating prospect, though she would undoubtedly choose to flee if the situation became dire. However, after a brief moment of exhilaration, Alice regained her composure. Now was not the time for recklessness. Her primary objective was to comprehend the circumstances surrounding her current situation, especially since this realm might be connected to Earth, potentially linked to the parallel worlds mentioned in literature. Once she calmed her mind, Alice began to scour the remnants of the surrounding structures for clues. Eventually, she stumbled upon a well-preserved newspaper, which astonishingly bore her name. If she had her own image, why was it there? Wait, why would there be an image of her at all? It was impossible for her to have had a photograph taken. Except perhaps for Bulma's sake. Could she have overlooked something? A vortex, Earth a photograph. Could it be possible that she had inadvertently found herself in the future? That seemed implausible. Given her nature, such an occurrence would be inconceivable. Was it possible that something went awry in the future? Perhaps this was the only explanation. After pondering these thoughts for a moment, Alice resolved to confront the individual responsible for the chaos that had befallen Earth. Fueled by rage, she soared towards the location of the recent battle. Prepare yourself, for I shall soon deliver your reckoning. Alice's visage began to twist into a frenzied expression, her every cell igniting with jubilance. This ferocious aura resonated with the fighters engaged in combat, exuding a terrifying presence akin to that of a maddened beast, heralding an impending calamity. Among the three fighters, one young man trembled not in fear, but in exhilaration upon sensing Alice's energy. The other two, a stout elder and a lean one, exchanged glances, cautiously concealing their presence and retreating. In contrast, the young man was too consumed by excitement to pay heed to their departure, flying eagerly towards the source of the energy. Meanwhile, Alice detected the vanishing of two auras, yet one surged towards her with great velocity. Intrigued by the courage displayed by this individual who chose not to flee, she quickened her pace to meet them. The two eventually crossed paths. Upon seeing Alice, the young man became even more animated. Forgetting the terrifying aura she emanated, he exclaimed, "Hey Alice Auntie, is that truly you?" Alice, taken aback by the young man's address, felt a flicker of confusion. She did not recognize him. Yet, his features seemed vaguely familiar. After a moment of contemplation, she opted to let it go. The young man, realizing Alice did not recognize him, hurriedly introduced himself. "Auntie Alice, I am Gohan. You don't remember me, do you? It's been so many years since we last met, and I must look quite different now." Upon hearing Gohan, Alice regarded the youth with disbelief. Could this truly be Gohan? No, something was amiss. It was evident that her counterpart from this realm had encountered misfortune. Regardless, Alice was determined to unravel the mystery of her current predicament. Thus, she spoke, "I am Alice, though perhaps not the Alice you recall. To be precise, I may be a version of Alice from an earlier time in your past." Gohan's mind struggled to comprehend this complex revelation, yet after a moment, he pieced it together. The Alice before him was indeed an earlier incarnation of his Auntie Alice. Relieved to have understood, he felt a sense of comfort, grateful that his intellect had not failed him entirely. "Could you enlighten me about what transpired in this future? Additionally, it seems that the Alice you speak of has encountered some unfortunate events." Gohan replied, "Auntie Alice, I am also unsure of the specifics, but my father informed me that when you and he departed from Namek, an unforeseen incident occurred, and you were engulfed by an unseen force. By the time my father realized what had happened, only one of your arms remained." After delivering this brief account, Gohan turned away, his demeanor suggesting he was on the verge of tears, which tugged at Alice's heartstrings. She gently patted his head and reassured him, "Gohan, you've grown so much. You are doing wonderfully. You need not grieve for my departure. If my absence has contributed to the current state of affairs, I can only extend my sincerest apologies." Before she could finish her words, Alice began to fade into a spectral form. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She sensed she would soon be returned to her Earth. As she prepared to depart, she tossed Gohan a pouch, instructing him to open it. Inside were several senzu beans and a handful of capsules. "I regret that I must leave, but please accept this. These items may be of little use to me now, yet they will serve you well in your current needs." With those final words, she vanished completely. Gohan clutched the pouch tightly, acutely aware of the preciousness of its contents, whether the items within the capsules or the senzu beans. Chapter 28. Hope amid despair. Gohan gazed at the spot where Alice had vanished, silently expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Auntie Alice." Meanwhile, Alice found herself unceremoniously landing on her rear. What an unexpected predicament, she mused. It was the first time in her life she had fallen in such a manner. With a sigh, she contemplated her return to Earth, for she had relinquished all her belongings to Gohan, leaving her no choice but to return home. The prospect of training would have to wait for another occasion. In an instant, Alice teleported back to Earth, albeit awkwardly landing in Bulma's bathtub, much to her surprise. "Oh, I see you are bathing," Alice remarked. "Pervert," Bulma retorted, launching a flurry of punches and kicks that sent Alice hurtling out of the bathroom. Clutching her face, Alice lamented the sudden surge of Bulma's violent tendencies. Despite the encounter, Alice called out to Bulma from the other side of the door, "Bulma, do you have any food? I'm starving." "Go die, you pervert. There's cake in the fridge," Bulma shouted back. Alice eagerly scampered off to indulge in the cake. When Bulma emerged from her bath, she found Alice happily devouring the cake. "Now what happened? How did you suddenly arrive here? You typically don't use such methods to visit," she inquired, drying her hair as she approached Alice. Alice, still enjoying her cake, responded, "I was training too hard and got hungry, so I thought I'd come over to mooch some food." Bulma was at a loss for words. yet resigned herself to pampering Alice. By the way, the money I mentioned last time has already been transferred to your account. Alice nodded in acknowledgement, but showed no further interest. Bulma sighed, realizing that Alice was only motivated by food, ignoring everything else. Yet, wasn't this the Alice she knew? After satisfying her hunger, Alice turned to Bulma and said, "Could you lend me the dragon radar? I have a use for it." Bulma retrieved the radar from a nearby cabinet and handed it to Alice. Without delay, Alice took the radar and departed. Bulma watched her leave, fuming, "What a fool." Guided by the dragon radar, Alice set off to locate the dragon balls marked on the device. With her speed, she estimated it would take her about half an hour to gather them all. Upon discovering the dragon ball, Alice soared back to her abode, placing the coveted artifact temporarily upon her display cabinet. After all, with her prowess, any would-be thief daring enough to pilfer her possessions would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Content with her triumph, Alice blissfully retired to slumber without a hint of hesitation. Before long, she was enveloped in the embrace of dreams. In another dimension, Gohan returned to an old building, stepping inside. "Bulma, I'm back," he exclaimed. "It's good to have you back," Bulma replied, relief flooding her voice. "I always worry when you go out. You must not falter now. The fate of humanity rests upon your shoulders." Though Bulma felt conflicted about Gohan bearing such a heavy burden, there was little alternative. Trunks was yet to attain the Super Saiyan transformation, and bringing him along would only serve to hinder their efforts. A wave of melancholy washed over Bulma as she pondered the possibility that Alice still lived. If so, countless lives might have been spared. Noticing Bulma's despondency, Gohan retrieved a small pouch from his pocket. "Bulma, look at this," he said, presenting it to her. Upon merely glancing at the pouch, Bulma was struck dumb. She recognized it as Alice's, having seen it in Alice's room before it mysteriously vanished. "Where did you get this, Gohan?" she urgently inquired. "It was given to me by Aunt Alice," Gohan replied candidly. "Is Alice still alive? Is she really alive?" Bulma pressed, her voice laced with urgency. Gohan turned, and Nono responded, "It is not the same Aunt Alice, but rather a version of her from an earlier time." Bulma's understanding deepened as she recalled that Alice had once borrowed the dragon radar from her. It was shortly after that the pouch had disappeared, likely taken by that earlier iteration of Alice. "Alice, you truly are a fool," Bulma muttered, cradling the pouch as tears streamed down her cheeks. This long-lost feeling of reassurance was nostalgic. Alice was indeed her sanctuary. After weeping for a while, Bulma opened the pouch to reveal its contents, capsules she had once given to Alice. Although she knew Alice would not utilize them, save for food, she had prepared a considerable supply of medicinal items nonetheless. If these were indeed the provisions meant for Alice, then they were the most precious items imaginable, containing a comprehensive array of medical supplies and equipment. Bulma hastily extracted a capsule marked with a red cross. "This is wonderful. With this, we stand a far better chance against those two androids." She then stumbled upon another peculiar capsule, this one containing food, an invaluable resource in these times of dire scarcity. If Alice had referred to training back then, it stood to reason that the food within was abundant, given her considerable appetite. If saved as rations, it could sustain 100 people for nearly a month, and with careful consumption, perhaps even longer. Bulma gazed excitedly at the two capsules. To her, they were far more tangible than the senza beans. The remaining capsules contained only some of Alice's clothing and books. Gohan, observing the capsules in Bulma's hands, looked at her quizzically. "Bulma, what are these?" Upon noticing Gohan's confusion, Bulma explained the significance of the capsules. Gohan felt a surge of joy. Although they might not be weapons to vanquish foes, the supplies within would ensure their survival. In a world where the androids had ravaged all useful resources, any items that remained unscathed were invaluable. Now, these possessions were within their grasp, filling him with elation. Chapter 29. The Defenseless Alice in Alice's Universe. She awoke refreshed from a restful night. Ah, what splendid weather. A certain lazy white-haired individual stretched and proceeded with her morning routine. After completing her ablutions, Alice embarked on her customary morning jog, relishing the simplicity of her life. However, after her run, she intended to visit Bulma's home to return the dragon radar and perhaps enjoy a meal. Rubbing her hands together, Alice mused on the notion, but quickly dismissed it. Today was not a day for such frivolities. She had errands to run, and time was of the essence. After all, her time on Earth had rendered her somewhat lethargic, and if she continued down this path, she might find herself in dire straits. She had numerous items to procure, including several sets of training attire. Her current collection was woefully insufficient. Resolute, Alice set out on her shopping expedition, opting for a light jog to her destination. Upon arriving at the clothing store, she selected around 10 pairs of loose-fitting athletic wear, paid for her purchases, and instructed the staff to deliver them to her villa. As for where to place them, surely, such establishments had designated areas for receiving deliveries. they were not devoid of common sense. After completing her shopping, Alice visited a nearby restaurant for a meal, albeit one that might be just a tad excessive. While enjoying her food and humming a cheerful tune, her tranquility was abruptly shattered by a phone call from Bulma. With a sigh of discontent, Alice hastily finished her meal and instantly teleported to Bulma's residence. Upon arrival, she cast a resentful glance at Bulma, her expression akin to someone who felt deeply wronged. Bulma, puzzled, inquired, "Why the long face?" Alice retorted, "What do you think? I was happily savoring my meal until your call summoned me here. I had intended to relish it in peace." With that, she continued to regard Bulma with a sulky demeanor. Bulma, feeling a bit sheepish, understood Alice's passion for food, but it was a minor issue. All right. I promise to make it up to you later. For now, accompany me for an experiment," she coaxed. Upon hearing this, Alice's expression softened slightly. "But I want to eat a lot of delicious food. Otherwise, I won't forgive you," she added, turning her head away defiantly. Bulma couldn't help but smile at Alice's antics. Fine. Eat as much as you want. Is that acceptable?" Bulma replied, knowing she had little choice but to placate her friend. She led Alice to a large machine and instructed her to step inside. Alice entered with a perplexed look, her eyes silently questioning Bulma about the purpose of this contraption. "This is a machine designed to test reaction times, but it hasn't been tested yet, so I need your cooperation. Is that all right?" Alice, feeling a bit overwhelmed, protested, "Can we not do this? I can't handle it." After all, Alice had little resistance to Bulma's whims. She was the type to acquiesce to requests without hesitation. Seeing Alice relent, Bulma beamed and activated the machine. "Remember, you need to dodge, not retaliate or withstand it. Otherwise, the machine will lose its value," she cautioned, aware of Alice's prowess, which surpassed even Goku's. Thus, she reiterated her warning. Alice, in her helplessness, could only comply with the request to evade instead of retaliating with her energy attacks, as such strikes would merely provide a trifling scratch to her opponent. The onslaught of attacks from the mechanisms within the machine grew increasingly numerous and relentless. Initially, Alice was able to dodge the assaults through her own reflexes, but as the barrage intensified, she resorted to utilizing her energy perception to evade. Ultimately, the attacks became so densely packed that Alice had no choice but to harness her energy to accelerate her movements. She persevered for approximately 6 hours before finally being struck by the machine's assault. Bulma expressed no surprise, given Alice's formidable strength. Upon her emergence, Alice felt a lingering sense of unfulfillment and yearned for another round. Although the contraption seemed ineffective, evading solely with the naked eye, without the aid of energy perception or enhancement, proved to be quite an admirable exercise. After all, her energy could eventually be depleted, leaving her reliant on her physical prowess or keen eyesight. Alice couldn't help but marvel at Bulma's ingenuity. If such a device could be conceived, might she utilize it to hone her reflexes in the future? Perceiving Alice's thoughts, Bulma cautioned her, "Refrain from harboring unrealistic expectations. This machine is merely in the testing phase, and its completion will require some time." Upon hearing this, Alice did not feel disheartened, but rather became subtly excited. "That's settled then, Bulma. I want to be the first to test it, and it would be splendid if you could incorporate some unexpected offensive capabilities." Bulma considered this, acknowledging that such minor attacks would pose no significant threat to Alice, yet they could indeed be included for testing purposes. With that, Bulma began adjusting the machine, paying little mind to Alice's incessant chatter. Observing Bulma's earnest focus, Alice refrained from interrupting her and quietly watched as she operated the equipment. Eventually, growing a bit bored, Alice decided to take a nap. Once Bulma finished her tasks and noticed Alice's slumbering form, she could only smile helplessly before fetching a blanket to cover her. "What a fool," she whispered, lightly pinching Alice's small nose. The following day, Alice awoke groggily in bed. "Why am I in bed?" she pondered, realizing that Bulma had carried her there. "Did I really sleep so soundly that I didn't notice?" She reflected that such a scenario would only occur at Bulma's place. In other settings, approaching someone might very well lead to peril. A power level exceeding 10 billion was no trivial matter. Dismissing her wandering thoughts, she got out of bed and exited the room, where she encountered Bulma clad in a lab coat. Alice acknowledged this with a smile. "Okay, perhaps I have some issues in my thinking. I shall reflect upon it." "You're awake?" Bulma remarked, amused by Alice's disheveled hair and the adorable tuft of hair sprouting from her head, blissfully unaware of her own appearance. "Since you're up, go freshen up and have breakfast. Today we have your favorite vanilla pudding." At the mention of vanilla pudding, Alice's eyes sparkled with delight, and she hurriedly proceeded to wash up, for it was indeed her beloved treat. Chapter 30. The time of fantasy. Just as Alice was about to indulge in her breakfast, she suddenly fainted without warning, her body breaking out in a cold sweat. Bulma, alarmed, rushed to assess Alice's condition. After a thorough examination, she found nothing amiss, save for the indication that Alice appeared to be quite hungry. Truly, a foodie at heart. Nevertheless, Bulma carried Alice to the machine for further inspection, whereupon it was revealed that Alice harbored numerous peculiar internal injuries. The cells within her body were in a relentless battle, attempting to mend the wounds. But just as they healed, new injuries would manifest. It seemed Alice's fainting spell was intricately linked to these internal afflictions. Bulma found herself at a loss. Yet Alice's condition did not seem particularly promising. This left Bulma in a state of distress, as her normally sharp intellect seemed to wane, leaving her in a flurry of anxiety. All she could do was scrutinize the screen, monitoring Alice's real-time examination report. To her astonishment, Bulma discovered that the unique cells within Alice's body appeared to possess the capability to gradually repair her injuries. What is this? Are these cells truly that powerful? She mused. If things continued as they were, full recovery seemed imminent. This revelation brought Bulma immense relief, for it indicated that Alice was no longer in mortal danger. However, Bulma inadvertently overlooked the fact that Alice was far from an ordinary individual. Approximately 30 minutes later, Alice sprang upright from the bed, startling Bulma, who had been vigilantly observing her. You nearly scared me to death. Did you have any idea how worried I was? Bulma exclaimed, her concern pouring forth as she playfully thumped Alice in the chest. Alice could only embrace her, gently patting Bulma's back to soothe her. I want to do it again. No more tears. Promise me that if you ever pull a stunt like that again, I want to make you vanilla pudding ever again. Bulma warned, her expression turning serious. I promise, Alice replied, recognizing that she had indeed caused Bulma's distress. Given the situation, she would acquiesce to whatever Bulma requested. However, she couldn't help but find Bulma's demeanor curious. It felt reminiscent of the relationship between Goku and Chi-Chi, which was rather odd. Yet Alice dismissed the thought, choosing not to dwell on it. Hey, Bulma, why did you bite me? Alice inquired, a hint of bewilderment in her tone. Please don't scare me like that again. It truly terrifies me. I won't scare you anymore. No more tears, Bulma assured her, after a considerable time spent calming her. Bulma then asked Alice, now tell me, what exactly happened with your injury? I sustained it after being sucked into a strange vortex, but I later realized that the injury could actually enhance my body, so I didn't treat it immediately. Well, I'll let you off this time, but if it happens again, I'll bite you for real, she added playfully, licking her lips. Upon witnessing Bulma's gesture, Alice felt her cheeks flush inexplicably, though she couldn't comprehend why. Bulma, noticing her reaction, chuckled softly. You truly are a naive fool. Yet, I suppose your naivete is preferable to being an actual simpleton. After sharing a warm embrace, Bulma eventually made her way to the kitchen to prepare pudding for her beloved fool. Alice sat on the sofa, reflecting on Bulma's earlier actions, which increasingly reminded her of the discussion she had with Chi-Chi regarding Goku, particularly when reminiscing about his past antics. It's strikingly similar, I assenti it? Could it be? No way. How could girls behave like this with each other? She pondered, feeling a mix of confusion and curiosity. Am I overthinking this? The more she contemplated, the more restless she became, absent-mindedly touching the spot where she had been bitten, feeling an unexpected flutter in her heart at the memory. It seemed there was a hint of joy amidst her confusion. Could it be that I harbor such peculiar feelings for her? She sensed that something was amiss. Otherwise, given her current combat prowess, she would not allow herself to be so vulnerable. Alice decided to maintain the status quo, as she was uncertain whether her concerns were unwarranted. The last thing she wanted was for Bulma to distance herself due to her overthinking, which would be a regrettable outcome. Once Bulma emerged from the kitchen after preparing pudding, she noticed Alice, who was alternating between examining and shaking her head. Finding her behavior quite amusing, she took a seat beside her, holding the pudding. As Alice snapped back to reality, she noticed Bulma gazing at her, causing her cheeks to flush inexplicably. Bulma's heart swelled with delight at this, as it indicated that Alice might have caught on to something, and moreover, that she wasn't entirely resistant to it. An encouraging sign, indeed. The more Bulma regarded Alice, the more endearing she found her, and a mischievous desire to tease her arose, as it seemed Alice would not put up much of a fight. With this thought in mind, Bulma leaned closer to Alice and playfully blew a breath of air near her ear. Oh, what are you doing, Bulma? That's so ticklish. Alice exclaimed, her shyness evident. Are you shy? Bulma teased. Impossible. I'm incredibly brave and formidable. Alice retorted. Let me see. No, you can't. Alice protested, feeling cornered. Come on, just let me take a peek. Bulma persisted, her confidence bolstered by Alice's teasing resistance. With that, Bulma lunged forward. And after a flurry of playful chaos, she found herself holding Alice in her arms, surprised by how bashful Alice had turned out to be. Bulma, you're so naughty. I'm ignoring you now. Alice huffed. Your words hold no weight. Bulma replied cheekily, reveling in the light-heartedness of the moment. Chapter 31. A Return to the Future. After a while, Alice was savoring her vanilla pudding with a tiny spoon, the pink bubbles emerging from her head clearly indicating her delight. She declared that she would give anything, but the vanilla pudding was non-negotiable. This was her bottom line. Bulma observed Alice, who was practically inseparable from her beloved pudding, and found herself bemused. Was she truly so enamored with this particular flavor? It seemed she consumed it daily, almost as if it were a part of her identity. Perhaps this was the nature of a true foodie. After all, Alice never seemed to gain weight. Next time, Bulma thought, she would take Alice along to sample new dishes, as Alice was always game for anything, and she could simply reward her with another serving of vanilla pudding. By the way, Bulma, in a few days, I'll be going to train. Could you prepare some food for me? Alice inquired. How much do you need? Bulma asked. Intrigued since Alice usually didn't request such things, she typically insisted on Bulma stuffing her with food. Oh, about a year's worth, if you please. That's about my appetite for a year, Alice replied nonchalantly, still engrossed in her battle with the pudding. Bulma sighed, but made a call to arrange the necessary provisions, even including some medicine for Alice, despite her insistence that she didn't need it. Better safe than sorry, after all. Once Alice finished her pudding, she looked at Bulma. Would you like me to bring back any local specialties from other planets? Perhaps some minerals or items not found on Earth? Bulma affectionately ruffled Alice's hair, noticing her counting on her fingers, no doubt tallying how many puddings she could trade for various items. All right, when you return, I'll whip up a supersized vanilla pudding for you. Just remember, aside from fighting, you don't have much else going on in that head of yours, she teased. Alice sheepishly scratched her head, knowing it was true. Ever since arriving on Earth, her intellectual faculties seemed to have been sealed away, primarily due to having a genius like Bulma around. Bulma, my external brain, she mused. Thinking was left to Bulma. Her duty was to protect her. Before long, Bulma's assistant arrived with a small box containing about 10 capsules. I love you, Bulma. I'm off now, Alice exclaimed, and with that, she soared into the sky, leaving Bulma to shake her head in exasperation. Honestly, I'm not going to lecture you. Was it necessary to take off so quickly? She murmured before returning to her lab to continue her experiments. Once back at her villa, Alice retrieved the Dragon Balls and flew to a remote location to summon the Eternal Dragon. Come forth, Eternal Dragon. As she completed the incantation, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and a colossal green dragon appeared above her. State your wish. I can grant you one wish, no matter what it may be. Ah, such a classic line, Alice thought. Dragon, could you take me to that place I visited last time? Yes, I can. But this wish exceeds my capabilities. I can only ensure your arrival, but not your safety, the dragon responded. Alice nodded, acknowledging that this was sufficient. Understood. I must remind you, you can only stay there for a maximum of 1 month. My powers are limited to this. Thank you. Until we meet again, Alice replied. And the dragon transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls, vanishing into the sky, though she kept the 4-star ball, as she intended to return it to Goku. At that moment, her body began to emit a white glow, and in an instant, she teleported near Goku. Goku, Alice began, but before she could finish, she vanished. Goku looked up, puzzled. What was that? He wondered, having seen something disappear in an instant. Oh, a wild 4-star Dragon Ball. Meanwhile, Alice found herself in a rather disconcerting predicament, akin to a spinning top. If only there were music to accompany her plight. She felt she might faint. This journey was even more chaotic than the last. After all, the previous experience had been bearable. Some might suggest controlling her energy to fly, but Alice was now so dizzy that she couldn't maintain a steady flight. Accelerating would only enhance the effect of her dizzying spin. After an indeterminate duration, her speed finally began to subside, and after several minutes, she regained control over her direction. Eventually, she spotted a light ahead, the exit. Gathering her strength, she accelerated, desperate to escape her current state. Finally, she landed safely, albeit ungracefully, spitting out dirt. Ugh, I landed in a mouthful of dirt. There won't be a next time, Alice muttered as she got to her feet, surveying her surroundings. She noted the area appeared even more desolate than before. Was this the most devastated region? Whatever the case, she needed to locate Bulma from this timeline first. With that, Alice glanced at the sky, determined her bearings, and took off. Some might question why she didn't teleport. The truth was, her life was at stake, and she needed to conserve her energy. Besides, Bulma could control her energy, albeit not with great strength. After flying at high speed for about 10 minutes, she arrived at the dilapidated site of Capsule Corporation. It was hardly recognizable anymore. Looks like she's not here. I should search the vicinity. Bulma wouldn't wander too far. Sometimes the most dangerous places offer the greatest safety, so she must have found a relatively secure spot to settle. Yet, not every location could be deemed safe. The idea that the most dangerous places were the safest was contingent on the circumstances. In this scenario, Anyone with a modicum of sense would avoid hiding there, as the enemy would surely anticipate such a tactic. If one cannot even conceive of such a notion, the world would not have descended into chaos. It would have long been rectified. After contemplating this, Alice's fury erupted, as she thought, if I cannot find you, will you not come searching for me? With this in mind, Alice immediately amplified her energy to its maximum potential. The pressure emanating from her caused the surroundings to tremble, and those nearby were violently thrust back, creating deep craters. Gohan, sensing Alice's intense aura, rose with excitement. Chapter 32. Preparing to train Gohan. Although Gohan was thrilled, he was acutely aware of the need to protect those around him. Thus he dared only to release a fraction of his energy for a brief few seconds. Just enough for Alice to sense his presence. After all, the stakes were too high. Alice detected a faint trace of energy. Albeit fleeting, she was certain it belonged to Gohan. She soared towards him, pondering what might happen should those two adversaries obstruct her path. She would simply deal with them. They were likely nothing more than weaklings who could barely withstand a single slap. Indeed, the two adversaries dared not approach Alice. They were acutely aware of her formidable power. It's that woman. Should we devise a means to absorb her strength? One remarked. The other responded. She is far too powerful. She appears to be the long-missing Saiyan Alice. Should she transform into that golden-haired form, it would spell disaster, rather than absorbing energy. We might find ourselves meeting our end here. The speakers were Android 19 and 20, Dr. Gero. Initially, they were not particularly strong, but having absorbed the energy of others, their power had now eclipsed that of their foes, almost leading to total annihilation. Are we to activate those two? 19 inquired. Not yet. They are not fully repaired. Once they are activated, it may very well be our demise, replied 20. Then what should we do? 19 pressed. We must find a way to acquire that woman's genetic material. We have yet to obtain her, Dr. Gero stated. Note, Alice generally cleanses her blood, leaving no trace behind, for she is quite the target. Dr. Gero shook his head, feeling the challenge was daunting. After all, this woman was stronger than the former Goku. Were it not for Goku's heart condition, he might have been dispatched with a single blow, without the need to absorb energy. However, energy absorption was merely a means to store an adversary's power for personal use. Once depleted, one's own vitality would likewise dwindle. Thus, they could only devise a long-term strategy. Upon arriving at Gohan's location, Alice was taken aback to find it was her own villa. It seemed this was Bulma's doing, considering her absence in the future. She then cast a glance at Bulma, who appeared somewhat aged. Alice felt a pang in her heart. Bulma. Seeing Alice, Bulma joyfully leaped into her embrace. Alice, she exclaimed. And Alice, overcome with emotion, wiped away her tears gently. Bulma, you've endured much. I've returned, and you can now rest easy. Alice prepared to step outside and turned to Gohan. Gohan, come out for a moment. I wish to discuss something with you. With that, she exited, and Gohan hurried to follow her. After a brief conversation, he began to grasp the situation. It truly was a tiresome desire. Yet she hoped they might bring her some joy. With that thought, Alice unleashed her energy and soared into the sky, meticulously searching for the two adversaries. Oh, they are indeed cautious, but I relish the game of cat and mouse. Alice flew about aimlessly in the air, while it appeared random. She often found herself ahead of them or searching for them. This woman is quite bothersome, 20 muttered. Unbeknownst to Alice, she had narrowly missed them several times. Had she been aware, she would have likely lost her temper and wreaked havoc in the vicinity. However, she refrained, fearing Bulma's wrath. After fruitless searching, Alice returned, lamenting. Those two mice are adept at hiding. I cannot remain here for long. With a hint of disappointment, she resolved to train Gohan. For only by growing stronger could he protect all that he held dear. Without hesitation, Alice produced a capsule containing much-needed food and medical supplies, which she handed to Bulma before taking Gohan outside. As they stepped out, Alice noticed a charming little child with light purple hair, prompting her to glance back a couple of times before losing interest. Gohan, noticing her gaze, introduced the child. This is Trunks. His sentence faltered, as he struggled to explain the child's lineage, given Alice's previous disdain for Trunks' father, who had nearly harmed her. Bulma's child, correct? Alice inquired. Yes, Gohan confirmed. Alice paused momentarily before regaining her composure. No explanation was necessary. Bulma had her own life, and it was not worth fretting over. Yet the thought of the one who had won Bulma's affections was indeed irksome. Gohan could only smile, knowing well that the bond between Alice and Bulma was exceptionally strong. Ultimately, it was a case of someone else reaping the rewards. Anyone would be upset, especially Alice. Let us go, Gohan, Alice declared, turning on her heel without a backward glance. Gohan felt a chill run down his spine, acutely aware that his aunt possessed a rather volatile temper, and aside from Bulma, few could temper her spirit. Are you not coming? Alice turned to him. Yes, Aunt Alice, Gohan replied hurriedly, trailing after her, aware that lingering too long could spell trouble for him. Alice led Gohan to Bulma's former home, where she began digging. She unearthed a peculiar box. This contains the clothing your father once wore, a special training uniform. She handed it to Gohan, who caught it with surprise, feeling its weight. What about the other one? He inquired. Belongs to Piccolo, Alice replied candidly. Now, enough chit-chat. Hurry and change into the attire. We must commence training. With that, she seated herself, and Gohan, not questioning her, scurried off to change. However, upon donning the uniform, he felt a peculiar shift. His strength seemed to wane, and his body felt different. Alice merely reiterated the garment's purpose. All right, you must run 10 kilometers to warm up. Upon hearing this, Gohan immediately began to jog, realizing that if he did not adjust himself, he might very well collapse before completing the distance. Chapter 33. Capturing a little mouse watching Gohan's painfully slow pace, Alice, infuriated, conjured a whip from her energy and began to strike behind him, a clear message: run faster or face the consequences. Gritting his teeth, Gohan pushed through, though he could feel Alice's strikes becoming more frequent and forceful. And Alice, you cannot take out your frustrations on me, he protested. Run faster, much faster. Alice's words were laced with intensity. Is it just me who suffers, and Alice? You are no longer the nurturing figure I once knew, Gohan exclaimed. In a moment of distraction, he received another lash. Thus, one person wielded the whip, while the other ran desperately. Ah, how harmonious it all was. Is there not anyone to converse with me? Gohan lamented. Is my son Gohan truly shameless? It pains me greatly. Alice grew increasingly fervent in her actions. Son Gohan felt as if he might vomit from the exertion. It was no longer a matter of preserving his image, but rather a question of enduring the relentless onslaught. The whip may not inflict physical harm, yet the pain it caused was undeniably real. To put it in gaming terms, it was akin to true damage. After what felt like an eternity of fleeing, son Gohan magnificently fainted, never having realized that losing consciousness could feel so blissful. Moments later, Alice splashed a bucket of cold water over him, rousing him from his stupor. All right, the endurance training concludes here. Now we shall engage in agility response training. With that, Alice soared into the air, not allowing son Gohan a moment to gather his thoughts before unleashing a barrage of small energy blasts. Though they were not lethal, the sheer volume made them quite unbearable. You didn't even announce the start, and Alice, son Gohan exclaimed as he hastily dodged, rolling and tumbling to evade her relentless assault. It became painfully clear that Alice was treating him as a mere punching bag. Yet, he dared not retaliate. After all, resistance would be futile. Oh no, I'm going to die. And Alice, have mercy, he cried. In battle, enemies offer no opportunities for reprieve. What makes you harbor such naive notions, son Gohan? Even your father has grown formidable only through countless brushes with death. Had we all shared your current mindset, we would have perished long ago. You claim to have fought alongside your father and Piccolo against Frieza. Did Frieza ever grant you a moment's respite? With that, Alice intensified her barrage. Do not be so naive, son Gohan. In this world, you alone possess the power to save it. So cast aside such unrealistic thoughts. Her relentless attacks sealed off all avenues of escape for son Gohan, compelling him to confront her directly rather than resorting to shameful evasion. Answer me, son Gohan. Show me your resolve. Gritting his teeth, son Gohan resolved not to flee in disarray this time. Instead, he charged toward Alice. Yes, just like that, son Gohan. Come at me with the determination of one who is prepared to die. He dodged her strikes while attempting to counterattack, though his efforts were clumsy. Alice, however, was unyielding, amplifying her assault. Son Gohan struggled to rise from the ground, ultimately collapsing in exhaustion. Get up, take a breather. We shall continue shortly, Alice said, pulling him to his feet. Yes, and Alice, he replied. Alice scrutinized his face and inquired, what happened to your visage? Son Gohan hesitated but eventually responded. This is from our last battle. I was foolishly optimistic that it was over. He fell silent, recalling how he had nearly lost his hand if not for the senzu beans. You, despite having endured so much, still resemble your father, too naive and too kind, Alice remarked with a knowing smile. But that is the nature of the Sun family. Just ensure you do not repeat such folly. I have told you before, enemies will not soften their blows out of mercy nor feel guilt from your compassion. In this world, only your fists can command obedience. With that, she hurled a crimson energy sphere behind her. Boom. A rat is still a rat. I failed to catch it last time. Yet one has now presented itself right before me. Alice raised her hand, effortlessly lifting the unfortunate soul. Oh, what a plump little rat we have here. She brought the individual to her feet, tilting their chin upward with her toe. How unsightly you appear, like a corpse that has been dead for a week. And Alice, be careful. This one can absorb your energy to enhance itself, son Gohan warned upon recognizing the figure as number 19. Oh, how intriguing. Let us see how much you can absorb. Do you possess the merit to amuse me, for my hands are itching for action? With that, she stomped number 19's head into the ground, crushing it several times. Son Gohan observed Alice's eager demeanor and felt a sense of futility in his concern. Indeed, had Alice been present at that time, they would have merely served as punching bags. Number 19 clung to Alice's foot, absorbing energy for an extended duration until his pace began to slow, seemingly reaching saturation. Is this all you can manage, you worthless creature? Alice's foot began to press down harder, ultimately crushing one of number 19's hands. After all this time, you can't even match my regular state. You are utterly pathetic. Number 19 gazed at Alice in terror, desperate to flee, but as he attempted to rise, his legs were rendered useless by her assault. You shall serve as a punching bag. As Alice tossed number 19 to Son Gohan, she nonchalantly dislocated his jaw as well. Your screams are too loud. I shall leave you with just one hand for Gohan to practice on. Son Gohan looked at the once formidable foe, now reduced to a pitiful creature crawling before him. This is astonishing. Was it truly as Alice had said? Could he use him for practice? The thought no longer seemed implausible. Without further hesitation, he dragged number 19 to an open area and commenced a brutal beating. Though number 19 attempted to retaliate, he was hindered by his single functional hand. Unable to keep pace with Son Gohan's onslaught, number 19 lamented his decisions, having blindly followed number 20's orders, only to find himself reduced to a mere punching bag, one that could not fight back. Chapter 34, Enhanced Training. Alice settled onto a nearby rock, producing a packet of beans from seemingly nowhere, and began to munch on them. Crispy, vanilla-flavored beans. Those familiar with Alice often wondered how she could conjure items from the most peculiar places. Pulling snacks from her pockets was one thing. But who had ever seen her extract half a chilled watermelon from her sleeve? She even produced a small spoon, which was utterly absurd. The most frequent item she summoned was vanilla pudding, a true favorite of hers. Whether in the midst of combat, or simply observing the action, she would always have snacks at hand, generously sharing them with those nearby. Initially, it seemed reasonable, as it could be assumed they were retrieved from capsules. But once it became clear she was pulling them from her pockets, disbelief ensued. Nonetheless, her inventory was limited to a few items: vanilla pudding, beans, chocolate, beef jerky, sunflower seeds, small fish, alcohol, mineral water, and whole milk, alongside various cooking utensils, seasonings, and fresh produce. It was all quite absurd, and should anyone inquire, she would attribute it to a wish made to the dragon shortly after her return to Earth. After all, she genuinely feared hunger, hence her wish. But it suited Alice well, for she had quite the appetite. Returning to the narrative, Alice continued to snack on beans while observing Son Gohan's relentless assault on number 19. Just as she became engrossed in the spectacle, Bulma cautiously poked her head out, beckoning Alice with a wave. Alice, puzzled, set down her beans and followed Bulma to a secluded area. What is it, Bulma? Why bring me here? I want to talk to you, Bulma replied, her voice betraying her uncertainty. Upon hearing this, Alice was perplexed. What could be so urgent that it required such secrecy? Though she was unafraid, it felt rather odd. Alice, I want to ask you to defeat the androids for us, if you would. Alice shook her head, indicating that she could only stay for a few days and could not offer assistance. They would have to rely on themselves. Moreover, the android's ability to conceal their energy was undeniably impressive, something that could not be denied. Regardless, having already found one, the other is no longer a concern. Of course, this is how Alice perceives the situation, as she only truly cares for a select few individuals. As for the rest of humanity, apologies, but she is far too occupied. Moreover, after assisting in vanquishing enemies, what if more formidable foes emerge in the future? Should they simply await their demise? Upon hearing Alice's refusal, the light in Bulma's eyes dimmed. Is it truly impossible? Just this once, I beseech you, Alice. I am utterly at a loss. With that, she clutched Alice's garment and slowly sank to her knees. Please, Alice, help us just this once. Alice sighed as she regarded Bulma. If I assist you this time, what of the next? And the time after that? If you encounter even stronger, more terrifying monsters, what will you do then? Rely on me. As she spoke, Alice gently wiped away Bulma's tears. You have mentioned that in your past, I no longer exist in my future. Therefore, no matter what, I cannot assist you. This challenge must be faced by you alone. With that, Alice turned on her heel and departed, resolute in her decision not to help, knowing that to do so would only bring harm to them. Bulma watched Alice walk away, her heart heavy with despair. She understood every word Alice had uttered. Yet, currently, their primary combatant was only Gohan, and she could not afford another misstep. With a heavy heart, Bulma settled into the spot where Alice had sat earlier, taking a handful of beans and consuming one. To her astonishment, she discovered that these beans possessed healing properties. Although they were not as extraordinary as the senzu beans, they were still quite potent. These beans, or rather, the items Alice produced, were imbued with healing magic, naturally granting them this attribute. Meanwhile, Alice wandered aimlessly, fully aware of what awaited her in the future. She observed her hands, which appeared slightly ethereal. Calmly, she produced a notebook and began to write and sketch, dedicating over half an hour to the task. The pages bore nothing of significance, merely notes on her previous training sessions with Goku, which she intended to present to Gohan upon her departure. It seemed the time the dragon spoke of was inconsequential. Returning early would be quite favorable. Alice muttered to herself. At this rate of fading, she would have at most 2 days left. That allows her to supervise Gohan's training for 2 more days. It seems an intensification of the regimen is in order. Resolute in her decision, Alice set off with a light-hearted demeanor, indulging in a snack. Truly, she could eat at any time and place. This time, it was merely sunflower seeds. As Alice leisurely munched on the seeds, she strolled back, quite unhurried. After all, there was little else to occupy her time. The following day, Alice took Gohan out as usual, but this time she significantly increased the intensity of the training. Disregarding Gohan's cries, the first wave of assaults left his body marred with bruises. Gohan consumed one of the beans he had seen Alice eat the previous day, and he felt the bruises slowly begin to heal. Oh, I've discovered something. In that case, we need to ramp up the training. Alice smirked mischievously at Gohan. Gohan felt a shiver run down his spine under Alice's gaze. Her smile was reminiscent of a child lured into a scam. It sent chills through him, as he anticipated that the upcoming attacks would be far more intense than the current ones. What on earth was going on with Aunt Alice today? Why the sudden escalation in training? It was truly terrifying. This was merely the first wave, yet it surpassed the entirety of yesterday's training. Chapter 35, Heart to Heart Under the Moon. Gohan lay breathless on the ground. Aunt Alice, you're really pushing me today. I have little time left. I must forcibly intensify the training to enhance your strength. You should be aware that Saiyans possess unique physiology. You can endure this level of exertion. Now, up you get, continue running. This afternoon, we will work on your resilience to impact. You and your father are akin to fragile chickens in this regard, focusing solely on strength while neglecting your endurance. Alice looked disdainfully at Gohan, who was injured merely from a minor attack. Aside from intentional harm, she had never been injured by such trivial assaults. Understood, Aunt Alice. Gohan replied, quickly rising and sprinting away, knowing that the farther he was, the less he would be struck. This time, Alice refrained from striking him. Instead, she silently flew alongside him. However, should Gohan slow down, the strikes would resume. Gohan trained with exceptional fervor today, running until he was on the verge of exhaustion. After a brief respite, he resumed, understanding that if he could push his limits while in a normal state, the subsequent recovery would yield significant improvement. According to Alice, if wearing this training suit allowed him to refine his energy, he would be ready for the next stage, thereby minimizing the suit's restrictions on him. Under Alice's relentless scrutiny, Gohan finally succumbed and collapsed. Aunt Alice, was my father trained in this manner back then? Alice sheepishly scratched her face. She could hardly admit that her training of Goku and Piccolo was merely for her own amusement, torturing them in the process. Those two had rarely emerged unscathed. Aside from the past few days, every day had left them battered. Well, it's somewhat accurate, she replied. Gohan, noticing Alice's expression, began to concoct wild thoughts. All right, the break has lasted long enough. Let us continue training. Meanwhile, in Dr. Gero's laboratory, number 19 seems to have encountered a mishap. Oh well, let it be. Doctor. Gero gazed at his nearly completed creation, feeling a twinge of disappointment, not because he was dissatisfied with the creation, but due to the absence of Alice's genes. After all, her power was widely acknowledged. If he had obtained her genetic material, this creation would undoubtedly have reached perfection. Although he had never witnessed her transform into a Super Saiyan, the mere fact that she could dominate Goku, who had achieved that form, was utterly mesmerizing. After a moment's contemplation, he approached 2 other machines, observing the male and female inside. With a sigh, he acknowledged that, despite their current perfection, they were uncontrollable. After exhaling deeply, he ventured outside. With number 19's fate uncertain, it presented quite a dilemma. He did not particularly wish for anything to happen to her, but her failure at such a crucial time was indeed troubling. It was vexing, as she had been obedient, but since absorbing the energy of those individuals, she had begun to defy orders. Gohan, why are you running away? Charge at me. And Alice, I don't understand. That is far too dangerous. Gohan watched as Alice wielded a sword forged from condensed energy. Goodness, its sharpness rivaled that of Krillin's Kienzan. What are you afraid of? I have coated the sword with healing energy, so fear not. Charge at me. Absolutely not. That is far too perilous. Gohan sprinted away desperately, as he could endure many things, but that sword had nearly cleaved him in 2 moments ago. Had he not dodged at the last moment, he would have met his end. And honestly, was this even a reasonable request? Coated with healing energy, she claims. Others use a whip dipped in antiseptic, striking while simultaneously disinfecting. Yet here, she wields a healing sword, playing the role of a benevolent sword saint. Is she? Alice observed that Gohan showed no signs of stopping. With her other hand, she conjured a whip that lashed out directly at him. At that moment, Gohan was oblivious to the pain. His life was at stake. Ultimately, Alice relinquished her efforts, dissolving the skill she had just acquired, retracting the whip, and unleashing a small energy blast instead. To her surprise, Gohan sprinted even faster, his endurance training reaching new heights through this relentless onslaught. Thus, Alice and Gohan engaged in a frantic chase, one fleeing for dear life while the other unleashed a barrage of attacks. It became increasingly difficult to discern whether the devastation wrought upon the city was more a result of the androids or their own relentless confrontation. Gohan dared not pause for a moment, fearful of being overtaken by Alice, who might then test her blade upon him. In the midst of this pursuit, Gohan inadvertently surpassed his own limits, though he remained unaware of this fact. Eventually, as night fell, the two found themselves still entangled in this chase. Alice dragged the now foam-flecked Gohan back to their residence. "I'm back. Where's Gohan?" she called out, holding Gohan's feet aloft for Bulma to see. She indicated that he was indeed present. Upon witnessing Gohan's condition, Bulma felt a pang of sympathy. He was barely recognizable. "Look, he's foaming at the mouth," she remarked, internally lamenting his plight. "Is he going to be all right?" "He'll be fine, just exhausted," Alice replied casually, tossing Gohan aside without a second thought. Won't he die from this?" After discarding Gohan, Alice stepped outside, her stability wavering once again. Parts of her began to shimmer with transparency. It seemed her utilization of power had hastened this transformation, and she feared she might not last until dawn. Bulma approached, sensing something amiss. "Alice, can we talk?" Alice glanced at her before retreating to the courtyard, where Bulma followed suit. "Alice, I apologize for my earlier words. I was rather naive at that moment." Alice lifted her gaze to the sky before responding. "There is no need for apologies, Bulma. I believe you sense it too." "Yes," Bulma replied quietly. "It seems our worlds diverged at some point, creating two distinct timelines with differing outcomes. I only comprehended this just now. After all, with your personality, had you foreseen the events that transpired, you would surely have intervened. Yet, the outcome remains unchanged. Perhaps it was destined from the moment of your first arrival. Why must people be so cruel?" Bulma's heart ached further with each thought. She could maintain a facade of strength before others, but with Alice, there was no need. Alice would always be the one she trusted most. "Alice, I want to hear you sing." "Very well." Like sunlight piercing through the night, dawn silently brushes the horizon, whose voice traverses the cycles of time. The path to the future lies beneath our feet. Do not be sorrowful, do not be afraid. Embrace tomorrow with hope and confidence. A new storm has emerged. How could we remain stagnant? Crossing through time and space with all my might, I will come to your side. Face danger with a smile. Your dreams will not be far away. Gather your courage and forge ahead. Miracles are sure to unfold. Alice gazed down at Bulma, who was peacefully asleep in her arms, and carried her back to her bedroom. "Good night, Bulma, and farewell, for I must take my leave." Chapter 36. Alice temporarily disconnects. After ensuring Bulma was settled, Alice stepped outside, unaware that the moment she departed, Bulma's eyes fluttered open. "Goodbye, Alice. Perhaps we shall never meet again. The otherworld-s version of me still needs you. This time, it is truly farewell, Alice." Bulma curled up, resembling a forsaken puppy. "Alice, where have you gone? Are you lost?" she whispered, tears escaping her eyes. The foolish companion who often visited her for meals was gone. The simpleton who could be appeased with but a pudding was no longer around. She could not fathom that Alice had been attacked by an unknown entity. After all, she was so powerful. But why? Why had she vanished at such blinding speed? Not even her remains could be found. With these thoughts, Bulma cautiously rose, and as she stepped outside, she beheld Alice's form slowly fading away, visibly diminishing before her eyes. Alice sensed Bulma's presence, but said nothing, nor did she turn to face her. Instead, she silently left behind a bag of her favorite beans. Treated with her healing magic, essentially a low-tier version of the Dragon Balls, Bulma watched as Alice's figure completely vanished. Minutes later, she retrieved the bag, estimating its weight to be about 2 pounds. Inside, she discovered a notebook containing training notes and the energy sword technique she had just learned. After perusing the contents for a while, Bulma embraced the items and returned home, for her life must continue. She could not afford to succumb to despair. Meanwhile, Alice found herself navigating the temporal tunnel, contemplating the essence of existence. Still a spinning top, damn it. The environment remained unchanged, the treatment the same. The only distinction was the 2 glimmers of light before her. Wait, 2 lights? How did another one appear? That's not right. There are two exits. Indeed. The Dragon Balls proved unreliable, leading her to this unexpected encounter. If she entered the wrong exit, it could spell disaster. With no other choice, Alice opted for the right path. Once she stabilized her flight, she closed her eyes and chose, ultimately entering the right side. Upon entry, she found herself in the cosmos, uncertain if it was her own universe. Thus, Alice flitted about like a headless fly. Seriously? In this vast universe, is there not a single habitable planet? She lamented. How long have we been flying? Alice was distressed, realizing that getting lost in the universe had become her trademark. It seemed she could misplace herself anywhere. Moreover, instant teleportation appeared limited here, and her powers were significantly restrained. Currently, she could muster barely half of her abilities, indicating she had been severely suppressed upon arriving in this universe, a troublesome situation. Nevertheless, she resolved to sense the location of Earth in this universe. Closing her eyes, she concentrated, forgetting that this universe lacked familiar energies. Even if Goku existed here, their auras differed to some extent. After an extended period of sensing, she could not locate a viable destination and sighed in resignation. For now, she could only fly slowly, aiming to reach the nearest planet, where she could politely request a spaceship, easily inputting the coordinates to return home. It was a straightforward plan. Thus, she set off at full speed. Eager to reach the nearest planet, having grown accustomed to Earth's cuisine, she could not tolerate the peculiar foods of alien worlds. However, unbeknownst to Alice, an indistinct gray substance had adhered to her clothing, gradually merging with her body. By the time she realized it, the substance had fully integrated into her being. What is this accursed thing? Damn it, how do I get rid of it? Before she could finish her thought, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Oh, the age-old tradition of the Dragon Ball world. Souls generally lack strength, rendering them incapable of resisting fusion or invasion. This was quite the predicament. When she awoke, she had no idea how much time had passed. I never expected the random entity I encountered would possess such strength. Alice gazed at her own physique with immense satisfaction. Although she was a girl, she felt far superior to those she had previously inhabited, instilling in her a sense of invincibility over the universe. However, she pondered why her memories were inaccessible to her. Still, it mattered little. As long as her body functioned well, that was sufficient. Her original combat power stood at 610 million, and with her unique transformation, it soared to 6,100,000,000. Ha ha ha. Indeed, I am overwhelmingly strong. No longer am I a mere waste. Alice laughed maniacally, reveling in her newfound strength. Even without her special transformation, her combat prowess was 610 million, allowing her to easily overpower the vast majority of opponents. Now, she was set on revenge, seeking the one who had recklessly crashed a spaceship into her formerly handsome and dashing form. Somewhere on Earth, a Saiyan tilling the soil sneezed. Given my newfound prowess, perhaps I should adopt a more formidable name? Never mind. I shall simply go by Joker. The name felt resoundingly powerful to her, and then she contemplated whether to don an impressive attire. Ultimately, she dismissed the idea, reasoning that only the weak would arm themselves with such adornments. She was no longer weak. She was a paragon of strength. Yet, Joker had yet to fully acclimatize to her new body, which rendered her rather clumsy in flight. Once she mastered her new form, she would indeed be invincible. If she failed to adapt, she would merely be akin to a high-level character played by a novice. So she was determined to adjust swiftly. Gradually, Joker began to familiarize herself with Alice's body. The sensation of controlling such power was utterly exquisite. Just wait. I shall soon seek my vengeance, for I have already sensed your location. Chapter 37. Movements of various parties. Hee ready to depart. Just kidding. Joker flew in a certain direction for what felt like ages, only to suddenly feel her body growing weak. This predicament left her perplexed. After all, she had not encountered such a situation before, nor had she flown for so long. Wait a moment. If we consider the time on certain planets, she had likely been flying for about 7 days. Does this mean that this body requires sustenance to maintain its functions? She had no prior knowledge of this, as she had not needed to eat before her death. Moreover, how could such a powerful being need to consume food? Surely, something was amiss. Had she been dead too long, or was her understanding of humanoid biology lacking? This conundrum was quite vexing. The prospect of wasting time on nourishment was not appealing. With no other option, Joker reluctantly sought a nearby planet to land and feed, all the while eager to test her current strength against its inhabitants. Joker accelerated towards the nearest planet, only to discover it appeared to have been ravaged. Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. Food was still available, albeit with an odd taste. Yet, it was not inedible. With that thought, Joker picked up an unidentified object from the ground and began to eat, finding the experience of consuming food surprisingly delightful. The body's absorption capacity was remarkably potent. Joker mused that it was no wonder she had successfully possessed this body, as without the arcane method employed, she likely would not have succeeded. However, as she continued to eat, she found herself unable to consume any more. This puzzled her. Just moments ago, she had been able to indulge. Had she truly reached satiety? How fascinating. After satisfying her hunger, Joker commenced experimenting with her newfound abilities, albeit her attacks were quite rudimentary. Having witnessed a being named Frisia obliterate a planet with an energy sphere, she was convinced that this technique was formidable and thus relied on it repeatedly. While I am quite impressive, now, let us see if I can replicate that attack and destroy a planet. With that, Joker soared away from the planet and began gathering her energy, though she had no idea how much was required. She was merely relying on instinct. After releasing her energy sphere, it wasn't long before the planet was annihilated, leaving only remnants to attest to its former existence. This feat exhilarated her. She was now capable of casually obliterating planets. In the aftermath of her excitement, her resolve for revenge solidified. If any Saiyan were to learn that the small creature they had inadvertently destroyed on Namek was now seeking vengeance, they would surely cry foul. As who could have anticipated such fragility? Moreover, the fact that it had been done unknowingly would only deepen their sense of injustice. Joker resumed her journey toward her intended destination, having learned to be shrewd. Each time she passed a planet, she would consume its resources for energy while casually destroying it in the process. Earth. Goku. Goku. Is that you, King Kai? Do you need something? Perhaps training? Goku. We have a dire situation. A remarkably fearsome entity is approaching Earth, and at her current speed, she is expected to arrive in approximately 4 days. King Kai wiped the sweat from his brow as he spoke with Goku. A powerful being? How formidable. Goku's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. For King Kai would not jest about such matters, and his tone indicated a grave danger. The impending enemy must indeed be incredibly potent, and Goku felt a flicker of excitement. After all, a formidable opponent awaited. Very strong. I cannot ascertain the specifics, but she is certainly far more powerful than you are at present, and she appears to have materialized from thin air. I suspect she may not even belong to this universe. King Kai continued. With the collaboration of other Kais, I barely managed to seal a portion of her power. But due to this delay, I now have the opportunity to inform you. She has destroyed numerous planets en route to Earth. As King Kai spoke, he began to sweat profusely. First, there were rumors of a legendary Super Saiyan appearing in other Kais territories, and now this troublesome entity had emerged. Truly, this universe was beset by misfortune. Upon hearing this, Goku solemnly assured King Kai that he would eliminate the threat. After concluding his conversation with Goku, King Kai anxiously paced within his small abode. How could he not be anxious? If this were merely a seemingly powerful foe, it would be manageable. But if she possessed transformations akin to Goku's, the situation would be dire. The fact that she had already sealed a fraction of her power and was still immensely strong left little hope. If she could transform, their fates would be sealed. Meanwhile, after finishing his conversation, Goku instantaneously teleported to Capsule Corp to discuss the matter with Vegeta and the others. This was no trivial issue. Although he was eager to confront this adversary, it was imperative that Earth remained safe. The others were equally astounded by the gravity of the situation. After all, it had taken the combined efforts of the Kais to seal just a portion of her strength. If she were allowed to roam free, the entire universe would be at risk. The fact that she had been so brutal as to obliterate numerous planets was utterly abhorrent. They must eliminate her without fail. A heavy silence fell over them as they began to strategize for battle. Even the notoriously proud Vegeta sat in contemplation, recognizing that this was not a time for arrogance. The stakes were too high. If they did not fight, who would protect their families from such a menace? They could not allow this threat to wreak havoc on Earth. And Alice, oh no, she should now be called Joker. Chapter 38. The skies have cleared and the rain has ceased, and Vegeta feels invincible once more. Joker tirelessly continues her relentless routine, annihilating every planet she passes, growing increasingly familiar with Alice's body, mastering its capabilities with remarkable ease. Her arsenal of attacks has expanded beyond mere energy spheres. To be honest, Joker has been quite fortunate, encountering no formidable foes thus far. However, this has led to an inflated sense of confidence, making her feel as though she is truly invincible. Sitting on an unknown planet, she savors a peculiar purple fruit. Crunch, crunch. How dull. There isn't a worthy opponent in sight. Could it be that I have become too powerful? How splendid that would be. The sensation of invincibility is truly intoxicating, especially now that she has nearly mastered this body. All that remains is to find that individual for revenge, soon, very soon. With that thought, she crushes the fruit in her hand and licks the juice off her fingers. It is said that this person defeated Frisia, but is that true? If I were to vanquish him, would it not prove that I too could rival Frisia and become the sovereign of this universe? How thrilling. After indulging in such musings for a while, she resumes her journey, eager to locate that person. By the third day, she arrives at the moon adjacent to Earth, captivated by the planet's stunning beauty. What a magnificent world. I have decided that after I defeat that individual, I shall conquer this planet. Such beauty deserves to be claimed by someone like me. She settles down to quietly admire the view while taking a moment to recuperate. For the battles ahead are likely to be fierce, and she must conserve her energy. Meanwhile, on Earth, King Kai, Goku, the enemy has reached the surface of the moon. But, Goku, but what? King Kai, that individual seems to be in a rather peculiar state. The aura she emits is unlike what it was some time ago, as if she has transformed into a different person altogether. Although still formidable, there is something unsettling about it. King Kai shares this intelligence regarding Joker with Goku, yet he knows his assistance can only extend so far due to his own limitations. The following day, Joker hovers above a city. The inhabitants of this planet truly are feeble. I cannot fathom why that individual resides here. Do they also find this place beautiful? With that thought, she unleashes a flurry of energy blasts downward. Boom, boom, boom. Ha 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 ha. Their panic is quite amusing. Now, let us escalate the chaos a bit. That individual should arrive shortly. Ha ha. As she continues to wreak havoc upon the city, she finds delight in the cries and wails of the crowd below. Listen to those enchanting sounds. Come forth. Come forth. I can hardly wait to defeat you and claim this planet. At that moment, the Z fighters arrive nearby. Except for Vegeta, the others are filled with fury at her cruelty. Stop it, you monster. Goku teleports behind Joker and delivers a kick, but unfortunately, she evades it. They take a moment to assess Joker, whose bizarre attire conceals her entirely, leaving them only aware that she is female. This is somewhat troublesome, especially since her aura surpasses that of everyone present. If her power were truly limited, King Kai would not have deemed her so dangerous. Quite quick to arrive. I've just finished warming up. Joker fixates on Goku, excitement coursing through her. Given her recent display of speed and strength, she feels she surpasses him now. Intensifying her exhilaration, this signifies her path to revenge is within reach. Goku, this isn't the right place for a battle. Shall we relocate? Joker, it matters not. Anywhere will suffice. For you shall perish at my hands. Goku finds her words peculiar. It feels as though she harbors a personal vendetta against him, one that is unyielding. After all, he has never encountered her before. Of course, Goku is oblivious to the fact that this individual is merely the one he accidentally struck while traveling to Namek. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Goku brushes aside such thoughts and flies toward a deserted wasteland, with Joker following suit. The others do likewise, heading to the barren expanse. Observing from a distance, Piccolo senses that there is something off about this person. Her aura does not belong to a seasoned warrior, but rather resembles that of a child who has just acquired immense power. Her recent attacks lack any semblance of technique, resembling random flailing, with energy output erratic and inconsistent, far from what one would expect from a true fighter. Thus, he reasonably suspects she may be under some form of control. Beside Piccolo, Gohan remarks, "Uncle Piccolo, that person has a tail." Upon hearing this, Piccolo quickly turns to look, confirming the presence of a tail behind her. This revelation darkens Piccolo's expression. It strongly suggests that she is a Saiyan. Vegeta's demeanor also shifts to one of seriousness, although he has little fondness for the girl. He finds merit in Gohan's observation, having noticed it himself, though he refrains from voicing his thoughts. Damn it, another one who surpasses me. Vegeta accelerates to Goku's side, declaring, "I'll handle this one. You just watch." Goku, relaxed, responds, "Are you trying to take the lead? I think I should go first. After all, isn't it more thrilling to face a strong opponent first? Why compete for the honor?" Vegeta disregards Goku's chatter and speeds ahead, prompting Goku to accelerate in pursuit. He has no intention of letting Vegeta take the lead. Vegeta huffs, "Next time, it will be your turn, I assure you." Chapter 39. The gestures are set. I have become insatiable. Their group finally halts in a suitable location. Joker gazes quizzically at Vegeta, tilting her head. "Are you here to meet your demise first? I suppose that's acceptable. It would only waste a little time, nothing of consequence." Vegeta, with an air of arrogance, looks at Joker and points at himself, stating, "Humph. Don't flatter yourself. Remember this. The one who will defeat you is me, Vegeta, the Super Vegeta." He then gestures toward Goku, adding, "Only I can take you down. Not that fool behind me. Remember that." Seeing this gesture, the others find it strange, unable to articulate why. Vegeta, "So, state your name. I do not slay nameless foes." His demeanor is exceedingly arrogant, yet Joker remains unfazed. "Joker, I believe your words would be better returned to you." With that, she launches an attack, delivering a punch straight at Vegeta's face. Vegeta turns to evade, but Joker quickly follows up with a swift kick that lands on Vegeta's left arm. This infuriates Vegeta, who transforms into a Super Saiyan and retaliates with an energy blast at close range. Joker is sent flying backward. Humph, I thought you were formidable. Turns out you are merely a facade. Vegeta, after uttering his words, raised his right hand and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts to inflict damage, catching Joker off guard and landing several hits. These blows provoked Joker's ire. How dare he inflict harm upon me, thought Vegeta. For this was the most perfect physique he had ever encountered, one he had taken great care to maintain. How could he have the audacity? I shall end his life. I will kill him. You cannot do this, Vegeta seethed, his fury palpable. Joker, rising to his feet, began his transformation. The metamorphosis shattered his bizarre attire, leaving only the garments worn by Alice. His formerly white hair morphed into a deep burgundy. 2 crimson streaks appeared on his face, his eyes turned pitch black, and his nails elongated. He grew a full meter taller, and a pair of horns sprouted from his head. Now, Joker resembled a demon, enveloped in dark energy, a stark contrast to Vegeta's golden aura. Immediately upon completing his transformation, he charged at Vegeta, seizing his leg and slamming him into the ground. Once, twice, after an indeterminate number of strikes, Vegeta finally managed to break free. He had not anticipated that Joker's transformation would not only amplify his size, but also significantly enhance his speed. Joker provided no opportunity for Vegeta to contemplate, launching another assault, forcing Vegeta into a desperate evasion. This fiend disregarded all conventions, engaging in relentless hand-to-hand combat, dealing blow after blow to Vegeta. The final strike landed squarely on Vegeta's abdomen. With a gasp, Vegeta coughed up blood, and as he attempted to retreat, Joker clutched his head. With relentless ferocity, Joker pummeled Vegeta's face, ultimately unleashing a torrent of black flames from his mouth. Vegeta struggled valiantly, yet Joker's strength was insurmountable, and he absorbed the full brunt of the dark flames. Now, Vegeta teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, enduring immense discomfort. Joker flung Vegeta into the air and moved at high speed, treating him like a ball, striking him repeatedly on the left arm. The final kick sent Vegeta crashing to the ground, followed by a volley of energy blasts that erupted around him. Now, Vegeta lay unconscious, his eyes rolled back, teetering between life and death. Goku rushed forward to retrieve Vegeta and checked his condition, relieved to find he had not perished. After administering a senzu bean, Vegeta sprang back to life. Joker, observing this turn of events, was momentarily at a loss for words. Could it truly be so? He simply needed to apply a bit more pressure. This guy, Vegeta muttered. Meanwhile, Goku ignored him, focusing instead on assessing the opponent. So, who will be the next to take the stage? I hope you do not disappoint me, Joker remarked nonchalantly, brushing non-existent dust from his attire. Goku prepared to enter the fray himself, but Piccolo intervened, insisting he would go first to gauge the situation. He had sensed something amiss with Joker's condition and sought confirmation, having observed Joker's power seemingly ebbing away since the transformation. Thus, he intended to probe further to validate his suspicions. Goku grumbled about Piccolo's lack of integrity, but Piccolo was unfazed. The enemy was formidable, and caution was imperative. He soared towards Joker, adopting a fighting stance. Joker noted Piccolo's apprehension and taunted. It seems my strength has made you nervous, or perhaps even afraid. If fear grips you, there's no need to force yourself. After all, the outcome will be the same. You might as well wait quietly on the sidelines for a swift demise. Piccolo, however, was not interested in banter, choosing instead to scrutinize his adversary meticulously. Joker, unhurried, allowed him to observe. At that moment, Piccolo spoke. I believe this is not your true form, but rather a vessel you have usurped. Am I correct? And if that is the case? Joker retorted. As long as this body is sufficiently powerful, that is all that matters. What of the body's original owner? Piccolo inquired. Who knows? Perhaps I have already devoured them, or they are still in the process of being consumed. Joker laughed heartily. This body is indeed magnificent, both powerful and beautiful. It seems you have yet to fully master this body, Piccolo observed. And what of it? This is more than adequate for now. With that, Joker initiated the attack, growing weary of Piccolo's words. Chapter 40, The Leaking Joker. Piccolo had anticipated this, having calculated her attack trajectory, so he absorbed the blow, though it sent him flying. He staggered to his feet, gazing solemnly at his opponent, scrutinizing her transformations. Indeed, with each assault, her power diminished slightly, a promising sign. This meant he could engage her in a war of attrition, but it also posed a dilemma. Piccolo's mind raced with various strategies, ultimately leading him to one path. Utilizing his few remaining senzu beans, he would expend his energy, allowing Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and the others to continue the fight, ultimately leaving Goku to deliver the finishing blow. However, the greatest uncertainty lay with Goku, who often pursued his own path, frequently complicating what could have been a straightforward victory. This unpredictability troubled Piccolo. If Goku lacked clarity, there would be no recourse. Should the enemy recover or adapt to this body, they would be in dire straits. He had heard Goku relay the Kai's warning that the body's original owner was extraordinarily formidable, having been forcibly usurped by the one who calls herself Joker. Moreover, Piccolo noted the tale behind Joker. The original owner was likely a Saiyan. The best news was that Joker was steadily weakening. But the flip side of that coin was equally concerning. As he dodged Joker's attacks, he pondered the implications and various outcomes. There were pros and cons, but the advantages seemed to outweigh the risks. He could only gamble on Goku's discernment. How dare you fight me while allowing your mind to wander? Joker concentrated a massive energy blast and hurled it at Piccolo. Reacting swiftly, Piccolo joined his hands to unleash his own attack in defense. However, his power paled in comparison to Joker's, and his assault was gradually pushed back. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo channeled all his strength into this one strike, waiting for the opportune moment for a decisive blow. Still resisting? Let me see how long you can endure, Joker taunted, intensifying her power, which swiftly overwhelmed Piccolo's attack, swallowing him whole. No, it cannot be, Krillin exclaimed. Disbelief and terror etched across his face as he watched Piccolo vanish. Goku mirrored Krillin's shock, his expression one of incredulity. Gohan, witnessing Piccolo being consumed by the onslaught, felt a surge of urgency. Had he not been restrained, he would have leapt into the fray. The others were left in stunned silence, watching the spot where Piccolo had disappeared. Even Vegeta bore a look of horror, relieved that he had narrowly escaped a similar fate. At that moment, there was nothing they could do to reverse the situation. Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan, charging toward Joker, vowing to avenge Piccolo's fate. Son Gohan charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches, kicks, and energy blasts. Joker stood her ground, allowing Gohan to assault her. Yet the lackluster nature of his attacks left her somewhat disillusioned. Is this all he is capable of? With that, she swiftly seized Gohan by the neck with one hand while delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen with the other. Gohan coughed up blood from the blow. Joker showed no mercy simply because he was a child. She continued her relentless assault, tossing him into the air before executing her royal combat technique, relentlessly attacking him. With a sudden burst of speed, Joker appeared beside Gohan and stomped on his head, grinding it beneath her foot. Ha! Joker then picked up a nearby stick, intent on delivering another lethal blow. Just then, a voice echoed from behind her. Special beam cannon. It was Piccolo. He had not perished, rather. The one who had been fighting was merely a clone of his, having concealed himself before the battle to gather energy for this very attack. Caught off guard, Joker was struck by the beam on her shoulder. Quite resourceful, but you all seem intent on damaging my perfect form repeatedly. Do you wish for me to perish sooner? She disregarded her injuries and unleashed a barrage of attacks around her. Witnessing his son's peril, Goku merely crossed his arms and watched, confident in Gohan's ability to manage. At that moment, Piccolo returned to the group, stating, I just used my speed to avoid her attacks and create a clone. He then addressed the others. Her power is exactly as I suspected. It has been steadily declining. Perhaps we can wear her down. Vegeta replied, Humph, since you say so. Do you intend to draw her fire? Did you not feel her strength when you engaged her? Even if it is waning, she could crush everyone here effortlessly, especially you. Kakarot. Goku sheepishly scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. So, is no one concerned for Gohan's safety? Meanwhile, in the midst of battle, Joker declared, Your strength is formidable. But I am stronger. With that, she stomped Gohan into the ground. Enough, I have grown weary of this. Turning her gaze toward Goku and the others, she approached them deliberately, no longer interested in playing. The longer she toyed with them, the greater the risk of injury to her own body. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Joker casually hurled an energy blast toward Gohan's prone form, but thankfully, his father Piccolo noticed in time to prevent Gohan from being attacked again. After all, Gohan was unconscious and unable to defend himself. A blow at this point could prove fatal. Joker ignored the two behind her, striding directly toward Goku. It seems our debts must be settled. With that, she erupted in fury, launching herself at Goku, grabbing his head, and forcefully driving it into the ground as she ground him beneath her. You bastard! Krillin shouted anxiously. Fully aware of his own limitations, yet still yearning to do something. He raised his right hand, gathering energy. Kamehameha. Krillin unleashed a white energy wave aimed at Joker. Humph. A tedious attack. She almost raised her hand to block it, but her body seemed to betray her, instinctively leaping aside. What's happening? My body just jumped away on its own. Joker stared incredulously at her hands. Could it be that the original owner of this body is awakening? No, that seems unlikely. She pondered, feeling the lack of control over this vessel. Chapter 41, Gathering Energy Sphere. Never mind, It must be muscle memory. Clearly, my control over this body is insufficient. As she leaped away, Goku also quickly dodged, having been unprepared for the ambush. Just then, he heard King Kai's voice. Goku, you must hurry. The enemy you face harbors a terrifying power within that is awakening. Be cautious. It feels akin to the power of the one we previously sealed away. Goku was taken aback and glanced at the brooding Joker. This situation was precarious. Although he longed to engage her, now was not the time for bravado. If he failed to act soon, the consequences could be dire. With this thought, Goku swiftly attacked Joker, who, lost in thought, was caught off guard by his punch, sending her flying. A cloud of dust erupted. Joker, she exclaimed, surprised that he would attack her at such a moment. She soared through the air and retaliated with a fierce barrage aimed at Goku. They all seemed to repeat this pattern, exhausting her patience. She no longer wished to dominate this planet. Raising her right hand, she amassed all her strength to form a colossal energy sphere and hurled it towards Goku. Seeing this, Goku quickly transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to defend himself. If that attack landed, the Earth would surely suffer. Kamehameha. Goku unleashed all his might to counter Joker's onslaught. But it was futile. The massive energy sphere continued its advance. Special beam cannon. Kamehameha. Final flash. Ki blast. Everyone present summoned their strongest attacks to hold it at bay, but their efforts merely slowed its descent. What? Where's Gohan? Oh, Gohan remained unconscious on the ground. Was no one truly concerned for that poor child? Alas, they were all too occupied. Ultimately, the energy sphere dissipated in midair due to their relentless efforts. However, before they could catch their breath, Joker launched her second wave of attacks. They could only scramble to evade her onslaught. During the skirmish, they noticed that Joker's strength seemed to have diminished significantly since earlier, considerably weaker than before. Yet, Joker remained oblivious, lacking the sensitivity to energy that the Z fighters possessed. I thought she was formidable, but is this all she can muster? Joker dove downward, charging directly at Goku and unleashing a close-range energy wave. The force sent Goku flying, and she then targeted Krillin and Tien, tossing each aside effortlessly. As she did, she released a few smaller energy blasts, striking them as they flew. Turning her attention to Vegeta and Piccolo, Joker observed as Piccolo quickly distanced himself and unleashed a special beam cannon. Joker swatted it aside effortlessly. A cruel smile spread across her face as she teleported behind Piccolo, seizing his arm and tearing it from his body. Disregarding it, she casually tossed it aside and advanced toward Goku, all the while launching ki blasts to suppress him. As for Vegeta, he was now weakly slumped on the ground, having never encountered such a terrifying foe. Approaching Goku, Joker delivered a vicious kick to his hand, shattering it. Goku writhed in pain on the ground, but Joker was indifferent to his suffering. She stomped on his face, simultaneously unleashing ki attacks upon him. Humph. Does it hurt, Goku? It should, she taunted, pressing down harder. Goku felt as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. She gazed at the fallen Z fighters, a gleeful smile illuminating her face. Indeed, I am the stronger one. She seized Sun Wukong by the hair and dragged him aside. Behold, you have all been effortlessly defeated by me, she proclaimed, lifting the struggling Sun Wukong aloft, her eyes brimming with pride and arrogance. Having vanquished the one who had once triumphed over the cosmic Emperor Frieza, she now claimed the title of the strongest. With her exceptional physical prowess, striking beauty, and unparalleled strength, she was now the supreme ruler of the universe, invincible. Ha ha ha. So what comes next? She cast a glance at the onlookers before ascending further into the sky. Then, farewell, everyone. She raised her hand once more, gathering energy. At that moment, Sun Wukong, with great difficulty, managed to turn over and struggled to stand. One hand clutching his recently broken arm. Oh Earth. Oh oceans. Oh sky. All living beings existing at this moment. I beseech you to share a portion of your vital energy with me, for the sake of all, for the sake of Earth. Please, I implore you. With a tremendous effort, he raised his uninjured arm, and those around him understood that he aimed to gather a spirit bomb. They all sprang to their feet, determined to obstruct Joker, buying Sun Wukong the time he needed to concentrate. Meanwhile, a certain young Gohan, who had been unconscious for a long while, awoke and rushed to assist. Joker, momentarily overwhelmed by their reckless assault, was driven from the sky to the ground. Confused, she wondered what had possessed them to charge at her with such abandon. Suddenly, white light began to emerge from the ground, soaring towards Sun Wukong. What is happening? Joker sensed something was amiss. It was far too peculiar. She quickly glanced towards Sun Wukong, realizing he must be gathering something formidable and that she had to thwart him. She felt a twinge of unease at the strange transformations surrounding her. I must stop Sun Wukong. I cannot allow him to succeed. With that determination, she dashed towards him, only to be intercepted by the reckless individuals once more. Joker gritted her teeth. Very well, then I shall deal with you first, It won't take too long. Chapter 42, Awakening. Joker launched her attack against them, while they refrained from engaging her directly, merely aiming to prevent her from approaching Sun Wukong. A disorganized rabble. Too cowardly to confront me head-on, merely stalling for time. Joker directed her assault towards Sun Wukong, energy spheres racing toward the barely standing warrior. The others, witnessing the impending threat, had no choice but to engage her in close combat. Joker swiftly teleported and seized Tien, kneeing him in the gut while using him as a shield against incoming energy blasts. She glanced at Tien, then carelessly tossed him aside. He was too weak to rise. Joker's next target was Krillin. She intended to employ the same tactic again, but Krillin had already discerned her strategy. She sought to use them as fodder to drain others' strength. Solar Flare. Krillin refused to stand idly by and unleashed his reliable Solar Flare. Joker was momentarily blinded, rubbing her eyes in frustration. Damn it. How does this little bald head always have such bizarre abilities? Before she could finish her thought, the others unleashed a barrage of attacks upon her. And she was struck hard. Boom. Joker was knocked to the ground, groaning in pain. You wretches, she shouted, launching a wild assault, striking aimlessly in all directions. By chance, an energy blast struck the incapacitated Tien. Tien, I am currently unconscious. Please do not disturb. Thank you. Seizing the opportunity, the others executed their chaotic strategy against Joker. Boom. Boom. At this moment, Sun Wukong had successfully gathered his spirit bomb. With great effort, he lifted it into the air and hurled it toward Joker. The attackers quickly vacated the area, aware that while it posed no harm to allies, it would still sting considerably. As Joker regained her sight, she beheld a massive azure energy sphere descending upon her. There was no time to evade. She steeled herself to absorb the impact. Raising her hands, she concentrated all her energy. Halt! Joker projected her gathered attack outward, determined to stop the oncoming force. She refused to believe that this would not cease. Yet, contrary to her hopes, the spirit bomb inexorably approached her. No, no, no. I have yet to exact my revenge. I cannot perish like this. She continued to draw upon her inner energy, but the outcome remained unchanged. She was engulfed by the spirit bomb. No. Boom. The explosion generated a colossal mushroom cloud. The others quickly flew to Sun Wukong's side, offering him senzu beans. Did we win? Krillin asked nervously, peering through the dense smoke. Piccolo, with a serious expression, observed the explosion's center. No, that fiend still lives, and it seems she has absorbed some of the spirit bomb's energy to empower herself. What? Still alive? This is disastrous. Not only is she alive, but she has also absorbed the spirit bomb's energy to recover, and now we have no senzu beans left. We cannot continue to fight her. Krillin panicked as he looked toward the explosion site. Gohan, supporting Tien, turned to Sun Wukong. Dad, what do we do now? Are we going to lose? Sun Wukong remained silent, expressing that he had no answers to offer. From within the explosion zone, Joker emerged slowly, her body battered and bruised. Yet, her energy felt more solid than ever. I must admit, that last blow nearly finished me off, but I never anticipated this body would be so resilient. So, I suppose I have disappointed you. With that, she gazed at Sun Wukong, noticing he had recovered, having consumed those senzu beans. But she had overheard their conversation. Those beans were now depleted. Joker advanced step by step towards Sun Wukong and his companions. Sun Wukong transformed once more into a Super Saiyan and charged at her. Joker stood her ground, inviting his blows, feeling an overwhelming sense of power coursing through her. With a mere flick of her hand, Sun Wukong was sent hurtling backward, crashing into several rocks before coming to a halt. In an instant, Sun Wukong lost all combat capability. Despair enveloped everyone present. How could they possibly prevail? They were on the brink of total incapacitation. Piccolo roared and initiated an attack, with the others following suit. Yet they too were struck down as Sun Wukong had been. Suddenly, rain began to pour from the sky. Drip, drip, drip. Thunder rumbled ominously. Was this truly how it would end? Damn it, I haven't even gotten married yet. The others, is this really the time for such thoughts? Are you preparing your last words? Yet, perhaps it was indeed an appropriate moment for farewells. Joker advanced slowly toward them, each of her steps resonating in their hearts. Just then, they heard a girl's voice. It seems you require a bit of assistance. The crowd looked up, scanning their surroundings, then cast another glance at Joker. Alas, you all exhibit quite the intelligence, yet at this moment, you require assistance more than mere conversation. Upon uttering these words, a multitude of golden wisps erupted from Joker. Soaring towards them, do your best. This is the sole aid I can offer you now, a reward for the splendid strike that roused me from slumber. Pray tell, who are you, and why do you extend your help to us? Furthermore, what is your connection to this Joker? Queried Piccolo. Oh dear, I neglected to introduce myself. I am called Alice. As for my connection to Joker, it is rather trivial. I inadvertently became possessed by her. Initially, I believed it would take a considerable time for me to awaken, yet your blow hastened my revival. The events that transpired occurred within mere seconds, rendering Joker's reaction belated. What tremendous power! The group felt their strength restored, and even enhanced, now at least thrice their original capabilities. Hurry now, revel in this power before it dissipates. Rise and shine, dear Alice. The sun is tickling your bottom. Oh no, Bulma, I wish to sleep a little longer, just a bit more, please. Alice mumbled, still drowsy. Sighing, Bulma remarked, I warned you to take it easy last night, but you didn't listen. Now look where you are. You can't even get up. Very well. I shall excuse you from today's duties. With a resigned air, Bulma went to inform Alice's employer. Thank you, Bulma moi. After kissing Bulma, Alice promptly returned to her slumber. At noon, Alice sat at a table by the window, sipping coffee. She looked up and spotted Bulma. Bulma, over here, right here. Bulma gazed at her foolish friend, a hint of exasperation in her expression. Approaching Alice, she pulled out the chair opposite her and took a seat. They shared a quiet gaze, though Alice's unwavering stare caused Bulma's cheeks to redden. As she lowered her head, Bulma caught sight of Alice using a small spoon to scoop condensed milk into her coffee cup, stirring it gently. The coffee began to froth in response to her rhythmic motions. Bulma watched, puzzled by Alice's peculiar ritual. Next, she observed Alice's other hand caressing the rim of the cup before bringing it to her lips and sipping slowly. How is it, my dear Bulma? Bulma felt a flush of warmth creeping into her face. You rogue. We are both girls. How could you call me that? Perhaps Miss Bulma would like me to prepare a cup of coffee for you? Without waiting for Bulma's rejection, Alice set off to brew a fresh pot. Moments later, Alice returned with a steaming cup of coffee. Would you care for anything additional? Just 2 sugar cubes, please. Freshly brewed coffee is too bitter, Bulma replied obediently. Unbeknownst to Bulma, Alice intentionally dropped an ice cube into her cup. Oh dear, this could spell trouble. The contrast in temperature may be uncomfortable. Bulma retorted. If you intend to cause mischief, just say so rather than hiding it. It's quite distressing to witness. Alice, however, prepared the coffee without any tricks this time, presenting it to Bulma without any antics. Even when they exited, the atmosphere remained oddly subdued. This unusual quietness left Bulma feeling uneasy. Typically, Alice would be all over her, seeking affection. Had she changed? That seemed improbable. Bulma suspected Alice was up to something and resolved to investigate. She shadowed Alice until they reached a clothing store, where Alice encountered another girl and entered the store, laughing together. Fury bubbled within Bulma. So that was why Alice had been so tranquil today. She had found a new companion. Alice, you're finished. This evening, I shall teach you the reason behind the blooming flowers. Feigning interest in shopping, Bulma eavesdropped on their conversation, which only intensified her ire. It seemed Alice was eager to explore the taste of a little whip. Wow, you saw that? I thought I was the only one aware of this place. Alice exclaimed to her companion. The girl responded, that performance of yours was a bit over the top. I almost thought you were going to demonstrate here. Humph. Such a lovely thought. Well, I must return home. I lost track of time while shopping with you. We shall discuss the plot next time. Indeed, Bulma discerned that their earlier dialogue and antics revolved around a storyline, a television drama featuring 2 female leads. Bulma departed in haste, leaving Alice in a predicament. I'm back. Bulma, what are you doing? Don't. Alice had barely returned when Bulma handcuffed her and dragged her back to the room. What do you think you're doing? My dear Alice. Alice gulped nervously. Bulma was acting strangely, very strangely. Bulma, let us talk calmly. Please put down the whip and the remote. Can we not have a civil conversation? Bulma caressed Alice's cheek, inquiring, what was your relationship with that girl today? Today? She is merely a friend who shares my fondness for watching dramas, Alice stammered. And what were you 2 doing? Bulma leaned in closer, her breath tickling Alice's ear. Alice's ears flushed crimson. Discussing the plot, of course. In a whimsical little play, the Dark Lord commenced an assault on the hero, who, unable to withstand the onslaught, found himself retreating, stripped of his finest gear, left with only novice equipment. Sensing disaster, the hero made a hasty escape. However, the Dark Lord pursued relentlessly, continuing the assault until the hero was cornered between 2 towering peaks. Frustrated, the Dark Lord unleashed a fury upon the mountains, conquering them through fierce battles. Upon conquering, the Dark Lord spotted the hero and seized him, dragging him back to the castle for interrogation. Despite the Dark Lord's relentless questioning, the hero remained tight-lipped until the pressure intensified, leading to tears and cries of despair. In this clash, the Dark Lord emerged victorious, leaving the hero humiliated and in tears, fleeing in disgrace. The following day, Alice gazed at Bulma with eyes devoid of luster, a look of deep resentment etched upon her face. Who is truly the villain here? With trembling hands, Alice rose to wash up, discovering an abundance of little strawberries. Well then, it seems I shan't be leaving the house today. Chapter 43. The hasty conclusion of Joker. After a moment of experiencing this newfound strength, Sun Wukong and the others commenced a concerted assault on Joker. This time, they were not inclined to approach one by one. None could predict whether this individual might grow even stronger, and this power was limited, a mere trial card. With the support of the experience card, they relentlessly drove Joker into retreat. This is impossible, it can't be. She wasn't supposed to be defeated by me. Before the words could fully escape her lips, she was struck forcefully to the ground. Now, Sun Wukong and his companions had no intention of granting Joker even a moment's respite. Vegeta, brimming with excitement, unleashed his prince's technique once more to suppress Joker, bombarding her with a relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the others began to gather their energy, preparing to unleash their most formidable attacks, the Kamehameha X3, the Spirit Bomb, and the Final Flash. As Vegeta sensed that he had sufficiently subdued her, he too executed his ultimate move. Boom. The ground trembled. Cough, cough. This is unacceptable. It shouldn't be like this. You should have been the ones to fall before me. Joker still wished to resist fiercely, but she soon realized that she was utterly immobilized. What? How is this possible? Why can't I move? Oh dear, don't get so worked up. You've used my body for so long, and now you're in such a pitiful state. It's time to return it, a voice echoed in her mind, belonging to Alice, which filled Joker with panic. How could you still be alive? I should have. Alice responded playfully. There's no need for such astonishment. While you were controlling me, I discovered I couldn't eliminate you, so I fell into a self-induced slumber, waiting for the perfect moment to reclaim my body. I merely awakened a bit earlier. And no, Alice, unfazed by her protests, forcefully seized Joker's other half and yanked it out with brutal efficiency. Then she casually tossed it aside. How pathetic, reduced to such a gloppy form. Let me send you off, dear sister. No need to thank me too much. With that, Alice gathered her energy in her right index finger, delivering a precise energy blast that obliterated the gloppy remains of Joker. Joker lamented, is this how I die? It shouldn't be. I am a boss-level entity. But resigned to her fate, she thought, well, if I'm to die, what more is there to say? Alice slowly approached Sun Wukong and the others, who remained vigilant, wary of any potential treachery from this new figure, particularly anxious that Alice might suddenly attack them. After all, she exuded an aura distinctly different from Joker's, one that hinted at unfathomable power. Oh dear, don't be so tense, Mr. Wukong. I am not such a nefarious person. I just helped you, after all. Krillin scratched his bald head, glancing between Alice and the others. Gohan felt similarly, though his feelings leaned towards an inexplicable warmth from Alice, prompting him to cautiously approach her. Piccolo, noticing this, quickly attempted to pull Gohan back, but Sun Wukong stopped him, eager to see what this woman intended. Greetings, big sister. I am Gohan. Thank you for your assistance earlier. He bowed respectfully. Oh my, little Gohan, you're so polite. It seems your family has raised you well, Alice said, smiling as she ruffled Gohan's hair. Huh. Gohan looked at her in confusion. Alice paid no mind to his puzzlement and stepped past him to stand before Sun Wukong, nodding at him approvingly. Quite impressive strength indeed. She then glanced at Vegeta, who wore a look of disdain, before assessing Piccolo, also nodding in satisfaction. Very commendable. Vegeta, irritated, demanded, what do you mean by that look just now? Alice replied, a blatant expression of disdain. It truly tarnishes the Saiyan name. Vegeta retorted. You. Alice clicked her tongue and took a few steps back. Allow me to introduce myself again. I am Alice, one of the forsaken orphans of the Saiyan race, albeit the abandoned kind. Vegeta remained composed, contemplating the implications of her talents. She was either abandoned by her father due to a threat to his status or cast away by parents who deemed her combat abilities too weak. After all, it was common on Planet Vegeta for parents to discard offspring with low battle power. If it was the former, she was fortunate to have survived. Oh dear, don't look at me like that. It's really no big deal. Alice waved her hand dismissively. I've grown accustomed to it, after all. At worst, I could simply destroy a few planets to vent my frustrations, which isn't unprecedented. You truly are a Saiyan, Gohan exclaimed, astonished, as his earlier speculations were confirmed. Though I appreciate being called big sister, I'm afraid I'm more of an aunt, little Gohan, Alice corrected him, patting his head once more. Aunt, but you look so young, Gohan insisted, earning a smile from Alice, who relished the compliment of youth. Nevertheless, she felt the need to clarify, as she was neither Bulma nor Mrs. Brief. Thinking of Bulma induced a headache, as she had been away for quite some time, uncertain of how much time had passed. I wonder if I could borrow the Dragon Balls on Earth. I need to return to where I belong, or else someone might worry about me, Alice stated earnestly. Sun Wukong and the others sensed her familiarity with Earth and its customs. There's no need for surprise. I hail from another Earth in a different universe. Thus, as long as the details don't diverge too drastically, everything here is quite similar, which is why I asked, she explained. Sun Wukong and the others relaxed, recalling Trunks' previous visit. However, regarding the Dragon Balls, Bulma had already wished to be 5 years younger, so they were still in use. This will likely take a few days, as the Dragon Balls have already been utilized, Sun Wukong informed Alice. Alice nodded in understanding, recognizing that in her universe, the Dragon Balls were frequently employed. I shall wait a few days then. Nevertheless, I am immensely grateful for your trust. We must thank you instead. Without your help, Earth would have. Alice interrupted Sun Wukong, saying, There's no need to thank me. After all, it was my presence that led to your predicament. I should be the one expressing gratitude towards you. Sun Wukong scratched his head, pondering this. But ultimately, we did defeat her with your assistance, didn't we? Therefore, gratitude is still warranted. Whether she accepted it was another matter entirely. Alice, feeling resigned, chose not to argue further. After all, deflecting gratitude was not her nature. So she simply accepted it, knowing it wouldn't cost her anything. Alice, may I challenge you to a spar? Sun Wukong asked, cracking his knuckles. Though he had already battled Joker, he sensed that Alice's true power was vastly superior to that of her predecessor. I suppose it's permissible, but I cannot exhibit my full strength at the moment. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong felt a bit awkward, as it was his acquaintance's doing. Alice, unaware of Sun Wukong's thoughts, flew a short distance away, awaiting his approach. Sun Wukong followed suit. While the others were curious to see just how much disparity existed between Alice's power and that of Joker, who had required the Kais to seal her away. As the challenger, I will use my utmost strength to defeat you as a form of reciprocity. With that, Alice instantly transformed into her Super Saiyan form, the residual energy causing the ground to tremble beneath them. The others, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel relieved that their previous opponent wasn't such a monster. The mere residual energy rendered them immobile. Sun Wukong, under the oppressive energy, found himself pressed to the ground for quite some time before he could struggle to his feet. Wow, this is terrifying. At that moment, Vegeta flew over, joining the fray. Permit me to join you in this challenge, Miss Alice. Alice gazed at Vegeta, taken aback by his unusual formality. It was quite rare to see him address someone with such respect. Although she harbored a less than favorable opinion of him, as a Saiyan, she could not refuse a request from a fellow member of her race. Very well, she replied. Vegeta bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. This unexpected display of politeness left everyone present in a state of shock, as Vegeta typically preferred to regard others with disdain. My courtesy is reserved for the strong. For you, this is the utmost favor I can bestow, he declared. I shall allow you to strike first, even with your most formidable techniques. Upon hearing this, Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances and immediately unleashed their most powerful attacks. Boom, boom. The two mightiest assaults collided with Alice, raising only a cloud of dust without causing her any harm. What? She sustained no damage. The onlookers were astounded. Even a mere singe would have sufficed. Goku and Vegeta, however, clearly perceived the energy surrounding Alice deflecting their attacks effortlessly. It is my turn now, she announced, raising her right hand and casually waving it. A whip materialized, ensnaring Goku and casting him aside, followed by a simple energy blast that rendered him devoid of fighting strength. Vegeta, intending to launch his own assault, found himself caught by Alice's grasp, receiving a similar fate as Goku. Grow stronger, or your future may be perilous. You may encounter foes more powerful than I, Alice warned. Observing the two warriors as they reverted to their base forms, the others rushed to assist Goku and Vegeta, reassured by Alice's words that they were merely unconscious and would soon awaken. There is no need for concern, she stated, turning away and ascending into the sky, leaving them behind, for their affairs were no longer her concern. They did not attempt to stop her, watching as she disappeared into the distance. Moments later, Goku regained consciousness. Ouch, that hurts, he exclaimed. It's good to feel pain. It means you know you're alive, Piccolo quipped. The gap in our strength is indeed vast, Goku lamented. Others shared his rueful smile, recognizing the undeniable disparity, as even the residual energy from Alice's attacks left them breathless. After some idle chatter, they gradually departed. With no one inquiring about Alice's whereabouts, it was clear she had left without needing to guess. About half a month later, Goku called out, "Come forth, dragon." As soon as the words left his lips, the sky darkened, and a colossal figure descended from the clouds. State your wishes. I can grant you 3, the dragon proclaimed. 3? That's 2 more than the ones I have. Goku mused, noting the apparent enhancement of the Dragon Balls in this realm. Dragon, could you send me back to my world? The dragon's crimson eyes glimmered. It is possible, traveler from another realm. With that, the dragon's eyes flashed again, An luminescent aura enveloped Alice. Evidently, the power of the dragon here surpassed that of the one in my world. Well then, dear friends, I bid you farewell until we meet again, Alice declared. Goodbye, Aunt Alice, came the chorus of farewells, even from the typically aloof Vegeta, who awkwardly joined in. Alice shot a teasing glance at the Vegeta of this world. Her perception of him altered, albeit slightly, as he had grown on her during their training. Our proud little prince had benefited immensely from his time training with Alice, grappling with a complex blend of emotions towards her, especially given the significant progress he had made. Alice had only agreed to train him because he had persistently sought her favor, finding it amusing enough to accept him as a pupil. Watching Vegeta, awkwardly clad in an apron while cooking, brought her joy. Even Bulma remarked that she had never seen this side of Vegeta. As for why Alice was at Bulma's residence, it was because Bulma had discovered her while she was napping in a tree. Indeed, discovered was the right term. Alice had not resisted at all since she could never refuse Bulma, regardless of the world. Of course, there was that one exception when reliance on others proved less effective than self-reliance. Chapter 45, That Woman. Meanwhile, on the other side of Earth, Raditz narrowly evaded Piccolo's special beam cannon, nursing his wounded shoulder. Cough, cough. Now you are the last one standing, Namekian, he taunted. Piccolo's eyes widened in horror as he beheld Raditz dodging his attack. Would he face the same fate as Goku today? In that moment, despair consumed Piccolo. He was barely clinging to life, having exhausted his energy in the previous assault. Where the hell is my useless master? He should be here to save me. He thought desperately. If help did not arrive soon, he would surely falter. Krillin, that little bald-headed boy, and the others were already out of commission. The only one still capable of action was a woman, and a burden at that. Bulma sat helplessly on the ground. Alice, where are you? If you don't come back, you'll never taste my delicious vanilla pudding again. You promised you'd always be here when I needed you, so I need you now. Help me, Alice. Bulma cried out, her voice hoarse. Just as Bulma finished her plea, a vortex appeared in the sky, and a figure emerged from within. Are you ready to greet the explosion? Stay away from Bulma, you scoundrel. Indeed, the figure was Alice, having sensed danger on Earth through the time-space tunnel, prompting her hastened return. She opted not to use instant transmission to avoid spatial displacement, hence her swift arrival. Bulma's heart soared as she recognized the figure. Alice had returned. Relief washed over Piccolo as well. With Alice back, everything would be manageable. After all, she was currently the strongest known being on Earth, and he had to train diligently to avoid complacency, lest he face dire consequences. Alice executed a flying kick midair, sending Raditz crashing to the ground before she approached Bulma. I'm back, Bulma. I thought the villains would prevent you from returning. Bulma sobbed, genuinely frightened moments earlier, now seeking solace in Alice's embrace for reassurance. After a brief moment of comfort, Bulma dragged Alice over to the battered Raditz. Weren't you so tough just now? Where's your bravado now that my ally is here? Bulma boasted, puffing her chest out proudly. Raditz could only grimace at her audacity. Bulma, feeling empowered, kicked Raditz again, reveling in her victory before suddenly turning back to Alice. Alice, you won't believe it. This guy is so evil, and he claims to be Goku's brother. Is this what brotherhood looks like? All right, Bulma, calm down. Don't get too worked up, Alice soothed, gently patting Bulma's back. But I was genuinely scared. I just needed a hug to feel better. Alice expressed a sense of helplessness, yet could only embrace Bulma and cast her gaze upon Raditz. She pondered why he seemed so familiar, as if she had encountered him somewhere before. Raditz replied, Indeed. You know that woman. Alice tilted her head in confusion, her recognition growing stronger. Oh, I remember now, it's you. I believe your name is something like Raditz. Raditz. He confirmed. You hardly remember my existence, I suppose. To you, I am merely a footnote in the grand narrative. Alice, however, dismissed his remarks, her primary concern being to soothe her beloved Bulma. After all, what would happen if Bulma threw a tantrum and refused to provide her with delicious vanilla pudding? After a considerable effort, Bulma finally emerged from her embrace, allowing Alice the opportunity to regard Raditz. Bulma, has this fellow committed any heinous acts? Perhaps indiscriminate slaughter? Bulma replied. It seems he only killed a farmer who shot at him. Alice felt a twinge of unease, while she harbored thoughts of eliminating him. He was of the same kin and had not wreaked havoc on Earth. The only innocent life he had claimed was provoked by gunfire. Her gaze shifted to Goku's lifeless body. Bulma scratched her face, clearing her throat. Goku actually intended to perish alongside him, but truth be told, he managed to dodge Goku's attack. Alice mused, so Goku was taken out by one of his own? How absurd. A brother traversing great distances to find his long-lost sibling, only to be struck down by him, and to top it off, the brother ends up meeting his demise as well. Is this reasonable? But in this world, where power reigns supreme, it is rather logical. Let's confine this individual for now. But wait, where's Goku's body? Did it sprout legs and run away? At that moment, An elderly voice explained to Alice the reason behind Goku's body disappearing. All right, do as you please. I shall refrain from interference. After exchanging a few words with the others, Alice cradled Bulma and departed. The onlookers exchanged glances, eager to retain her presence, yet lacking sufficient justification to do so. Surely, they could not implore her to protect the Earth, for she herself was not a native. Her only concern lay with Bulma, unless Bulma herself spoke up. Nevertheless, her presence provided a sense of reassurance, given Alice's formidable strength, which could serve as a safety net. After contemplating various reasons, everyone began to make their arrangements. Adhering closely to the original plot, with the exception that Piccolo would occasionally seek Alice's guidance on training. Alice held a favorable impression of Piccolo, thus offering him considerable advice and occasionally training alongside him. Thus, during the day, Piccolo would visit Alice, and at night, he would return to check on Gohan. Of course, these were merely future events. On a distant planet in the universe, Prince Vegeta mused, "It seems Raditz has encountered trouble. TCH, let him be. If he cannot handle a lowly warrior, then let him perish. However, I am quite intrigued by the Dragon Balls on Earth." Nappa, somewhat perturbed, realized that his prince had overlooked a crucial piece of information. The woman Raditz had mentioned. They had only heard this before the signal cut off, leaving them unaware that Raditz was still alive. "So, you all wish for my demise," Raditz thought. In a special timeline, Alice found herself in an unfamiliar place. "Where's this? Wasn't I resting?" She looked around, perplexed by her surroundings, which appeared desolate. Rubbing her temples, she felt a headache brewing. Suddenly, she sensed something and swiftly turned to see two incredibly fast flying objects whizzing past her. For some inexplicable reason, Alice felt compelled to follow them, believing that what lay ahead was of utmost significance to her. However, as she took flight, she realized her power had diminished to around 4 million, and her hair had reverted to black. Never mind that for now, she told herself, convinced that the two vessels she had just departed from were exceedingly important. Accelerating her ascent, she broke through the planet's atmosphere, pursuing the direction those two flying objects had taken. A voice within urged her to hasten, lest she regret it for eternity. Thus, Alice exerted all her strength to speed up, yet it still felt insufficient. She yearned to transform into a Super Saiyan for greater speed, but ultimately abandoned the idea, recognizing the transformation's immense energy drain, which could not sustain prolonged flight. Reluctantly, she continued at her normal high velocity. Time passed as she flew, her condition growing increasingly dire, yet she persevered through gritted teeth. Faster, faster. At last, she sensed she was nearing her destination. As she approached, she reduced her speed to conserve some energy. Just then, a baseball-shaped spacecraft zipped past her, inside which was a small child. Upon seeing the child, Alice noted a striking resemblance to Goku, or Kakarot. Shaking her head in exasperation, she chided herself for her thoughts, deciding to focus on reaching her destination. However, as she drew closer, she discovered the planet was besieged by a fleet of warships and people, with a small figure in a baby carriage at the forefront. Alice's mind conjured images of the planet's destruction. Just then, she spotted a lone rebel standing against the crowd. Without thinking, she exclaimed, "Kakarot." Shocked, she accelerated toward him, intent on lending a hand, specifically, to extricate him from his predicament. "Frieza, show yourself." The man was surrounded, but his resolute and fearsome gaze instilled a tremor in some of his captors, though it lasted only a fleeting moment. At that moment, Frieza slowly emerged from the throng of people, seated in his baby carriage. "Ho ho ho, I never anticipated a wild monkey would dare to resist. However, it is futile. No matter what you do, you cannot prevent the annihilation of your race." Frieza rested his chin on his hand, observing the man's impotent fury with amusement. "So, allow yourself and all the Saiyans on this planet to perish." With that, he gathered a massive energy sphere at his fingertip and hurled it toward the man and the planet. Danger loomed, but Alice arrived just in time to intercept the attack. She glanced back at the man. "Kakarot, are you all right?" The man looked at her in confusion. "Kakarot? Isn't that my son's name?" Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. There would be time to ponder that later. For now, defeating Frieza was of the utmost importance. Seeing how easily this woman had deflected the attack, he surmised that she must possess considerable strength, likely on par with Frieza. "Thank you, but you have mistaken me for someone else. I am not Kakarot. My name is Bardock." Alice was taken aback. Was this not the name of Kakarot's father? Did that mean she was in a timeline of the past? Or perhaps a parallel universe where her parents, no, the parents of this parallel world, were still alive? The thought that she could have arrived just minutes too late sent chills down her spine. As Alice pondered these revelations, Frieza, growing impatient, interjected. "Once again, an irksome wild monkey appears, and it happens to be a female. Is this an endless ordeal?" Frieza then commands his subordinates to deal with them, while he continues to enjoy the spectacle, for the struggle of cornered beasts is quite entertaining, is it not? After all, none of them shall survive the day. Once today passes, that legend will merely remain a legend. Well then, Mr. Bardock, allow me to take over. You should rest for a while, Alice declared. With that, she concentrated her energy to form a sword and charged forth, effortlessly slicing through the minions as if they were mere tofu. Bardock was left astounded by Alice's prowess. Could one truly engage in battle in such a manner? Should he perhaps try it next time? Nevertheless, he decided it best to recover first. After all, it was hardly a gentlemanly act to let a delicate young lady lead the charge. However, Alice's subsequent actions made him question whether he was, in fact, the weaker of the two. For at that moment, she conjured a whip in her other hand, ensnaring an enemy and hurling them into the crowd like a bomb. Boom. Bardock was left speechless. Some might wonder why she did not transform into a Super Saiyan. The truth was, Alice had yet to regain her strength and could only achieve great feats with minimal energy. Moreover, transforming now would leave her depleted for the impending confrontation with the boss. Using this method, Alice dispatched numerous minions, prompting Frieza to feel a pang of sympathy and summon them back. It was time for her to retreat as well, for she had just received news that their master was arriving. Thus they must halt their endeavors for the day. Wild monkeys, consider yourselves fortunate to live a while longer. I shall return to collect your lives soon, she declared before vanishing at lightning speed. Alice wished to pursue, but in her current state, she would only end up exhausted and slain. Thus, she resigned herself to the situation. Watching Frieza's retreating figure, Alice sighed helplessly. Had she been at her full strength, she could have easily dispatched Frieza with a single blow. Thank you, Miss Unknown Scion, Bardock said politely to Alice, for if not for her unexpected arrival, he would have perished and Planet Vegeta would have faced devastation as well. No need for thanks, she replied. Oh, by the way, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Alice, a Scion and a Wanderer. Chapter 46, Survival or Death, Choose Wisely. Earth. Bulma, what brings you to my room at this late hour? Alice, still drowsy, gazed at Bulma, who was clad in sleepwear and clutching a pillow with a puzzled expression. Alice, can I sleep with you tonight? I'm a bit scared, Bulma said, her voice tinged with vulnerability as her gaze darted toward Alice's room. Alice, still half asleep, allowed a path to open and consented, realizing that Bulma must have been quite frightened earlier. "Ha, come in," Alice said before floating back to her bed, settling down to continue her slumber. Bulma joyfully dashed into Alice's room, leaping onto the large bed. Upon discovering that Alice had already drifted off, she quietly observed her sleeping form, tracing Alice's outline gently with her fingers. Thank you, Alice, Bulma thought, reflecting on the harrowing events of the day. It had been a terrifying experience, teetering on the brink of death. If Alice had not returned, she surmised that she would have perished. Raditz, stop messing around. I simply wanted to bring my foolish brother home. Who knew he would bombard me with talk of friendship and family? I never intended to harm anyone. This is all you're doing, Raditz lamented. He was still confined in a cramped room, his hands shackled with cuffs borrowed from Alice, manufactured on another planet. Now he lay despondently on the ground, questioning his existence. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? How did I end up here? Is the next step a trial by jury? The next day? What the hell? Why are you holding on so tightly? I can't breathe, Alice exclaimed, abruptly awakened by a suffocating sensation, only to find herself tightly embraced by Bulma. Bulma, let go, Alice urged, tapping Bulma's hand, signaling her to release her, lest she be the first Scion to succumb to an affectionate embrace from a girl, though it was merely a jest, as that seemed utterly implausible. Good morning, Alice, Bulma murmured, slowly opening her eyes but remaining nestled in Alice's arms. Let me hold you a bit longer, she pleaded. Faced with this scenario, Alice found it impossible to refuse, allowing Bulma to snuggle against her. You smell so nice and soft, Bulma cooed, enjoying the warmth for a while before finally emerging, behaving as if nothing had happened, and proceeded to prepare breakfast. Alice watched Bulma with a mix of exasperation and amusement. It was clear she was merely a temporary comfort. After contemplating this, Alice rose to check on Raditz, who had been brought in. She approached the space where Raditz was confined, crouching down to observe him. Ah, this is our second meeting. Raditz, she remarked. Raditz ignored Alice, merely turning away. He was now resigned to his fate, whether it was death or worse. Let's not be like that. Let's converse about Planet Vegeta, Alice suggested, attempting to engage him. Raditz sat up, raising a hand, making his feelings abundantly clear. Alice snapped her fingers, causing the cuffs to fall away. Since you wish to know, I shall share what I know about Planet Vegeta. Alice listened intently, for hearing it from someone else was different than receiving it from one of her own kind, who possessed deeper knowledge. Surprisingly, you three have been quite fortunate to escape a calamity, Raditz sighed. With so few Scions left, I thought to come to Earth to find my brother, hoping he would join us for safety. Who knew he would be suffering from amnesia? He came at me with all this talk of family and friendship. Do you think I could tolerate that, with my Saiyan temper? I struck him, thinking if he was useless, at least I had a nephew. Little did I know. He was just as formidable, knocking me on my back. Now, reflecting on it, my stomach aches. Alice regarded Raditz, initially believing him to be serious and composed, only to discover he shared a similar disposition to Goku. Raditz, noticing her incredulous expression, explained, "Cough. I'm not usually like this. Enough of that. I present you with two choices. Either you persist in your futile resistance and face our inevitable destruction, or you join us. Atone for your actions by breathing in the Earth's air and repairing the damage you've caused." Raditz scoffed. What a dismissive rationale. Even if you said it was for killing someone, I would find that reasonable. But look at your flimsy excuse. Yet, he was intrigued by the prospect of staying. Not out of fear, but due to Alice's evident strength. He was uncertain of the power dynamics between her and Frisia, so aligning with her could yield significant advantages. Had Alice known of Raditz's calculating thoughts, she would have been tempted to laugh. Did he truly think she would fear him? She was a Saiyan with billions in battle power. What need had she to fear Frisia? Once, perhaps, she might have. Now, before him, she would not even consider it. After contemplating for a moment, Raditz asked Alice, "Aren't you afraid I might betray you?" Alice's response was resolute. "You dare to betray me, and I shall dismantle you in an instant," she declared, lightly raising her foot in a kicking motion to emphasize her point. Raditz instinctively tightened his legs, feeling an inexplicable and excruciating phantom pain. After conversing with him for quite some time, he finally managed to bring Raditz out. As he surveyed his surroundings, Raditz suddenly realized that perhaps this place was quite agreeable. Although the inhabitants were feeble, there stood before him a formidable protector. Joining their ranks certainly had its advantages, for he now possessed a powerful ally, did he not? As they walked and discussed Raditz's future plans, he was taken aback when Lady Alice requested him to protect a woman named Bulma. It astonished him that Alice, a lady of such stature, would ask a proud Saiyan to safeguard a fragile human. Is there a problem? He mused, casting her a fleeting glance. It seems I should consider erasing you from existence. Clearing his throat, he continued, "Ah, Lady Alice, I have suddenly realized that protecting Miss Bulma is indeed a formidable challenge, and thus I shall gladly accept your commission." Seeing Alice's expression, Raditz felt invigorated and eagerly responded to her earlier inquiry. Following the instructions regarding the arrangements for Android 18, he sighed. "Ah, work is so arduous. I long to be a carefree sloth." Lady Alice slumped in her chair, her eyes vacant. After a moment of contemplation, she gazed at the pile of unprocessed documents and materials on her desk, along with the upcoming drafts. "Ah, let me just perish, even if I am drained by Bulma. It matters not, for at least someone will burn paper money for me after I am gone." Lost in her thoughts, Alice glanced at her watch. "How is it that only half an hour has passed since I began? Time, hasten your pace. I yearn to leave and dine." She lamented the burdens of her job, wishing fervently for liberation. She wanted to return home, to indulge in a meal, to throw a tantrum, and well, that was best left unsaid. In that moment, a blonde girl with golden spectacles and dressed in business attire approached Alice from behind. "Alice, could you come to my office shortly? I have something to discuss with you." The blonde girl's gaze pierced Alice, evoking a sense of déjà vu. What is this? That look resembles Bulma's from the other day. Surely Android 18 cannot mean. No, she must be overthinking it. Alice hastily threw herself back into her work, desperate to forget the unsettling thought. If it were true, it would be terrifying, as 18 was not Bulma, who was more manageable. However, half an hour later, Alice found herself summoned to the office. Oh dear, readers, I am doomed. After wandering hesitantly outside the office for several minutes, she steeled herself and entered. Android 18, without turning her head, instructed, "Close the door and find a seat. We shall address the matters at hand shortly." Alice swallowed hard, reluctantly settling into the sofa farthest from her. After a while, once 18 had completed her tasks, she found Alice's fidgeting amusing. Succumbing to her mischievous nature, she approached Alice from behind, gently wrapping her arms around her neck and whispering in her ear. "Are you so tense, my dear Alice?" "And no, not at all. I am simply warm." "Yes, warm," Alice stammered, her words tumbling over each other as she became acutely aware of the softness behind her. It was indeed palpable. "Could you please be a bit gentler? I am not quite ready." 18 chuckled softly, well aware of Alice's predicament, especially after Bulma had boasted about how obedient Alice had become. With that thought in mind, 18 leaned down and kissed Alice. "You are such a good girl. Alice, I adore you." Alice, overwhelmed by the kiss, felt her strength dissolve. After an extended moment, their lips parted, leaving behind a silken thread. At that instant, Alice, emboldened, leaned in for another kiss, wanting to follow her instincts and feel the rush that accompanied it. Finally, after satisfying her yearning, Alice pulled away, unaware that she had ignited a fire that would prove difficult to extinguish. Android 18 lifted Alice onto her lap and inquired, "Do you know why I am called Android 18, dear Alice? It is not due to age, is it? Perhaps we should experience it firsthand, Alice," she teased, leading their gaze outside to enjoy the scenery. 18, please, do not do this. Not an option, dear Alice. We have only just begun. Hold on tight. It will soon be over. I told you this is not right. It will lead to complications. Please, do not use that. Such a demanding sister you are, Alice. But fret not. We shall take our time. Half an hour later, Alice exclaimed, "I cannot endure any longer. I will be confined to the small dark room." "Not until you are 18, my dear." "Ah, no. This will surely lead to disaster." The next day at noon, Android 18 emerged from the door, invigorated, leaving behind a fragile Alice. "This girl is truly inhumane. She is torturing me," Alice rasped. She longed to return home, for the people here were terrifying. Leaning against the wall, she shakily made her way down the company's steps and hailed a cab, only to find the driver was none other than 18. "Oh dear. I remember ordering a ride. Do not worry, sister. I will take you home. It is no trouble at all, and you still owe me several rides to repay." Alice felt as though the sky had fallen. What is this? Can I not return home in peace to rest? Upon arriving at Alice's villa, 18 carried the weak Alice inside, the consequences of which were yet to unfold. Sigh, Alice thought, wishing for nothing more than to see if she could endure this trial. The atmosphere was tense. Not long after, the villa was once again filled with melodious symphony, though Alice's voice had taken on a hoarse quality. Time passed, and eventually, 18 was content, holding Alice close, satisfied with the unexpected pleasure of the experience. "Perhaps I shall indulge once more," she mused. Meanwhile, Alice was oblivious to 18's thoughts, focusing solely on how to navigate this situation without leaving any traces, seeking an exhilarating escape. As for everything else, Alice deemed it irrelevant, for she was merely trying to survive. Holding Alice tightly, 18 whispered, "Leave Bulma and come to my side. Let us be together for eternity." "That is not possible." "In that case, it can be both Bulma and me. I am not one to be stingy. We can all be happy together." With that, she continued to tease Alice. Chapter 47, A New Breakthrough. Alice regarded her kin with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, her expression transformed faster than her own. Yet, Alice bore no resentment, recognizing that she often exhibited the same carefree demeanor. "Very well, you shall stay with me for the time being. During your leisure, you must assist your siblings. And you are prohibited from utilizing your energy. Rely solely on your physical strength. This will benefit you in the long run." With that, she turned to glance at Raditz, lamenting the waste of his potential as a laborer. "As for Chi-Chi, I shall handle the explanation. For now, focus solely on what I have instructed." Raditz nodded eagerly. Although he was not the primary culprit behind his brother's demise, he acknowledged his indirect involvement and felt compelled to make amends wherever possible. After all, that was his own sibling. It was certainly not out of fear of Alice's disapproval that he refrained from causing harm to himself. As Alice walked alongside him, she elucidated the rules of this world, to which Raditz responded with a series of affirming nods. When it came time for dinner, Alice observed Raditz, who was eating while shedding tears. What could possibly be the matter? Was it truly necessary to weep over a meal? While her culinary skills may not rival Bulma's, they were hardly unpalatable. Puzzled, Alice picked up a piece of food and took a bite. It was quite delicious. She glanced back at Raditz, who continued to eat amidst his tears. Realizing that Alice had misinterpreted his emotions, Raditz coughed lightly. "My apologies, Lady Alice. It's just that I've never tasted such exquisite food before, and it momentarily brought back memories of my past." Raditz reflected on his previous life, akin to that of a beggar, and felt an immense sense of gratitude for not having caused trouble on this planet, particularly if it had involved that fool, Babidi. Alice regarded him with a touch of exasperation, recalling her own initial days on Earth, though she had not been as embarrassing as he was now. She merely ate a bit too quickly, not crying like him. Rising, Alice patted his shoulder. "Continue eating. Once you finish, I will show you to your room." Raditz, mouth full, could only nod in response. Alice stepped outside to gaze at the stars. The absence of the moon tonight was delightful, alleviating her fears of an inadvertent transformation. Though she would not lose control, the entity within her might not be so restrained, and even if she could suppress the transformation, prolonged exposure could lead to a lapse. After a while of stargazing, boredom began to set in. Perhaps she could destroy a planet for amusement? It had been a while since she had witnessed a grand display of fireworks, and the thought was enticing. Upon arranging Raditz's room, she prepared to set off fireworks. The observant deity monitoring Earth noted that 6 hours had already passed. After about an hour, Raditz finally emerged. "Have you finished eating? Come with me." Alice led him to a guest room on the second floor. "You may stay here for now. If you need anything, feel free to let me know." With that, Alice opened the door and handed the key to Raditz. Thank you, Raditz replied politely, exhibiting utmost civility, fully aware of Alice's formidable nature. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Oh, and the third floor is my private domain. It's best not to intrude unless absolutely necessary, and if you do venture up, please remember to knock. Alice reiterated, not wishing for her personal space to be invaded, except by Bulma, of course. After her reminders, Alice departed. An hour later, Alice marveled at the planet before her, round and large, envisioning spectacular fireworks. How should she obliterate it for maximum effect? Impatient, she decided to proceed without further thought. She hurled a fist-sized energy ball, a product of condensed energy capable of obliterating the sun. Alice watched as the energy ball slowly approached the planet, settling upon a nearby asteroid to admire her creation. She referred to this experience as a slow execution, relishing the sight of destruction while feeling utterly powerless to intervene. Oh, what a splendid sensation. I feel as though I've transcended. It's simply wonderful. Alice observed the planet gradually disintegrating. Although the process was not rapid, within 3 minutes, it vanished entirely. Splendid, she exclaimed, one hand resting against her cheek, the other around her waist, her face adorned with an unnatural blush. I yearn to witness such captivating spectacles again. The symphony of a shattered planet and its anguished cries is a magnificent harmony. Alice felt herself consumed by this exhilarating sensation. Determined to make the symphony even more pure, Alice transformed into a Super Saiyan. In her excitement, she failed to notice that she had surpassed her previous limits, evolving into a Super Saiyan 2. Once her exhilaration subsided, she belatedly realized her newfound strength was approximately fourfold compared to before. Observing her current state, she noted not only an increase in power but also a change in her appearance, with lightning-like hair and a deeper hue than before. Her base power was now around 1.5 billion, truly invincible within this universe, though still a minor player in others. This surge in power filled Alice with a sense of superiority, akin to a pufferfish swelling with pride. She now felt inclined to challenge anyone. To celebrate her newfound strength, she decided to set off several fireworks, albeit of a unique nature. Unbeknownst to her, every move she made was being closely observed by a certain individual. A peeping figure gazed intently through a crystal ball atop a scepter. How intriguing. I initially intended to observe the conditions of other worlds, yet I've stumbled upon such an interesting individual. Chapter 48. Tova. Just as Alice was reveling in her triumph, she sensed a gaze fixed upon her from behind. Who? She quickly turned to investigate, finding no one. Yet, the sensation of being watched was unmistakable. It was no mere illusion. Oh, I did not expect you to be so vigilant, my chosen companion. A graceful woman emerged slowly. Alice regarded her with suspicion. The stranger was far too enigmatic and spoke in a manner that was baffling, which irked Alice, who preferred directness. And who are you? With such audacity to appear before me? Alice crossed her arms, eyeing the woman intently. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tova, and I am here to extend an invitation for you to join us. What say you, Miss Alice? I hold your abilities in high esteem. Tova approached Alice earnestly, genuinely impressed by her potential, patiently awaiting her response. Even if Alice declined, Tova remained unfazed. After all, exceptional individuals often had their quirks. She had no intention of controlling Alice, as that would diminish her unique qualities. Alice maintained her stance, arms crossed, and queried, "What benefit would joining you confer upon me?" "I see none." Tova remained unperturbed, gradually closing the distance between them. "What a beautiful demeanor you possess. I find it utterly captivating." She reached out, gently caressing Alice's face. Entranced not merely by her beauty but by her aura, especially reminiscent of the moment she annihilated the planet. Alice, sensing the negotiation turning physical, felt uncomfortable. She subtly shifted her head, but Tova audaciously wrapped her arms around her from behind, resting her chin on Alice's shoulder. "I can wait for your answer. Even if it takes time, my most promising Alice." "You." Alice attempted to break free from Tova's embrace, only to discover it was futile. What kind of power was this? Tova playfully nibbled on Alice's earlobe and whispered, "As long as you agree, I am entirely yours. I am aware of your close ties with that girl, Bulma, but I wouldn't mind relinquishing my position as the primary." Tova's affection for Alice grew increasingly profound. It was not merely Alice's innate talent that captivated her, but also the remarkable development she exhibited. If Tova were to recruit Alice into her ranks now, it would be an unequivocal boon. Although Alice's current combat prowess may seem unremarkable compared to others in the universe, one must consider that her abilities have been on a steady ascent, aside from her combat enhancements. The sheer potential she possesses is daunting, if paired with Tova's support. What does it matter if Tova herself lacks combat strength? Assisting Alice in becoming stronger would be far more advantageous than any other pursuit. Moreover, securing Alice would grant access to a formidable warrior at her disposal. The very notion is enticing, is it not? As for Tova's husband, frankly speaking, he is a mere construct of her own making, and that so-called son is nothing more than a synthetic being, a clone created from her and Myra's genes, something she could dispose of at her leisure. In stark contrast, Alice is a genuine talent that Tova has been following since their first encounter. Please, do not hastily refuse my invitation, Tova implored. If you doubt my sincerity, I can provide a deposit. As she spoke, her small hands grew restless. Stop it, Alice replied. Why not? I am extending a sincere invitation to you. Because it is unacceptable. Tova, undeterred by Alice's rejection, leaned in and lightly kissed her on the lips before releasing her. Alice promptly stepped back, aghast. Had she just lost her first kiss? Though Tova was undeniably attractive, they were both girls. Wait, what was she thinking? We shall meet again, Alice, and next time. It won't merely be a kiss, Tova remarked before vanishing. Alice, left alone, felt an inexplicable sense of impurity wash over her. After a brief moment of introspection, she decided to vent her feelings by setting off fireworks. Not long after Alice's departure, a man appeared at the very spot where Alice and Tova had been. I shall remember you, Alice. Mark my words, you will pay for this, he declared before storming off. Unbeknownst to Alice, she remained in a state of shock, grappling with the fact that she had been kissed by someone whose intentions were unclear. How could she feel so sullied? Mom, I feel tainted. I have been defiled. She lamented, touching her lips, which bore a hint of sweetness. Her mind was in turmoil, replaying the recent events. She had approached that individual because she felt no malice or hostility emanating from them, yet she had been caught off guard. Seeking solace, Alice found a meteorite to sit upon and gather her thoughts. Tova, I shall remember you. Next time we meet, I will exact my revenge for today's ambush. She muttered, her cheeks still flushed. Although Tova appeared weak, there was an unsettling aura about her, a chilling presence lurking beneath the surface. After some time, Alice stood up, resolved to return to Earth. I know you're still watching, Tova. Next time, I won't let you slip away so easily, she declared before taking flight. Not far from where Alice had been, a ripple in the air signaled something amiss. I eagerly anticipate my delectable sweetheart. If you dare. A voice echoed before fading along with the ripple. Meanwhile, in another location, a mysterious observer furrowed their brow. I did not expect the denizens of the demon realm to commence their machinations so soon. I hope it won't prove too troublesome. With a sigh, they set their staff down and took a seat. Goodness, the universe is in disarray, and Lord Beerus sleeps soundly. How vexing. Upon returning to Earth, Alice found Raditz diligently training, which uplifted her spirits slightly. After exchanging greetings, she retreated to her room, only to be startled by the presence of someone sitting in her recliner, none other than Tova, the very person who had ambushed her. Well, what is your plan for punishing me now, my dear? Tova asked, a playful glimmer in her eyes. Alice chose to ignore her. Despite the likelihood of Tova being an adversary, she was disinclined to concern herself with potential threats until they materialized. Minutes passed, and Alice's frustration boiled over. I must take action. You have devoured my beloved vanilla pudding. You ate it. And yet here you are lounging on my bed. Are you plotting rebellion? Alice exclaimed, yanking Tova off her bed and glaring fiercely at her. Are you so idle that you spend your days hovering around me? My greatest task is to observe my sweetheart. Until you respond to me, I shall remain by your side, Tova replied languidly, leaning against Alice as she whispered in her ear. Alice, I harbor no ill will toward you. You must sense that. My presence here is merely to deepen your understanding of me. Moreover, I find myself increasingly enamored with your essence. Within you lies a ferocious power that even the likes of others lack. Given time, I can help you harness it. So, Alice, join me, and I shall grant you all that you desire. Tova continued to entice Alice, genuinely wishing for her to join forces. Of course, if the benefits were substantial enough. She would go as far as to offer her own sacrifices, provided Alice agreed. Chapter 49. Tova's anticipation. Morality, you say? Morality is contingent upon circumstance. If I can bring Alice into my fold, what need have I for such principles? Tova mused, for Alice's latent potential far surpassed that of her own brother. In a matter of years, Alice would undoubtedly eclipse her brother's strength manifold, and should the wild power within her erupt. Tova pondered whether her brother could withstand even 2 exchanges. Setting aside thoughts of her brother, Alice was confronted with a dilemma, one that arose from Tova's actions. She felt genuinely exasperated. Was it so difficult to lead a tranquil life? Yet, every time she contemplated this, the ominous sound of a dramatic score echoed in her mind. Shaking off her thoughts, Tova gently caressed Alice's cheek. May I? Alice declined, asserting that her current life was satisfactory, and she had no desire to become embroiled in further conflicts. Tova, unperturbed, recognized her own impatience, but was willing to bide her time until Alice consented. Little did she realize the serious nature of the assimilation that awaited her in the near future. Tova descended from Alice and settled into a nearby chair. Her gaze fixed upon Alice. This girl was truly exceptional. She bore a striking resemblance to someone named Broly from another universe, yet Alice's talents far surpassed his. While Broly possessed remarkable potential, he lacked the ability to control his energy as Alice could. His power grew, but leaked uncontrollably. Much like a sieve, it could only absorb power, never retain it. Considering the similarities in talent, Tova longed to unveil Alice's true essence completely. Alice, may I stay here? If you refuse, I shall find my own quarters. Perhaps in this very room, Tova suggested, surveying the space that aligned with her aesthetic. This is my home, my sanctuary. Do not overstep your boundaries, Alice retorted. Yours is mine as well, so don't be like that. Let's just enjoy it together, said Tova, as she playfully wrapped her arms around Alice's neck, hanging on her. I can't help it. Alice's aura is simply too alluring. How can I possibly obtain her? I desire her so much. Alice, what are you doing? 10 minutes later, Tova found it increasingly difficult to restrain herself, captivated by Alice's charm. As Alice's irritation began to escalate, Tova was abruptly interrupted when Alice was tackled to the ground. Yes, you heard correctly. She was indeed tackled. Tova, frustrated and bewildered by the unexpected turn of events, found herself intrigued by Alice's flustered expression. Alice, I am sincerely inviting you until you consent, Tova insisted, her tone earnest. In response, Alice's rising anger sent Tova flying across the room. Don't push your luck, Tova. I have been patient with you because you have shown me no hostility. But now I am genuinely upset. With that, Alice launched an attack, throwing a punch towards Towa's face. Yet Tova stood still, merely observing Alice's approach. Alice's fist drew near, but it never landed. What is happening to me? Before she could finish her thought, her body weakened, and she collapsed. Tova, retracting her staff, gazed down at the fallen Alice. I apologize, Alice, but you should take a little nap. Even if my strength is not formidable, subduing someone is a simple task. After all, do you think I would carelessly appear before you without any means of self-preservation, especially at such close proximity? She gently caressed Alice's face. You possess an aura that irresistibly draws me closer, so Alice, I shall not abandon you. With that, Tova lifted Alice and placed her on the bed. Alice, you can be overly confident at times. If I truly wished to kill or control you, you would have been captured long ago. Some individuals appear harmless, but are, in truth, quite dangerous. Following her words, Tova laid down beside Alice. I will ensure you willingly join me. You can dream, Alice retorted. Realizing that her trust in her own perceptions had been misplaced, Tova was right. Who would openly declare themselves a villain? That would indeed be absurd. It seemed her previous adversaries had been too straightforward, while she herself had been rather naive. Don't wear such an expression, Alice. See, you're perfectly fine, Tova remarked, finding Alice's demeanor amusingly adorable. All right, I won't tease you any longer. For the foreseeable future, I will refrain from any hostility towards you. Before Tova could finish her sentence, Alice vanished. Tova sighed, knowing that Alice had been pulled into another universe. Accustomed to this, Tova decided to seek out others during this interval, planning to persuade Alice later. Upon arriving at her temporary hideout, Tova found Mira wearing a stern expression. Who upset you? Why the sour face? Mira inquired, clearly displeased with Tova. Jealous are we? Or have you suddenly decided you can control me? Perhaps my kindness has led you to believe you have the right to manage my affairs? Tova leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, eyeing Mira. Fine. But you better keep a close watch on her. Otherwise, I can't guarantee her safety, Mira huffed, storming off. Tova remained in her relaxed stance, watching Mira leave. Well then, I look forward to seeing how my dear handles the situation, Tova mused as she too turned to leave, their conversation concluding on a sour note. While Tova eagerly anticipated Alice's future actions, she acknowledged that dealing with Mira would pose some challenges. It wasn't that Alice couldn't hold her own. It was merely a complicated situation. However, Tova shrugged it off. After all, there were plenty of artificial beings and minions to replace anyone lost. Meanwhile, Alice found herself spinning through the time-space tunnel, exclaiming, why can't I escape this tunnel? It's been like this countless times. The first time and now what's the deal? Have I offended it? Can someone grant me a few days of respite? Chapter 50, The Law of Causality. I swear, I should just, Alice grumbled, spinning in frustration. After what felt like an eternity, she finally spotted a glimmer of white light, her excitement palpable. Finally, she could leave this wretched place. Upon exiting the time-space tunnel, Alice crashed face first into the ground. Why can't I fly? Tova has drained my power, and I haven't recovered yet. Dusting herself off, she surveyed her surroundings. Ruined buildings and discarded objects surrounded her. Where on earth am I? This must be a desolate planet in the universe. Alice sighed, realizing it would take time to regain her strength. Her energy reserves were nearly depleted. This is quite troublesome, she muttered, scratching her head. She pondered whether that wretched Tawa was nearby. If it weren't for her, Alice wouldn't be in this predicament. Suddenly, the distant sound of explosions caught her attention. Filling her with a sense of joy, it implied the presence of others. She just hoped they were not hostile, for if they were, this planet would soon meet its demise. Yet, the explosions seemed to be drawing closer. As she looked up, she was astonished to see two Scions battling, with two more rushing towards them. What impressive musculature. That one being pummeled looks rather familiar. The Scion with the explosive muscles was undeniably strong, and Alice felt an overwhelming desire to engage him in combat. I wonder if he will emit that delightful yet despairing scream when I defeat him. How I long to witness it. Unfortunately, she had neither senzu beans nor any means of recovery, so she had to settle for finding cover to watch the battle unfold. Biting her nails, she felt an intense yearning to join the fray and unleash her pent-up frustration. Why must I be unable to vent my feelings at this moment? How infuriating. The two combatants continued their relentless assault, while the other two joined the fray. After a series of strikes, the larger opponent grew impatient and swatted one of his adversaries right at Alice's feet. Come on, buddy, I'm not combat ready. You're putting me in an embarrassing situation. Curious, Alice crouched down to take a closer look. Well, if it isn't our beloved Vegeta? Down so soon. The author guarantees that this character has indeed adopted his signature move. Vegeta stumbled to his feet, gasping for air, only to see Alice watching the spectacle. Hey Alice. Oh, look who it is. You haven't vanished yet, Vegeta? Alice replied, amused. Vegeta, however, was unconcerned with Alice's words. His sole desire was to enlist her help in the battle, for she was in the presence of the legendary Super Saiyan. Wait, Vegeta glanced between Alice and Broly, a puzzled look crossing his face as he observed Alice's reaction to this peculiar series of events. Vegeta stumbled upon a peculiar revelation. Both Broly and Alice transformed into a hue of yellow-green, prompting him to ponder whether there was a familial connection between them. However, his suspicions remained just that, suspicions. As Alice was whisked away, Vegeta's mind was consumed by the presence of Alice. For her existence signified a glimmer of hope in the battle ahead. Alice was escorted to the battleground. Hey, Broly, your opponent isn't us anymore. It's her, she exclaimed, gesturing towards Alice with her thumb. Alice, in a weary tone, remarked, I truly appreciate it, but I'm about to be overwhelmed. The onlookers paused, directing their gazes towards Vegeta, whose expression radiated arrogance, contrasted sharply with Alice's face, which bore an expression of utter disillusionment. It's Aunt Alice, Gohan exclaimed joyfully. Alice replied weakly, oh dear. Witnessing Vegeta's overconfidence, Broly charged directly at him, unimpeded by Goku and the others, for Alice's presence was a priority. Yet, at that moment, Piccolo discerned something amiss with Alice. Her energy was alarmingly faint. What? They all sensed Alice's energy, confirming Piccolo's observation. In the heat of battle, they had overlooked Alice's state. Vegeta, realizing Broly was barreling towards her, swiftly dodged, leaving a despondent Alice in his wake. Ah, the world is so beautiful. Yet you persist in trying to bring me down. That is quite unfortunate. Boom. Alice was sent hurtling away. Broly relentlessly followed up with a flurry of punishing blows. In her daze, she fancied she saw winged angels waving at her, perhaps her great-grandmother beckoning her. Alice was battered by a torrential assault, demolishing numerous structures before collapsing to the ground in a pose reminiscent of Yamcha's classic defeat. At that moment, the others finally reached her side. Gohan hurriedly supported Alice. Concern and confusion etched on his face. Why is Aunt Alice so weak this time? She was so powerful the last time we met. Has something happened to her? Gohan, focus on Alice. We'll take care of Broly, Goku declared as he launched an assault against Broly. Vegeta, meanwhile, began to feel a pang of regret for having hastily dragged Alice into the fray without assessing her condition. He was deeply appreciative of her, for she had once allowed him to surpass Kakarot, even if only briefly. Regrettably, he had lost track of her training and had been overtaken once again, fueled by guilt. Vegeta's attacks intensified, his fury rising. Alice was more than just a companion. She was a mentor and friend. The thought that his negligence had led to her predicament ignited a fierce determination within him. As his emotions surged, so too did his power, though he remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 51, A Change of Players. Vegeta's ferocious strikes felt like mere tickles to Broly, who scoffed. Is that a scratch? With that, he seized Vegeta's head and delivered a crushing blow to his abdomen. Wah! Cough, cough. The impact was severe enough to revert Vegeta to his original state. Broly, now bored with the incapacitated Saiyan, carelessly tossed him aside. Vegeta lay on the ground, contorted in agony, muttering, how could I before he could finish? Broly lunged at him once more. Vegeta, look out. But the warning came too late. Broly's foot slammed down, pinning him into the ground. Broly then delivered another kick, sending Vegeta flying, satisfied as he turned his attention to the others. Goku and the rest continued their uncoordinated assault on Broly, knowing that any strike, however reckless, might yield some result. In a matter of moments, Broly dispatched 3 of them with a mere couple of punches and a kick, effortlessly following up with energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Broly then advanced towards Gohan, seizing his collar and unleashing a barrage of punches before slamming him into the ground. Raising his hand, he gathered energy, preparing to unleash multiple energy waves upon Gohan. Piccolo, roaring in anger, charged forward, only to be swatted away by Broly's casual swipe. Seeing this, Goku also surged with energy and initiated a desperate assault against Broly, who found Goku's persistence to be bothersome. He swiftly closed the distance and delivered a knee strike followed by a kick. Broly then approached Gohan, lifting him and taunting, "Kakarot, your son is rather adorable." Ha ha ha. Vegeta, witnessing the scene, felt his resolve crumble, collapsing to his knees in despair. His eyes now reflected profound terror towards Broly. A monster. Broly turned his gaze to Vegeta, mocking, "You call me a monster? No, I am a demon. Ha 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 ha." Broly's maniacal laughter echoed as he ascended into the air, surveying the Z fighters below. Laughter erupted from him as his power continued to swell. Meanwhile, Alice remained in her defeated state on the ground, the others feeling the weight of despair. The most formidable among them had been compromised, lying unresponsive while chaos reigned around her. Alice's energy had been drained, rendering her unable to recover unless she consumed a senzu bean. Unfortunately, none were available, and the small bald warrior who usually carried them was absent. Krillin, staring at the bag in his hands, fell into contemplation, realizing he had forgotten the precious beans. Even if he retrieved them, he would be of no use in the battle, only hindering their efforts. However, he glanced at Trunks, who instantly understood. "Leave this to me. I'll handle it, Uncle Krillin." Without further ado, he soared towards the battlefield. After a lengthy flight, he arrived, only to find the situation dire. Goku had been thoroughly beaten, lacking the strength to resist. Piccolo and Gohan lay unconscious, while his father, Vegeta, appeared utterly defeated. "Who is that?" Trunks mused, noticing an unfamiliar face amongst them. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Saving his friends was paramount. He aimed to feed a senzu bean to the nearest Gohan, but Vegeta's urgent shout stopped him. "Trunks, first give Alice a senzu bean. Leave the others for now, hurry." Startled by his father's insistence, Trunks hesitated. Just then, Broly noticed Trunks approaching and abandoned the nearly lifeless Goku to fly towards him. Vegeta, regaining some courage, rushed to buy Trunks time. Though Trunks was bewildered by his father's insistence on saving this girl first, he recognized that Vegeta was prepared to risk everything to buy him time. Trunks, understanding that his father would not place hope in a stranger unless she was the key to reversing their fate, resolved to heed his father's command and hurried to provide the furthest Alice with a senzu bean. Vegeta was swiftly brought to his knees by Broly, and just as Broly intended to press forward, Vegeta clung desperately to one of his feet. Gasping for breath, he declared, "As long as I draw breath, you shall not advance another step." Vegeta understood that this was his final opportunity. Even if he perished, the Dragon Balls could grant him resurrection. However, if he failed, everyone would face dire consequences together. At that moment, Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others seemed to sense Vegeta's unwavering resolve and staggered to their feet. Goku, despite his severe injuries, shakily approached Broly, striking a fighting stance, even though standing was a monumental challenge for him now. The others also encircled Broly in solidarity. Witnessing this, Vegeta couldn't help but smile knowingly and shouted to Trunks, "Trunks." Broly, growing impatient, unleashed a ki blast that rendered Vegeta unconscious, leaving his fate uncertain. The others were also sent flying by Broly's explosive energy. Trunks, perceiving their sacrifice to buy him time, vowed not to let them down. As Broly hurled an energy sphere toward Trunks, he burst into laughter at the unfolding scene. Unbeknownst to him, in a moment of desperation, Trunks had managed to place a senzu bean into the mouth of Elise, who, fortuitously, swallowed it just as the blast struck. Trunks shielded Elise from the attack, not daring to gamble with her unknown potential, and took the brunt of the assault himself. Moments later, Elise awakened, surveyed her surroundings, and rose languidly, stretching as if awakened from a deep slumber. "Ah, it seems I've been saved. Now, let me take over, little one." She patted Trunks on the shoulder and sent forth several beams imbued with healing energy to Goku and the others, significantly aiding their recovery, albeit not as swiftly as the senzu beans. However, it proved to be a more sustainable option for preserving their lives. "Now it's my turn to play," she declared. Chapter 52. Annalise. Elise marveled at the miraculous effects of the senzu beans, realizing their almost absurd efficiency. Restoration within mere seconds without the need for digestion. Nonetheless, she acknowledged that her immediate priority was to address the foe before her, for her hands were itching for action. In her universe, formidable opponents were a rarity, and previous time-traveling escapades had yielded lackluster adversaries. Now, encountering a worthy opponent filled Elise with exhilarating anticipation. You seem quite eager as well. But your current power is insufficient to truly entertain me. Unleash your greater strength, she said, biting her finger, cheeks flushed, as she addressed Broly. After all, she could easily overpower him in her Super Saiyan form, and she yearned to witness whether he possessed any hidden strength to further excite her. Broly, infuriated by her words, charged at her without hesitation. Why can't you comprehend human speech? But if you invite me so, are you prepared to suffer in the abyss of despair? Ha! Elise met his charge head-on, sending him sprawling with a single slap. She followed up with a kick, exclaiming, "Ah, this is the feeling. More, give me more to relish." She seized his head and slammed it into a nearby dilapidated building, reveling in the cries of anguish. Elise ground Broly into the ground, and when he attempted to retaliate, she pressed him down with a powerful foot, clutching his arms from behind. "Aya!" Broly screamed, overwhelmed by a piercing pain. "What a delightful sound!" Elise exclaimed, becoming increasingly exhilarated by his suffering as she commenced a brutal onslaught. Trunks, observing from a distance, was left dumbfounded by the scene before him. Who is the real villain here? How can a person of virtue engage in actions more dastardly than a villain? Meanwhile, the others had consumed their senzu beans. Gohan, taken aback by the once gentle Aunt Elise's wild side, felt he had gained new insights into her character. The others shared his bewilderment, struggling to find the right words to express their thoughts. The dynamic between Broly and Elise mirrored their previous encounters, albeit with roles reversed. Elise hovered in the air, eyeing Broly, who clutched his shoulder, and taunted, "Feel free to resist. The more you struggle, the more I shall be exhilarated. Come, flee, resist, wail." With that, she raised her right hand, gathering a massive energy sphere. "Succumb to my unparalleled power and perish in agony," she proclaimed, gently tossing the energy sphere toward Broly. "I've even named it for you," she taunted, watching as Broly unleashed a flurry of ki blasts at the enormous energy sphere, all in vain, for the disparity in strength was insurmountable. Boom! Aya! The anguished cries echoed, and Elise, embracing the thrill, shuddered with excitement, not from fear, but from the intoxicating rush of the experience. The sensation of drawing closer to despair was utterly captivating. Elise descended gracefully to the ground, skipping toward Broly's direction. "Oh, is this where you falter? How disappointing. I thought you could endure a bit longer." She crouched down and poked Broly, who remained unresponsive, clearly drained. His energy waned, gradually reverting to a more subdued state. Elise found it fascinating to witness the transformation of a muscular titan into a brooding youth. "Wow, what a remarkable change," she remarked, playfully gesturing to the difference in size and stature. However, her interest waned as Broly could no longer withstand her onslaught. Deciding to shift her focus, Elise soared toward Goku and the others. "Thanks for your help earlier, handsome." "And no problem," Trunks stammered, his cheeks flushing with shyness. Elise, noting his bashfulness, found him to be quite an endearing character. "Look at you, Prince Vegeta, still alive and kicking. How curious. I've taken quite a beating myself and have been down for ages," she teased Vegeta, recalling how he had inadvertently put her in danger. Vegeta's face reddened at her remark, and he retorted defensively, "Enough of that. I didn't know you were out of energy at that moment. Can you blame me? You should have mentioned it." He crossed his arms and turned his head away stubbornly. Trunks, witnessing this side of his father, felt a sense of warmth. However, he wondered why he had never heard of such a person before. Gohan, noticing Trunks' confusion, explained, "This is Aunt Elise, an incredibly powerful Saiyan. Just like Dad and Uncle Vegeta. However, Aunt Elise is not from our universe." Trunks was taken aback, for according to his father's words, pure-blooded Saiyans were exceedingly rare, especially female ones. He had never imagined that other universes could harbor female Saiyans as well. Trunks hurriedly introduced himself, saying, "Hello, Aunt Alice, my name is Trunks, the son of Vegeta." Upon hearing this name, Alice was momentarily taken aback, as the son of Bulma from the future also bore the same name. It was no wonder that Gohan had hesitated to mention the identity of that child's father. However, Alice refrained from commenting, merely greeting Trunks with a warm smile. "What a splendid name. Trunks, this is for you." With that, she mysteriously produced a large bag of beans. Although they were not senzu beans, their effects were similar, capable of swiftly healing wounds, albeit only wounds, unlike the senzu beans that restored both injuries and energy. Trunks eagerly accepted the offering, while Alice considered it a trivial item. It held immense value for him, given the scarcity of senzu beans, there were only a few to be found each year. Initially, Trunks had intended to share them with Vegeta and the others, but they had declined, asserting that he needed them more than they did. Alice, witnessing this exchange, stifled a chuckle. All right, you can have as many as you wish. If that's not enough, there's more. With that, she tossed several more bags to Trunks. If you find yourself bored, they make for delightful snacks. Trunks was nearly unable to catch the additional bags, incredulous that such precious items could be treated as mere snacks. Chapter 53. Please don't abandon me again. After conversing with the others for a while, Alice felt a strange ache in her heart. Piccolo noticed her discomfort and approached her, asking, Alice, you seem a bit out of sorts. Alice shook her head, indicating that she was fine, and moved aside to sit down. Perched upon a stone, she gazed at the sky, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation. Alice. She suddenly sprang to her feet, scanning her surroundings, wondering who had called her name. The others, noticing her unease, gathered around to inquire about her well-being, but Alice merely shook her head, signaling that nothing was amiss. Help me, I beg you, I need you, Alice. A growing sense of unease enveloped her as she closed her eyes to attune to her surroundings. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through her mind. In this vision, a woman was surrounded by many people, battling against an unseen foe. Alice strained to discern their faces, but could only make out the emblem on the woman's clothing, the insignia of Capsule Corporation. Bulma. Alice clutched her head, collapsing to the ground. The scene sent a piercing pain through her mind. The woman she knew all too well was tirelessly turning stones, her lips moving in desperate pleas for her assistance. The voice echoed in her mind once more. Please, Alice, help me once again. This voice repeated incessantly, intensifying Alice's headache. She rolled on the ground, overwhelmed by the agonizing pain, her thoughts consumed by one singular notion. Bulma needed her. She needed her desperately. At that moment, a cascade of twinkling lights began to shimmer around Alice. Bulma. As she writhed in agony, she called out for Bulma. The onlookers, witnessing Alice's sudden torment, were left bewildered. They could neither hear the voice nor see the vision. It was a private torment that only Alice could perceive. In another dimension, Bulma gazed hopelessly at the distant monster, her son and Gohan having already succumbed to its might, buried amidst the rubble, their fates unknown. No one can stop me now. Those two Saiyans have been defeated. The monster cackled maniacally, glancing at Bulma. Another person? Never mind. You've bought yourself a reprieve. Human, I'm in a good mood, so I won't kill you, at least not yet. With that, the creature departed, leaving Bulma to frantically claw through the debris. You can't be hurt, Trunks. Gohan, you must be safe. Yet, how could she, with her mere strength, hope to rescue the two from beneath the crushing stones? Despite possessing some combat prowess, she was still just an ordinary woman. As she sifted through the fallen rubble, she muttered, You mustn't be harmed. Her hands were soon bloodied, but she dared not pause, fearing that any delay might cost her the chance to save them. Alice, please, I beg you. Help me once more. Bulma continued her desperate search for the familiar silhouettes of her loved ones. Please, I implore you, do not die. Alice, I need you. I need your help. I beg you. Bulma pounded the ground in despair. I need you. Did you not promise me you would always be there? What a deceitful promise that turned out to be. Alice, you fool. Bulma sobbed, weakly striking the stone beneath her. Why must this happen to us? What have we done to deserve this? Must I watch my friends and family perish one by one? Yet, her anguished cries went unanswered. For most of humanity had already been slaughtered by the merciless androids, leaving but a fraction of the population alive. The military forces of every nation had been decimated, leaving nothing but devastation in their wake. Everything is gone. All is lost. With hollow, numb eyes, Bulma continued to sift through the stones, seeking her beloved figures. She was unaware of how long she had been searching. Her hands had grown numb, devoid of sensation, mirroring the emptiness in her heart. Just then, the sky began to drizzle, the rain intensifying into a torrential downpour. Bulma halted her frantic efforts, kneeling in the mud, staring vacantly at the sky. The rain, once clear, now fell in crimson torrents. Alice, I miss you. Please return. This place needs you. I need you. With that, Bulma succumbed to her exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground, allowing the rain to drench her. Hope had faded. Everything was lost. She felt utterly powerless to assist, unable to do anything. When had she become so reliant on that foolish girl who always stepped in front to shield her? Perhaps it was from the very first moment they met. If only she could have persuaded her back then. Perhaps, just perhaps, none of this would have transpired. Or maybe it was all just a dream, a mere illusion. Why else would Alice have not come? Or perhaps Alice had never existed, merely a figment of her imagination. Did Alice ascend to heaven upon her death? If so, might she be there now? How wonderful it would be to reunite with her in paradise. Alice, you silly fool. Would you recognize me in such a pitiful state? She pondered. I suppose you would, for you could always find me in a crowd. Alice, I have come to find you. Next time, please do not abandon me. With that, Bulma slowly closed her eyes. Chapter 54. A Guardian Across Time and Space. Meanwhile, Alice was enveloped in a radiant white light, her form beginning to dissolve. The luminous particles that comprised Alice floated skyward, drawn into a swirling vortex. The intense emotional summons from Bulma forcibly propelled Alice back into the time-space tunnel. Awakening within this tunnel, Alice found herself at last able to wield her ki freely, likely a result of Bulma's fervent desire empowering her with such control. I'm coming. Bulma-chan, Alice declared, accelerating in a surge of energy, driven by the urgency to reach that desolate future. Please hold on until I arrive. During her frantic flight, Alice transformed into a Super Saiyan. If one were to accompany this moment with a fitting BGM, it would surely be the poignant melody of I Only Want to Protect You from Dinah. Stay strong, Bulma. As Alice soared at an unbearable speed, her body began to suffer from the strain, wounds appearing across her form. Blood drifted through the time-space tunnel, seeping into the cosmic barriers she passed. At this moment, Alice was oblivious to any consequences. Her sole focus was reaching the Bulma who called out to her. The already unconscious Bulma stirred slightly at the sound of Alice's anxious voice. As she opened her eyes, the sky cleared momentarily, only to be overshadowed by a massive vortex, crackling with terrifying lightning that struck repeatedly around it. The previously clear sky was once again engulfed in ominous clouds, heralding the approach of something dreadful. Though the vortex appeared menacing, tears, previously dried, began to flow anew from Bulma's eyes. Why are these tears returning? She wondered, as a vague silhouette gradually materialized within the vortex. This figure exuded a terrifying crimson aura, surrounded by violet-black lightning. Alice, is that you? Bulma called out. Straining to rise, she found herself too weak to stand. Resorting to crawling to a nearby wall for support, she gazed upon the figure radiating a ferocious energy. Indeed, it was Alice. There could be no mistaking her familiar form. The transformation Alice underwent was due to her rage reaching an unprecedented and terrifying threshold, nearly driving her to madness. Alice's eyes were rimmed with red. Her teeth transformed into menacing fangs, and her body was covered in grayish-white fur. Her hair had taken on a Saiyan-like appearance, albeit white, and her fingers were tipped with dark claws. She now emanated an aura of sheer brutality. Alice, Bulma exclaimed, overwhelmed and collapsing to the ground, as if in a fleeting moment of clarity. Hearing Bulma's faint voice, Alice quickly turned, teleporting to her side, administering healing magic, and checking Bulma's energy. Only after confirming that her energy was stabilizing did she gently lay her down. Alice's fury was now on the verge of eruption. Closing her eyes, she attuned herself to her surroundings and detected two exceedingly faint energies, even weaker than Bulma's, Gohan and Trunks. With a wave of her hand, she cleared the debris surrounding them and rushed to their aid. Their lives hang by a thread. How infuriating. If only I had senzu beans, they wouldn't be in such a state. Alice seethed, unable to fathom the consequences had she arrived even a moment later. Who is responsible for this? I shall exact my vengeance. As Alice's ferocity intensified, her grasp on rationality began to slip. Shaking her head, she recognized that she could not allow herself to be entirely consumed by rage. Her mind needed to remain clear. She was uncertain of what horrors she might unleash if she succumbed to madness, likely a devastating massacre. Her beloved Bulma, so kind-hearted, would abhor such actions. Moreover, even in her current state, her power had escalated to formidable heights. Losing control could spell doom for the universe. A memory surfaced from when she was 7, a time when she had lost her sanity. Had it not been for her inability to survive in the cosmos, that universe might have perished. Thus, Alice sat in meditation beside Bulma, striving to suppress the overwhelming force within her. Gradually, the fur dissipated, restoring her to her original form. When Bulma next awakened, she found herself resting on someone's lap, the familiar scent she longed for enveloping her. Alice has come to save us. She truly heard my call. Shoo, if you're uncomfortable, just lie down for a moment. Here, eat this, Alice said, offering Bulma a low-grade bean she had produced. While healing magic could mend her wounds, nothing compared to the immediate effects of the bean within her body. About Gohan and Trunks, Bulma's spirits began to wane as uncertainty clouded her thoughts. Do not worry, they are alive, but they will need a considerable time to recover. Lacking senzu beans, this is the best I can do, Alice reassured her gently, stroking Bulma's hair. Thank you, Alice. You've saved me once again. As your knight, I will always come for you, no matter the universe. Even if you are not the Bulma I know, if you need me, I will be there. But I am, just a different branch of the same parallel, Bulma replied, turning to embrace Alice's waist. You silly goose, Alice chided playfully. Only in front of you am I your silly goose. As she tenderly patted Bulma's back. They shared a quiet moment. Chapter 55. Incredible. I'm actually a zero? Alice, I envy the other version of me in another timeline. Why does she have you by her side? I truly wish I could bind you to me, so you would never leave, Bulma said, gripping Alice's clothing tightly. Alice felt a sense of helplessness. What could she do? It seemed that in this universe, two counterparts could not coexist, even in parallel versions. Alice lowered her gaze, only to find Bulma leaning in to kiss her. Momentarily lost in the sensation, she embraced her back. After a prolonged kiss, they finally parted. Humph. I doubt the other me has ever treated you like this. Alice's cheeks flushed as she turned away. Why does everyone behave like this? Alice is blushing. Come. Let me see my shy Alice. No, just a glance. Alice turned her head, her eyes darting around. Alice is truly adorable. I find myself wanting you to stay even more. But first, let us discuss what has transpired here. Has another formidable enemy appeared? Indeed, after Dr. Gero's defeat, two more foes emerged, Android 17 and 18. They are formidable, but Gohan managed to handle them with Trunks aiding him, and they quickly overcame the threat. However, upon their defeat, another android appeared, calling himself Cell. Initially, Cell was not particularly strong. Gohan could press him back, but after absorbing 17 and 18, he became exponentially powerful, and Gohan and Trunks were no match for him. Moreover, Cell possesses the genetic material of many individuals, including Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Frieza. Thus, possessing a profound understanding of Gohan and his companions' attacks, engaging them in battle felt akin to child's play for Bulma. After her remark, she nestled comfortably in Alice's embrace, for there was an undeniable sense of solace in her arms. Contemplating her thoughts, Alice queried, "Does this creature lack my cellular genes? Does it hold me in disdain?" Bulma retorted, "To compare such trivialities, you must be exceedingly bored. With Goku and his comrade Cells already posing such a challenge, adding yours would render us helpless before your arrival. Their skirmishes are mere frolics, while yours would be disturbingly intense, a true spectacle of overwhelming force." Noticing the glimmer of discontent in Bulma's eyes, Alice coughed to mask her discomfort. Ahem, but why would anyone possess your cells? The last time you bled, your wounds healed within mere seconds, and at that time, none could best you. The solitary instance of your bloodshed occurred amidst the cosmos. Alice mused. But wait, there was that one time. Yes, I licked it myself. Bulma, amused by Alice's fluctuating expressions, could not resist kissing her once more. Alice, next time, I shan't settle for just a simple kiss. After all, what I did will surely provoke my jealousy. Thus, she vowed that their next encounter would transcend mere kisses. Alice remained oblivious to the peculiar light dancing in Bulma's eyes. Very well, let us return. Alice carried Bulma on her back, while as for Gohan and the others, she could easily drag them along with her energy, for they were not her primary concern. Following Bulma's directions, Alice trod the path ahead, albeit with a measure of torment, as Bulma was anything but docile on her back. Her incessant fidgeting nearly caused Alice to stumble several times. This only emboldened Bulma further, who proclaimed, "Now that I can't indulge, mustn't I at least savor a bit of tofu? Who could resist such tender morsels before them? To abstain would be foolish. I must devise a way for my other self to indulge first, so that I may have my turn. I can hardly contain myself." Unbeknownst to Alice, Bulma's mischievous intentions were afoot. Had she known, she likely would have fled the villa under cover of night. Presently, Alice pondered whether to procure some senzu beans from Goku and the others as a model. Although their effects were limited, a few would suffice. After all, if one bean is inadequate, several could make up for it. Initially confident in her own creations, she now realized they were far from sufficient. Who would grant you the luxury of time to recuperate during battle? Thus, her beans ought to step aside for the inferior version of senzu beans. Once more, Alice felt the familiar disturbances at her neck. "Bulma, please, refrain from such antics. You carry on. I shall indulge," Bulma teased. Alice was certain her neck bore marks of Bulma's playful mischief. Quickening her pace, she thought that unless she hurried, her neck might not be the only casualty. Little did she know that upon reaching the safe house, more than just her neck would be at risk. Indeed, everything that should not occur was destined to unfold. Ahem. I digress. After enduring half an hour of torment, Alice finally brought Bulma to her current safe haven, unceremoniously dropping Gohan and Trunks wherever convenient. Placing Bulma on the sofa, Alice exclaimed, "Bulma, what do you intend to do? Please, do not. Dear Alice, I can no longer contain myself. I must taste, and I assure you, it shall not be excessive." The strange glimmer in Bulma's eyes intensified, now tinged with a hint of crimson. "Bulma, please, do not." "Do not what?" "Just a little." The Crimson King's silence time. The following morning, Alice awoke to find Bulma still stirring in her embrace. "Good morning, my dear knight. Pay me no heed. I am savoring my breakfast, Alice style. Alice found it difficult to rise, as Bulma's antics kept her pinned down. Yesterday had been a true trial. Everything that should not have happened, happened, leaving her utterly flustered. It was infuriating that she, a Saiyan girl with combat prowess exceeding 1 billion, had been so thoroughly bested by Bulma, whose power was scarcely 100. What a dismal defeat. A certain individual remarked, "How laughable. You, a mere weakling, ought to remain in your designated role without meddling in affairs beyond your reach." In a small skit, The Princess and the Knight. As Alice carried Bulma back to the safe house, the latter's playful antics rendered Alice unable to focus on her journey, compelling her to find a place to rest momentarily. Setting Bulma down, she asked, "How do you feel, Bulma? Is there anything that troubles you?" Bulma remained silent, her gaze fixated on the telltale marks adorning Alice's neck. Alice leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. Little did she anticipate yet another surprise attack. Bulma, respond to me, will you?" With that, Bulma's kisses grew more fervent. Alice, unable to resist, surrendered to Bulma's whims, nestling into her embrace. "Alice, my darling Alice." Alice wrapped her arms around Bulma's waist, clumsily reciprocating her kisses. Bulma's heart soared at Alice's response. Her beloved Alice had finally returned her affections. "Alice, I am here. Will you always respond to my calls?" "As long as Bulma requires me, I shall always be here." Bulma gazed at Alice, her joy palpable. "And will you always heed my needs?" "Yes. Your knight shall forever answer your expectations." Bulma was elated, her dear Alice. She playfully tackled Alice to the ground, gazing into her eyes, tenderly caressing her cheek while inhaling her familiar scent, which brought her immense comfort. "Alice, my Alice," nestled in Alice's embrace. Bulma lifted her head and mischievously continued her explorations down Alice's neck, inch by inch, savoring every moment. She sought to know every facet of Alice. Unwilling to harbor regrets for the future, she had once been entranced by the news of Alice's misfortune. Yet, that very occurrence had led to the unexpected arrival of Trunks. Despite her regrets, she had dutifully raised him, not for any other reason, but because he was her child, a life brought forth from a mistake, one she had no right to extinguish in its infancy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that she had long viewed this child as a cherished hope, even if born of error. But now, everything was different. Alice stood before her, the very embodiment of her longing. Even if this Alice was not the same as the one she had yearned for, did it truly matter? Was she not still Alice? She was merely from a parallel world, unaffected by past calamities. So what if I indulge a little? After all, am I not just sampling what my other self has already experienced? This is quite reasonable. With that thought, Alice, emboldened, continued to seize the moment, unleashing years of pent-up emotions upon Alice. Though Alice wished to resist, she found herself utterly powerless in the face of Bulma's advances. She could not fathom why. But in such circumstances, she was devoid of any strength to fight back. Was it truly impossible for her to resist Bulma? Bulma gently pressed her lips against Alice's. "Alice, do you know? If you hadn't come, I would have felt as though I were destined for another realm. But you arrived just when I needed you most, so please, don't turn me away, all right?" "But Bulma, we cannot proceed this way. You know it's wrong." "Then what of it? Since we've already erred once, let us embrace this folly to its fullest. You must understand my feelings now. But there are no buts. You and I are but two facets of the same being, separated only by certain circumstances that have led to our parallel existences." Seeing that Alice was about to protest again, Bulma silenced her with a kiss. "Alice, please don't reject me," Bulma implored. Embracing Alice, she gazed upon her flushed cheeks, which only fueled her desire to taste those lips once more. This was her thought. And indeed, she acted upon it. The night stretched on interminably. The symphony within the room was exquisitely melodic, and the curtains danced in reflection of the undulating movements within. The figures inside swayed gracefully, perfectly harmonizing with the enchanting music, drawing one into a state of blissful intoxication. As the music ceased, the room was left in disarray, mingled with the sweat shed during their fervent dance. Such chaos left one pondering the intensity of their previous movements, igniting the imagination about the vigorous rhythm that could elicit such perspiration. Alice sighed. "I feel so tired. I just want to sleep." She lazily nestled against Bulma, unwilling to move. Bulma rose to fetch a clean cloth to wipe Alice's brow, only to return and find her already asleep. "Here I am, doing all the work. And you fall asleep first," Bulma mused, though she dutifully wiped Alice's sweat away. "Honestly, sleeping so quickly, you really are a clueless big fool." After tending to Alice, Bulma held her close and drifted into a peaceful slumber. That night, she slept soundly, unaware that Alice was feeling quite the opposite. "What about me? You fall asleep and act all mischievous. How am I supposed to sleep now?" Alice lamented her predicament, clearly frustrated that she had been lulled into repose only to find Bulma restless beside her. Resigned, She began counting Bulma's strands of hair, a tedious task that eventually lulled her back to sleep. However, it was not long before she sensed mischief brewing. I don't even need to guess who it is, she thought. Bulma, could you let me sleep for just a moment? Do you even realize how restless you are? Alice shot a resentful glance at Bulma. Unperturbed, Bulma embraced Alice, teasing, is my little Alice angry? Or perhaps the dance from last night left you yearning for more? Alice replied, thanks. But my back feels like it's about to break, and you're all energetic. Isn't that a bit unfair? Yet Bulma paid her no mind, planting a morning kiss on Alice before indulging herself with Alice-scented facial cleanser. Its milky aroma is simply divine, as expected from Alice's product. Can anyone truly resist it? Oh, it seems some can, she mused, intrigued by the number of people who disliked it. Well then, I shall keep it for myself. Chapter 56, Departure. Alice shoved Bulma aside as she dressed, preparing to confront that creature named Cell. He truly has no understanding of the dangers of this world, nor of what it means to be a Saiyan. With a fierce determination, Alice soared towards Cell's sensed location. Ah, such a feeble aura, she mused. I could crush you with ease. I have no desire to toy with you. Compared to Broly, you're hardly a challenge. From her vantage point, Alice observed the green-skinned creature, Cell, who was fixated on her. A cold sweat trickled down his brow. He recalled her formidable strength. Gazing at Alice's sinister smile, he felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Wasn't she supposed to be missing? I have no recollection of her return. Did Dr. Gero create her anew? Or did she return after his demise, leaving no memory of it? Damn it, Cell thought, eyeing Alice warily, unwilling to act recklessly. Alice noticed Cell's apprehension, but dismissed it, casually raising her hand. Ah, Cell gasped as an invisible force constricted around his throat, lifting him effortlessly. This is pointless. You cannot provide me with the thrill I seek. So perish. With a decisive squeeze, Alice obliterated Cell, then turned away without a backward glance. Unbeknownst to her, Cell was not entirely vanquished. A mass of flesh began to coalesce slowly. I cannot die yet. I must reach the time machine. If I can just get to that place, I can use it to travel back in time and obtain that person's cells. Cell crawled slowly, his recovery hindered by Alice's overwhelming power. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the time machine. Exhausted, he managed to crawl inside, not out of a desire to fly, but out of sheer fear of being detected by Alice. Little did he know, Alice had not left. She merely perched in a corner, observing him, aware that he had not perished completely and curious to see what tricks he might still possess. As Cell activated the time machine, just as it was about to traverse the fabric of time, Alice ended his journey with a single energy blast. The time portal opened, but soon vanished. Shoo, quiet now, Alice commanded, listening intently to the requiem of the departing souls. Summoning her weapon, she struck at Cell. No, no, no. This is impossible, he cried out as Alice crushed the exposed core of his dismembered body underfoot. How dull. The final symphony is truly unremarkable. After vanquishing Cell, Alice returned to Bulma, only to be enveloped in a large embrace that left her momentarily dazed. Alice, I thought you had left. I merely dealt with Cell. Alice replied with a hint of exasperation. I haven't gone anywhere yet, but I suspect that will change soon. Unbeknownst to Alice, her casual elimination of Cell had inadvertently stirred up a minor complication for her. In another moment, Alice was busy simulating a gyroscope. The past version of Alice declared, don't stop me. I'm going to snap my fingers. Days passed. Phew, I've finally made this place resemble something livable, Alice panted, wiping the sweat from her brow, surveying her handiwork with immense satisfaction. After all, not every Saiyan possessed the energy to construct a home, did they? Moreover, she had taken the opportunity to eliminate the cosmic threats surrounding Earth, knowing she could not remain there indefinitely. The safety of the planet relied on them. Alice regarded the limping Saiyan duo. Well, they should probably train more. Do they really expect me to train them? It is simply impossible. She lacks the energy to teach. And moreover, she is not adept at instructing others. Teaching would only lead to misguided disciples. At best, she could offer them some training. Having spent a considerable amount of time here, it is nearly time for her to return. Additionally, Son Gohan and the others have nearly recovered, and their future path must now be forged by them alone. Bulma, I know, you are planning to return, aren't you? Yes. It is indeed time for me to go back. There are a few minor troubles that require my attention, or rather, I need to return to oversee things. Bulma's facade of cheerfulness could hardly mask her sadness. Yet, Alice is not the same Alice from this timeline. She has her own life. This period has been her happiest, and it is impossible to claim there is no sense of reluctance. But this is the path she was meant to take, is it not? Remember to think of me. Okay, and don't forget to eat on time. Don't let your training make you neglect your meals, Bulma rambled on, as if releasing all the words she had held back over the years. And don't forget to visit me, you big fool. If you don't have time, then never mind. I will remember, Bulma. You too, Bulma-chan. With a gentle embrace, Alice ascended slowly into the air. She opened a time-space portal and glided into it. Goodbye. Alice, you mustn't forget that there is someone here me. Alice. But Alice had already departed, leaving her words unheard. Don't forget me, Alice. Bulma stood there, gazing vacantly as the time-space portal gradually closed. Chapter 57. Spararasi. Alice returned to her own universe. This ability truly requires practice. It unexpectedly transported me to the cosmos. Oh well, it's all the same. As soon as Alice finished speaking, she was struck by a purple-black energy blade. Who lurks in the shadows? Humph, no wonder Tawa has her sights set on you. Alice turned to see an individual emerging from a distance, exuding an aura reminiscent of Tawa's. Was this person her ally, or something else? Enough speculating. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mira, and I am here to kill you. Only by eliminating you can Tawa's attention return to me. What a nuisance, returning only to encounter such a fool. How tiresome. Alice retorted, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, formidable. However, the stronger you are, the greater the value in eliminating you. Your demise will serve the same purpose. With that, Mira charged directly at Alice. While dodging his attacks, Alice observed that his strength appeared to exceed her current form slightly. Now this is more like it. Ha ha. Finally, a worthy opponent. Let us enjoy ourselves. Alice conjured a sword and aimed to strike at Mira, who deftly evaded it. Alice instantaneously teleported behind him. That won't do. She unleashed an energy ball directly at Mira's back, sending him flying. Raising her unarmed hand, she continued to launch several energy balls for added damage. However, it is well known that in the Dragon Ball universe, there exists an unwritten rule, the law of smoke and no injury. Even if damage occurs, it is typically superficial or merely results in torn clothing. After 2 to 3 minutes of relentless assault, Alice ceased her attack, watching the smoke-shrouded area. Once the dust settled, Mira stood unscathed, arms crossed defensively. Apart from a slight panting and some torn clothing, he appeared perfectly fine. Alice clicked her tongue in annoyance and transformed her sword into a whip, aiming to strike Mira, only for him to catch it deftly. In the instant the whip left her grasp, it vanished quickly, as it lacked Alice's energy to sustain it. Mira regarded Alice's conjured whip with intrigue. An interesting attack method. But with such techniques, you cannot defeat me. With that, he surged forward, unleashing his energy towards Alice, catching her off guard. Alice retaliated with a knee strike to Mira's abdomen. Alice licked the blood from the corner of her mouth. You are the first to make me bleed. Therefore, I shall take good care of you. With that, Alice delivered another kick to Mira's stomach, then teleported behind him, conjuring a massive energy ball to crush him. Mira quickly adjusted his stance and launched an energy ball towards Alice's. The two energy spheres collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Both fighters seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to trade blows. However, at this moment, Alice's power paled in comparison to Mira's, and she found herself on the receiving end of his relentless assault. Humph, how could Tawa be interested in someone so lacking in skill? You might as well perish. Mira intensified his offensive, overwhelming Alice with a barrage of strikes. Boom, boom. She was sent flying backward from the force of the blows. Cough, cough. Now this is interesting. I find myself liking you more and more. As Alice felt the strength of his attacks, her excitement only grew. I wish to hear your wails of despair. Alice charged straight at Mira, defying his onslaught. What? Ugh, cough, cough. He could hardly fathom that she would dare approach him while enduring his attacks. Alice conjured her sword once more and severed Mira's hand. Ah, you lunatic. Mira howled, launching a frenzied assault at Alice. Red energy began to emanate from him, and his power escalated. Die, Alice. In the midst of her frantic counterattacks, Alice was struck with a powerful punch, followed by a red energy ball that struck her square in the face. Boom. Yet Mira was not done. He continued to amplify his energy to assault Alice, leaving her bloodied and battered. Cough, cough. You dare show such enthusiasm towards me? Then I shall not hold back. With that, Alice transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. What? Ugh. Mira was taken aback by this sudden surge in Alice's power, as he was unaware of her second transformation. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. Shout. The louder, the better. Your cries fuel my excitement. Grasping Mira by the head, Alice slammed him against a nearby meteorite. Once, twice. Still unsatisfied, she stomped heavily on Mira's back, unleashing a barrage of close-range energy blasts. Come on. I'm not finished yet. Ha ha ha. Let us continue. Alice seized Mira by the leg and swung him around as if he were a mere doll. In his current state, Mira had no strength left to retaliate and could only endure Alice's torment. Finally, Alice hurled Mira away with great force, slamming him to the ground. Mira was terrified. This woman could easily end his life, yet she chose to toy with him like a plaything. As he observed Alice conjuring yet another sword, he retreated in fear, realizing that this madwoman would not kill him easily, but rather continue to torment him. His instincts proved correct. Alice raised her sword and severed one of his legs. Ah! Kill me. If you dare, then kill me. Mira gazed at Alice, who was drenched in blood, with a mixture of terror and despair. Now this is the expression I sought. Perfect, truly perfect. Alice's mood soared to unprecedented heights of delight. Mira continued to retreat. Alice, unhurried, advanced steadily towards him. He regretted ever having provoked this devil. Ah, the other leg has also been rendered useless. How splendid. Alice, in a fit of excitement, embraced her own form. Let me hear your voice a little longer, dear sister. Mira now perceived Alice's laughter as though it were the whispers from the depths of hell. Continue then. As she spoke, Alice raised her sword and brought it down with great force. Chapter 58, The Waiting Girl. Mira watched as the blade drew ever closer to him. He was uncertain from whence he summoned the strength to push himself up with one hand, then lunged toward Alice. Oh, a final frenzy before death. How dreadfully tedious. But oh well, merely a few seconds wasted, for I have grown weary of this. Alice redirected her sword, cleaving Mira cleanly in two. However, what? The upper half of Mira's body, propelled by inertia, lunged towards Alice, seizing her with a vice-like grip. Cough, cough, cough. Didn't he see that coming, did you? This is my strategy, cough, cough. Alice, join me in death, ha 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 ha. No matter how hard Alice struggled, she could not shake off the hand that held her fast. Save your energy. You cannot escape, cough, cough, cough. This is a farewell prepared just for you, Alice. And as the protagonist, you cannot possibly evade it. Ha 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 ha. Alice observed as Mira's body began to swell, her expression remaining calm, though her heart raced with panic. After all, a misstep could mean descending into oblivion alongside this wretch. Yet, Alice found herself unable to extricate herself from his grasp. This was indeed an intractable predicament. Mira's body had swelled to its limits, cracks of white light beginning to manifest. You truly deserve to perish. I have not forgotten you. I never imagined you would display such an expression. How amusing, Alice. Did you ever think I would drag you down to hell with me? Ha 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 ha. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion reverberated throughout the cosmos. Nearby planets were obliterated by the sheer force of this terrifying blast. On Earth, Bulma felt an inexplicable discomfort stirring within her. What is wrong with me? Why do I feel so uneasy? Am I unwell? She gazed upward at the sky, lost in thought, before patting her cheeks. I must be overthinking things. Alice should return soon. I should prepare her favorite vanilla pudding. Or else she'll surely cause a ruckus upon her return if she doesn't find it waiting for her. Bulma hummed a tune as she made her way to the kitchen to gather the ingredients for Alice's beloved vanilla pudding. Life on Earth continued its steady rhythm, with pedestrians going about their business as usual. After preparing the vanilla pudding, Bulma placed it in the refrigerator for a brief chill, as Alice preferred its texture when served cold. At that moment, a knock sounded at Bulma's door. She opened it to find Piccolo standing there. Alice isn't back yet. She'll be a while longer. Bulma noticed the resigned expression on Piccolo's face. After all, this was a routine visit for him. Then I shall not intrude. I will return once she has come back. With that, Piccolo turned to leave, but Bulma stopped him. Oh, by the way, Alice's gravity chamber has been repaired. Though it may not perform as well as the original, you might find it beneficial. And here's this. Saying so, Bulma tossed him a capsule. Thud. A large box materialized a short distance from the door. Piccolo looked at Bulma in confusion, questioning the significance of this box. What is so special about it? Inside are items Alice deemed unnecessary. Do not dismiss them as mere discards. Many of these items may still be of use to you. Bulma opened the box, revealing an assortment of small objects, such as wristbands, ankle weights, and belts. Do not underestimate their weight. The lightest wristband weighs a ton, while the heaviest reaches a staggering 100 tons. Mind you, that is per piece, not a set. Piccolo picked up the lightest wristband, ankle weight, and a belt. Individually, they were manageable, but a complete set would certainly pose a challenge. In the gravity chamber, he would likely collapse upon entry, reminiscent of his first experience. Piccolo thought to himself, Alice is indeed a monster. Yet, if he knew that these were calibrated for her use and not his, he might very well despair. Well then, I shall borrow this lightest set for now. It should suffice for a while in the gravity chamber. If I wish to exchange it later, I will return. Oh, and the gravity chamber is in the backyard. You'll find it there. With that, Bulma resumed her preparations for Alice's favorite dishes, leaving Piccolo to venture into the backyard, where the gravity chamber awaited him. Upon seeing the gravity chamber, Piccolo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as this was the very chamber he had once trained in. He had asked Bulma to disassemble it and repair it. Reflecting on his past arrogance, he realized that had he not been forcibly detained, he might have been in tears by now, especially with the impending arrival of the Saiyans in a few months. This device would certainly provide him with a measure of confidence. Meanwhile, in Hell, Goku arrived at King Kai's planet. The gravity here is significantly stronger than Alice's. Goku curiously explored his surroundings. After enduring Alice's rigorous training, the tenfold gravity posed no challenge to him. It felt rather trivial. After all, he had trained under 5 times the gravity while clad in a heavy training suit. How could he find this gravity burdensome? Goku thought otherwise, finding only that movement was slightly less convenient. Now, let us return our attention to Bulma and the delightful preparations she has made for Alice. Goodness! The refrigerator is filled with vanilla pudding, the table adorned with various desserts, and a modest portion of meat. Why is there so little meat? Does it take so long to prepare? Lobster, fish, oh, and beef. I almost forgot. Bulma promptly called to arrange for beef delivery, continuing her culinary endeavors. Hee hee. All of this is Alice's favorite. She will surely be overjoyed. Might she not be unable to contain herself and give me a great big bear hug? I can hardly wait. Ah, it's going to be wonderful. Lost in her thoughts, she nearly burned the meal. Bulma set the finished dishes on the table and settled onto a nearby sofa, clutching a plush toy as she anticipated Alice's return and the adorable expressions she would surely display. How slow Alice is. Chapter 59, half-dressed, yet not fully attired. Bulma rested her head on her small hands, gazing at the sky, when suddenly, she sensed a violent tremor in the atmosphere. The ground quaked beneath her. She was left bewildered, unsure of what was occurring. In the gravity chamber, Piccolo hurried outside to gaze at the sky. Such a powerful energy wave. What could be happening? Piccolo's expression turned grave as he scrutinized the heavens, noting that this energy was laced with Alice's essence. Had she encountered a formidable adversary? Raditz, still plowing the fields, also glanced upward. Since arriving on Earth, he had learned to sense and control energy, and he too clearly felt the disturbance. Though not as precisely as Piccolo, he confirmed that this energy belonged to Alice, accompanied by an unfamiliar presence. Raditz, dinner's ready. TCH, I'm coming. By the way, after this fellow arrived on Earth, he entered into a romantic relationship. To be precise, he found himself pursued. Raditz reluctantly approached the woman, snatching the bags of food from her hands before retreating to a shaded area beneath a tree to sit down. What are you staring at? Hurry up and come sit down, or I might as well let you tire yourself out, he huffed. After saying this, he begrudgingly produced a small cushion for her to sit on. Don't get any misconceptions. I merely find this thing too soft. It's not like I'm offering it to you. Don't flatter yourself. As Raditz opened the massive food container, he began to devour the contents voraciously. The woman stifled a giggle, choosing not to expose his antics. She quietly watched him eat, finding his actions to be far more genuine than his words, which she found quite endearing. What are you looking at? Here, this is too sweet for my taste. You have it. Alice says it's shameful to waste food. Oh. Yes, what I say goes. The woman obediently accepted the overly sweet item, taking small bites. Raditz, out of the corner of his eye, glanced at her, and upon being caught, became flustered and angry. I'm not looking at you. I'm merely assessing whether you might choke. Yes, just observing. Raditz, you truly are awkward. If you want to gaze, then do so openly. There's no need to be shy. Kiki appeared beside them at some point, witnessing this amusing scene, and began to tease. Who wants to look at her? Oh, it's just my sister-in-law who has arrived. You don't even announce your presence. Are you here to observe how the plowing is going? Rest assured, this land is tilled far better than my useless brother Kakarot could manage. No, I'm just here to deliver food. It seems I need to worry as someone else is more proactive, Kiki teased, casting a playful glance at Raditz. Sigh. Even though Sun Wukong's brother is somewhat Sundara, he is still far more perceptive than Sun Wukong. The thought of Sun Wukong's terminally dense personality made her want to bite him in frustration. Raditz awkwardly scratched his face, muttering softly. I never expected her to keep delivering food for so long. All right, let's take a break today. The plowing is nearly done anyway. I want to intrude on your little world, Kiki said, setting down the food before leaving. Some might wonder why Kiki and Raditz had begun to mend their relationship. Please. Kiki is not the unreasonable type, and in a certain sense, Raditz hasn't truly harmed their family, right? Apart from that one time, he kidnapped Gohan, which he truly cannot erase. He hasn't done anything truly unforgivable, has he? Besides, he endured a thorough beating that afternoon. If one clarifies these matters, it's not entirely unacceptable, is it? Moreover, Earth currently requires his strength. Otherwise, if Vegeta arrives, it could spell disaster, as early Vegeta was exceptionally gifted. Additionally, he had already been tormented by Alice once. Do you think he would swallow that indignity? I doubt it. Ahem, I digress. Let us return to the story. After Kiki's departure, Raditz finished the food in a few bites and waited for the woman beside him to finish. Once she did, he handed her a bottle of water and a towel. Humph, this is a token of gratitude, so don't misunderstand. Yes, a token of gratitude. Could you please help me twist off the cap? How troublesome. Here you go. Sundara, humph. Meanwhile, Gohan was still being pursued by dinosaurs. The Sun family and dinosaurs certainly share an inexplicable bond. As for Alice, she was momentarily safe, albeit missing a hand. In the instant of the explosion, she severed her own hand and then opened a time-space tunnel to escape. Currently, she lay unconscious within the tunnel, having succumbed to the effects of the explosion and excessive blood loss. Alice was at the mercy of the time-space tunnel, her fate hanging by a thread. If luck were to abandon her, she might simply await her demise, given the substantial blood loss and numerous injuries. If not for the life force still sustaining her healing techniques, she likely would have perished at the moment of the explosion. Alice had no concept of how long she had been within the time-space tunnel. She was uncertain if she still resided within its confines until she heard voices. She was awakening. Kakarot, I told you to stay away from these unknown individuals, especially those who appear out of nowhere, Vegeta said. Humph. As Alice listened to the commotion, she slowly opened her eyes. Ugh. The pain in her left arm reminded her of the moment she had to sever it to avoid the deadly explosion. Where's this? You're awake. Did those rascals disturb your rest? I've already chased them away. You should take this time to recuperate, said Bulma, who stood before her. Alice, taken aback by the surreal situation, found herself wondering what fantastical cycle she had fallen into, surrounded by Sun Wukong and others traversing different timelines. Bulma here had even dyed her hair a short blue. Well, I suppose that's acceptable. Seeing Alice lost in thought, Bulma introduced herself. I am Bulma. And you? Alice. Such a lovely name. Your clothes are stained with blood. If it's inconvenient, I can help you change. Alice quickly shook her head, feeling uncomfortable at the thought of someone assisting her with a change of clothes. Bulma, not wanting to impose, placed the garments aside and exited. Alice, glancing at the clothes and then at her wounds, resigned herself to tearing off her bloodied attire and clumsily changing into the new outfit. At times, she couldn't help but envy the Saiyans' remarkable recovery abilities. As she contemplated her pants, she realized managing with one hand was challenging. Thus, she used her tail to lift the pants, then used her hand to fasten the buttons. Once dressed, Alice exited the room. Those inside couldn't help but be taken aback by Alice's tail, as she had been wearing a wide belt around her waist that had concealed it. So no one had seen her tail before. Vegeta gawked at the swaying appendage behind her. You are a Saiyan? Special episode, different paths. How annoying. What does Lord Frieza want? I was enjoying myself, and then they summoned me back in such a hurry. Alice exclaimed, exasperated as she tugged at her hair while addressing a diminutive communications officer. Hey Alice, my lord, I didn't know. The officer collapsed unconscious. My apologies. I didn't realize that this little fellow's neck was so fragile. Alice tossed the communications officer aside, while others quickly rushed him to the medical facility. They noted that working under Alice was generally agreeable, though accidents could occur quite easily. Ha ha ha. Alice remains as recklessly weighty as ever. A figure in a baby carriage floated slowly beside her, accompanied by several others. Alice cast a resentful glance at the newcomer. Frieza, you truly are something else. Could you not wait until I dealt with those pesky nuisances before summoning me back? It's incredibly frustrating. Frieza, unfazed, understood that while Alice was indeed a Saiyan, she was his strongest asset compared to those three unruly ones, barring some minor quirks. He had acquired Alice 8 years prior, having discovered her while searching for the one responsible for the destruction of his planet's business. To his surprise, the culprit turned out to be a Saiyan. Yet, he refrained from attacking her, as her battle power had already surpassed 50 million at that time. Admittedly, he felt quite ashamed. Had he provoked her back then, he might not have emerged victorious. Reflecting upon the decisions made in the past, it is evident that they were indeed astute. Presently, Alice's existence is known only to a select few, while the majority, including the ostensibly strongest members of the Ginyu Force, remain oblivious to her presence. Alice. The reason I have summoned you back is due to a matter of utmost significance that requires your attention. Should you handle this task proficiently, I shall grant you a single wish, of course, not the wish to strike me. Frieza observed Alice's eyes begin to sparkle with anticipation and hastily added a clarification. Although Alice is undeniably loyal, she is quite capable of following through on her threats, and if he did not give his all, he would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand her. Very well, may I propose my wish beforehand? Frieza inquired. Of course, Alice, as long as it is not overly absurd. Reluctantly, Alice responded, I desire a planet. Frieza was taken aback. A planet? Which one? What do you intend to do with it? Alice's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Naturally. I shall cultivate food upon it. Surely, we cannot be reduced to consuming those unsightly items every day, and if the cultivation fails, it can still serve as sustenance. Frieza conceded, well, that is quintessentially Alice. It is true she has often criticized the unpalatable meals provided by the Legion. Upon reflection, they are indeed rather subpar. I grant you this wish. However, First, you must venture to Earth. Raditz has encountered trouble there, and you are to address it. Once you retrieve the Dragon Balls from that realm, the planet shall be yours, and I shall allow you to indulge in some leisure before returning. Must I still remain hidden? Ha ha ha. No longer, Alice. It is time for you to make your entrance, especially since your fellow Saiyan, Vegeta, is becoming somewhat restless. What? That weakling? Vegeta? I prefer to call him Tragedy Ta, as his combat power has yet to surpass 20,000, not even surpassing what it was at the time of my birth. I truly do not comprehend why Frieza places such significance upon them. Yet, I am intrigued to see who dares to confront the Frieza force. With that, Alice prepared to depart, but was halted by Frieza. Wait a moment, Alice. Take this newly developed equipment with you. Frieza tossed her the latest combat indicator. This device can detect power levels of up to 100 million and allows for constant communication with me. It wouldn't happen to contain a listening device, would it? Ha ha ha. Rest assured, Alice, I have complete faith in you, so there is none. That is acceptable. I shall take my leave then, Frieza. Alice promptly returned to her spacecraft and set her course for Earth. Frieza's aide looked on with bewilderment. Lord Frieza, do you truly trust this Saiyan? Are you not concerned? Ha ha ha. You are mistaken. She is not like those barbaric Saiyans. I hold individuals of capability in high esteem. This is likely your first encounter with her. Is it not, Dodoria? Indeed, Lord Frieza. What are your impressions? She appears to be somewhat immature. Ha ha ha. Dodoria may not realize that Alice's current capabilities rival my own, and should she desire, she could easily eliminate me. The others present were taken aback by this startling revelation. In their eyes, Frieza was an invincible entity, yet today they learned that there exists someone who could effortlessly extinguish his life. Thus, Alice's loyalty is beyond question. The reason I have brought you here today is so that you might meet her, lest you inadvertently provoke her, for she is not one to be trifled with. With that, Frieza departed in his infantile vehicle. Meanwhile, Alice sat within her spacecraft, contemplating the unappetizing food laid before her. Are you certain these wriggling insects are fit for consumption? They are quite repulsive. With a grimace, Alice seized an unknown fruit and began to eat. This simple act sent the chef into a state of panic, for the last chef who failed to satisfy Alice had been consumed as a mere delicacy. The chef quickly fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Please spare me, Lady Alice. Take him away. He is becoming quite bothersome. The chef wailed as he was dragged away, but Alice did not spare him a glance. Honestly, day after day, can no one innovate their culinary methods? Do they not realize I detest such vile fare? Alice disdainfully offered the unrecognizable food to her subordinates, as they seemed to enjoy it, while gnawing on the fruit. She gazed out at the scenery, her irritation causing her to hurl the fruit aside. This action startled her subordinates, who promptly fled to the cockpit, urging the crew to locate the nearest planet for Alice to unleash her frustrations in a spectacular display. The crew in the cockpit, upon hearing this, were filled with dread and scrambled to find the nearest celestial body. It is well known that when Lady Alice is enraged, she tends to obliterate planets. Thus, they were experts in the art of planetary selection. Please, do not come near. Special chapter, Divergent Paths. Excellent. You have displayed understanding, since you are so accommodating today. I shall overlook your previous transgressions. Alice cheerfully settled down to study the star maps. At the current pace, arriving at Earth would take approximately a year. Well, that seems reasonable. I hope that planet does not disappoint me. If the environment is suitable, I shall choose it. Haha. Half an hour later, Alice beheld a planet being annihilated before her. The sensation was exhilarating. The only regret was the absence of cries for help or sounds of despair, which was somewhat unfortunate. However, she glanced at her subordinates, and that look sent shivers down their spines. The titles of witch or demon were not mere embellishments. They dared not relax their vigilance at this moment, for Alice had once toyed with multiple planets. The memory of that spectacle was nauseating. She did not simply eliminate her victims, but rather tormented them to death. The more they resisted, the more exhilarated she became. Hence her subordinates dared not harbor any foolish thoughts, save for the pastry chef, who had once witnessed a new recruit dismiss her petite stature and tease her. That scene still caused tremors in his legs. Alice had systematically reduced his limbs to mere pastries before his eyes. Notably, that individual had survived. They would rather perish at the hands of another than suffer such a fate at hers. To use her words, the disobedient are merely snacks, emergency provisions, or backup rations. Otherwise, how do you think she earned the titles of witch or demon? They were forged in battle and through consumption. Alice would not spare a glance at the grotesquely shaped or unappealing. If one appeared somewhat presentable, they had better tread carefully. Ahem, I have digressed. Returning to the main topic. All right, my minions, onward we go. Destination, Earth. Ha 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 ha. Alice stepped into her cryopod to enter stasis. For waiting was far too tedious. Why not simply sleep and arrive at my destination in comfort? Meanwhile, on a different front. Vegeta and his companion were also en route to Earth. Vegeta was feeling quite anxious. After all, he had received intel that Frieza had dispatched someone to Earth, so he needed to accelerate his pace. Thus, he flew towards Earth without pause, uncertain whether the individual sent there was a member of the Ginyu Force. If so, it would pose significant trouble, as their abilities were diverse and difficult to contend with. Vegeta gritted his teeth in his spacecraft, listening to the fragmented conversations through his old headset. The quality was poor, rendering the dialogue nearly unintelligible, but it was clear that the individual dispatched was formidable. Damn it. What on earth is Frieza planning? I must accelerate. I cannot allow Frieza's minions to get ahead. Vegeta seethed within the confines of the spacecraft, his frustration making him want to upend the table, yet he refrained from acting rashly. After all, he was enraged, not foolish. As he pressed a series of buttons, the speed of the vessel surged dramatically. In an instant, he left Nappa trailing behind, who, flustered, scrambled to follow suit by pressing buttons of his own. Nappa, bewildered by Vegeta's sudden increase in velocity, could only silently comply, although he found it perplexing. After all, Frieza had dispatched his men to Earth, but such urgency seemed unwarranted. Nappa couldn't fathom it. The thought of Frieza's annihilation of his home planet filled him with fury, yet he felt too weak to rebel, biding his time for revenge. Reflecting on this, he began to understand Vegeta's urgency, particularly since the Dragon Balls could grant wishes, offering them a chance to eliminate Frieza. It was a pity that Raditz, that foolish wretch, had fallen prey to mere insects, bringing disgrace upon the Saiyan race. However, Vegeta's true desire was far simpler, to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill his own wishes. Meanwhile, the warriors on Earth continued their diligent training, preparing for the impending threat. Little did they realize that not one, but two waves of adversaries were approaching, the second being the formidable Alice, whose power eclipsed even Vegeta's. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, Vegeta arrived on Earth, landing amidst the familiar urban landscape. So this is Earth. Hardly impressive, he mused, noting the weakness of its inhabitants. Raditz was vanquished by such pitiful beings, Nappa commented, gazing in disbelief at the readings on his scouter. Humph, it matters not, Nappa. Go ahead and greet them, but do not be too heavy-handed, Vegeta replied indifferently. Nappa, already itching for action, took Vegeta's cue, raising his hand to unleash a surge of terrifying energy. In mere seconds, the surrounding area lay in ruins. Ha ha ha, it seems I may have overdone it. He laughed heartily. Enough of this play, Nappa. If the destruction is too severe, we won't be able to sell anything here. True enough. Let's not forget we came to seek the Dragon Balls, capable of granting any wish. Indeed. We must first locate the one who defeated Raditz and extract information about the Dragon Balls. You are correct. But if the Dragon Balls are in the area we've just obliterated, our wishes will be for naught. This is all your fault for insisting on such frivolous greetings. Nappa, feeling the blame directed at him, retorted that it was Vegeta who had prompted him to greet them, but still offered an apology. My apologies. I lost my head for a moment. Enough of the regrets. It is futile now. Let us find the strongest warrior on this planet, Vegeta commanded. And they began scanning with their scouters. They detected several power levels exceeding 1,000. When did Earth acquire so many strong fighters? Nappa mused. Oh, but they are merely a rabble, Vegeta dismissed. They then pinpointed the strongest of the readings. No need for further scanning. We have found our target. With that, Vegeta soared toward Piccolo's location. Sensing the two approaching foes, the other fighters flew toward Piccolo as well. Meanwhile, in space, Lady Alice. We will enter the atmosphere of our destination in approximately 1 hour. One of her subordinates reported dutifully outside her cryo chamber. With a hiss, the chamber opened, and Alice slowly sat up. That was quick. It feels as if I just closed my eyes, she remarked, rubbing her bleary eyes. Report, she commanded, licking her lips. Madam, please do not worry about my meal. I fear I may not return today, one subordinate replied, seemingly intimidated. Alice sighed, wondering if she truly appeared so fearsome. I merely slept too long. What's wrong with a little dryness? Is that so alarming? Fetch me a glass of water, quickly. If you dawdle, I may just use you to quench my thirst. Yes, ma'am. The subordinate hurriedly scurried to the ship's kitchen to retrieve water. It seems like a rather unidentifiable liquid, he muttered, forgetting that he could have simply used the scouter to communicate. He thought to himself, you don't understand. This way, I can earn favor in front of Lady Alice and avoid her wrath should she grow impatient. Alice was generally kind to her subordinates, which was why so many were willing to follow her. After all, who would dare to confront danger on behalf of their leader? As long as Alice was satisfied, her minions felt secure, but the stakes were equally high if she were hungry. This time, he hoped Earth would provide food that Lady Alice would enjoy. Otherwise, he might find himself in peril, considering Alice once remarked that she resembled a large lizard. Indeed, Lady Alice had a fondness for reptilian delicacies, especially as snacks. The subordinate hurriedly brought Alice a cup of water, along with some food and fruit. Don't inquire about the source of the meat. I have no idea. It merely seems like someone is missing, he quipped. Lady Alice, would you like me to call someone to assist you with your attire? Or perhaps that particular individual? Yes. It would be best to summon my sweet darling. Oh, her graceful form captivates me, Alice mused. Her subordinate instantly knew whom she referred to, the little princess of a fallen kingdom, who had chosen to follow Alice in her quest for vengeance and gratitude, eventually becoming her beloved pet. Yes, you heard that correctly. Her pet. I understand. I shall fetch her at once. Alice leisurely savored her food while waiting. Moments later, a sweet-faced girl entered, adorned with a peculiar collar around her neck. Come here, my darling, Alice beckoned. The girl obediently nestled against Alice's lap, gazing at her with adoration. Lady Alice, you summoned me for what purpose? She inquired, rubbing against Alice affectionately. Do you not wish to be called forth by your mistress? Alice teased, tilting the girl's chin to meet her gaze. Oh no, Lady Alice. To be favored by you is my greatest honor. I would gladly become a dessert on your dining table, the girl professed, inching closer to Alice. Ah, you understand me well, and I am quite sated now. Is it permissible? Lady Alice, may I truly? The girl asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, my darling, Alice replied, planting a kiss on her lips. Now, do you understand what to do? Yes, Lady Alice. I shall serve you right away. She responded, bowing deeply. Such a good girl, Alice praised. After some time, Alice emerged. Content, leaving behind a blissful girl. Oh, Lady Alice, if only I could remain by your side forever, even as a mere morsel, the girl mused, her cheeks flushed. Alice paused for a moment before continuing on her way, leaving behind a parting thought. Take good care of yourself. After all, maintaining your best condition is vital for flavor. The girl blushed deeply, overwhelmed by Alice's tenderness. For you, I shall certainly strive to be the most delectable dessert, for even a deity would be powerless against you. My only divine being, Lady Alice. A female subordinate entered the room, shaking her head in resignation at the sight before her. How could this girl have transformed into such a person, especially when she once harbored an intense disdain for those who displayed such expressions? Nevertheless, she found herself envious. Although the girl's situation was not vastly better than theirs, as long as Alice took the time to nurture her, no one, aside from Lord Frisia, would dare to regard her with anything less than respect. As for the Ginyu Force, please, Alice had never considered them particularly formidable, and the girl before her, molded by Alice, was undoubtedly more powerful than anyone in Frisia's Ginyu Force. Alice had once proclaimed that her combat power had reached a terrifying level of 400,000. She was, after all, a sharp blade in Alice's arsenal, personally named Cross Santi by Alice herself. To be bestowed with a name by Alice was a tremendous honor. No one here had yet attained such a distinction. Alice strolled into the control room, gazing out at the stunning blue planet. It was beautiful. She resolved to claim this planet for herself, instructing her subordinates to inform Frisia of her desire, confident he would acquiesce. Yes, Lady Alice, they replied. Far away, at the Frisia Force headquarters, Frisia had no hesitation in agreeing to Alice's request, as she was his most loyal companion. Why not a subordinate? Have you ever seen a subordinate who could overpower their superior? Though it was quite embarrassing. That incident was a result of his own folly. What had compelled him to provoke her? Prior to her transformation into a great ape, fighting her had been a breeze. But once she transformed, he nearly met his demise. Despite the great ape's slow movements, she could afford countless mistakes while he could not afford a single one. Consequently, whenever Alice requested a sparring match, he would deftly evade, knowing he simply could not win. He had no desire to endure another beating. While there were lessons to be learned from their bouts, the risks were considerable. A single misstep could result in him being slammed against a wall, unable to recover. However, the blade that was Alice's creation still filled him with envy. It was undeniably powerful, possessing remarkable combat prowess and the ability to transform, albeit only twice, with the first transformation enhancing her strength tenfold and the second amplifying that by another 10. The intelligence he had gathered suggested that she possessed a third transformation yet to be unlocked, which, if developed, would yield at least a tenfold increase. The sheer envy was enough to make his head spin. How fortunate Alice was to have discovered such a remarkable weapon. It was astonishing to think that in just 3 years, this girl had evolved from a defenseless maiden into a formidable warrior. He could no longer dwell on it. The more he thought, the more envious he became. The only consolation he found was that she belonged to Alice. As long as she was Alice's, it was as though she were his possession as well. Special Edition, Diverging Paths 4. On Earth, in the midst of battle, Goku and the others suddenly sensed a multitude of powerful presences rapidly approaching. They soon beheld a colossal spaceship gradually revealing itself. Vegeta was taken aback upon seeing the ship, for he was all too familiar with this type. Frieza had not anticipated that his forces would arrive so swiftly. In a fit of anger, Vegeta discarded his scouter, crushing it beneath his foot. However, this particular ship was one he had never seen among Frieza's ranks. Could this be the contingent sent by Frieza? Cursed be the thought. He should not have wasted time playing with these Earth monkeys, forgetting that Frieza had also dispatched reinforcements. Regret was too late, for Frieza's forces had indeed arrived. He wondered who had been sent. If it was the Ginyu Force, then he was in serious trouble. Their abilities were unpredictable, and several were beyond his capacity to defeat. How infuriating. They had been so close, yet he should not have squandered time entertaining these Earthlings. Had he only sought the Namekian immediately. Wait, the Namekian? Could it be that Frieza had already caught wind of this? As Vegeta continued to fret upon seeing the ship, he felt utterly helpless. Frieza had left a lasting impression of invincibility upon him. Upon the ship's landing, figures emerged, forming two lines at the exit. He pondered who had been sent. If it were the lesser members of the Ginyu Force, he could manage, but Frieza usually did not deploy them lightly. Thus, it must be some inconsequential individuals. With this thought, Vegeta's confidence returned. Yet, as is often the case, imagination can be deceivingly pleasant while reality proves to be brutal. He then caught sight of a figure that filled him with sheer terror. The very woman whose mere glance had once sent him fleeing in a panic. How could she, the infamous witch Alice, possibly be one of Frieza's? This was inconceivable. Her strength could not possibly align with his forces. Oh my, look who it is. The little mouse who fled in terror at a mere glance from me. Alice teased Vegeta. Hearing Alice's playful jibe, Vegeta dared not retort. He could hold his own against those of comparable strength, perhaps even the Ginyu Force, but not against her. This woman whose fearsome reputation rivaled that of Frieza himself. You. This is impossible. How could you possibly be one of Frieza's? With your might, it cannot be. He stammered. Oh dear, look at you. Speaking up despite your cowardice, said the petite figure beside Alice. Yes, Lady Alice. The moment Vegeta heard that voice, he felt something press against his abdomen, sending him flying. When he regained his composure, he discovered a girl, smaller than him, standing in the place where he had just been. This is impossible. How could she be so fast? Is she akin to the members of the Ginyu Force, a speedster? Don't think that my fear of that which means I'll fear you, he declared, his confidence returning as he clenched his fist and pointed his thumb at himself. I am the Prince of Planet Vegeta. His proclamation was cut short as he found himself pinned beneath the foot of the girl. Be quiet. Ants should know their place. Your noise has disturbed Lady Alice. And if you continue, I won't hesitate to eliminate you, even if you are of the same kind as Alice, she warned, applying a bit more pressure. Vegeta questioned his existence. How could she be so strong? Wait, what had he just heard? Alice. Same kind. She was a Saiyan? Just as he attempted to lift his head for confirmation, a forceful stomp drove it back down. Not only noisy, but you wish to pry into Alice's affairs? Insect. The girl glared down at Vegeta with a look of utter disdain, grinding her foot before returning to Alice's side. Alice, she called affectionately. The girl, now displaying a beguiling expression, prompted Alice to affectionately ruffle her hair. Our little sweetheart is doing wonderfully. Upon hearing Alice's praise, the girl beamed with joy, engulfed in a rosy glow. Lady Alice is so gentle. All right, time to regroup, Alice instructed. No, Lady Alice, just a little more. Good children must listen well. All right then. A reluctant auntie returned to stand behind Alice. Sun Wukong and his companions were astonished to witness the formidable Vegeta appear utterly powerless before that woman. Not only the leader, but even the girl who had just delivered a kick that rendered Vegeta incapable of fighting back was impressive. Even those who appeared to be mere cannon fodder possessed remarkable strength. Ah, my dear friends, we have two purposes for our visit to Earth. The first is, of course, to seek the Dragon Balls. As for the second, well, we simply find this planet quite appealing, Alice declared, her desire to find a place to sit evident. As standing while speaking was rather exhausting. Noticing her intent, her subordinates prepared to offer themselves as makeshift seats, but someone beat them to it, Auntie. Without reservation. Alice sat upon her, crossing her legs and resting her chin on her hand as she surveyed the Earth warriors. These individuals must represent the pinnacle of this planet's combat prowess, she mused, observing them closely, noting their similarity to her own subordinates. Sun Wukong and his companions. Oh. But not all three remained standing, as some had already collapsed, one in a rather alluring position. Are you not being polite? Yamcha interjected. Oh right. I almost forgot about that half-conscious Nappa and Vegeta. How rude of me, Alice continued, her tone teasing. So, what do you young warriors have to say? With that, she began to gather a crimson-hued energy sphere in her hand, a clear indication of a threat. However, her subordinates noted that Alice seemed unusually gentle today, under normal circumstances. She would have already delivered a few stinging slaps by now. Do not commit acts that you will come to regret. Just then, a rumble echoed. Oh, I'm hungry again, darling. Go fetch something delectable for your mistress, Alice said, affectionately patting Auntie S' head before rising. Auntie S' face fell. Did Alice find her uncomfortable? Why must she seek food? Yet, whatever Alice commanded, Auntie would devote herself wholeheartedly to fulfilling it. Yes, Mistress Alice. With that, Auntie vanished, leaving Sun Wukong and the others bewildered, for at their current strength, they could scarcely perceive her movements, even with Wukong utilizing the Kaioken technique. They were, after all, operating on a vastly different power scale. At that moment, Krillin cautiously addressed Alice, suggesting, Miss Alice, if you're hungry, you could join us for a meal. Furthermore, we can discuss matters at our leisure. No need for that. I am merely informing you, not negotiating. Okay, never mind. Please, carry on, Krillin quickly replied. Intimidated by Alice's gaze, he realized he was outmatched. He had briefly contemplated discussing terms with Alice, but the thought of wishing for her demise with the Dragon Balls seemed absurd when he considered the consequences of even revealing himself. The Eternal Dragon would surely eliminate him with a mere glance. After a while, Auntie returned, clutching a dinosaur and several large fish. Mistress Alice, I'm back, she announced, promptly resuming her position as a seat for Alice. Observing this, Alice recognized that Auntie had certainly developed a penchant for being a chair. After all, she was one of her own, and indulging her little whims was only fitting. Once seated, Alice commanded her subordinates to prepare the meal. Half an hour later, ugh, how repulsive. Did you intend to poison me? Alice exclaimed, unleashing a ki blast that obliterated the unfortunate cook. Her other subordinates were unfazed. If one chef was lost, another could easily be found. Hey, little bald one, you mentioned you had something tasty to share, right? Here is your chance. If it's not good, you shall become my meal, Alice said, licking her lips as she eyed Krillin. Krillin froze, anxiety coursing through him. All he could do was hope Bulma would deliver a worthy feast. If not, Earth might truly be in peril. Fortunately for Krillin, Alice's intentions were not to wreak havoc, but to seize control. Alice instructed her subordinates to take Vegeta back to the ship for treatment. After all, he was both a colleague and a fellow member of their race. Although the notion of such kinship felt somewhat unwelcome, allowing a few of their kind to continue their lineage was still acceptable. You lot, toss these two useless individuals into the healing chamber. What a disgrace. They possess little prowess, yet have the audacity to act superior. Come on, little bald one, lead the way. Do you wish for us to destroy a few cities or tribes for entertainment? Auntie, accompany me. And you lot, should this disgrace awaken, let him fend for himself. I shan't concern myself with his welfare. Yes, Mistress Alice, they chorused, and Alice urged Krillin to hurry. Krillin complied, pulling the astonished Sun Wukong and the petrified Gohan along as they made their way to Bulma's home. Though dragging Bulma into this mess was far from ideal, there was no other option. They could only hope for the best. They flew to Bulma's residence, during which Wukong reproached Krillin for involving Bulma. Krillin lamented that she was the only one capable of diverting their foe's attention. At Bulma's house, she exclaimed, Wukong, Krillin, and little Gohan, have you vanquished the enemy? Where are the others? I was just about to check on your battle. Hearing Bulma's words, Krillin broke into a cold sweat. Can we not discuss this? One of the main subjects is right behind me. With fear evident, Krillin slowly turned around, only to find that she didn't appear angry, which relieved him. Little did he know, Alice was rather courteous to certain individuals, chefs being among them, provided they were competent. If they were not, she would politely inquire whether they wished to join her at the dining table. Excuse me, who are these two behind you? Good day, Miss Bulma. I am Alice, and this is my companion, Auntie. As Alice introduced herself, she performed a gentlemanly bow. Auntie followed suit, executing a graceful curtsy. Bulma had never encountered such formalities, but quickly regained her composure and returned the gesture, internally chastising Wukong and the others for bringing such company. Had she not reacted promptly, it would have been utterly embarrassing. However, just as Bulma was about to speak, Krillin pulled her aside, whispering anxiously. What? Bulma gasped, her voice rising before she realized the gravity of the situation and leaned closer to Krillin's ear to continue her interrogation. Cough, cough. What did you say? How did you bring her to my house? We had no choice. We're not on the same level. We can't even defeat that guy, Vegeta, let alone this terrifying individual. Did you see Alice's companion? Bulma cautiously cast a glance at Alice and Auntie. What about her? She is quite beautiful. It's her. With a single kick, she incapacitated Vegeta. Alice is the real threat. Vegeta lost all will to fight upon seeing her. To incite such fear in him, she must be far more terrifying than Auntie. Bulma swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. You brought someone like that to my home. Have you lost your mind? Are you trying to get us all killed? Klein responded to Bulma with a sense of helplessness, stating that if she could present a dish that would satisfy Alice's palate, It might alleviate the current crisis. Auntie, observing the two conversing a short distance away, remarked that she was not deaf and could hear them. However, it was exceedingly rude to keep Alice waiting for such an extended period. Earthlings, you are being quite discourteous. Her tone carried a hint of indignation. To make someone of her stature wait so long was a grave offense. In a special episode, Divergent Paths 6, Auntie quietly reminded herself that this planet was one she had already resolved to conquer, so she would not be excessively harsh. Even whispering should not be permitted, especially as she was technically a guest. I apologize, Alice, she murmured. Please be quiet, my dear. If you cannot maintain silence, I would not hesitate to impose some stern discipline upon you. Auntie, taken aback, thought to herself, what? Such a fortunate turn of events. Why is Alice only revealing this now? Observing Auntie's internal musings, Alice sighed at her companion's perpetual naivety. When had she transformed into this? The memory eluded her. Yet it felt as if she had known Auntie like this since their first encounter. How peculiar it was to have such a diverse array of individuals under her command. Her aide seemed to yearn for her undivided attention, although she believed she was always looking at him directly when they spoke. The aide protested. The kind of attention I seek is not what you deem as direct. Your gaze instills fear, as if you were pondering whether to steam, braise, or serve me as sashimi. Who wouldn't he feel like a mere morsel under your scrutiny, especially given the chef's role? It was a constant struggle to find a new chef, as they were exceedingly picky, rejecting anyone who did not meet their standards, leaving their team with individuals who were quite aesthetically pleasing by Frisia's standards. Furthermore, can you cease using chefs as mere snacks? It becomes quite burdensome to summon new cooks for you so frequently. I am truly at my wit's end. My superior possesses bizarre preferences and an overly brutal disposition. What is to be done? I await your guidance with urgency. Coughing, she realized she had digressed. Hearing Auntie's dissatisfaction and Alice's reprimand, Bulma hastily went to prepare a meal, summoning all of the top chefs from her household. Why aren't you helping? She questioned. My skills are limited. I can manage simple home-cooked meals or desserts, but to entertain two ruthless beings with my culinary skills? Please, spare me. During Bulma's time in the kitchen, Alice began to explore her home and found the environment rather pleasant. She approached the trembling figure of Gohan, squatting beside him. Am I truly that fearsome little one? She inquired with a warm smile. Gohan, seeing Alice's smile, trembled even more. To him, it resembled a devilish grin. Yet, he managed to stammer, I am Gohan. Oh, what a delightful name. It even relates to food, Alice responded. Gohan means lunch, does it not? Should I assume your name was bestowed upon you during a mealtime by your parents? She then lifted him into her arms and playfully tickled his nose. Gohan's emotions fluctuated significantly, initially terrified due to Alice's overwhelming aura, especially since even the notorious Vegeta feared her. Yet, as he observed her gentle demeanor, he began to perceive her as not inherently malicious. Meanwhile, Goku felt a twinge of embarrassment, although Gohan's name honored his grandfather. It was indeed derived from a moment of hunger. Klein, noticing Goku's expression, felt a mix of surprise and amusement. Initially, he had thought it was a tribute to the late master, but now he saw things differently. Alice, cradling Gohan, addressed both of them. Oh dear. Do not be so wary of me. While I may not be a saint, my intentions are not hostile, especially since I have set my sights on this planet. My only demand is that those here can prepare dishes to my liking. Until I have savored your cuisine, I will not act against you. Their faces did not soften in response. Rather, they grew more tense, for none present knew whether she would enjoy Earth's culinary offerings. Although they felt confident, the uncertainty loomed. Alice chose not to elaborate further, weary of excessive explanations. After placing Gohan down, she returned to Auntie's side. Auntie, what are you doing? Must you insist on being a footstool? And your face is as red as a teapot. Despite her thoughts, she unceremoniously sat down and crossed her legs, staring vacantly. Auntie stammered. I am here, Alice. Do you have any commands for me? Alice leaned closer, inquiring about Auntie's current state. Nothing much. I merely wish to ask if you could alter your demeanor. Does Alice dislike how I am now? Auntie replied nervously. At that moment, Alice realized Auntie had awakened some extraordinary trait. She gently patted her head. It is not entirely negative. Your loyalty is commendable, but, she glanced at Auntie, oh. Never mind, as long as you are happy. The three onlookers exchanged glances, pondering. Are we merely pawns in your game? Is this the norm among extraterrestrials? What an enlightening experience. Approximately an hour later, Bulma emerged to summon Alice to taste the prepared dishes. Miss Alice, the food is ready. Please join us in the dining room. Very well, let us see if Earth's cuisine pleases my palate, Alice replied, rising to follow Bulma to the dining area, leaving Auntie feeling somewhat despondent. However, she quickly composed herself. As long as Alice was satisfied, she would adapt. Yet, She vowed that only she could remain by Alice's side. No one else was permitted to harbor inappropriate thoughts about her deity. Of course, this excluded herself, as she harbored desires to corrupt her divine being's perception to focus solely on her. For this ambition, she would eliminate anyone, even that Frisia fellow. Her deity was meant to belong to her alone. No one else could approach or entertain forbidden thoughts. Yet, if it was a request from her deity, that would be an exception. Nothing else was to be entertained. Though she held these thoughts, she was acutely aware of her own limitations. Despite concealing her true strength, presenting a facade of merely 40,000 combat power, it was woefully insufficient to serve Alice adequately. She needed to grow stronger, so she could truly fulfill her ambitions. Why must you be so popular, Alice? Why did I encounter you so late? Had I met you sooner, perhaps I could have served you sooner. Alice, my deity, I wish to remain by your side for eternity, fulfilling all your desires. In a special episode, Divergent Paths 7, Alice mused that this child was truly beyond redemption. How had such a sweet little one transformed into this? The familiar sight of her former timid self was oddly comforting. Although at that time, Anti was merely a sidekick and often startled easily, she certainly did not resemble her current state. Narrator, could it be that you have caught her anxiety? Alice, silence. Narrator, understood. Alice gazed at the array of food on the table, her appetite stirred by the sight, reflecting on the hardships she had endured in the past. She picked up a soup spoon and took a small sip of the broth. Nearby, Bulma clenched her fists nervously. Who wouldn't he be anxious at this moment? After all, this was a bowl of soup vital to the Earth's safety. Alice took a sip, and her eyes sparkled. This was the essence of what food should taste like. The flavor was quite satisfactory. While Alice found the taste delightful, she knew she had to maintain a certain composure. If she were to display a rustic demeanor, not only would the Earthlings look down upon her, but she would also scorn herself. Shall we partake together? As the one wielding the ladle, I have high hopes for you. Oh, but those dishes were prepared by the chef at home. I merely crafted a few desserts. Bulma indicated the plates of pastries on the table, though she felt a twinge of insecurity. After all, the pastries she created were indeed delightful, yet she still felt a lack of confidence. Alice picked up a pastry, took a bite, and paused. What is this? Bulma's heart raced, frightened by Alice's sudden halt. It's pudding. I adore this flavor. What is the name of the pudding? Is it simply called pudding? Indeed, it is a variety of pudding, since it is vanilla flavored. The full name is vanilla pudding. Miss Alice, vanilla pudding you say? I quite fancy it. Do you have more? Alice rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Bulma. Hearing that Alice desired more pudding, Bulma quickly responded, Yes, Miss Alice, as long as you enjoy it, I can prepare it for you at any time. Thank you. If you have any matters to discuss, feel free to approach me, as long as they are not particularly troublesome. Of course, this is contingent upon your readiness to prepare this vanilla pudding. Bulma felt a surge of excitement at Alice's promise. After all, the Earth had been saved, and she had secured a commitment from this formidable individual. One should never underestimate a simple promise. It could very well be a lifeline. However, Bulma cautiously inquired, Miss Alice, may I ask about your purpose for coming to Earth? Is that what you mean? Alice languidly asked, savoring her pudding. Is it about the Dragon Balls? Or are we planning an invasion of Earth? Bulma probed tentatively. The second matter, if you please. Do you think I would jest about such matters? You are remarkably naive. This is non-negotiable, unless... Bulma sensed a hint of ambiguity in Alice's words. Unless what? As long as I am capable, I will comply. Well, I could reside with you from now on. And my demands are not too extravagant. I simply desire you to be my personal chef. Of course, the promise I made remains unchanged. The condition I agreed to is merely a fair exchange for you becoming my exclusive cook, given that your creations align perfectly with my tastes. With that, she resumed her indulgence in the vanilla pudding. Little did Alice know, this decision would lead to a series of tumultuous events in her otherwise tranquil life, with even her subordinates becoming the most formidable security personnel in Bulma's household. After all, what good family doesn't he have several thousand combat power individuals? After satisfying her appetite, Alice rose to leave. Miss Alice, are you departing? Indeed, what else would I do? You may simply call me Alice. There is no need for honorifics. Alice detested such formalities. As for Anti, she simply could not change her ways. Others were subordinates and should be addressed accordingly. Do I not use formal titles for Frisia? No, that is merely a designation. It is not something I often employ. After all, I only use it to annoy Frisia, who seems to find endless trouble, demanding I clean up after his subordinates. It's infuriating. Then I shall call you Alice directly. That is acceptable. I am weary of adults addressing each other with such formality. Alice, could you share some tales of the universe? I am quite curious. Alice responded, mentioning that keeps me awake. I could regale you for 3 days and nights without repeating myself. With that, Alice settled back down, chattering endlessly about her past exploits. Bulma reflected that while Krillin had spoken of Alice's terrifying reputation, she now understood the truth of it. Despite Alice's seemingly harmless demeanor, her history was filled with tales of destruction. Yet, that was her affair. Her words hinted at life and death stakes. Admittedly, many of these events had been initiated by Alice herself. Moreover, she frequently mentioned Frieza, piquing Bulma's curiosity. She wished to gather more information, as understanding one's adversary was undeniably advantageous. Especially since Frieza appeared to be an exceptionally formidable foe. Through various indirect inquiries, she gleaned much valuable information, such as the notion that if Alice could stand against Frieza, securing her allegiance for Earth could be pivotal. I suppose Frieza and I are evenly matched, as I cannot battle in oxygen-deprived environments, and my speed significantly decreases after transformation. Could it be that Alice's physiology was akin to that of Earthlings? To some extent, yes, yet there are distinctions. The disparity in power remains considerable. Apart from that, we seem to share similarities. Special chapter, Different Paths 8. After a lengthy conversation with Bulma, Alice's subordinate arrived to summon her. Lady Alice, Lord Frieza requests a communication with you. Huh, Frieza? What does he want? Why is he so bothersome? Alice grumbled as she followed her subordinate. Bulma, upon witnessing Alice's departure, shared the gathered information with Goku and the others. Although they learned of Frieza's formidable strength, the specifics remained elusive. Nonetheless, they understood that Alice was unlikely to be significantly weaker. Furthermore, to revive Earth, they would need to venture to Namek, where they might encounter Frieza himself. This predicament left them in a state of indecision, caught between action and inaction, which frayed the nerves of those present. At that moment, Krillin suggested, Bulma, do you think we could possibly enlist Alice's help? What are you thinking? Do you really believe she would assist us after abandoning her plans to invade Earth? Bulma looked at Krillin as if he were daft. Do you think she is foolish? You want to pit her against her own? Are you the one being foolish? Or am I? Or do you think Alice is mentally unstable? Krillin sheepishly scratched his head, realizing that Alice was indeed a member of Frieza's faction and that he had momentarily forgotten. Moreover, Alice didn't seem to be a benevolent individual either. But they had little choice. Their enemy was far too powerful. If Alice were genuinely inclined to invite them to confront Frieza, she would undoubtedly leap at the opportunity. After all, battling Frieza seemed like it would be rather exhilarating. Regrettably, she remained oblivious, preoccupied with bickering with Frieza. Alice, what news of the Dragon Balls? Have you acquired them? Alice languidly replied from her seat. No, the Dragon Balls on Earth are gone. And don't give me that look, it wasn't my doing. It was your dear subordinate, Vegeta. As she spoke, Alice nonchalantly filed her nails, her demeanor utterly unbefitting that of a subordinate addressing a superior. Yet, considering she dared to strike Frieza, such an attitude could be deemed understandable. All right, Alice, when do you intend to rejoin the ranks? We need you for the trip to Namek. Not a chance. I'm on vacation and have no time to clean up the mess your minions have made. It's exceedingly dull unless you agree to a sparring match with me. Frieza, there's no need for that. You always resort to transforming the moment you sense danger. And one careless move could lead to a devastating confrontation. Noting Frieza's unwilling expression, Alice merely shrugged. If that's the case, let your so-called Ginyu Force handle it. Their strength should suffice. If they falter, then you can summon me. With that, Alice unilaterally ended the call. Anti, prepare my bath. Upon hearing this, Anti cheerfully set about gathering the necessary items for Alice's bathing ritual. Why was she so joyful? It was a splendid opportunity to bond closely with Alice. If Alice was pleased, she might even reward her. Moments later, Alice stepped into the ice-cold bath, relishing the refreshing sensation. Anti, holding a towel, gently scrubbed Alice's back, the close contact filling her with delight. Alice, your skin is so smooth, Anti remarked. Alice closed her eyes, allowing Anti to pamper her. After all, being pampered like this was hardly an issue. There was no need to be overly concerned, especially since this girl was utterly devoted to her. A little indulgence was hardly a problem. Can I, Alice? Of course, my sweet darling, as a reward for your loyalty. Anti, thrilled by Alice's spontaneous affirmation, leaned in closer. Alice is just too wonderful. 3 hours later, did you enjoy yourself, my sweet darling? I feel so fortunate to be your subordinate, Alice. Truly, I am blissfully happy. Little glutton, Alice remarked before rising to leave. Meanwhile, Bulma and her team were still brainstorming ways to reach Namek. They had considered numerous strategies. But constructing a spaceship was beyond Earth's current technological capabilities, which left them quite disheartened. To make matters worse, Bulma had accidentally destroyed their only glimmer of hope. How about, Krillin began, but before he could finish, a small black boy arrived at Bulma's laboratory. Claiming to possess something that could assist her, the spaceship once visited by the god of Earth. Upon hearing this news, Bulma joyfully implored Bobo to help her locate the spaceship, recognizing it as a tremendous opportunity. If they could obtain this vessel as a template, they could rapidly create a spaceship capable of reaching Namek. As for the materials, they could find substitutes, though this might affect the speed. That was a minor concern. Without hesitation, Bulma requested Bobo to assist her in the search for the spaceship. After navigating a series of inconsequential events, Bulma successfully returned with the spaceship and commenced her research. Following her relentless efforts, she finally managed to construct the vessel. The only drawback was that it had yet to undergo testing, but given the urgency of the situation, it would have to suffice. Bulma, sporting dark circles under her eyes, reached out to Goku, who promptly flew over to Capsule Corporation. Upon seeing the spaceship, Goku curiously inspected every nook and cranny, genuinely astonished by Bulma's ingenuity. To have constructed such a colossal machine in such a short span was truly remarkable. Now, all that remained was to reach Namek before Frieza and locate the Dragon Balls to make their wish. Otherwise, matters could become exceedingly complicated. After diligently studying the spaceship's controls, he began to pack his belongings for the journey. Before departing, he retrieved a pack of senza beans, though only a few remained. These were the seeds he had initially intended to keep for himself. Thus, Goku embarked on his journey to Namek in search of the Dragon Balls. Chapter 60, The Beginning of Chaos. Surprised? About my being a Saiyan? Alice languidly leaned against the wall, gazing at Vegeta with a provocative smirk. For there was something about this timeline's Vegeta that evoked a strong desire to confront him. You. Humph. Oh, Vegeta, you're being overly cautious. Goku quickly interjected, sensing the tension between them. After all, Vegeta's notorious temper was well known, and this sudden appearance of a fellow Saiyan hardly seemed indicative of malicious intent. Kakarot. Your naive disposition makes you an easy target. This individual must have ulterior motives for coming to Earth. Vegeta, Goku replied, slightly displeased by Vegeta's tone. Has this newcomer truly wronged you? Why do you always assume the worst of everyone? Alice glanced at Goku, recognizing his inherent innocence. He and Vegeta were indeed polar opposites, one overly meticulous, the other excessively relaxed. Yet, she couldn't deny that this timeline's Goku was formidable, stronger than her current self, which sparked within Alice a desire to spar with him. The impulse arose from the peculiar sensation coursing through her since that incident. It was as if she had unlocked some strange shackles within herself, causing her power to surge uncontrollably, particularly after losing her arm. The feeling had intensified, and if this were merely a sparring match, her opponent would undoubtedly hold back. Thus, she required a reasonable method to ensure they could unleash their full strength. Her gaze fell upon Vegeta, who was leaning against the window with his arms crossed. Perhaps she could employ the very strategy he had suggested earlier. My apologies, Bulma. I may have to utilize you. Of course, not at this very moment. Just then, Bulma entered, carrying several platters of pastries, placing them on the table. Alice's eyes immediately locked onto the tantalizing vanilla pudding, unable to look away. Alice swallowed hard. What a delightful tactic. I just thought of pretending to kidnap Bulma. And here she is, presenting me with my favorite treat. Bulma chuckled, amused by Alice's fixation on the pudding. So, Alice, do you have a fondness for pudding? Initially, I didn't care for it, but for some reason, I grew to love it. What could have caused this change? Bulma inquired, leaning in closer with curiosity. Who knows? Perhaps it was made by that annoying fellow, and I fell in love with it. Oh, it seems that someone special made it, doesn't it? Bulma continued her teasing. Alice rolled her eyes at her. Do you realize the person I fell for is you? In another timeline, of course. Well, perhaps. Who can say for certain? Alice mused, absently touching her missing arm. Returning in this state would likely invite a long lecture. Moreover, the absence of her arm had thrown her energy into disarray, further exacerbating the chaotic surge of power within her. That night, Alice sat alone in her room, gazing at the night sky, uncertain of whether her counterpart in another timeline, Bulma, is anxious. Alice cannot help but assume she must be. Rising abruptly, she takes to the skies, compelled to unleash the tempestuous power that has begun to surge uncontrollably within her. Unbeknownst to Alice, a figure emerges from the shadows after her departure. It is none other than Vegeta. I shall see how long you can maintain this charade, he mutters, following her at a safe distance, keen to observe without being detected. Meanwhile, Alice is engulfed by a torrent of energy, her power swelling to the brink of eruption. Ah! She cries, clutching her head in agony as she inadvertently transforms into a Super Saiyan. At this moment, the amplification of her strength far surpasses that of a standard Super Saiyan, inching ever closer to the magnitude of a Super Saiyan 2. Ah! She exclaims, releasing her feral energy with wild abandon, her aura morphing from a mere yellow-green to a hue tinged with red. From a distance, Vegeta is taken aback by Alice's transformation into a Super Saiyan, astonished at her unexpected prowess. Wait a moment, he muses, sensing her power continuing to escalate. The uncontrollable energy radiating from Alice even reaches Goku, who is training on King Kai's planet. What an immense power, he notes with gravity, honing in on her energy signature before instantaneously teleporting to her vicinity. Upon arrival, Goku spots Vegeta. When did you get here? He inquires. Vegeta, ignoring Goku's question, remains fixated on Alice, contemplating the potential devastation her rampage could wreak upon Earth if left unchecked. As Alice grapples with her torment, the relentless energy surges from within her, a consequence of her earlier loss of control. I feel like I'm about to explode, she exclaims, unleashing energy blasts across the ocean. Yet such minor exertions do little to quell the tempest within. There's no other option. I must unleash this power into space, she resolves, and with that, she ascends into the cosmos. As she departs, a vacuum forms in the ocean where she once hovered, the water parting in her wake. Goku and Vegeta observe the persistent emptiness, realizing that the vacuum created by her energy is unlikely to revert to its former state. Vegeta perceives a familiar yet foreign aura of destruction emanating from her, a sensation he cannot quite place. Chapter 61, a Saiyan, the blade of one hand. Alice hurtles into the depths of space, urging herself to accelerate ever faster. Her energy grows increasingly volatile. It is only when she reaches a remote expanse of the universe, far from Earth, that she begins to liberate the chaotic energy swirling within her. As she flies, she hurls devastating energy orbs in all directions. While this brings her a sense of relief, the surrounding planets suffer catastrophic consequences. Alice's relentless barrage does not deter her. She is determined to unleash every ounce of her energy without restraint. The power surging forth feels as if it has been pent up for ages. And following the loss of her arm, the balance within her body has been irrevocably shattered. Thus, she resorts to this method of release. However, this is merely insufficient. After what feels like an eternity of unleashing her power, she finally begins to achieve a semblance of equilibrium. Yet, the thrill of destruction has entranced her. What a delightful sensation. I crave more of this exhilarating devastation. She revels. The explosions surrounding her captivate her senses, and she ponders how long it has been since she felt such ecstasy, perhaps since arriving on Earth, where she has suppressed her true nature without encountering worthy adversaries. But in this universe, Goku and his companions possess formidable strength, promising her the opportunity to engage in battle unreservedly. A little warm-up before the fight is hardly excessive. She reasons. Such vitality, Miss Alice. You've accomplished in moments what Lord Beerus ought to have done in a year, a voice interjects. Who are you? Alice demands, startled. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intent, merely a curiosity regarding the energy within you, Whis replies, emerging from behind her, causing Alice to break into a cold sweat. What is this? Why can I not sense your energy? She questions, acutely aware of the danger he represents despite her inability to detect his power. You are not here out of mere curiosity, are you? With her right hand, Alice conjures an energy blade, eyeing Whis warily. However, Whis appears unfazed, casually surveying her surroundings. It seems that since losing your arm, you have yet to master control over your energy. It is in complete disarray and could erupt at any moment. Alice's unease deepens. His mere observation reveals her vulnerabilities. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Whis, he begins, but before he can finish, Alice launches an attack without hesitation. Now, she is not concerned with his identity. Her questions merely serve as a delay to initiate her assault. Whis, undeterred, is eager to gauge Alice's true capabilities, while he possesses a fair understanding of her abilities. Witnessing them firsthand offers a different perspective. As he deftly dodges her strikes, he observes with keen interest the faint traces of divine energy within her aura, signifying that she has, without guidance, grasped a fragment of divine essence. Realizing this, Whis's eyes gleam with excitement. After all, who does not appreciate exceptional talent? The girl before him exhibits potential that rivals that of Broly, the Saiyan he encountered previously. However, unlike Broly, who transforms into a frenzied beast devoid of thought, Alice possesses a conscious mind. Thus, as he evades her attacks, Whis subtly guides Alice, though she remains oblivious to his influence. Currently, her mind is in turmoil. Despite her temporary decline in power, she believes she should still be capable of striking him. How troublesome it is to be down an arm, she mutters, realizing that her loss has rendered her attacks significantly more simplistic, inhibiting her ability to execute combinations effectively. Should she employ energy attacks against him, she must forfeit her current offensive capabilities, a most unfortunate predicament. Is dodging your only tactic, coward? She retorts, frustrated by his evasive maneuvers. Whis, hearing her, responds with a hint of resignation. Very well, I shall take this more seriously. In an instant, he teleports behind her and delivers a swift strike, rendering Alice unconscious. What? She begins, but her words are cut short as she succumbs to darkness. How curious. I applied no significant force, Whis muses, lifting the unconscious Alice as he departs. At the god of destruction's planet, Lord Beerus has yet to awaken. This is quite a headache. Then he lifted Alice and took a glance at her before finding a flat spot to gently place her down, subsequently walking over to his seat, where he settled himself. Not long after being laid down, Alice slowly awakened. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Where's this? She muttered, curiously surveying her surroundings, now reasonably suspecting that she had been kidnapped by someone named Weiss. You're awake? Upon hearing Weiss's voice, Alice was startled and quickly scanned the area, finally spotting Weiss sitting at a stone table not far from her. Seeing him, she resigned herself and sat down, realizing that resistance was futile. She might as well accept her fate. Observing Alice's demeanor, Weiss found it amusing. Had this Saiyan truly accepted her destiny so swiftly? Furthermore, her current attitude suggested a trend of resignation. There's no need to be anxious. I merely harbor a curiosity about you and bear no ill intentions, Weiss reassured her. Alice, however, ignored Weiss and procured a plate of vanilla pudding to eat, balancing it on her lap due to her one-handed predicament. Weiss's eyes lit up at the sight of the pudding, clearly tempted by its delicious appearance. Say, Alice, could you spare me a plate? It looks absolutely delectable. Weiss promptly appeared beside Alice, a cheerful smile adorning his face as he seated himself next to her. Alice regarded Weiss with skepticism, pondering how he could possibly be stronger than her, yet she had fainted from a single strike. Coming to terms with reality, Alice sighed and offered Weiss a few plates of pudding. After tasting it, Weiss's eyes sparkled with delight. This is astonishingly delicious. Do you have anything else? Alice, feeling somewhat exasperated, produced all the other items she had on hand. Chocolate, beef jerky, sunflower seeds, dried fish, and pure milk. This was everything she could muster at the moment. You mention alcohol? I'd rather pass. It's not palatable at all. Weiss accepted her offerings without hesitation. Chapter 62. Alice enters the sinister factory. Alice watched as Weiss relished the food even more than she did, reminiscent of her first moments on Earth when she had a similar experience. You seem unafraid. You're adapting quite rapidly, Miss Alice. Well, it's just like this. If I were to perish at any moment, perhaps it would be a fateful choice. After all, destiny has never afforded me the privilege of selection. I am merely chosen. Ha ha ha. You are indeed an intriguing individual, Miss Alice. By the way, may I inquire who taught you that time-traveling ability? No one. It was merely an accidental realization. Although I have grasped it, I am still quite unskilled. Weiss observed Alice with a hint of suspicion, pondering whether her ability stemmed from a trace of divine energy that allowed her to comprehend it amidst the chaos of time. Such energy was typically possessed only by angels or those from a particular realm. Thus, this Saiyan was becoming increasingly fascinating to him. Regrettably, his ability to reverse time only extended back 3 minutes. Otherwise, he could have healed her hand, as he was quite curious about how much stronger she was at her peak compared to now. So, Alice, what is your current power level? While he could ascertain it directly, was it not simpler to ask? I'm not entirely certain, but I estimate it to be around 2 billion. After all, losing an arm has its effects. How do you know about my abilities? Don't mind me. I have high hopes for you. Even if you're not a Scion from this universe, you are still from the 7th universe, aren't you? It doesn't matter. It is what it is. Once my wounds heal, I can use the Dragon Balls to wish for restoration. I suggest you refrain from using the Dragon Balls too often. They can be troublesome. Alice regarded Weiss, internally thinking that such a remark might lead to dire consequences, aware of the cryptic nature of the riddle. Just be cautious. It's better to use them sparingly. Weiss couldn't possibly disclose that the Dragon Balls from her world were not connected to the realm of dragons, leading to a buildup of negative energy that could have adverse effects. Alas, there were certain matters that were best left unsaid, and he could only offer gentle warnings. There was even a universe where excessive use of the Dragon Balls had led to its inhabitants endlessly searching for Dragon Balls tainted with negative energy. Soon, Weiss and Alice engaged in casual conversation, though Alice couldn't help but notice Weiss's voracious appetite. Weiss, doesn't it seem like your stomach is larger than any Scioness? Weiss was enjoying a spoonful of pudding alongside a dried fish, occasionally sipping milk. Alice, your abilities are quite practical. Well, they're okay, Alice replied, her expression flat as she regarded Weiss. Do you have anything else? Alice looked at him in disbelief, feeling as though she were a mere mobile warehouse. The dragon's capabilities were limited, and she could only produce so much, all of which stemmed from her own indulgence. Just then, she noticed an unfamiliar hairless cat that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, causing her to panic. What in the universe is going on? Why are there so many entities appearing like phantoms? This is terrifying. Lord Beerus, you're up early. I thought it would be several more days. Humph. And you have the audacity to accuse me? Were you not secretly devouring food behind my back? If I hadn't caught a whiff, you wouldn't have intended to leave me anything. With that, Beerus snatched a piece of dried fish and began to eat, only to belatedly notice Alice. Who is this little one? She bears a striking resemblance to a Saiyan. Lord Beerus was indeed quite astute. Upon hearing this, he stood and scrutinized Alice, sensing a faint trace of divine energy emanating from her. Goodness, I once had a dream about the Saiyan god, and now a Saiyan appears, albeit only with a hint of divine energy. This is rather unsettling for Beerus. He contemplated whether to strike down the Saiyan before him, but she belonged to Weiss. Yet, refraining from doing so felt equally disconcerting, akin to a sharp blade poised at his throat. Where did you find this one? Ha ha ha, within the cosmos. I observed her destroying planets, so I brought her here. Upon hearing this, Beerus perked up. Not bad, not bad. How many planets did she annihilate? Not many. Just the equivalent of what you would destroy in a year in a single day. Beerus felt a sense of relief. This little girl was exceptionally gifted. Keep it up. Strive to fulfill the KPIs I've accumulated over the years. What? You're suggesting she could be the Saiyan god from my dreams? Nonsense. This little girl is merely my apprentice destroyer. Who needs to concern themselves with a Saiyan god? Such a title is rather unflattering. From now on, she shall be known as the apprentice destroyer. Alice observed Beerus's shifting demeanor, feeling somewhat unnerved by his intense gaze. Please, do not look at me like that. It frightens me. Ahem. What is your name, little one? Alice. Ah, quite a lovely name. Would you be interested in training with me? This place offers opportunities that others could only dream of attaining in a lifetime. Here, you would have the strongest destroyer and angel in the universe as your teachers. If you train here, you could have an angel as your mentor. Alice felt somewhat uneasy about Beerus's persuasive demeanor, especially since he had initially regarded her as though she were already deceased. Is it possible for me to decline? I would be honored to receive your favor, Lord Beerus. Alice, upon encountering the increasingly menacing gaze of Beerus, hastily made the swiftest decision of her life. She pondered, do I possess the right to refuse? Alas, the answer was a resounding no. Had she taken even a moment longer to acquiesce, she might have found herself incapacitated on the spot. Quite commendable. You hold promise. Here, take a look at this. Beerus tossed a piece of paper to Alice, who, upon reading it, felt her blood pressure surge. What kind of exploitative industry have I stumbled into? I've just arrived, and already you expect me to work? Is this how you conduct business? You insert expletive, Beerus. You insert expletive. If I could overpower you, I would insert expletive you, and then insert expletive you. Frustrated, she seethed. Chapter 63. The abduction plans of Beerus and Weiss. Beerus regarded Alice with increasing satisfaction and inquired of Weiss. Weiss, from where did you procure this little one? She appears exceptionally suited to be my disciple. Could you mentor her for a while until she comprehends the entirety of the godly key? I shall then instruct her in the art of destruction. Weiss, observing Beerus's enthusiasm, felt a sense of helplessness. Lord Beerus. She hails from a parallel world within the seventh universe, having inadvertently grasped a fragmentary understanding of the time-space laws akin to those of the King of Time. But her abilities are incomplete, permitting only temporal travel. I sought her out for various unique reasons. Moreover, Lord Beerus, I trust you do not intend to cultivate her simply to afford yourself ample time for slumber? Weiss teased, fully aware of Beerus's intentions. Hey Weiss, must you belittle me in such a manner? Beerus retorted, feeling exasperated. This individual, despite being his own, often disregarded him, which was quite vexing. Very well. I shall observe my prospective pupil. She seems agreeable enough. Your name is Alice, correct? Yes, it is Alice, Lord Beerus. I am aware. I merely wish to test your memory. Indeed, Lord Beerus. Alice, let us assess your capabilities. With that, Alice transformed into her most powerful Super Saiyan 2 form. Beerus nodded, noting a faint aura of godly ki emanating from her. What pleased him most was the inherent destructive energy within her, a fact that delighted him immensely. If cultivated properly, perhaps I could finally rest easy. No longer would I have to endure that nagging cat who only indulges in gluttony and mocks me. However, upon noticing Alice's severed arm, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. It was evident that losing an arm had significantly diminished her combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, Alice sensed that her powers had surged once more since her previous loss of control. Her initial transformation had amplified considerably, nearing the strength of a Super Saiyan 2. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise, and if her arm were to heal, her combat prowess would surely increase. Damn, that beating I endured wasn't in vain. Is there anyone else willing to give me another near-fatal thrashing? Of course, just as long as they don't kill me, like that one called me, whatever his name was. Naturally, she recognized this was merely her jesting. The primary reason for her newfound strength stemmed from the residuals of her previous temporal mishap. Alice, nonetheless, was eager to ascertain her current maximum potential. To her astonishment, she discovered that her power had escalated to over 1 trillion. However, she was no longer boastful. The hairless feline scrutinizing her was undetectable to her senses, casually tossing a ball. Her current capacity was limited to perhaps challenging Goku and his companions back on Earth. Beerus scrutinized Alice intently. She appears promising, certainly more gifted than Frisia. Is this how you typically train? Beerus inquired. Alice scratched her head awkwardly, responding, well, aside from occasional training, I mostly just play around. After all, with no need for rigorous training, her ki had been steadily increasing due to her own efforts. Don't fret. Master, feel free to indulge in leisure. We have matured into a self-sufficient ki and will train ourselves, only seeking your guidance if we cannot match your strength. Oh, brothers, let us strive to outpace the ki within others and become the master's favored companions. Well, that's about the gist of it. Beerus was nearly incensed. With such talent, you squander your potential on frivolity, indulging in nothing but revelry. He reflected, realizing he was similarly guilty of this. But I suppose that's what makes her a worthy future apprentice. She rivals even my own prowess. Whis, overhearing this, felt a pang of regret. Had Alice trained diligently from a young age, she could have easily competed with other gods of destruction across the universes. We must devise a way to bring her from the parallel universe into our own. Languishing at the bottom of the rankings is quite disheartening. Whis cast a forlorn glance at his deity, lamenting, alas, our god of destruction is not living up to expectations. While his strength is formidable, he remains at the bottom of the cosmic power hierarchy. Hey, Whis, could you refrain from regarding me with such disdainful eyes? It's quite off-putting. Alas, Lord Beerus, our universe is merely a hair's breadth away from being the lowest ranked. Have you considered how you will explain this to the Omni King or the Grand Priest? This query rendered Beerus momentarily speechless. Well, that is indeed a pressing concern. However, it's not solely my fault. Alice, returning to her normal state, watched the two immensely powerful beings bicker like children. It was quite perplexing. After all, they were far from young, and such antics tarnished their formidable stature. After a brief quarrel, Beerus pulled Whis aside for a private conversation. If we retain her, might our universe's ranking improve slightly? If I were to bring her back to our universe, we could potentially rise a spot or two, given her untapped talent. Should she fully harness her abilities, she could secure a stable position in the middle tier or higher. Indeed, her lack of training has brought her to this level. With consistent practice, she could very well reach the heights of that Saiyan god from my dreams. Are you still preoccupied with that dream, Lord Beerus? Whis teased. According to the dream's narrative, that Saiyan god is my greatest adversary, one I must remain vigilant against. Moreover, the prophecy fish did mention that such a being has existed in the past. In that case, Alice was the first to be ruled out, as she was not from this universe. Therefore, only those two Scions from Earth remained. Whis pondered for a moment before responding to Beerus. Is there truly a Scion in this universe? Beerus was taken aback, recalling how he had once commanded Frisia to eradicate Planet Vegeta, a decision influenced by the dream he had. Chapter 64. The Great Ape Transformation days passed, and Alice had been training under Whis's guidance for several days. Whis was astonished to discover that the gravity training suit had little effect on Alice. Consequently, he resorted to employing some unconventional methods for her training. Alice, you are rather lacking in martial discipline for deceiving a young girl like me. Nevertheless, they were content, as she knew she was unable to defeat him. Alice, your attacks are overly reliant on intellect. As such, both your agility and power have limitations. The process from perception through the brain to the body requires considerable time. Alice, perplexed, inquired, does that mean one must rely solely on primal instincts, like a beast? Whis replied, no, the ideal scenario is for each part of the body to autonomously make judgments and react seamlessly. Achieving this is exceedingly challenging. Even Lord Beerus has yet to master it. If one can surmount this shortcoming, any danger can be transformed into mere triviality. However, this will require a little more time for you to learn gradually. Alice nodded, half understanding, as she truly found it difficult to comprehend ever since encountering Bulma, which seemed to have caused her intellect to regress. Nevertheless, there is one aspect in which you indeed surpass those two Scions from Earth. You consistently maintain a comfortable environment for your training, avoiding both excessive tension and extreme relaxation. Alice scratched her head, pondering whether she truly fit this description. It felt rather awkward to be praised. However, do not let this encourage complacency, for you also possess flaws, namely, your laziness, which squandered such a remarkable talent. Ahem, I believe I am a bit parched. Alice quickly fetched some milk for Whis, who nodded in satisfaction. After all, who does not relish sweet treats? Even Lord Beerus cannot resist them. Lord Beerus, you seem to be indulging a bit too much. You haven't left any for me. Alice sighed as she produced a small assortment of snacks, though it was hardly a plethora, just a few items. Nevertheless, this delighted Whis, who had tasted an array of peculiar foods over the years. Finally, he had encountered something delicious that also appeared palatable. It was akin to paradise. Thus, Alice continued with the training tasks assigned by Whis, who munched on snacks while occasionally offering guidance. What? Rest? You wish to rest? Not a chance. I will not let you leave until you have doubled your strength. However, Alice's missing arm hindered her from achieving a state of completeness, which troubled Whis, for he lacked the ability to regenerate severed limbs. Such matters could only be resolved by the eternal dragon. Yet, Alice remained blissfully unaware of this and was diligently immersed in her training. Alice, you Scrooge. No salary. Still, you demand training. You Scrooge. Indeed, Alice was not merely training. She was also grumbling. Currently, she donned an odd outfit that perfectly restricted her abilities, prompting her complaints. Goku and Piccolo, who had experienced similar situations, nodded in agreement. After completing her training, Alice was also tasked with cleaning. What am I doing here, honing my skills only to play janitor? Curse that hairless cat. Just you wait. One day, I shall make you taste the consequences of your mischief. Grandma, why must I eat and sleep? You sleep, yet you still wreak havoc. You rascal. And you not only destroy but also hurl energy balls at me. What gives? How could she know that she was utterly oblivious to her own attacks? If it were not for the visible assaults, they would have struck true. Nevertheless, during this time, Alice's abilities had indeed improved significantly. Her training now yielded results far exceeding those of her solitary sessions, and she sensed some peculiar energy within her. Whis observed all this, noting that within a day, she had begun to grasp the divine energy. What potential? After watching for a while, Whis departed, and no one knew his destination. By the time Alice realized it, he had already left. Sitting beneath a tree, dust-covered and weary, Alice lamented the unpredictability of life. Oh well, I shall seize the moment to cultivate my skills. Liberation will come once I master my craft. Little did she know that she was about to face an exhausting schedule akin to a 24/7 job. Alice settled into a meditative state, attuning herself to the energy around her, and her mind gradually quieted. She soon felt herself slipping into a remarkable state, reminiscent of her experience on the moon. However, this time, the sensations were even more pronounced, and her energy began to shift. The once ordinary aura slowly transformed into a faint purple-black hue, though Alice remained oblivious to this change. Her body also underwent extraordinary transformations. Her energy surged uncontrollably. Suddenly, Alice's aura erupted once more. She quickly opened her eyes, sensing something was amiss, far too amiss. Gazing at her remaining arm, she noticed it was covered in a peculiar substance. No, this was not a mere fluctuation of energy. It was the transformation into a great ape. What on earth was happening? As her body began to swell, human characteristics shifted toward an ape-like form. Remarkably, the severed arm had regrown. Yes, you heard correctly, it had regrown. However, this transformation appeared distinct. Alice's rationality was gradually fading. Now, all she desired was to obliterate everything around her, leaving no remnants. Roar! Alice struggled to restrain the overwhelming urge to destroy everything within her mind, writhing in agony upon the ground. Yet, her immense size inadvertently caused considerable destruction in her tumultuous state. Lord Beerus, grumbling as he awoke, exclaimed, "What a racket! Can you not keep it down? Am I never to enjoy a peaceful slumber?" He then noticed, "Wait, where's my roof? And what is going on here? Is this still the realm of destruction? Hold on, is that massive gorilla Alice? No, it cannot be my prospective disciple. Wait, where's Whis? Did you turn my obedient pupil into this?" Beerus pondered, observing Alice's chaotic state, perplexed as to how she had lost control. It was uncharacteristic for Alice, given her mental fortitude. He watched in astonishment as Alice wreaked havoc, falling deep into contemplation. Chapter 65. Alice, the one who plays both father and mother. Oh, what has transpired, Lord Beerus? I was about to ask you the same, Whis. What has happened to this little one? Why has she transformed into this grotesque form? My once obedient and charming disciple now resembles this monstrosity. I surmise that upon grasping the divine energy, she mistook it for the unique fluctuations emitted by the moon, leading to this transformation. Whis analyzed while observing the scene. Then what of her arm? Ah, I procured the Dragon Balls from the 6th universe and wished for her restoration. Whis replied. Beerus regarded him with incredulity, now understanding the situation. It was not Alice's doing, but rather the unforeseen consequences of Wiss's wish. After all, the eternal dragon's wishes often came with unexpected twists. Fear not, Lord Beerus. Observe, she has regained her senses. As Whis gently tapped his staff upon the ground, the destroyed objects began to restore, for the time of destruction had not exceeded the limits of restoration. Beerus gazed at the great ape Alice with a mix of exasperation. This little disciple truly was a handful. Once Alice regained her sanity, she slowly reverted to her human form, albeit one that resembled her previous state of loss of control. Whis watched as Alice scrutinized her transformation. This merely signifies a normal evolutionary stage for Scions. However, it appears you have bypassed a certain phase, he explained. Though this is inconsequential, I am quite astonished that you have seamlessly integrated divine energy with the energy of your race. What an unexpected achievement. Alice looked at her hands in bewilderment. What? My arm has regrown. Was this Whis's doing? She glanced at Whis, who was bickering with Beerus, and decided against pursuing the matter further. It hardly seems to possess the air of reliability, does it? Who in their right mind would engage in bickering and mischief daily, as if it were a customary affair? Nevertheless, she began to scrutinize her current appearance. Her hair had taken on a shade of grayish-white, while her locks remained unchanged. Still the original white. It was rather unfortunate that there was no mirror. Alice, I'm hungry. Do we have any dried fish left? Coming, Lord Beerus. Alice muttered to herself, conjuring a large platter of dried fish, which she then presented to Beerus, in a rather jovial mood. Beerus indulged in the dried fish before sending Alice off to prepare a meal. Indeed, her duties had expanded beyond mere cleaning. She was now responsible for the culinary and domestic needs of both Beerus and Whis. There was no alternative, as Alice was the only one capable of cooking here. Venturing to other planets for a meal was out of the question, nothing compared to her dried fish. Unbeknownst to her, Alice had already spent a year on the planet of destruction. Her daily routine consisted of training, cleaning, cooking, and farming and feeding animals. Yes, she did engage in farming and caring for animals, and occasionally, she would play the role of a destroyer, obliterating subpar planets. Beerus, idly picking at his teeth, meandered into Alice's farm, inspecting this and that. Don't ask why he was behaving thus. He was merely selecting what to eat for the day. Suddenly, he was unceremoniously yanked from behind by the scruff of his neck. Lord Beerus, you can't eat these animals yet. Hey, Alice, do you realize that the texture of food at this size is at its finest? And I never said I would kill them. Alice ground her teeth in exasperation. Not killing them, but you will frame them with accusations or concoct various reasons to have them served at the table. Beerus, cough, cough. I'm merely concerned for their mental well-being. Silence. I do not want to hear it. Ultimately, Beerus reluctantly left the farm, for he knew that a well-fed cook was essential. To offend her meant a future devoid of delicious meals. Whis observed the despondent Beerus and teased. Did Lord Beerus provoke Alice again? Did you go rummaging through her farm, yet again? Whis, as if you've never rummaged through it yourself. The worst part is that you even pinned the blame on me. Ah, those were the days. Alice was so endearing, her word was law. Now, she dares to toss me out. Beerus grumbled, but after a brief moment, he turned serious and regarded Whis. I plan to visit Earth soon. Is it because of the god of the Scions? Yes, I must ascertain who that enigmatic being in my dreams truly is. Whis suggested, perhaps you should bring Alice along. After all, she has been here for quite some time, and must be feeling rather bored. Beerus nodded, retrieving a tomato from behind him, and began munching on it. Say, Lord Beerus, have you gained some weight recently? Have I? I'm not a hippo, and Alice's meals are meticulously portioned, adhering to my dietary requirements. So how could I possibly gain weight? Could it be that you've been sneaking snacks? I've seen you pilfering from Alice's garden more than once. Whis, your prattling is becoming unbearable. After a while, Alice, donned in an apron, brought forth a plethora of freshly prepared dishes before them. Masters, neither of you is to complain about the other. Your meat and dessert portions have been halved for the next few days as punishment for devouring my pudding last night. Hey, Alice, this is too much. The meat can be reduced, but not the desserts. Protests fell on deaf ears. Eat if you wish, or don't. I have work to attend to. With that, Alice soared away, for she had another role to play, that of a destroyer, to obliterate the substandard planets. Beerus, while somewhat miffed for losing face, realized that since Alice's arrival, he could now enjoy leisurely slumbers without worry. Whis looked at Beerus with a hint of disdain. After all, this was his responsibility. Allowing his apprentice to shoulder the burden was sheer laziness. Yet, he refrained from voicing any complaints, as the rating of Universe 7 had improved significantly since Alice's arrival. Chapter 66, Journey to Earth. Alice was now clad in a garb reminiscent of Beerus, adorned with a dog-shaped mask and wielding a scepter. This planet barely passes the grade. On to the next. Alice pondered the peculiar nature of the scoring device in her hand, questioning why it resembled a scepter. Were the two gods indulging in some peculiar whim? It was maddening. Spending each day either tending to others or training. The powerful inhabitants of the planets that had narrowly escaped destruction whispered among themselves, that grim reaper has departed, hasn't it? It must have left. How terrifying. Of course, Alice was blissfully unaware of their fears, as her own resentment had reached a palpable level. Following the guidance of her scepter, she proceeded towards the next area. Who could truly feel at ease in her position? This was the plight of a laborer. Unbeknownst to her, her next destination was Earth. Initially, Beerus and Whis had intended to take Alice out for a reprieve. Well, it was merely talk. Beerus sat beside Whis, munching on dried fish while lamenting that Alice had curtailed their dessert portions. Whis, do you think there's any good food on Earth? Isn't Alice from Earth? Lord Beerus, this marks your 20th complaint about Alice and your 15th inquiry about Earth's culinary delights. Isn't it due to Alice's stinginess? It leaves me with naught but dried fish to satisfy my cravings. Whis wore an expression of exasperation. Then don't eat it. Yet, when it comes to mealtime, you seem the happiest of all. Are you a cat, Lord Beerus? Well, cats do love fish, so I can understand. Meanwhile, on Earth, life continued as usual. People were at work, students attended school, and those living off others continued to do so unabashedly. Yet, this particular freeloader was puzzled by the persistent twitching of his eyelids. As for Alice, she was still en route, venting her frustrations by annihilating several planets due to the irritation caused by the 007 incident. Damn hairless cat. You better watch out. Soon enough, you'll be dining on grass. Bakayuru. With that, she accelerated furiously towards her destination. It must be Alice grumbling about me. Beerus mused, accurately identifying the source of his vexation. Lord Beerus, you might want to fulfill your duties once in a while. After all, you keep delegating work to Alice. I fear that soon enough, you will find yourself on a vegetarian diet. I'm merely training her to master her powers, Beerus retorted defensively. Keep convincing yourself, Lord Beerus. When the time comes that you can only eat vegetables, don't come to me with complaints about Alice. Humph. Beerus ignored Whis and continued to enjoy his dried fish. Oh, by the way, let us first visit the North Kai and inquire if he has any information regarding the god of Super Saiyans. The North Kai? Understood. Whis redirected their course towards the planet of the Kai. North Kai. Please, don't come any closer. I'm frightened. Whis, we've run out of dried fish. Shall we stop for a meal before heading to Earth? There's a planet just ahead. We can stop there. Whis reluctantly set course for the nearby planet. Upon seeing Beerus arrive on his planet, the king felt as if the sky were collapsing. He hurriedly imagined his great-grandmother waving at him, expressing her longing to bring him closer. Beerus, upon examining the dish presented by the planet's chef, instantly lost his appetite. The presentation, as Alice would say, was fit only for swine. Indeed, these individuals are akin to swine. Nonetheless, let us first indulge in a taste. Contemplating Lord Beerus, I took a few bites, and while the flavor was barely satisfactory, it was passable. The king, upon hearing Beerus's remarks, felt a sense of relief, yet his anxiety returned upon hearing the subsequent words. However, the food's fat content was somewhat excessive. Considering its tolerable taste, I shall settle for half. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in, flustered. Report, report, report. The god of destruction is right outside the door. Enough with the reports. I'm merely here to rest my feet. Your panic is utterly vexing. Much like those two unscrupulous chefs, Alice entered, grumbling, and found Beerus regarding an indeterminate object with disdain. With no other choice, Alice adjusted her attire and approached Beerus, offering a slight bow. Why bow, you ask? One must adhere to the customary etiquette outside, after all. While chaos may reign on the destroyer's planet, propriety must be maintained in other realms. Master Beerus, it is I, Alice. Since you are here, I shall entrust this planet to you. Indeed, Master Beerus. Alice gently tapped her staff against the ground, obliterating half of the planet. She sighed, lamenting the relentless demands of the weak. Since you're here, Alice, why not join us? Very well. Upon hearing this, Alice observed Beerus crossing his arms, his fingers rhythmically moving. So I have become a mobile snack rack, have I? Yet. With a resigned attitude, she produced a large bag of dried fish and a plate of pudding for Whis and Beerus. After completing this task, she obediently positioned herself behind Whis. Whis lightly tapped his staff against the ground, and a luminous circle appeared beneath them, subsequently engulfing them in light. Like Beerus, Alice took a seat, and in her boredom, resorted to munching on seeds. One might wonder if this trio was merely sightseeing, one consuming dried fish, another cracking seeds, and a third serving as a driver. The absurdity of their configuration was palpable. Even the weakest, Alice, possessed the capability to annihilate the universe in mere moments, while the other two could easily do so with a mere flick of their wrists. So, Master Whis, where are we headed? It seems we are flying for quite some time. To the Earth you are familiar with, though we must first make a brief stop at King Kai's planet to inquire about certain matters. After a while, Alice produced a deck of cards from seemingly nowhere and began playing with Beerus, engaging in the simplest game of Go Fish. However, Alice's face was soon plastered with sticky notes. Master Beerus, you are cheating. Is there such a thing? What do you know? This is part of my prowess. And by the way, you owe me half a year's worth of desserts. How can you be like this? Master, you are bullying me. Chapter 67, Seeking Guidance. Whis, feeling somewhat exasperated, pondered the whereabouts of his aloof master Beerus, who was now playfully bickering with his young apprentice. Lord Beerus, we are almost there. Could you please adopt the demeanor befitting a deity? And Alice, you too. You are now half an apprentice destroyer. Is this truly appropriate for you both? Whis sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Compose yourselves. The two promptly cleared their faces of paper notes and sat up straight. Alice, put on your mask and grasp your staff. Yes, Master Whis. And you too, Lord Beerus, put down those dried fish. Upon hearing this, Beerus promptly dumped the entire bag into his mouth. Whis sighed again, exasperated by their antics. How did it come to this? If this continues, by the way, Master Whis, you have remnants of pudding at the corner of your mouth, Alice interjected, not allowing Whis to finish his thought, as he too had indulged. Whis replied, Alice, kindly refrain from speaking. Must I sacrifice my dignity? He sighed, taking a tissue Alice offered to wipe his mouth. This shall not happen again. Understood, Master. After a while, they arrived at a diminutive planet, its size seemingly less than that of a football field. The Kai sensed Beerus's arrival and hurriedly instructed Goku to hide, for his temperament often attracted troublesome predicaments. He then rushed towards Beerus and his companions to greet them. Lord Beerus, your presence is a great honor. I must apologize for not welcoming you properly. May I inquire what brings you to my humble abode? I am here regarding a matter concerning the Saiyans on this planet. Beerus replied, having sensed Goku's energy upon his arrival. Concealed behind a wall, Goku felt a surge of nervousness. I had warned you, King Kai said, which only heightened Goku's anxiety. However, his apprehension dissipated at King Kai's call. Goku, come out and greet Lord Beerus. Are you really calling for me? Goku asked. And King Kai added, be sure to be polite. Is that even necessary? Goku retorted, promptly stepping out. His next action sent a wave of tension through those present. Hi, I'm Goku. King Kai jumped in shock and delivered a playful punch to Goku. That hurt. Goku exclaimed, clutching his head. You've lived long enough to know how to greet someone properly, you rascal. Goku could only respond sheepishly, good morning. I am Goku, at your service. Oh, by the way, are you truly the Super Saiyan God? Super Saiyan God. I only know of Super Saiyans. I've never heard of a Super Saiyan God, Goku replied, appearing somewhat bewildered. King Kai cast a sharp glance at Goku, who shivered and quickly corrected himself. I've never heard of it. Alice, stifling laughter behind Whis, found Goku's struggle with such formal language amusing, as he was merely a warrior. Whis, noticing Alice's mirth, gently patted her head, signaling her to be quiet. Alice responded with a gesture, zipping her lips. Beerus, casting a glance at Alice, returned to questioning Goku. I hear you defeated Frieza. Is that true? Well, yes. That was indeed me, Goku stammered, quickly adding, I mean, it was I? Just as he finished speaking, Beerus poked Goku, scrutinizing him. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan? Yes, indeed, Lord Beerus. Goku can transform into a Super Saiyan, King Kai interjected, anxious that Goku might misspeak. Beerus nodded, then turned to Whis. Is there not also a prince of the planet Vegeta? If he is unaware, we should inquire with him. Upon hearing that Beerus was about to leave, Goku grew anxious. He longed to spar with Beerus, having heard from King Kai that Beerus was immensely powerful. Lord Beerus, I heard from King Kai that you are incredibly strong. May I request a sparring session with you? At this, King Kai nearly fainted, rushing to cover Goku's mouth to prevent him from uttering anything further. You wish to challenge me? Beerus inquired, intrigued by Goku's proposition. Goku, breaking free from King Kai's grasp, nodded vigorously. Very well, let us see what you are capable of. I am curious to witness the disparity between you and my apprentice. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude with fervor and promptly began his warm-up routine. Beerus casually observed from the sidelines, watching Sun Wukong prepare. Alice looked on, exasperated, pondering how someone could be so stubborn. She recalled her first encounter with Beerus. Realizing she hadn't been as obstinate then, perhaps ignorance had been bliss. Suddenly, Beerus questioned whether it was beneath his dignity as a god of destruction to engage in battle. He decided it would be better to let Alice take a turn, as witnessing the disparity in their abilities would yield a more enlightening experience. Alice, step forward and test his skills, he called out. Alice, anticipating this, thought to herself that her lazy master would never take action himself. After completing his warm-up, Sun Wukong recognized Alice's name as somewhat familiar, though he couldn't quite place where he had heard it before. Beerus addressed Sun Wukong. First, you shall contest with her. If you triumph, then you may challenge me. He shot a glance at Alice, adding, should I discover you went easy on him, I will have words with you upon your return. How can this be fair? He is challenging you, not me. Alice protested. Enough chatter, go, Beerus commanded. Oh, and before you do, please fetch me a glass of milk and some dried fish. Alice despondently retrieved Beerus's requests, placing them on a nearby table. Satisfied, Beerus settled down to enjoy his snacks, with Whis joining him. As Alice turned away, she muttered under her breath, eat away, may it be your last meal. You insufferable master. The King Kai lamented, I ought not to be here. I should be beneath the vehicle. Can such words truly reach my ears? I fear that hearing them could lead to my demise. My situation is dire. Chapter 68. The tedious contest. Alice observed Sun Wukong, sighing. This fellow's personality surely promises future troubles. Although her master was the supreme deity of this universe, she sensed there were higher powers still. Feeling drained, she found herself longing for Bulma's company. So now you remember me? After having your fun, you recall my existence? You fickle-hearted woman, Bulma retorted. Alice sighed again, awaiting Sun Wukong's display. Once warmed up, Sun Wukong stood firm and transformed into Super Saiyan. Beerus cast a lackluster glance, noting that he appeared slightly stronger. Indeed, my disciple has proven formidable. His energy is significantly greater than mine during my first transformation. Alice yawned, recognizing that she didn't even need to transform to surpass Sun Wukong's current strength. Sun Wukong introduced his state. This is the form of a Super Saiyan. Beerus nodded dismissively, uninterested. Well, let me witness what you can do. He turned to Alice. Go ahead. Fine, let us get this over with, she muttered, allowing Sun Wukong to make the first move. The King Kai, watching nervously, remarked, Are you truly going to engage? I wonder if this little planet can withstand such force. I shall do my utmost, Sun Wukong declared as he teleported beside Alice and launched an attack. However, Alice effortlessly blocked his strikes with her staff, showing no inclination to evade. In fact, she yawned, clearly bored. Seeing this, Sun Wukong hastened his attacks, yet they proved futile against Alice, who remained unfazed, her demeanor suggesting she could easily fall asleep. Are we done playing? She remarked. Unfazed by Sun Wukong's persistence, she continued to deflect his efforts. Beerus and Whis sat nearby, snacking and enjoying the spectacle, while others watched with apprehension, aware of Sun Wukong's prowess. Although they knew he was like an infant facing a peak adult, they were uncertain of Alice's capabilities. Is the show over? I'm feeling drowsy, Alice remarked. Sun Wukong, panting, gazed at her. Beerus, likewise growing weary of the display, commented, You do have some skill, but this level of attack is only sufficient to contend with someone like Frisia. Defeating Alice is still a distant dream. Let us depart, Whis. Alice. Sun Wukong felt urgency at their intent to leave, acutely aware that Beerus was correct. His ambition to defeat Alice was utterly delusional. Determined to showcase greater strength, he declared, Prepare to witness something even more formidable. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2, the pinnacle beyond Super Saiyan. The King Kai, alarmed by Sun Wukong's escalation, interjected, That's enough. Cease this at once. Beerus scrutinized Sun Wukong again, noting he had doubled in strength. However, he still felt his disciple surpassed him. Despite being formidable, this strength was insufficient to dominate the cosmos. My disciple remains more agreeable. This fellow lacks decorum, insisting on a challenge as we prepare to leave. With a sigh, Beerus addressed Alice. Alice. Whis remained silent, continuing to snack, accustomed to such transformations. Alice, exasperated, thought, Here I am, compelled to engage without compensation. Understood, she replied. But this time, it will be different. With that, Sun Wukong charged at Alice once more. Alice, unfazed, blocked his strikes with her staff. After a while, Sun Wukong paused and requested, Would you mind attacking me a little? Solely defending is not the stance of a true warrior. It fails to showcase your strength. The King Kai was taken aback by Sun Wukong's audacity. Surely, anyone in Beerus's presence must possess strength. He hoped Beerus and his companions would remain unperturbed. If angered, not only would his realm suffer, but even Earth would be at risk. Alice idly dug into the ground with her staff. I could, but only if you present an attack that piques my interest. As it stands, your current methods are exceedingly mundane. Then I shall not hold back, Sun Wukong declared, launching a full-force assault on Alice, yet it was in vain. Alice maintained her detached demeanor, effortlessly parrying his relentless advances. At this rate, there is no need to continue. I am utterly bored. Your attacks feel no more potent than a gentle massage, Alice remarked, genuinely disinterested. Sun Wukong realized that even in Super Saiyan 2, he failed to evoke any desire for Alice to counterattack or reveal any weaknesses, a clear indication of the vast gulf between them. Determined to test his limits one final time, he contemplated transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Frustration simmered within Alice as Sun Wukong's repeated attempts proved fruitless. If this is all you have, there is no point in continuing. Surely, you possess greater power or transformations. Allow me to witness them. With that, Sun Wukong felt compelled to comply. With a resounding shout, he unleashed his energy, transforming dramatically. His hair elongated, his forehead rose, and his eyebrows gradually faded. Alice rubbed her arms upon witnessing the current state of affairs. How should one articulate it? According to her aesthetic sensibilities, it truly was a matter difficult to describe. Indeed, His strength had increased significantly, now standing at roughly 2/3 of her own. However, as Alice gazed upon Sun Wukong in his current condition, the phrase difficult to articulate seemed to encapsulate the situation perfectly. Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Behold, this is the ultimate Super Saiyan 3. Indeed, he had gained considerable power, nearly catching up to her. Yet it appeared that this state could not be maintained for long due to the severe energy drain. Without hesitation, Wukong admitted, "You are correct. This form cannot be sustained for long because of the energy consumption, which is why I seldom use it." Alice observed him pensively. "Let me guess how long you can maintain it. Perhaps around 10 minutes? However, it seems your evolution has some issues, Mr. Wukong. My personal advice would be to enhance your base strength instead. After all, compared to this form, simply utilizing Super Saiyan Stage 1 should suffice, as its energy consumption is merely slightly greater than your base form. If you face a formidable opponent, you might consider transforming to Stage 2, as it would undoubtedly be much more advantageous than your current state, and its duration would be significantly longer, provided your base strength is adequate." Alice sincerely advised Sun Wukong, as not everyone possessed capabilities akin to hers. She was akin to a reservoir. Even when the gates were opened, a continuous stream or brook replenished her energy, rendering her losses negligible, at least in her current state. Previously, her consumption was only marginally less than Wukong's. Chapter 69, Bulma's Birthday Banquet. Although Sun Wukong heard Alice's reminders, in his heightened state, he was oblivious to her counsel. Alice massaged her temples, feeling a sudden fondness for Vegeta's brashness. After all, while Vegeta could be quite reckless, at least he employed his intellect, unlike the Wukong before her. "Forget it. I no longer wish to engage in conversation. This is typical foolishness. Sigh. Let us make this quick. I have no desire to indulge in this tedious game of make-believe with you." With a flourish of her staff, Alice teleported directly in front of Sun Wukong, mercilessly striking him away with her staff. There was no need to show mercy. He was not the Wukong from her universe. Indeed, it was a testament to the adage, "Without comparison, there is no pain." The Wukong from her universe, while a martial enthusiast, certainly was not devoid of intellect. As Wukong attempted to retaliate, Alice unexpectedly appeared behind him, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying once more. Alice then made a gesture akin to drawing a sword. It was her first time utilizing this ability since mastering it. This technique involved expelling a portion of her energy, although for Alice, such a minor expenditure was inconsequential. "Divide," she proclaimed, and in an instant, a doppelganger identical to her emerged, albeit with a slightly diminished presence. Alice's energy appeared to have diminished by 1/5. "Go," she commanded, and the doppelganger nodded before commencing a one-sided game against Sun Wukong. Alice's ability allowed her to create up to 5 duplicates, which might raise the question, wouldn't she deplete her energy if she divided herself entirely? The answer was affirmative. However, under normal circumstances, she would not do so. Even if she did, she could not create all 5 at once, as the energy consumed by the duplicates still originated from her own reserves, which needed replenishing. At this moment, Alice resembled a puppeteer, merely providing energy to command her duplicates in battle. As long as her essence retained even a sliver of energy, her duplicates would remain at their peak performance. However, the duplicates required substantial energy to engage in combat, so Alice refrained from summoning all at once, typically opting to create a maximum of 4 and then retreat to recover. This ability was exceedingly formidable, and those who understood its intricacies were well aware of its implications, unless one continuously consumed senzu beans. Cough, cough. I digress. Let us return to the main narrative. This display genuinely astonished Whis and Beerus, as they had never witnessed Alice employ such a skill before. Today marked their first exposure to it, and they could sense that the duplicate strength was nearly on par with her original form. As for Sun Wukong, he remained lost in existential contemplation, being toyed with by the doppelganger, as if he were a mere plaything. This doppelganger was particularly ruthless, exploiting every weakness. Sun Wukong found himself in a dire predicament, unable to retaliate, enduring a relentless onslaught. Moreover, he could not sense Alice's energy, initially believing she was merely suppressing it. He realized after her engagement that he could not detect it at all. Ultimately, Sun Wukong was unceremoniously dispatched to the ground by the doppelganger, marking the end of the encounter. Excellent, he thought, as he dramatically lost all fighting capability. Beerus observed the scene, feeling inexplicably chilled at the nape of his neck. Whis, standing beside him, merely smiled silently, fully aware of the reasons behind Beerus's discomfort. However, before he could revel in this misfortune, he too began to feel a similar sensation. Cough, cough. After this episode, it would be prudent to grant Alice a respite. Her palpable aura of resentment was rather overwhelming. Master Beerus, now that this matter is resolved, I presume we shall head to Earth shortly? Indeed, Whis has a point. Let us proceed together, Beerus replied, and the two prepared to make their exit. Oh, my dear masters, you seemed so engrossed a moment ago. Why the sudden haste to depart? Alice's irritation was palpable, intensified by the sight of their retreating figures. Beerus and Whis turned back stiffly. We merely suggested a brief sojourn to Earth, correct, Whis? Whis, feeling somewhat awkward, nodded in agreement. Though he was a destroyer god, he found Alice's resentment rather unsettling. Alice sighed. Very well, I shall request a few days off. If my request is denied, just wait until I return and prepare to sample my culinary experiments. Alice's reasoning was sound. A break was indeed warranted. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin interjected, by the way. Who among you is the destroyer god, and who is the master? How can a master fear their disciple? Is there no one to assist this poor god? I am unable to lift Sun Wukong. Can someone please show some compassion for this humble Kaioshin? Alas, the Kaioshin's lamentations went unheard, for everyone had already departed. The trio of supreme beings continued to observe. Stare. Scratch face. Stare. Look around. Stare. Stop staring. You have 1 month. I grant you a month of rest. Your gaze is giving me goosebumps. Oof. Master, this is your declaration, and you shall not retract it. What say you, Master Whis? Cough, cough. Master Beerus's views align with my own. I am merely a servant and dare not voice further opinions, for it is Master Beerus who has always exerted pressure upon you. Not I. Whis quickly shifted the blame onto Beerus, who could only respond with exasperation, uncertain of who had cornered Alice more harshly than himself. Minutes later, they arrived on Earth. Beerus looked down, puzzled. What are they doing down there? Whis replied, it seems they are holding some sort of gathering. Much like the celebration Alice organized for Master Beerus's birthday some time ago. Alice peered down below. Wait a moment. Bulma. Birthday. My goodness, today is Bulma's birthday. I forgot to wish her well on her special day. How could I have overlooked this? I am in trouble now. Bulma will surely scold me for this oversight. Upon the mere thought of Bulma's wrath, Alice trembled with trepidation, realizing that dire consequences loomed. Master, might I request a brief respite? She inquired. What is it? Came the reply. It's a matter of life and death, concerning my very existence. Chapter 70. The Darkening. Beerus gazed at Alice and queried, what life-threatening matter? Your unfortunate disciple's life is at stake. He patted Alice's shoulder. Who dares to conspire against my pupil? Pray tell. Do they possess 3 heads or 8 legs to have the audacity to threaten you? As he spoke, Beerus rolled up his non-existent sleeves, eager to confront this audacious intruder. Weiss remained silent, fully aware of who Alice referred to but reluctant to divulge such information to Beerus, finding amusement in his rare state of agitation. Master. There's no need for such fervor. This is a personal matter. Oh, a personal matter, is it? Since when did you establish a family? I was unaware. Is it a boy or a girl, plump or slender? And dear pupil, do not rush into family matters. You are destined to inherit my position, he rambled. Alice's cheeks flushed crimson, transitioning from a sorrowful visage to one akin to a steam engine. Oh, master, your curiosity is vexing. Beerus scratched his head, fuming. Who is it? Who has the audacity to pursue my cherished disciple? Today, I shall demonstrate the true meaning of destructive power. Bakayuru. Weiss. We shall discuss the god of science matter later. For now, I wish to ascertain which little rascal dares to claim my precious pupil. Very well, Lord Beerus. We shall set forth immediately. He eagerly anticipated Beerus's expression upon this revelation, certain it would be amusing. Alice felt utterly overwhelmed. Sensing that her master resembled a father whose daughter had been spirited away by a reckless, blonde-haired rogue, she buried her face in her hands, smoke seemingly emanating from her head. Weiss, hurry. I can hardly wait to unleash a few loving displays of destructive power upon that scoundrel. Master, please desist. Silence. If you refuse to speak, I shall seek out this rascal myself. In a fit of frustration, Beerus grasped Alice's ear. Had it been any other day, Alice would have resisted, but today, Beerus's antics made her question her own inclinations, pondering if she harbored feelings for Bulma. Once she accepted this notion, there was no turning back. She feared she might unwittingly bend her preferences. I apologize, dear parents whom I have yet to meet. It seems your daughter may disrupt the family line. Wait, something feels amiss. Ah, how tedious. It dawned on her that Beerus had led her astray. Yet she remained uncertain if she had truly strayed from her path. Perhaps I have become entangled in a web of confusion. Their journey, which should have taken an entire day, was hastily condensed into a mere 2 hours. Upon arrival, Alice quickly extricated herself from Beerus's grip and dashed aside, retching uncontrollably. Weiss, you were speeding. Weiss waved his staff gently, restoring her composure. Why the haste? Are your parents about? Beerus, witnessing Alice's renewed vigor, became increasingly irate, once more seizing her ear. Now, tell me where that little blonde is hiding. Be gentle. You're going to rip my ear off. Thus Alice, half in plea and half in guidance, directed Beerus and Weiss. However, upon returning to her villa, She was taken aback by the wreaths that adorned her surroundings. Who dares to display such a lack of decorum? If I find the culprit, they shall face my wrath. Alice began hurling the wreaths into a pile, subsequently obliterating them with a key blast. How dare they curse me to death? After venting her frustrations, she invited Beerus and Weiss into her home for respite. Master Beerus, Master Weiss, please rest. I shall prepare some refreshments. Beerus waved her off, his gaze surveying her villa, noting its resemblance to his own layout on the destroyer planet. He picked up a photograph, his expression darkening as he scrutinized a woman beside Alice. Why does she irk me so? It feels as though she has stolen my pupil away. Wait, hadn't he seen her before? The only difference being her hair color. Aside from that, it seemed she was merely a parallel counterpart. After all, his pupil hailed from a parallel universe. As long as she was his pupil, did it truly matter? Wasn't he a parallel universe still part of the seventh universe? He mused that he ought to visit this realm more often. After all, he couldn't allow his disciple to be looked down upon. Only I can bully my pupil. Well, excluding that unreliable Weiss. You wish to bully Alice? Oh, I see. Forget I mentioned it, as I cannot match you in strength. Meanwhile, Alice soared toward Bulma's abode, indulging in a zero-cost shopping spree. Beef, fish, and my beloved pudding? Delightful. The moment I catch a whiff, I know it's Bulma's cooking. I'll take it all. Unbeknownst to her, a pair of eyes fixated upon her from behind, transforming from disbelief to fury in an instant. Indeed, it was Bulma, who had been absent for several chapters. Observing the situation, it was evident that Alice would face considerable challenges in exiting the estate, for upon confirming Alice's identity, Bulma retreated to her lab to gather her tools. What kind of tools, you ask? Well, considering the gravity of the situation, it's best not to inquire too deeply. Just know that Bulma had transitioned from an innocent girl to something much more formidable. In any case, Alice would find herself in a predicament today. Let us see what unfolds next. Alice continued her selection, exclaiming, "Wow, there are even giant crabs and dragons. Hey, dear Alice, what brings you such joy? Do share, so I can revel in your happiness as well." Chapter 71, Do Not Approach. Alice stiffly turned around, only to be met with an unforgettable sight. A gloomy expression adorned Bulma's face, coupled with a peculiar smile, her hair seemingly alive, and a strange rope in her grasp. Oh dear, who else could it be but Bulma? At that moment, Bulma resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, fixating her gaze upon Alice, who could faintly discern horns atop Bulma's head and bat-like wings sprouting from her back. Oh no, my dear Bulma, have you succumbed to darkness? How fortuitous. Bulma, are you here for a zero-cost shopping spree as well? Upon uttering those words, Alice regretted her choice, realizing how absurd it was to suggest a shopping spree in the presence of the owner of the house. Oh, I feel as though I am once again confronting my great-grandmother, the last time being ages ago. Heh, do continue. I am all ears, but let us change venues. As Bulma seized hold of the monkey tail of the fleeing Alice, disbelief coursed through her. In that fleeting moment of capture, Alice felt her strength wane entirely. Our dear Alice, or rather, the submissive little one, was utterly subdued. Little did she expect that despite having conquered her weakness regarding her tail, Bulma's grasp would render her powerless once more. Is this indeed the fate of the submissive? To be firmly held in such a manner? Oh, Bulma, please do not engage in such antics. Come along quietly with your sister, so we can ascertain what has brought this long-lost soul back to life. Bulma, hear my defense. Or rather, allow me to explain, Alice pleaded. Bulma, however, was undeterred. You may explain, but I refuse to listen. With that, she dragged Alice out of the kitchen, leaving her no room for resistance, as the resolve she had once mustered was now shattered by Bulma's intervention. Witnessing this spectacle were the bystanders, including the former Saiyan prince, Vegeta, who initially approached with irritation at the disturbance to his training. What he beheld was a scene most infernal. His past adversary, a once formidable white-haired combatant, was being pulled by her tail towards him by a darkened earth woman. Bulma glanced at Vegeta, causing him to stand at attention, nervously parting the way. As she passed, she patted his shoulder before continuing on her path with Alice in tow. Vegeta swore he had indeed been startled by the earlier display. He could believe that this Earth woman could consume 10 Saiyans in one sitting. What transpired was no ordinary event. The Earth woman had effortlessly subdued the formidable Alice, who was left utterly devoid of any means to resist. Alice clung to the doorframe, trembling and reaching out. For the love of all that is sacred, Vegeta. Yet before she could finish her plea, Bulma violently dragged her away. Vegeta reflected, if you wish for my demise, you could simply state it. I concede that I am stronger than that Earth woman, yet I am still aware of the hierarchy. What reason have I to rescue you? Simply because you once bested me? Absurd. I would rather see that Earth woman deal with you herself. With that thought, Vegeta resumed his training. Feeling an unexpected lightness in his heart, as if the world around him had suddenly become more pleasant. Meanwhile, in Alice's villa, two gods peered in with their staffs. "Oh, what a splendid day it is, Lord Beerus," one remarked. "Indeed," Beerus replied, "the sun shines quite brilliantly." With that, the two gods settled down. "Are Earth women always like this?" Beerus asked, rubbing his ears, plagued by an inexplicable phantom pain. "Perhaps, though I am not entirely certain," Lord Beerus replied Whis. "If we are uncertain, then let us visit the Kaioshin of this universe and discover what manner of being he is." Back with Alice, she implored, "Bulma, please do not do this, I am frightened." "Shush, do not utter a word. I have no desire to hear anything from you. You have yet to earn the privilege to negotiate," Bulma responded, binding Alice to the bed and restricting her movements. "Now, I shall ask, and you will answer. Do you understand?" "A bit, I suppose," Alice stammered. You understand, yes? Speak, I am listening." After pouring herself a glass of water, Bulma commenced her interrogation. Alice recounted everything she had experienced over the past year that she could articulate. Upon hearing her story, Bulma gently caressed Alice's cheek. "By the looks of it, Alice, you have had quite the carefree year." "Not at all," Alice replied. "Oh, my dear Alice, let me see why your lips are so tightly sealed." With that, Bulma leaned in for a kiss. After a moment, she pulled back, licking her lips. "They are not so tight after all, but why?" Alice swallowed. An indescribable sensation washing over her, a sensation decidedly unpleasant. "Do not struggle, Alice. Everything here has been meticulously crafted by my own hand, so you cannot escape," Bulma declared before retreating to the adjacent room for reasons unknown. Alice felt an ominous dread settle over her. Something terrible was surely about to unfold. Who will come to my rescue? Master, perhaps? Alas, these two are unreliable. Sigh. Is there anyone who can save me? Even that wicked woman, Tawa, would suffice. Tawa, on the other hand, was adamant about avoiding the attention of the hairless cat. Just then, Bulma's voice echoed once more. "Are you prepared to face your punishment? My dear sister Alice? Are you ready for the wrath of an angry sibling?" The chilling timbre of Bulma's voice sent shivers down Alice's spine. "Bulma, we can discuss this," Alice exclaimed, her eyes fixated anxiously on the ominous object in Bulma's hand. Surely, this would render her incapacitated. "Be patient, Alice. It will be over soon," Bulma assured her, advancing with an unsettling glint in her eye. "Do not approach me," Alice cried out in desperation. In the ensuing days and nights, Bulma leaned against the headboard, savoring a lollipop, her spirits high. "Come now, Alice, do not hide. We have seen it all before, why act so shy?" Alice could only offer a mournful gaze in response. "You beast. It matters not whether I am a beast, so long as I can feast," Bulma replied. "You scoundrel. Indeed. You are correct. Pervert. And what of it? If you take issue, we can continue." Hastily, Alice wrapped herself in a blanket, revealing only her head, expressing her disdain. "You make me feel as if I am warming a corpse. What nonsense. Are you a Saiyan, or am I? How is it I endure all this while you remain unscathed? This is truly burdensome." Lost in thought, Alice recalled the days of her youth spent running beneath the sunset. Those were the days of her lost youth. Yet, she shook her head and resolved to stop reminiscing. Suddenly, Bulma embraced her, asking, "What troubles you? Are you upset?" "I am not angry, yet you seem to be." "Be good, let me have a kiss." "No. So sweet, truly. You taste like vanilla, my dear Alice." "You silence yourself. If I ever have that flavor of pudding again, I shall be a dog." 2 seconds later, woof. "Oh, this vanilla pudding is delightful." "What? You say I have been pacified? Pray, the essence of my outfit resembles Anubis, so a simple woof is perfectly in character for me. And I am no earthling, I am a Saiyan. What of it if I have changed a few times? Do not interrupt me while I enjoy this pudding." Bulma watched with satisfaction as Alice indulged in her dessert. "Bulma, would you like some?" she offered, holding a spoon to Bulma's lips. "Eat up. I will have the kitchen prepare something to replenish your strength." "Bulma, be good, I seek comfort." Bulma gazed at the ever-changing face of Alice, pushing her away with a hint of disdain before descending from the bed to freshen up. Alice, however, remained unfazed, continuing to indulge in her pudding. "Why not wash up together?" she queried. "Stop messing around. I simply cannot get up," came the retort. The tiger girl had shown no mercy, leaving her legs still trembling from the exertion. After finishing her pudding, Alice succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and Alice was roused by Bulma's voice. "Let me sleep a little longer, Bulma-chan. I'm so very tired." "Alice, rise and come eat," Bulma called out. Turning around, she spotted an unfamiliar creature crawling out of the room. One might mistake it for a new species. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Alice. "Are you cosplaying a caterpillar or a broken-legged cat? You're quite speedy, aren't you?" Alice retorted. "Nothing and no one can deter me from my meal. Except for that hairless cat and the smiling tiger. Weiss, of course, I can't possibly defeat them." Yet, when she reached the dining table, Her expression turned to one of disbelief. Wait. Bulma, is this spread truly intended for us? Alice glanced between Bulma and the table, which was laden with an overwhelming amount of food. This was not a mere meal. It resembled a gas station buffet. Absolutely. Dear Alice, now come, open wide, huh? Bulma insisted. The food is spicy. Alice protested, realizing that after today, she would no longer be Super Alice, but rather Speedy Alice. Then, she caught sight of a sharp object floating nearby. Before she could finish her sentence, the figure vanished in a flash. Alice, you best finish your meal, otherwise I shall be quite displeased. You know what that entails. If you eat obediently, perhaps I will be in a good mood and grant you a reprieve. Bulma threatened as she observed Alice's attempt to escape. With tears in her eyes, Alice reluctantly consumed the mountain of food while Bulma rested her chin on her hand. Watching intently. Good girl, just eat. I'm not sending you to your doom, she reassured. Alice thought that at this moment, she would rather face death than endure the consequences of finishing this food, which would surely leave her incapacitated by morning. So obedient, let me pat your head. Bulma-chan, could you please stop smiling? It frightens me, Alice whimpered. What is there to fear? Bulma chuckled, leaning in closely, as if to deliver a jump scare from a horror film. Everything is fine now. Alice mused how Bulma's expression could render one weak at the knees. Oh well, better to die early and be reborn. Bulma chose not to comment further, silently watching as Alice continued to devour her meal. Meanwhile, Vegeta, dining at another table, felt an inexplicable loss, as if something was missing while simultaneously gaining something else. He shrugged off the feeling. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Yet, he could not believe that Raditz had managed to associate himself with a woman from this planet, much like Kakarot. How absurd. Should he also seek a companion? Bulma? No. He feared being beaten to a pulp by that white-haired girl. He certainly did not wish to be regarded as the disgrace of the Saiyans. Unlike that white-haired girl who, despite being a formidable Saiyan, was bested by a mere woman. Best not to dwell on it, lest that white-haired demon discovers his thoughts. On the other side, Alice finished her meal with a satisfied burp. All done. Now, let us get to business. With that, she seized Alice's tail and dragged her upstairs. Why the tail, you ask? Well, grabbing her elsewhere might prompt her escape, especially after a full meal. Yay, let us go, Alice. Welcome to the realm of joy. After a few tranquil days, Alice announced, Bulma, I shall be away for a few days, otherwise. Are you referring to your master? No worries. They are outside enjoying themselves. What? Those two old geezers are here and Haven Tea come to rescue me? How utterly despicable. Not that they couldn't help. They were merely bribed with food, Bulma replied, leaving Alice speechless. Well, it does sound like something they would do. I often prepare meals for them that they don't like, under the guise of not wasting food. Oh, how I've brought this upon myself. Alice muttered angrily as she stormed off to confront Beerus and the others. Master, are you enjoying your meal? She ominously appeared behind Beerus. Cough. Alice, have you been having fun these past few days? Beerus teased, seemingly unfazed. Absolutely splendid. Is my master enjoying himself? Alice seethed. Lord Beerus has been quite content with his meals these past few days, little Alice, Weiss chimed in. All right, you two better brace yourselves. Once I'm rested, I'll cook you a feast. After making this threat, Alice stormed off, only to be yanked back by Beerus. Once you've sorted things out here, you'll return. Return? Where to? My home is right here. Speak another word, and I shall remind you why I am known as the god of destruction. Understood, master, no problem. Alice complied immediately, maintaining that she was not cowardly, just prudent. Master, I have a question. What if someone here seeks me out? There are many unstable factors at play. You need not worry. We have already left a special mark in this universe. If needed, just call for Weiss, Beerus assured her. Great. Love you, master. Now, I will inform Bulma-chan before I set out. With that, Alice hurriedly entered to inform Bulma of her intentions to train on the god of destruction's planet. Can't you stay? Alice, I'll miss you. Bulma pleaded. I will return. I'm not disappearing forever. I'll come back often, and when I do, you can have your way with me, all right? You promise, dear Alice? For some reason, that term of endearment from Bulma raised a sense of foreboding within Alice. I'm off now. Wait, give me a kiss before you go. Reluctantly, Alice embraced Bulma and planted a quick kiss before hastily escaping, fearing Bulma's potential wrath. Seeing Alice return, Weiss stood and gently tapped his staff upon the ground, causing the three to vanish from the spot. Weiss, once we arrive, please let me know. Little Alice seems to have overexerted herself. It appears she has been on the receiving end of things, Weiss observed. Not at all. I am the great offensive, Alice protested. Though Weiss merely teased her, reminding her of how she had been coddled and carried about like a helpless kitten. Master, your expression gives you away, Alice remarked, exasperated. Is it really appropriate for a god to gossip about others' affairs? And you, hairless cat, what are you nodding at? Alice sighed. By the way, Master, will you be confirming the existence of the Saiyan God during this visit? Indeed. For the information received in my dreams indicated that this individual is my greatest foe in the future, Beerus answered solemnly. Alice, puzzled, inquired, is the Saiyan God also one who can harness divine energy for themselves, much like you? Beerus shook his head, stating, to be deemed a deity and possess divine aura is one of the prerequisites. However, such individuals without their own path cannot truly be called gods. Take me, for instance. My title as the God of Destruction stems from the destructive power that resides within me. This is my own journey. Thus, those who merely wield divine energy are, at best, superficial pretenders to divinity. He then turned to Alice and continued, consider yourself. You now possess the qualifications to ascend to godhood, for you have forged your own path. You are no longer simply adept at utilizing divine energy. You have integrated it with your own essence. Alice felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. But Master, I sense that transitioning into that form requires quite a significant expenditure of energy. Indeed, the road ahead remains long for you. Should you master that state flawlessly, you will become immensely powerful, but the stipulation is that you must not lose your rationality. He recalled an instance when he had inadvertently provoked Alice into a rage. Noting the terrifying surge of power that ensued, a double-edged sword, as it rendered her unable to distinguish friend from foe. Yes, I understand, Alice replied, continuing her discourse with Beerus as they journeyed. As Beerus observed Alice deep in thought, he mused internally, persevere in your training, Alice. I have an inkling that significant events may unfold in the future, events beyond my control, for I am the God of Destruction, not anyone's caretaker. In the future, Bulma would exclaim, yes, you are absolutely right. Aside from Piccolo, you have become the second caretaker, and I am just like Piccolo, always at the ready. Alice contemplated that her transformation into that state depended entirely on her physical stamina and the efficiency of energy conversion within her. In other words, the duration of that special form hinged entirely upon her capacity to store energy and the efficiency with which she could convert it. During the energy conversion, delays often resulted in significant waste. Thus, she concluded that upon returning, she should focus her training in this area. If she could wield her divine aura with the same ease as a Super Saiyan, then her transformed state would become a standard transformation. As Alice's thoughts wandered, they returned to another universe's Earth, causing a ripple of anxiety among the Z fighters. Naturally, their awareness stemmed from the Kaioshin's warning. Chapter 74. Are you playing around? Does Master always have to be so ostentatious? Is that so? Indeed. Just look at your arrogant demeanor as if you intend to announce your arrival in order to wreak havoc. Hey, I am the God of Destruction. What am I supposed to do? Pursue romance instead? Who knows? Never mind. I shall refrain from meddling. I have matters to attend to. With that, Alice soared away. Beerus could only watch as Alice departed, sighing, the child has grown and no longer heeds my guidance. Alice, however, was unconcerned with Beerus's expression as she headed toward the Earth's Corinne Tower in search of a Sensibine. After all, the ability she had wished for from the dragon required an item to serve as a template. Although its effects were halved, it could still compensate for many shortcomings, such as the inefficiencies in her energy conversion during her special form. She flew toward Corinne Tower, prompting a flurry of anxiety from the cat sage within. The cat sage hurriedly paced within the tower, particularly anxious when Yajirobe interrupted. Corinne, do you still have any Sensibines? I'm starving. Though the cat sage heard him, he had no desire to engage with the gluttonous fool. His immediate priority was dealing with Alice. Yajirobe raised his voice. Corinne, are you deaf? Don't you realize we have an impending crisis? Fuming, the cat sage leapt up and struck Yajirobe with a stick. How can you think of food at a time like this? If it weren't for you, our stock of Sensibines wouldn't be so pitifully low. Indeed, when Goku came seeking assistance, he had been forced to offer the scant few remaining seeds as a stopgap measure. Ah, how delightful. You two seem to be enjoying a charming quarrel, Alice remarked, leaning against a pillar with her arms crossed, observing their banter. Yajirobe replied defensively, who is flirting with him? You're mistaken. In less than 3 seconds, Yajirobe transitioned from belligerent to submissive. He realized he was not foolish, merely gluttonous. After all, the ability to approach them unnoticed indicated formidable strength. Furthermore, he had been unnerved by the terrifying aura Alice had deliberately unleashed. At that moment, Yajirobe was no longer brimming with bravado but instead sat trembling on the ground, gazing at Alice with fear. Don't be alarmed. I come in peace this time, she assured him. I merely wish to procure a few items from this adorable white cat. What items? The cat sage stammered. Nothing too extraordinary, just a few Sensibines. Such items are remarkably potent, after all. Thus, I have come to request a few. I trust you won't refuse me, will you? And no, of course not. The cat sage hurried to a corner and retrieved a cloth bag, presenting it to Alice with great trepidation. Alice opened the bag, revealing only a meager handful of senza beans. She took only two, one as a seed and the other as a sample, before returning the rest to the cat sage. Two will suffice. You may keep the rest. The cat sage fumbled to accept the returned senza beans, relieved that he had not lost them all. Alice, charmed by the adorable cat sage, couldn't resist picking him up and giving him a gentle rub. Aren't you just the cutest? Do you like fish? While petting him, she produced a plate of dried fish. The cat sage, having struggled momentarily, was instantly captivated by the fish. I was initially reluctant, but she offered me fish. She must be a good person. Who would dare to spread rumors about her being a villain? Anyone who provides food for cats is a good person. Alice observed the suddenly docile cat sage and found the situation quite amusing. Suddenly, she sensed an aura rising, a familiar yet foreign presence, potent indeed. Shall we go see what the commotion is, little cat? The cat sage, munching on the dried fish, promptly declined. I'm just a novice. I prefer not to become a sacrifice. Alice did not press the matter. She set the cat sage down and placed several plates of dried fish nearby before rising to sense Wiss's energy. In an instant, she teleported to Wiss's side. Have you found the Super Saiyan God you were so eagerly anticipating? Wiss shook his head. Not quite. It is merely a special form catalyzed by circumstances. I expected to witness something thrilling. But little Alice mustn't say such things. Lord Beerus is demonstrating 70% of his power this time. Alice mused. Is that 70% based on a scale of 1,000 or 10,000? Well, it no longer concerns me. I shall simply enjoy the spectacle. However, Master Beerus, could you not act a tad more convincingly? Where is the vigor with which you struck me? Are you merely playing around? You bombarded me relentlessly, yet with Goku. You seem to take it easy. Truly, Master, you show favoritism. Alice squatted in a corner, drawing circles and casting curses upon Beerus. When she looked up again, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. What on earth are you doing? Are you playing house? Have you even resorted to using your mouths? Your brawl resembles a child's game. She exclaimed, Master, you are so biased. Son Goku, I implore you not to let me down. Take another bite. And do so with fervor. Dispatch this wretched, biased feline once and for all. Alice seethed as she observed the playful skirmish between Beerus and Son Goku amidst the vastness of space. Reflecting on her previous encounter with Beerus, she recalled how it was only thanks to Whis that she managed to recuperate after being left nearly lifeless. Why was it that Whis trained her with such seriousness and intensity, while Beerus seemed to toy with the situation here? It was decidedly unfair. Whis, for his part, silently wished to distance himself from Alice's predicament, mindful of the fact that she often returned from her rigorous training with Beerus in a state of utter exhaustion or being dragged back by him. The comparison was stark and rather disheartening. Whis was internally lighting a candle for Beerus, hoping that his days would remain tranquil, especially given Alice's seemingly endless repertoire of mischievous tactics, particularly concerning food. Lord Beerus, may your journey be smooth. You shall be missed. Chapter 75, The Irritated Beerus. Alice, growing increasingly bored with the antics of Son Goku and Beerus, found herself perplexed. Why did Beerus suddenly seem to be enjoying himself, engaging so willingly in Goku's playful brawl? Was there something intoxicating about Son Goku? She remembered that, during their first meeting, her mind had also become clouded. Despite the fact that she could have resolved their conflict swiftly, instead, she squandered time with that man. Well, it is entertaining to witness my master's whimsical side from time to time. Whis presented Alice with a plate of pudding. Here, indulge yourself, little Alice. It will be more enjoyable to munch while you watch. Alice accepted the pudding and began to savor it delicately. Master, do you think Beerus is becoming too bored? He seems to be playing around, suggesting he's had his fill. When we return, I must prepare a sumptuous feast for him. Whis felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. He hoped Alice would not involve him in her schemes, as he wished to continue his tranquil life on the Destroyer planet. Oh, and Master Whis, you must ensure he fulfills his duties upon our return, otherwise, I shall insist on extra meals for you as well. Certainly, little Alice. After all, that is indeed Lord Beerus's responsibility. Sighing, Alice declared, This watching is dreadfully dull. I shall join in. With that, she erupted into a burst of energy and soared into the fray. The onlookers below only then realized Alice's presence. Had she not made such a dramatic exit, they might have remained oblivious. Of course, her energy was unfamiliar to them. Save for Vegeta. As she flew, Alice removed her mask and casually secured it at her waist. Battling with Master Beerus must be rather unexciting. Perhaps I shall join the fray. It will also allow me to gauge your progress. Son Goku glanced at Alice, puzzled, then at Beerus, scratching his head, bemused by how these two familiar entities had turned against one another. Alice transformed into her Super Saiyan 2 form, wielding an energy blade, and launched herself toward Beerus with determination. Beerus, noticing the attack approaching, swiftly dodged, aware that while it may appear unremarkable, its sharpness was formidable. Observing their frantic exchange, Son Goku leaped into the fray, not to overwhelm, but to collaborate effectively. Seeing Beerus preoccupied with Goku, Alice teleported behind him, unleashing a dark purple energy sphere. Caught off guard, Beerus was propelled away by the force of the strike. "Hey Alice, that hurt." Bakayuru. He retaliated by hurling an energy blast towards her, which Alice met head-on, slicing through it with her blade. In the aftermath, she conjured a whip of energy with her left hand and lashed it toward Beerus, while Son Goku filled the gap to continue his engagement. Beerus, with a casual flick, sent Son Goku tumbling back to his base form and unleashed several energy blasts in his direction. What? Son Goku was caught off guard, as without the divine energy to assist him, he could not evade, and was sent flying by the blasts. He realized that without the divine energy, he could no longer sense Beerus' aura, leaving him to rely solely on his eyesight to track his movements. Alice, glancing at Son Goku, chose not to dwell on him further, focusing instead on her battle with Beerus. "This isn't working. I can't make contact like this." With determination, she amplified her energy and began to transform once more. A tremendous eruption followed. Beerus remarked, "Oh, that form bears resemblance to the previous one, albeit with diminished energy." "Little Alice." "Indeed, but it suffices for our sparring. Taste my strike." Son Goku, witnessing Alice's transformation, exclaimed, "Incredible. She surpasses even my Super Saiyan God form." Alice's Super Saiyan 4 transformation captivated Son Goku's attention. Her appearance was nothing short of awe-inspiring, wild, powerful, and utterly commanding. However, while he was lost in admiration, he was suddenly knocked aside by Beerus, who had been sent flying by Alice's attack. "Damn it!" Alice, fueled by rage, charged at Beerus, two energy blades coalescing in her grasp. Closing in, she began to slash at various parts of Beerus's form. Just as he attempted to evade, she struck him from behind. "When did I let my guard down?" Beerus was taken aback, realizing the blow had come from a mere clone. "Master, this tactic is a lesson learned from you. After all, one must employ cunning." With that, Alice summoned 4 additional clones, and, as they materialized, she flew to the distance to consume a Senzu bean to restore her energy. "Go." As she commanded, the 5 clones charged at Beerus in unison. Beerus observed the onslaught with intrigue. While the clones were weaker than his true self, the difference was not substantial enough to dismiss them. It seemed he would have to take this seriously. With a narrowed gaze, Beerus noticed Alice in the distance consuming her beans. At this moment, a faint purple aura enveloped him. Realizing the shift in his energy, Alice felt a chill run down her spine. She understood that Beerus was now fully engaged. "Damn it." Gritting her teeth, she joined the fray once more. After exchanging blows with Beerus for a couple of rounds, Alice and her clones retreated, positioning themselves before unleashing a combined assault. Galactic Burst. X5. Galactic Explosion. The explosion rocked the battlefield. And it's not over yet. She continued to bombard the area with smaller energy blasts, relentlessly assaulting the aftermath of the explosion. After a prolonged barrage, her energy waned, and her clones dissipated. Breathing heavily, she found herself panting, hastily consuming another low-grade Senzu bean. "It appears I am of little use to my master." Quite an impressive assault. But Beerus' retort was cut short as he was struck by a Kamehameha wave. "Ha, master, I can hardly believe you were hit by such an attack." Beerus shot a venomous glare at Son Goku, feeling the sting of embarrassment before his young apprentice. "It seems I must teach you a lesson before we can proceed." With that, he directed a swift strike towards Son Goku. Humph. Chapter 76. Out of Place. Next is you, Alice. Alice, upon hearing this, shrugged indifferently and continued her flight towards Beerus. After all, she would inevitably face punishment, so why not take the initiative and disrupt his offensive rhythm? It was imperative not to split herself at this moment. Doing so would drastically diminish her combat prowess, especially if she were to divide into 5, rendering her exceedingly vulnerable. Beerus raised his hand and conjured a massive energy sphere with a swift motion. Upon witnessing this energy orb, Alice felt her teeth clench in dread. She had often succumbed to this very attack, and it had instilled a lingering fear within her. Damn it! Reluctantly, she gathered an equivalent force to defend herself. Yet it was merely a drop in the ocean, as their disparity in power was akin to that of an adult to an infant. Alice was swiftly engulfed by the energy blast. When the explosion subsided, only a dazed figure remained, with spirals of smoke emanating from her head. Beerus scooped up Alice and glanced at the unconscious Goku before delivering a forceful kick, sending Goku hurtling back to Earth. Humph, why not take him along? He isn't my apprentice. Kicking him back is already quite generous. Isn't it? Beerus flew back to Whis, signaling him to restore Alice. Whis remained indifferent. My lord Beerus, I assure you, this is for your own good. If I were to restore young Alice now, it would likely spell the end of your serene days. Indeed, that seemed to be the case. Well, I suppose I'll have a bite to eat. I am feeling rather hungry. Whis gazed at his unreliable deity with a sigh. Alas, Alice's work ethic surpasses his. Yet here he was, a so-called god of destruction, spending his days in perpetual indulgence. What else could he possibly offer? Very well, my lord Beerus. Shall we return now, or wait a little longer? Of course, we shall wait a while. I have not yet had my fill. All right then, I shall take young Alice to rest. With that, he placed Alice onto a reclining chair and resumed his meal alongside Beerus. It seemed that those of great strength shared a common trait, an insatiable appetite. Beerus was one way, and Whis was another. When Alice finally awoke, she found her two masters immersed in their meal. Master Whis, I'm awake. I thought you'd leave me unconscious for ages. Can't you heal me just a bit? Must I always recover on my own? Whis, feeling a bit awkward, could only muster an explanation. This is a form of training for you. All right, I won't deny you food. Is it truly necessary, master? Cough, cough. Alice groggily sat up and pulled out some senza beans, consuming a few. I feel revitalized. Masters, regarding your attitude this time, I feel compelled to do something for you. Cough, cough. No need for that, young Alice. If you must do something, let it be for Lord Beerus. I have no need for it. That won't do, Master Whis. After all, we are family, and we should stick together. You cannot escape this. Whis' eyes sparkled with a clever thought. As long as he fed everything to Beerus, it would work splendidly. Beerus interjected, I thank you for that. Alice observed the warm atmosphere around her, and, for reasons unknown, felt a pang of discomfort. The harmonious scene made her yearn to disrupt it. But it was merely a fleeting thought. She turned to Whis. Master, don't I have a month-long vacation left? What is it, young Alice? You seem a bit downcast. Is this scene making you homesick? Perhaps. To be honest, I wasn't feeling anything before, but seeing how these people interact here stirred something in me, making me want to shatter this idyllic image. Alice watched as the others in the universe expressed concern for Goku, and in comparison, she felt out of place. Having spent the past year on the God of Destruction's planet, she had not experienced such feelings before. Even during her solitary times, she had not felt this way. But now, witnessing this atmosphere, she found herself yearning for the past, though she had only just returned from Earth. It made her feel as though she no longer belonged anywhere. That realization was quite vexing. At least on Earth, she had Bulma and the ever-enthusiastic Mrs. Brief, who often invited her to go shopping. That warmth was undeniably comforting, drawing her deeper into that world. Having never met her parents since childhood, and having been raised by Yanaga before venturing out into the universe, she initially sought attention, often creating amusing situations and inadvertently attracting many people's notice. But perhaps this was merely her desire to be remembered by others. Then she encountered Bulma on Earth. At first, she found the Earthling's chatter incessantly annoying, akin to the irritating individuals she had encountered throughout the cosmos. She even wished to silence them with a swift strike. However, as time passed, she realized that Mrs. Brief was genuinely kind, and Bulma cared for her as if she were family. Perhaps this was the familial bond she had yearned for all along. With these thoughts, Alice reclined, watching the flocks of birds soaring through the sky. How wonderful, master. Look at the birds. They are like these people, all with partners and homes, free to do as they please, to go wherever they wish, unburdened by what lies ahead or what may occur. No matter what challenges arise, they have companions to support, accompany, and protect them. How delightful, Master Whis. You still have us, young Alice. Should you feel weary, you have us behind you. Thank you, Master Whis. With that, Alice stretched, feeling revitalized. Now, shall we venture into the universe for some relaxation? With that declaration, Alice took off into the cosmos. At that moment, Beerus emerged from beside Whis, holding a small cake. Is this truly acceptable? Indeed, there is nothing amiss, Lord Beerus. Alice is your pupil. Let her take a moment to unwind. I believe her return will yield significant breakthroughs, as she has been under much pressure. Well, I look forward to seeing how her journey unfolds. Whis smiled silently at Beerus, then gazed upward into the sky. You truly are a contradictory individual, Lord Beerus. Humph. Chapter 77. Intoxication. Alice soared into the vastness of space, captivated by the dazzling scenery. Yet, this beauty only served to amplify her internal imbalance. She longed to obliterate it all. Gathering a colossal energy sphere in her hands, it grew increasingly massive, dwarfing her like an ant. Once she deemed it sufficiently charged, she carelessly hurled it towards the unfortunate planet below, obliterating it. Their misfortune was not her concern. It was not her fault. Go on, go on. Annihilate those bothersome things. Destroy them all. They are far too distracting. Hee. Let this spectacle of fireworks become even grander. Let those unsightly things be obliterated. Whis observed Alice's erratic behavior through the crystal ball atop his staff. Beerus remarked, is this truly all right? Alice's demeanor seems quite off. Whis reassured him. There is nothing to worry about. It's all perfectly fine. Beerus, well, this seems entirely off, but let it be. After all, those planets did not meet the standards, and even if they had, it wouldn't matter. As long as my dear disciple is in good spirits, that is all that counts. If that is still insufficient, I shall show her something grander. Whis, you certainly indulge her. Beerus, and you are no different. You even went out of your way to procure the Super Dragon Balls for Alice to restore her arm. Whis, oh ho, I must confess, Lord Beerus. Do not accuse me falsely. It was my leg that had its own thoughts. Beerus, dismissing Whis's playful banter, pondered the fact that little Alice was indeed his own disciple. What else could he do but pamper her? Suddenly, the earth began to shake violently. Everyone was bewildered by this unexpected tremor. It hardly resembled an earthquake. Bulma hurried over to Beerus, inquiring about the cause. Beerus assured her it was nothing more than Alice setting off fireworks. Everyone, are you serious? Fireworks? With such commotion? Beerus paid no heed to their expressions. If he said it was fireworks, then it was fireworks. Those who supported or opposed could voice their opinions, and he would personally demonstrate how these fireworks were produced. He believed Earth would serve as an excellent backdrop. In the cosmos, Sparrowlash. This round of fireworks is truly beautiful. Wait, what am I doing? How did I inadvertently cause so much destruction? Will Lord Beerus strip me of my powers? Oh no, I'm doomed. After regaining consciousness, Alice felt a twinge of panic. Who knew her sudden enthusiasm would lead to such chaos? Well, if it came down to it, a scolding was a small price to pay. She had endured worse. Beerus, there's no need for concern. The more you destroy, the happier I am. You are, after all, my reincarnated parents on my path to slumber. With her mindset shifting, Alice found solace in the fact that a scolding was merely that, nothing more. Perhaps she could even create more chaos. But then again, the residual shockwaves had already wreaked havoc on several weaker planets. Perhaps it was best to leave things as they were. I'm quite the clever one, she mused. Before taking flight, other planets remarked, you are so high and mighty. You are amazing. We shall merely observe your fireworks. Alice found a fragment left behind by a destroyed planet, sat down, and gazed at the cosmic scenery. It was truly beautiful, yet amidst the beauty, there was no place that felt like home. How lamentable. She pulled out a bottle of liquor and took a few swigs. Another sip, and then I'll stop. After all, there is not much left. Gazing at the empty bottle, she sighed. Oh well, I've already finished one bottle, so why not another? In less than an hour, Alice had consumed 3 bottles of liquor. Whis and Beerus, who were observing her from afar, sensed impending trouble. Oh no, this little one drinks at a perilous pace. She is bound to get tipsy. Whis, quickly, code red, now. Beerus, abandoning his dessert, leapt onto Whis' back, clutching his hair in urgency. While others might drink without consequence, if Alice were to become intoxicated, the cosmos would face annihilation. Currently, only he and Whis could thwart Alice. Yet they were not present at the scene. If she were to lose control, chaos would ensue. Whis remained calm. After all, Alice was already inebriated, and if they delayed, the galaxy would surely suffer. Bulma, delivering food, caught sight of this absurd scene, feeling perplexed. Just as she was about to speak, Beerus interrupted. Have you located Alice? Quickly, or we shall face dire consequences. Weave found her. With that, the two vanished from sight. Bulma wondered, what just happened? Why the rush? At that moment, Alice muttered, ugh, why is the world spinning? So annoying. She gathered energy into a massive sphere, much larger than the previous one. Oops, my hand slipped. Let us try again. As she conjured yet another energy ball, it grew increasingly immense. If it were to explode, would this universe survive? Just as Alice was about to launch the energy sphere, Beerus and Whis appeared behind her, swiftly incapacitating her with a strike, causing the energy ball to dissipate. Beerus raised his hand towards another energy sphere and unleashed his God of Destruction's unique ability. Destruction, seeing the energy ball capable of devastating portions of the universe. He felt a pang of anxiety. Had they arrived just in time? Goodness, would the Omni King or the Grand Minister call me for tea if I had been late? My dear disciple, next time, refrain from drinking. Whis, perhaps we should send Alice back for a few days. At this rate, she may encounter serious issues. Whis sighed. It appears we have no choice. He never imagined Alice was merely feeling down. Who knew she would resort to alcohol? Did she not know her own tolerance? If they hadn't been present, it would have been quite the spectacle, and he wondered how her friends in her universe managed to handle her drunken escapades. Meanwhile, Bulma from Alice's universe remarked, it's nothing. Just let her sleep beside me. She's quite easy to soothe. Chapter 78, Tenderness. Time passed, and Alice rubbed her temples as she awoke. Wait, I'm in bed. Wasn't I in the universe? Why do I find myself back in my own cozy nest? Hold on, this layout looks familiar. This isn't my bed. and the surroundings don't resemble the god of destruction's realm. This wall style is typical of Earth. Isn't it? Most importantly, there was a familiar scent in the air. Upon glancing down, she realized she had been returned to Earth, her very own universe. It seemed she had indeed overindulged and caused a ruckus. She had no one to blame but herself. That bottle of liquor was the true seducer. I merely wanted a small taste. Alice, you're awake. Let me prepare a hangover soup for you, Bulma exclaimed, attempting to rise, only to be stopped by Alice. Just let me hold you for a moment. I want some peace, Alice murmured, wishing to linger in Bulma's embrace. Just a little longer, please, Alice pleaded, wanting to savor the moment. What's wrong? It hasn't been long since we last met, Bulma queried. Nothing. I just want to stay with you a bit longer. All right, Bulma. All right. We can remain together for a while. Did something troubling happen while you were away? No. I just want to be with you, Alice replied, her voice softening. Bulma, with a hint of resignation, returned the embrace. When Whis had brought Alice back, he had mentioned how she was grappling with confusion and uncertainty regarding her surroundings and herself. Alice found herself in a state of emotional turmoil, uncertain of where she belonged or where she should go. Alone, she felt no such feelings, but once she experienced companionship, those emotions could easily surface. Alice had always yearned for familial love, friendship, and more, yet when she was solitary, she instinctively overlooked these desires. However, witnessing the beauty of companionship, the care during exhaustion and the concern during injury, made her realize the emotions she had long ignored and the desires she once craved. After all, it is akin to a person accustomed to darkness. One day, upon encountering the light, she may find herself enamored, even infatuated with it. Yet, when she realizes that this light does not illuminate her path, she is bound to feel lost, fearful, and ultimately despairing. Presently, she finds herself questioning her place in the world, pondering where her true home lies, and where she ought to go. Bulma gently embraces Alice, patting her back. Alice, this is your home. Here, you have me and a family that loves you. If you ever feel weary, just return. So, do not envy those others. The things you desire have always been by your side. All you need to do is look back, for what you yearn for has been here all along. Thank you. Bulma, I will, Alice replies. Good girl, lie still. I shall prepare a bowl of hangover soup for you. It will ease your discomfort. All right. And I want a large serving of the vanilla pudding you make with your own hands. Very well, as you wish, you little glutton. With that, Bulma rises and steps out. Alice gazes at Bulma's retreating figure, feeling a warmth envelop her. This sensation is delightful. It dawns on her that she has long had a place to belong, merely overlooked until now. She descends from her bed, padding barefoot down the stairs to the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe, observing Bulma's busy silhouette. She gently wraps her arms around Bulma from behind. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. Aren't you embarrassed? Not at all. For I am yours, as you have said. So why should I feel shy? What is wrong with embracing my beloved? Really now, how have you suddenly become so enlightened? Speaking such words? Do you not like it? I do, but I prefer the sight of you with tear-filled eyes, pleading for mercy, in that state. You are at your most adorable, compelling me to continue teasing you. Ugh, you're insufferable. All right, quickly put on your shoes. Be careful not to catch a chill. Do not tell me you are a Saiyan. Your constitution is different. Just a few days ago, that Saiyan named Vegeta came down with a cold. Alice, upon hearing this, feels somewhat incredulous. Vegeta caught a cold? What a ridiculous joke. It seems I have never fallen ill myself. Logically, being of the same lineage. How could he possibly succumb to such a malady? Yet she forgets that she possesses healing abilities, which, apart from resurrection or instantaneous recovery via senzu beans, can outclass them entirely, a power akin to a glitch in the system. Your self-righteousness is amusing. So having healing abilities makes you superior? I am a Saiyan, not a superhuman who can heal through photosynthesis. Is that to imply I am a fake Saiyan? Thus, I deserve to catch a cold and suffer from heart troubles. Go on, go. Yes, I shall. Ah, family first. Such a chatterbox. Alice can only scamper back upstairs to put on her shoes before descending once more. After a brief wait, Bulma emerges with a bowl in hand. Upon seeing that Bulma has only brought one bowl, Alice's face instantly falls. Bulma, where's my pudding? It needs to chill for a while. Be a good girl and drink your hangover soup first. Hearing Bulma's words, Alice reluctantly takes the bowl of soup and gulps it down. Do not rush, it's still very hot. I have finished. Bulma gazes at Alice, who is acting childishly, and then pulls her into an embrace. Alice, close your eyes. Obediently, Alice complies, shutting her eyes, and soon feels something soft press against her lips. Bulma cradles the back of Alice's head, preventing her from moving, and Alice can only remain still, instinctively wrapping her arms around Bulma's waist in response to her kiss. However, Bulma's other hand seems a bit too adventurous. Not here. No one will come. Alice, This is my private domain, and no one will intrude. So may I? I. Alice closes her eyes, savoring Bulma's tenderness. Noticing Alice's lack of resistance, Bulma gently pushes her back onto the couch. Chapter 79, Customized Training. Alice feels the energy radiating from Bulma. Bulma, shoo, do not speak, just feel. Their figures intertwine, echoing each other in a dance of harmony. Immersed in their own world. Bulma, yes, I am here. Please, no more, Alice pleads with tear-filled eyes. Bulma strokes Alice's hair. This cannot be. I want you to repay the debt you owe. Alice gazes up at Bulma with a pitiful expression. But I am so tired. Bulma, hearing this, playfully tugs at Alice's tail. No, you're not tired. Alice cannot resist as Bulma toys with her tail, leaving her unable to counter. Please, not that, Bulma. It could break. Bulma is not interested in the sound Alice makes now. She desires only the melodious notes of her song. Bulma kisses Alice once more, not allowing her a moment's respite. Time stretches on, and the surroundings become a chaotic mess. Satisfied, Bulma heads to the kitchen for a glass of water, then pours a glass of milk for Alice. Emerging, she finds Alice still gasping for air, her spirit seemingly adrift. A satisfied smile graces Bulma's face. Truly, Alice is a sight to behold, irresistibly delightful, and the more she indulges, the more addictive she becomes. In a cheerful mood, Bulma brings Alice a glass of milk, encouraging her to drink. Here, have some milk to recuperate. Alice, look at how exhausted you are. I am not thirsty. Bulma frowns slightly, then embraces Alice, licking the sweat from her brow. This scent, it is the fragrance of anxiety. So, Alice, are you feeling tense? Nanny, good girl, listen to me. Drink your milk, and then you may rest. Alice, feeling a touch of grievance, finishes her milk and soon drifts into a sleepy haze. Bulma, with a hint of exasperation, carries Alice to the bath, though the nature of the bath remains uncertain. The following day, Alice awakens, her body feeling utterly limp, and she stumbles, collapsing to the floor. What the heck? Bulma treats Saiyans like mere mortals. I am in agony. My legs are like jelly. What are you whining about, Alice? Ahaha, nothing at all, truly. Believe me. Well, since you are up, let us have breakfast. My legs are too weak, I cannot stand. Sigh, I can't deal with you. Let me carry you downstairs. Alice, feeling embarrassed, nestles into Bulma's embrace as she is carried out. Alice feels akin to a chick being cradled, and it is somewhat embarrassing. After all, she is a proud Super Saiyan, yet here she is, rendered weak by a mere earthling. Nevertheless, she considers that her dignity has already been largely lost. And what matters now is not to skip a meal. Dignity can be regained. After all, one can lose face today and regain it tomorrow. However, hunger is a different matter. Skipping a meal truly means going without sustenance. Alice decides that she would rather endure embarrassment than starve. That is simply unbearable. Therefore, let her lose face, but eating is paramount. Suddenly, she recalls how she had inexplicably returned. Hey, Bulma, did Whis say anything about why I was sent back? They merely mentioned that you should take a break for a while, to ease your mind before returning to work. I knew it. Alice exclaims, her expression one of realization. Well, this is rather pleasant. At least I can enjoy a longer respite. Bulma, shall we go shopping tomorrow? I'm afraid that won't be feasible, Alice. Why not? Given your current state, it's likely you won't possess the requisite energy for a shopping excursion. Alice pondered this, finding a semblance of reason in the remark, though she suspected it might merely be a pretext to keep her out of sight. What a flimsy excuse. Nevertheless, she decided to let it be. After all, she had nothing to lose. Once she had satisfied her hunger, Alice settled into a cross-legged position, quietly attuning herself to her inner transformations. If her memory served her right, the events transpiring in another universe were merely a reflection of the past 2 years. With that in mind, she resolved to diligently supervise their training. Presently, there were only a handful of warriors capable of combat on Earth. She would select a few for training, thereby enhancing their chances of dealing with the androids. Should they falter, she would be prepared to step in and resolve the situation. With her mind made up, Alice closed her eyes again, understanding that maintaining a tranquil state was also a form of cultivation. Excessively pushing oneself or becoming overly relaxed often led to counterproductive outcomes. As Whis had once advised, practicing under a serene mindset would yield exponential benefits. Observing the training methodologies of Vegeta and Goku in another universe, she noted they were two extremes. Goku was excessively laid back, while Vegeta's relentless pursuit of perfection left him perpetually tense. She wondered how the Vegeta of this universe compared, given her limited interactions with him. Their sole encounter had been during a confrontation, and since then, there had only been fleeting glimpses. She assumed his personality was likely similar to that of his counterparts in other universes. As for Goku here, she had observed him firsthand. He seemed more agreeable than his counterparts from other universes, save for the Goku from Beerus's universe, whose demeanor inexplicably irked her, exhibiting a mindless, reckless behavior. In encounters with formidable foes, he acted with utter disregard for the safety of his loved ones or allies. She had nearly succumbed to the temptation to eliminate him during their skirmish. But enough of those matters. She would focus on training the inhabitants of her own universe. Currently, the strongest known android was the fully formed Cell. The 19th and 20th models posed little concern, but she had yet to encounter the 17th and 18th, whose strengths were uncertain. They were likely superior to the 19th and 20th, and according to available intelligence, Cell required the absorption of the other two androids to achieve his final form. Such a bother. She would leave it to others to manage, preferring to observe from the sidelines. With this thought, Alice waved her hand, summoning a notebook and pen to her grasp, and began to scribble and sketch. Judging by her expression, it was apparent that her training notes were anything but serious. She was likely concocting some mischievous schemes. This is bound to be entertaining. She cackled, reveling in her own delight. Just as her laughter grew increasingly maniacal, a small head rested on her shoulder. "What are you laughing at, Alice? You look rather sinister." "Ah," Alice exclaimed, startled, tumbling backward and looking up at the newcomer. The familiar white hair could belong to no one other than Tawa. "What brings you here?" Tawa gazed at Alice with a mock expression of sorrow. "What? Am I not welcome? After all, we are old acquaintances. Are you afraid I might devour you?" Alice regarded Tawa with suspicion, sensing ulterior motives. Although Tawa bore her no ill will, she recalled Bulma's antics and felt the need to tread carefully. Yikes, how frightening. Alice scrambled to distance herself from this unsettling woman. "How disheartening. I never imagined you would greet me this way." Tawa feigned a sob. Alice, feeling exasperated by Tawa's act, resorted to a bored stare. "Speak your mind. What do you want?" "Here, of course." My, Alice, you seem rather desperate, akin to Bulma. Now you want to engage in all sorts of activities," Tawa teased, gently caressing her cheek with a feigned coyness. Alice retorted, "What sort of ridiculous interpretation is that? I never said anything of the sort. You're making me sound as if I'm desperately thirsty, and now I'm questioning the implications of my own words. Can we be a bit more straightforward?" All right. Lacking any charm whatsoever. How tedious. "The reason for my visit is that I need your assistance." "With what?" "I must clarify that I'm not interested in anything dull. If it's boring, I'd rather enjoy a few fireworks instead." Fine. It's merely a matter of capturing someone. Quite simple, really. And it shouldn't be too tedious for you." Tawa sat beside Alice, her expression one of exasperation. After all, she was perplexed by how Mira had suddenly become so powerful that he had started indulging in betrayal. Had she known, she wouldn't have rescued him. And now she found herself in a predicament. "Who? You know him. It's Mira. Didn't he self-destruct?" Tawa sheepishly scratched her face. "I cloned him using his genes. But for some unknown reason, he has become significantly stronger, and..." Alice, growing impatient with Tawa's hesitance, interjected, "And what? Do you realize you're leaving me hanging?" "Well, his aura is somewhat reminiscent of yours." "What? What do you mean?" "Me?" Tawa, recalling Myra's sudden surge in power and his aura's resemblance to Alice's, sighed. "Yes. There's a slight similarity, but his energy is somewhat volatile, leading to his rapid strength increase. However, he seems reluctant to wield that power, as using it causes him to lose control." Alice fell silent, sensing an unsettling familiarity in Tawa's description of Myra's state. Tawa continued, "This condition, while enhancing his strength significantly, about 50 times after his second transformation, leaves him temporarily weakened once it dissipates." "Great. Just as I suspected, it mirrors my own loss of control." Alice mused. "Is there any additional information? Can he enhance his strength with each transformation?" Tawa nodded, sharing all she knew. "This state appears to be a specialized power-up, and he has maintained it for approximately 6 months. "Excellent," Alice remarked, piecing together the puzzle. "He has likely inherited my genes, but how? Logically, there should be no trace of my genetic material, even after our encounter, and that explosion should have obliterated any remnants." Alice ruminated on the matter, then turned to Tawa. "Is there anything else? Does he recover from injuries faster than others? Although I haven't seen his healing methods." "Well," Tawa hesitated. Alice concluded, "It seems I still lack a complete understanding of Myra's current capabilities. To me, it appears he has assimilated my genes, resulting in a weakened version of my power. Thus, she boldly speculated that this individual likely possessed a fragment of her own strength. The ability to create a doppelganger appears to exist, albeit perhaps it does not. For I nearly forgot that I even possessed such a skill. As for the healing arts, that is undoubtedly a certainty, having been honed to the point of becoming a passive ability. According to Tawa's observations, it is highly plausible that this individual merely assimilated the powers of their lineage, rather than possessing abilities of their own. Yet, Alice cannot help but lament that while her superior genes were not inherited, she has instead acquired a debuff. It seems rather unwise to exchange one's intellect for a mere 50-fold enhancement in strength. On the contrary, it does appear that this debuff, in all its forms, offers a 50-fold increase, which does not seem too unfortunate after all. Nevertheless, caution must prevail. The emergence of a being akin to Cell would undoubtedly spell trouble. Although Cell was weak when first encountered, it does not imply that he would remain so in the future, as he possesses a plethora of exceptional genes and traits. Of course, his personality must have been inherited as well. Otherwise, the world would have faced immediate ruin without my intervention. There would have been no need for my rescue, as it would have simply perished. Therefore, I beseech you, Alice, as we are somewhat old acquaintances, to assist me. Do not be so dismissive. It feels rather awkward. Please, I implore you. You are the best, Alice. So help me. I beg of you. Tawa clung to Alice's arm in a playful manner, swaying it back and forth. However, Alice detected an overwhelming aura of menace. Oh dear, Alice seems to be quite the charmer. Even her little admirer has come to visit. Alice, mechanically turning her head, displayed her discontent. Tawa, sensing the tension, fanned the flames. Oh my, who is this big sister? She looks so fierce, a truly terrifying big sister, unlike me, who can only feel pity for Alice. Alice, exasperated, urged her to cease stoking the fire, for it might lead to dire consequences. Bulma chimed in. Oh dear. All I can do is feel sympathy for you. Alice, you wretched green tea. You fool. With that, Bulma lunged at Tawa, intent on tearing her apart. Alice, in exasperation, lifted Bulma into the air with a wave of her hand, rubbing her temples in frustration. Tawa whimpered, wah wah wah. Alice, this big sister is so fierce. I am frightened. Alice, feeling overwhelmed, could only helplessly remark, stop causing trouble. Bulma, you are no different. Tawa exclaimed. I am so touched that Alice is actually on my side. I am truly grateful. Arigato, Alice-chan. Come give me a kiss. Bulma retorted sarcastically, Arigato, Alice-chan. Observing the unfolding scene, Alice found herself contemplating whether to express her frustration or remain silent.